Compiled by the Documentation Research Office of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. Editor-in-Chief Jin Chong and 1. Going out of hometown. There was once a beautiful legend that 5,000 years ago, Emperor Yang went south to inspect and came to Hunan River Basin. On a mountain, he asked people to play the beautiful Shao music, which actually attracted the phoenix. Get up and dance. Later generations called this mountain Shaoshan, and the long and narrow valley surrounded by it was. It is Shaoshan Chong in Xianzhi County, Hunan Province. December 26, 1893. A boy was born to Mao Yucheng, a farmer in Chong, Shaoshan. He was named Zedong, with the courtesy name Xianzhi. Run it. The first 2 babies in their family were mutilated while naked. Mother is afraid that he will not. When he could grow up to be an adult, he took him to a small stone temple of Guanyin next to his parents' home and worshipped a giant piece of it. She recognized her as my godmother and gave her a nickname, Shenshi Sanhezi. Shaoshan Mao family is originally from Jiangxi. When the Ming dynasty was founded, the founder Mao Taiwa accompanied the army on an expedition to the south. Kang, where Mei gave birth to a son. Ming dynasty Hongguo 10th. 3 years later, Mrs. Mao moved to Xianxiang County, Hunan Province. 10 years later, the 2 sons moved to Chongchong, Shaoshan, neighboring Xiangtan County. This place is located in Xiangtan, Ningxiang, Xiang. The junction of the 3 counties in the township is located 40 kilometers away from the west bank of the middle reaches of the Xiangjiang River, surrounded by mountains, and the residents mainly engaged in agricultural production. From then on, the Mao family started farming here. To Mao Zi. This generation of Dongdong has been passed down for 20 generations, about 500 years ago. Although the legends about the origin of Shaoshan are so beautiful, the situation here did not exist when Mao Zedong was born. The actual environment is not much different from other isolated and poor rural areas in old China. Live in Kongli. It houses more than 600 households. My grandfather, Mao Enpuo, was an honest and kind-hearted farmer. Because of his family background, due to the desperate situation, they had to pawn some of their ancestral property to others. Mao Enpuo has only 1 son. When my son died, he and his grandson Mao Zedong were 10 years old. My father is Mao Yucheng, whose birth name is Shun, and whose nickname is Liangwei. I started to be the director of my family at the age of 17 because he was deported as compensation and worked as a soldier in the Hunan army for several years. He gained a lot of knowledge and accumulated a lot of knowledge. Some silver money. After returning to his hometown, he redeemed the land that Mao and Pudi had given away, and soon bought some more and added more. Increased to 22 acres, it can harvest 80 tons of rice every year. Xiangtan has a lot of influence in Hunan. Loud rice city. Mao Shunsheng was good at business, and later concentrated on making rice, pigs, and cattle. Unexpectedly, the capital gradually increased to 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, and a trend called Mao Yishuntang was created. Pass paper ticket. In Chongqing, a small town in Shaoshan, he can be regarded as a rich man. In old China, most of the farmers who sacrificed themselves to get rid of poverty were thrifty and diligent. Ming is strong. This kind of character of his father naturally affected Mao Zedong, who had witnessed all this since he was a child. The impact. Mao Shunsheng, like most farmers who have taken the uphill road, is trying to make a living according to their own needs. Live model shapes son. Mao Zedong has been doing some housework and farm work since he was 6 years old, such as pulling weeds. She herded cattle, collected livestock, and chopped firewood. After becoming literate, she also helped her father keep accounts. Especially between 14 and 15 years old. For about 2 years, he worked in the fields all day long with the family's long-term laborer. In During this period, Mao Zedong felt deeply about his father's severity. Later he recalled, He was a strict supervisor who couldn't bear to see me idle. If there were no accounts to be kept, he would ask me to do it. Farm work. He has a violent temper and often beats me and my two younger brothers. His harsh attitude is probably. It's also good for me. It makes me work very diligently and keeps track of my accounts carefully so that he doesn't have to worry about it. Use the handle to criticize me also, plowing, planting, cutting, the whole set of farm work, they all do the same. Okay. He also often competed with the head laborers to win the heavy work, which developed the talents of the children of farmers in the mountainous areas. Color, hard-working, diligent, simple, not afraid of hardships, and deeply aware of the sufferings of farmers. Mao Shunsheng hopes that his children will become as smart people in the future as he is in making money. 1.33. He found that his son's behavior was not in line with his own standards, so he used high-pressure means to discipline him. Conflict is inevitable. For Mao Zedong, it contributed to his initial resistance. On the day of the winter solstice in 1906, Mr. Mao Shun hosted a banquet for business friends. The only 13-year-old Mao Zedong in the team helped entertain the guests. Mao Zedong was unwilling to do these things. When his father got angry, he scolded him for being lazy and useless, and for being unfilial to his son. He counterattacked in front of the guests. Father is kind and son is filial, only father is kind can son be filial. Mao Shunsheng became even more angry and raised his hands. Just chase and fight. He ran to a pond in front of his house and claimed that if his father approached him again, he would do it. Jump into the water. With the mother's mediation, the storm was resolved peacefully. From then on, Mao Zedong realized an intuitive truth: if you are meek and show weakness under pressure, you will suffer more. Only by resisting resolutely can you protect yourself from being beaten and scolded. Mao Zedong's greatest unfilial piety to his father was probably his silent resistance to marriage. 14. That year, Mr. Mao Shun arranged for the death of his 18-year-old daughter-in-law, Luo Shi. In fact, it was because of add a laborer to the family. Mao Zedong never acknowledged the marriage and never lived with her father. Susu had no choice but to take Mao Luo Shi as the origin of Mao Zedong. His wife was included in the Mao family tree. Compared with his father, it was his mother who had a greater and deeper influence on the young Mao Zedong. Her mother's surname is Wen, and she ranks 7th among the sisters of the same race. She is known as Wen Kime. My natal family is in Xianzhi County. Tangjiachuo is separated from Yishanchang by only a mountain, more than 10 miles apart. Wen's family also takes farming as their profession, and their family is well off. 7th sister married Mao Shun when she was 18 years old, and they were together. 5 boys and 2 girls were born, but all 4 died in the day, leaving only Mao Zedong, Mao Zemin, and Mao Zedong. Sounds cute. Help one let. As an ordinary rural woman, Wen Kime spent her whole life quietly taking care of the housework and raising her children. Generation. She treats people well, is simple, kind, and extremely compassionate. Years of famine, evergreen style. The husband gave rice to the woman who begged for sex. I usually burn incense and worship Buddha devoutly, and accumulate virtue and do good deeds. Beliefs such as karma are instilled in children. When Mao Zedong was 9 years old, he had a serious discussion with his mother. Discussing the method used to make my father believe in Buddhism. When he was 15 years old, his mother fell ill and he also made a special trip to Nanyu and Hongshan Mountain to offer incense and make wishes. At that time, he may not have understood many Buddhist principles. However, his mother's words and deeds made Mao Zedong sympathize with the poor and weak and be willing to help others since he was a child. A nearby farmer named Mao once sold pigs to Mr. Mao Shun for a deposit. In a few days, when my father sent Mao Zedong to drive the pigs, the price of pigs had already risen. The farmer sighed and blamed himself. I'm not very lucky, and I'm told that I'm missing a few dollars. It doesn't matter to the rich, but it's not a big deal to the poor. Vacancy. After Mao Zedong heard this, he banned the sale and returned the goods. When Mao Zedong was 11 years old, Mao Shunsheng wanted to buy the money that his cousin Mao Zhishan relied on to survive. Mao Zedong and his mother had the same attitude, and they both felt that we should find ways to help Mao Zedong. Zhu Sheng has overcome the difficulties and should not take the opportunity to buy his property. Mao Shunsheng thought that buying land with money. This is a matter of course and justice. Naturally, the persuasion of mother and son had no effect, but it left Mao Zedong with a legacy. Very deep impression. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, he repeatedly told Mao Zedong, his son Mao Zhu, that the old society. This kind of private ownership makes brothers disregard the friendship between them. My father and second uncle are cousins. When my second uncle bought the 7 acres of land, he only cared about making a fortune for himself and refused to listen to any advice at. Mao Zedong had deep feelings for his mother. In the summer of 1918, he went from Changsha to Beijing. On the eve of the eve, I was very concerned about my mother who was recuperating at home in France, so I specially asked someone to write a prescription and send it to me. To Father Tian. When he returned to Changsha in the spring of the next year, he took his mother for medical treatment. October 5, Article 7. My sister died of a disease at the age of 52. Mao Zedong traveled day and night. I rushed back to Shaoshan from Changsha to watch over the mourning, and wrote a deeply affectionate essay on sacrifice to my mother with Lei him. Remembering my mother in this way, my mother was high-spirited, and her first priority was fraternity. Relatives far and near are simple, and everything is covered. Kai. The flowers on the side are auspicious, and the bottom is moved. Love is beyond its reach and is always sincere. Do not make false statements, do not intend to deceive. The clean wind spreads everywhere. At that time, Mao Zedong also wrote a letter to his classmate Zhou Lijun saying, "There are 3 kinds of people in the world, those who benefit themselves by harming others, and those who benefit themselves without harming others. They can harm themselves to benefit themselves. As a human being, my mother belongs to the 3rd type of person. His mother's influence on him is in his. You can see it clearly throughout your life." After his mother passed away, Mao Zedong took his father to Changsha and lived there for a while. Father later did not no longer interfere with his choice and continued to provide for him to go to school. Mao Zedong was very grateful. Mao Shun was born in. He died of acute typhoid fever on January 23, 1920, at the age of 50. The upbringing of parents has a great influence on the growth of children, while the education in schools has a much greater impact. Years of future development. Mao Zedong spent most of his childhood in his small family home in Tangjiachuo, Xianzhi. Although my grandfather's family was a farmer, there was an uncle who opened a library and taught reading. Mao Zedong had. She also listened there. Until 1902, when he was 8 years old, his parents took him back to Sheiyuru. Start studying privately. Before I was 16 years old, I stopped going to school for 2 years and worked as a farmer at home. The rest of the time, within the Shaoshan area, they visited Nannan, Guanggang Bridge, Kyoto Bay, Zongjia Bay, and Jingguan Lane. Private notes and readings at 6 places in Wugajing and Dongmaotang. Mao Zedong later summarized his personal training and life. It is summarized as 6th year of Confucius. While he was in school, he often engaged in animal agriculture. Sometimes he also participates in harvesting crops. By this time, the imperial examination had been abolished and new schools had been opened. Learn from the West gradually and go to the East. Studying in How has become a trend of the times. When Mao Zedong received enlightenment at the age of 8, he later Yang Chongji, his mentor who had great influence, and Lu Xun, the cultural giant he admired, Joshu, successively went to Japan. In Shaoshan, private journals are still the only choice for children to study. Father provides for him. Studying does not have much ambition, it is just a matter of knowing a few words, which is convenient for keeping accounts or litigating lawsuits. Wait. As usual, Mao Zedong read the 3-character classic, 100 Family Surnames, Zheng Guangxian Wen and Yu Shueqiang Lin and other popular reading materials to get in touch with the Confucian cultural heritage that he was destined to accept since childhood. System. Then read 4 books and 5 classics. He writes about the Book of Songs and the Analects of Confucius which he read when he was a child. But he has the memory of being an extraordinary person. Ability and understanding, still learn well. It is difficult to erase the knowledge that has been instilled in you since childhood. Yes, adults often use it naturally. Later, reading Zhuan made him have a deep understanding of history. I developed a strong interest. These 6 years of education from Confucius have trained him to appreciate ancient knowledge. His interest in the present helped him later use the past for the present. When he was a boy, Mao Zedong believed in the teachings of Confucius and Mencius, but his teacher taught him according to the teaching methods of this book. He is not attractive. In 1908, when Lu was a student in Jingguan village, his favorite book was Being Persecuted. Shui Yuzhuan, Journey to the West, 3 Kingdoms, which are called xianzhi and miscellaneous books by teachers. Yuxin Jingzhong Yuchuanren Romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties and other old novels. In school, the teacher did not let reading, he used the textbook to block him and read secretly. At home, his father and Feng Guan communicated, "Es. The house was squatting on its toes so that my father could not see the light." After Mao Zedong read these stories, he interacted with the children and even the old people in the village. He later recalled, "One day it suddenly occurred to me that there was one very important thing about these novels. What's special is that there are no farmers working in the fields. All the characters are military generals, civil servants, and writers. In life, there has never been a farmer as the protagonist." As the son of a farmer, Mao Zedong was very concerned about this. A little bit of Labuan is very satisfying. He began to analyze the content of the novels and discovered that the owners of these novels, the public, does not have to cultivate the land because the land is owned and controlled by them, which obviously allows farmers to they farm. It is unfair for his party to do so. Naturally, farmers often have to oppose this kind of inequality. In Water Margin, people gathered in Liangshan to rebel. These characters became heroes in Mao Zedong's mind. This impact is profound. Later, during his difficult revolutionary career, Shui Yuzhuan was always at hand for him to read frequently. Reading books. The things that Mao Zedong focused on in his old novels also happened in real society. 1. In April 1910, a riot broke out on Changfa due to hunger. The reason was that during the famine years, food prices skyrocketed. He led his whole family to commit suicide by throwing themselves into the pond. The hungry people rushed to the governor's door to petition, but they were shot at. 14 people were killed on the spot and many more were injured. When they couldn't bear it any longer, they set fire to it. After the governor answered the door, he destroyed foreign banks, shipping companies, and customs offices. The Qing government sent troops to the town. Pressure, people. 10 years later, Mao Zedong. His wife and grandson Yang Kaihui also died here, and the head of the slain man hangs high outside the south gate. Show to the public. Changde. Several Hunan hawkers selling orchids and beans escaped from Changsha and spread the news of the uprising among the hungry people. To Shaoshan. Everyone discussed angrily for several days. As time goes by, many people. This incident was gradually forgotten, but Mao Zedong could not calm down for a long time. He thinks those ginseng. The people who join the kidney movement are all kind-hearted people. They only rose up in rebellion after they were cornered by the nose. As a result, no chance of being killed. This made him very sad. Decades later, he said with emotion, "This incident influenced my life at." The next year, during the lean season, there was another grain shortage in the mountain area. The hungry people organized. After getting up, eating big household walked away with a batch of rice that Mr. Mao Shun was preparing to transport to the county table. Mao Shun was extremely angry. Mao Zedong did not sympathize with his father. He also felt that the villagers' methods were not good either. Right, at he temple Shizhan seeing Wang Tian assesses folk customs. He often went to listen to his stories about his experiences from various places, especially the stories of the reform and reform. During this period, he read. I came across a book called Warning Statements in the Prosperous Age published more than 10 years ago. The author was Zheng Guinying. It talked about the need for social reform, and Mao Zedong liked it very much. In this way, he began to know some things that happened. Outside the mountains, looking at the major events in China today, I feel that China cannot remain the same. Mao Zedong was also unwilling to stick to the same old ways and change. He is 16 years old and his footprints are everywhere. Only limited to Shaoshanchong and Tangjiachuo. His father originally planned to send him to a rice shop in Xiongtan County. He wanted to study morality, but his desire to continue studying outside was even more urgent. It just so happened that at this moment, the expression Brother Wen visited Changchang and told him that Dongshan Primary School in Xiangxiang County, 50 miles away from Shaoshan, was teaching new knowledge. Learn. They were very moved after hearing this, so they invited their eighth uncle Wen Yuking, Tang Guamao Benzhong and cousin Wang successively. Good thing, I agree. In the autumn of 1910, Mao Zedong left the isolated Shaoshan and headed toward the broader outside world. Of the world. This is the first turning point in his life. His excitement is okay. Think about this. Before leaving, he rewrote a poem and put it in his father's tent, which he must see every day. The child is determined to leave his hometown. If he doesn't learn and become famous, he will not return it for the time being. Why bury his bones in his hometown? There is no place in life. Yanqingshan. Dongshan Primary School is located at the foot of Dongta Mountain near Xiangxiang County. Compared with the old private notes, in addition to traditional classics, there are also some new subjects such as natural sciences, geography, and English. Here, Mao Zedong learned that Emperor Guangxu and Empress Dowager Huaxi were dead, and the new Emperor Xiantong has been in court for 2 years. They still believed that the emperor, like most officials, was kind and gentle. A wise man just needs people like Kang Youwei and Liang Kikao to help him. Mao Zedong. At this time, he accepted more of the reformist ideas, and especially liked Liang Kikao's writing style, which was often full of emotion. Love articles. Kang Youwei and Liang Kikao became the figures he admired. He doesn't know that this. At that time, Sun Yat-sen advocated the democratic revolutionary trend of overthrowing the Qing government, which had replaced Kang and Liang's maintenance of ideas. The new reform ideas became the mainstream of the times. But the revolutionary faction focused its main energy on the liaison meeting. Before the party and the new army launched an armed uprising, they did not put much effort into ideological enlightenment. Leather. Publications run by the Ming police station cannot be circulated openly in the mainland. And Liang Kikao failed during the reform movement of 1898. After the defeat, the New People's Daily was published in Japan to extensively introduce the academic and political studies of the Western bourgeoisie. The idea of governance is all the rage in China. Hunan is also an important base of the reform movement, Liangqi. Chao once lectured at the Current Affairs School in Changsha. In this case, Mao Zedong mainly started from the reform. It is natural to send people there to receive political enlightenment. New People's Daily ceased publication in 1907. When Mao Zedong was in Dongshan Primary School. When his cousin Wen visited Changchang, he once lent him a set of bound volumes that he had kept. He read and read, above. I can almost recite some of the articles and write some comments. On number 4. In section 6 of New People's Theory on National Thought, he wrote, those who establish formally and formally. In a country with a constitution, the constitution is formulated by the people, and the monarch is supported by the people, which cannot be formalized. In an autocratic country, laws and regulations are enacted by the monarch, and the monarch is not loyal to the people. Those who obey. The former is like the British and Japanese countries today, and the latter is like China's window stealing for thousands of years. It is also the first dynasty to win a country. This is Mao Zedong's earliest political commentary found so far, which shows that he was very concerned about the understanding of two national systems, constitutional monarchy and feudal autocracy. From believing in Confucius and Mencius to worshipping Kang Liang, from the time when he and Zheng Guan responded to the warning statements in the prosperous age to advocating the establishment of a new era with the British and Japanese as models. Constitutional reform was the first step in the development of Mao Zedong's early thoughts. More importantly, Liang Qichao's New People's Theory. In-depth contact with the national cultural and psychological structure, advocating the change from we should start with people's quality to seek ways of social reform. This idea started to advocate reform during the May 4th period. He was the first to create national character, and his influence on Mao Zedong lasted for a long time. He later formed. The name of the organized New Folk Society obviously came from here. He began to pay attention to things outside China. From a teacher who studied in Japan. After learning that Japan had become stronger through the Meiji Restoration, he was very envious. He comes from. Classmate Jing Zizhan borrowed a copy of Heroes of the World from his hands. The biography of heroes, the lives of Washington, Lincoln, Napoleon, Peter the Great and others described in the book. Influenced by his deeds, he said when returning the book, China also needs to have such characters, and we should pay attention to wealth. The way to strengthen a country and strengthen its army. Every one of our citizens should work hard. In the spring of 1911, teacher He Longgong from Dongshan Primary School applied for a job in Hunan, Changsha. The township teaches in the provincial middle school. Because Mao Zedong had excellent grades, teacher He was willing to take him to study there. Book. He took a ship to Changsha for the first time and was successfully admitted to the Xianzhi Provincial Middle School. Changsha is the provincial capital of Hunan. At this time, China had reached the eve of the outbreak of the Xianzhi Revolution. Hunan is a place where Revolutionary Party activities are very active, and the propaganda against the Qing government is particularly intense. Fierce. The new army garrisoned in Changsha also became more and more revolutionary. When he first arrived in the provincial capital, the 18-year-old Mao Zedong's horizon suddenly broadened and he felt a social atmosphere completely different from that in the countryside. For the first time, he saw the People's Liberation Army organized by the revolutionary faction. He became an enthusiastic reader of Li Bao and was exposed to many revolutionary speeches. When he was in this newspaper. When I read on paper the news that Huang Xing led the Huang-Huagong uprising in Guangzhou, my thoughts were greatly impacted. Hit. He later said, March 19, the third year of Xiantong. On the 1st, Huang Xing started an uprising in Guangzhou, which shocked the whole country. News reaches Hunan, among the student community. Those who embrace revolutionaries already want to try. 0. Mao Zedong is one of these mothers who want to try outside. One day, he was on the school wall. An article was posted on the wall, expressing support for the Revolutionary Party's program to overthrow the Qing dynasty and establish the Republic of China, and put forward: "Go out and invite Sun Yat-sen back to be the president, Kang Youwei to be the cabinet prime minister, and Liang Qiqiao to be the foreign ministry." Long. This was the first time Mao Zedong publicly expressed his political views, although his idea was still unclear at the time. Very naive, not even clear about the differences in political opinions between Sun Yat-sen and Kang Liang. In order to express his complete break with the corrupt Qing government, Mao Zedong stationed himself in the provincial middle school in Xianzhi. Initiated and took the lead in cutting off the barriers, and also adopted a surprise attack with some activists. Forcibly cut off the braids of more than a dozen classmates who agreed to cut their braids but hesitated to do so. 2. Of the people of the village this person 2 days 2 deduction province and action style. On October 10, 1911, the Wuchang uprising broke out. The newly established Hubei military and government. A representative. He also went to the provincial middle school in Xianzhi to introduce the situation of the Wuchang uprising. This is an exciting speech. The performance was still fresh in Mao Zedong's memory more than 20 years later. 7 or 8 students stood up on the spot. Support his ideas, strongly attack the Qing court, and call on everyone to take action to establish the Republic of China. He himself was even more excited, and the party knew that the ongoing fierce battle needed more people to invest. After entering the country, he decided to join the army and go north to Wuhan to join the Revolutionary Army. Just as he and a few friends were getting dressed up. When the uprising was about to break out, the Changsha revolutionaries launched an armed uprising on October 24, and the uprising was completed. Hunan military government. Mao Zedong immediately joined the Changsha Revolutionary Army. He did not want to join the student army, but it was when he joined the left team of the 1st Battalion of the 1st Battalion of the 25th Mixed Association of Hunan New Army and became a private. During his time in the army, in addition to receiving military training, he also spent a lot of money on his military salary of 7 yuan per month. Use it to subscribe to newspapers and periodicals and buy books to learn about current affairs and politics. He reads newspapers very well. Indeed, it will become a lifelong habit for him. One day, he read from Xiangan News an article talking about socialism. This is the first time he knows the term socialism. Noun. In fact, the socialism he saw at that time was Zhang Kanghu's encouragement of the Chinese Socialist Party. Mao Zedong was very interested in the social reformism he advocated, and he discussed it with the soldiers with enthusiasm. I wrote a letter to several classmates and suggested that this issue should be studied. However, the response was very cold and only one person wrote back agreeing. The revolutionary situation develops rapidly. Less than 2 months after the Wuchang uprising, most of the country, the province had declared independence, and Yuan Shikai had stolen the fruits of the revolutionary victory through the North-South peace talks. He became the provisional president of the Republic of China. After the Qing dynasty announced its abdication, people were generally elated and recognized the revolution has been successful. Mao Zedong also felt that his purpose of joining the army had been achieved, so he started. He began to reconsider his future and decided to quit the army and continue his studies. They were fooled altogether. Half his life. He began to pay attention to the enrollment advertisements in newspapers and was undecided on the choice of major. He successively applied for the police academy, fertilizer tongs manufacturing school, law and politics school, and public high school. Neither is satisfied. Finally, he was admitted to the higher secondary schools in Hunan province with the first place result. Named Provincial No. 1 Middle School. In this school, Mao Zedong studied for half a year. Leave an article by Chinese language teacher Lu Qian. The composition is called The Practical Social Argument and its title is On How Businessmen Move Their Whips and Move Trees to Establish Trust. Article. He immediately said, when I read the history of Shang dynasty, I lamented the plight of the people of our country. I lament that those in power have taken great pains to do so, but I lament that over the past thousands of years, the people's wisdom has not been developed, and the country's road has been at a loss. Kang's death was tragic. It seems that regarding the way to save the country, he continued to follow Liang Kikao in opening up the people's wisdom. I am thinking about the way to shape the new people. This is the first complete article left by Mao Zedong. Full. The article is only 600 words, but the teacher's comments are 150 words long, saying that the author is unparalleled in talent. Before. The path is limitless. Practice it into a single color writing script, which is naturally a great weapon. If you add more skills, it will not matter. You know where you are going. He also gave it to other students to pass on their views. Mao Zedong felt that the rigid school rules and limited curriculum in such schools were far from being useful. He is satisfied. Soon, Lu Qian lent him a set of imperial reviews of all dynasties, a total of 101 pieces. 16 volumes. He read very carefully. After reading it, I gained a lot and felt more and more like I was in school. It is better to study by yourself than to study. Do you think Mao Zedong would dare to take any action that would shock the world? Horrible behavior. He resolutely dropped out of all high schools in Hunan province and settled down as a sojourner. From the Xianzhi Guildhall in Xianan Lane, Changsha, I walked 3 miles every day to Dingwangtai outside Liuyang Gate. Hunan Provincial Library Self-Study. He formulated a huge self-study plan. He is very diligent in his studies, like a cow feeding on vegetables. Like Yuan, I kept immersed in reading a large number of Chinese and foreign books. He has the greatest interest and gains the most. Most of them are works on bourgeois democracy and modern science in the 18th and 19th centuries in the West. For example, Rousseau's On the Covenant of the People and Darwin's The Origin of Species, especially the books translated by Yan Fu. For example, Adam Smith's The Riches of the Wild, Robert Desquio's French and Italian, and Henrietta's The Act of Heaven. On Spencer's Quan Shui Quan Yan, etc., they have read almost one by one. It can be said that they are quite concentrated. He received a relatively systematic Enlightenment education of modern Western thought and culture. He is here. It was the first time I saw a big map of the world hanging on the wall there. I passed by it every day. You have to see your body all the time. Only then did he realize how big the world is and that China is just a small part of it. In part, Xiongtan County is not on the map at all. This discovery is very important to a person who has just left the countryside. For young people with more than 10 years of knowledge, the feeling must be so fresh and powerful. Another half year has passed. Although Mao Zedong's self-study life was extremely valuable, it was no longer sustainable. He met. When faced with a difficult problem, his father did not support his seemingly aimless reading and refused to continue. Supply costs. At the same time, the Xianzhi Guildhall where they stayed was also occupied, and some people moved in who were left behind. The soldiers from Xianzhi often caused troubles and fights. I can't live here any longer. He has to face reality to design his future, and his choices in life seem to be uncertain. Still in a state of wandering. At this time, he was already a young man who was almost 20 years old and had no shortage of experience. 2 normal college students. Mao Zedong decided to go back to school again. At this time, the Fourth Normal University of Hunan Province issued an announcement that no tuition fees and accommodation fees would be charged. His interest was aroused by the advertisement that students could work as teachers after graduation. A car in front. The test question for him to be admitted to the province's higher secondary schools was the secret creation of the Republic of China, 100 wastes waiting to be revitalized, education and practice. Which profession is more important? He wrote based on Liang Qiqiu's idea of taking education as the main brain. Now, after weighing it again and again, I feel that I am still the most suitable to be a teacher in the future. In the spring of 1913, Mao Zedong was admitted to the 5-year Fourth Normal University. In the spring of the second year, Mao Zedong. The Fourth Normal University was merged into the First Normal University, and Mao Yangdong was enrolled in the 8th class. The 4th division starts in the spring. The 1st division started in the fall, so he restudied the preparatory course for half a year until the summer of 1918. After graduating from a normal school, I worked as a normal school student for a total of 5.5 years. Hunan No. 1 Normal School, in Chongchun. Under the Miaojiao outside Shenan Gate, facing the surging Xianzhi River flowing north, and leaning on the Guangdonghan Railway on the east side. Looking across the river, the west bank is the lush Ucao mountain. The surrounding natural environment is so graceful. The trains that often pass by make a rumbling sound, and the atmosphere of the times can be heard from time to time. Information. The First Normal University was founded in 1903. It was originally called Hunan Normal University and was formerly known as Nanjing Normal University. Chinnan Academy, where Zhangzhou, a famous Neo-Confucian scholar of the Song dynasty, gave lectures. The only one who lectured with Zhu Shi was Yuji Academy. A river separates it. In 1012, it was renamed to its current name. Its size, faculty, and equipment are all. This is unmatched by any of the schools Mao Zedong had attended in the past. Educational methods stipulated in the school constitution. In addition to complying with the educational purposes set by the Ministry of Education, we also adopt the latest democratic principles, that is, moral practice. Physical activities, social life, various professors should promote automatism, it is emphasized. Comprehensive cultivation of personality and knowledge. The school has also hired a group of knowledgeable and thoughtful people. Teachers who are progressive and of high moral character, such as Yang Changji, Su Tili, Fang Wuxia, Wang Jifen, Li Jinshan et al. At about the same time as Mao Zedong, a group of passionate young people pursuing progress also came one after another. Admitted to the First Normal University, including Cai Hezhen, Zhang Kun's brother, Chen Zhangfu, Luo Shuiying, Zhou Shi, Zhao Zhao, Li Vihan, Xiao Zishan, Xiao Ziyan, and others. He was already a scholar, 10 years older than Mao Zedong. 7-year-old He Shuheng also passed the exam and came in. In Hunan at that time, the first division could be called a training. The cradle of new youth. The First Normal University undoubtedly had a very huge impact on Mao Zedong's growth. A profound intellectual foundation was laid here, and his thoughts advanced with the alternation of the old and the new. Begin to form your own ideological methods and political opinions, gain preliminary experience in social activities. I made a group of like-minded friends. When Mao Zedong entered the First Division, China was in a dreary age that was excruciating and confusing. The dynasty turned into a republic, but China did not gain new life. People before revolution. The expected national independence, democracy, and social progress not only did not come, on the contrary, within a short period of time. In a short period of time, Japan forced China to accept the 21 Articles, and Shi Shikai restored the imperial system. Jiangdong staged another farce of restoration, and the melee between various warlords became more and more intense, and the ideological world also became more and more fierce. This set off a counter-current of respecting Confucius and reading scriptures. Heavy disappointment replaced the original hope. Severe. The reality does not allow people to immerse themselves in the charming sail for a long time. The new generation is exploring new way out. Mao Zedong was still a student at that time. In such an atmosphere of the times, what is the purpose of studying that you have set for yourself? When young people are studying, most of them like to talk about their aspirations, such as becoming a military strategist or politician in the future. Home, educator, etc. Mao Zedong believed that to talk about aspirations without the truth is just to criticize those who came before us. Underscore a simple imitation of an accomplished person. The real determination is to first find the truth and then follow it. Go and do it. If you haven't obtained the truth for 10 years, you will have no ambition for 10 years. If you haven't obtained it for the rest of your life, you will be a god for the rest of your life. In September 1915, in a letter to his good friend Xiao, they proposed that learning for the people of the country, learning for the people of the world. Not long ago, in another letter, he said, being determined to bow down will be beneficial. In the country and people, benevolent people do what gentlemen do and want to do. It seems that caring about society and studying hard to achieve a master's degree were the most basic qualities of this normal college student at that time. I design. Yang Chang, named Huazheng, was born in Bankang, Changsha. He has been influenced by traditional culture since childhood, especially Chengzu. Of learning. In 1903, he studied in Japan and changed his name to Huazheng, which means that he is in a foreign country and has a close heart. Middle-earth. After completing his 6-year studies, he went to England to study for 3 years, and then traveled to Germany and Switzerland. Return. After returning to the country, he resigned from being an official several times and became a scholar. He regarded teaching and educating people as his bounden duty. His erudition and noble personality attracted a group of progressive young people around him. When he was giving a self-cultivation class in a teacher, he asked the students to noble their ideals. Encourage them to struggle, be energetic. Have an independent mind, be able to stand firm, and be fine in doing things. Little things will not suffer, big things will happen. Things failed. Regarding knowledge, he believes that it is necessary to understand the present and the past, and integrate Chinese and Western knowledge, and he must have an analytical and critical spirit. He always works hard to encourage students to aspire to do things that are beneficial to society. An upright person. Mao Zedong liked Yang Changji's classes very much, and often went to his home to discuss issues during vacations. During the period, sometimes I gave up the opportunity to go home and went to Bankang Yangzai for advice. He claimed, in recent years. If you want to make some progress, there will be few people who will get it from books, but there will be many people who will find it hard to question and ask questions. In 1914, Mao Zedong and his classmates once organized a philosophy group and asked Mr. Yang to serve as their guide. Teachers and students. There is a deep intersection between them. In a letter to a friend in July 1915, Mao Zedong said, "Brother, looking at the grandeur of Mr. Yang's connotation, I thought it was unattainable." The subtle influence this had on young Mao Zedong. The role of silence is indelible. Yang Changji had hundreds of students in Changsha. The ones he admired most were Mao Zedong and Mao Zedong. Cai has in two people. On April 5, 1915, he wrote in his diary, Mao gave birth to Zedong. It is said that the place where he lives is the border between Xiangtan and Xiangxiang. His father was also engaged in farming, and now his career changed to selling, and his younger brother is also engaged in farming. His maternal family is from Xiangxiang, and he is also a farmer, and he has good qualifications. If this is the case, it is extremely rare. You believed that farmers often produced exotic materials, so he cited the examples of zhengdi and rengong. To expose it, Mr. Mao worked as a farmer for 2 years and served as a soldier for half a year during the Republic of China, which was also interesting. The resume is also important. It seems that Yang Changji regarded the student as a wax material from the beginning. There were many records of this in Li Jin's diary of 1915, so he went there to study and solve doubts. The contents of the talk included methods of reading, study of scientific techniques at school, and transforming society. Thing. From April to August, Mao Zedong visited Li Jinshan nearly 20 times. September, Li. He left Hunan and went to Beijing to work as a special editor of textbooks in the Ministry of Education. The two of them still exchanged letters and kept talking to each other. Friendship is between teachers and friends. Li valued him very much and wrote in his diary on July 31st of this year. Said, looking at his diary at the place of nourishment, it is very practical. His arts and sciences are better than Zhangfu's, and his practice is the same. The two have the same strategy. Written by Guanke Ling Chen 29. In the school curriculum, Mao Zedong focused on self-cultivation, philosophy, Chinese language, and history. In subjects such as history and geography, I don't spend a lot of energy on mathematics and drawing. His letter to his friend Zhong said, in the past, I took the wrong idea and studied without any order, and when it came to science in the school, it was especially complicated and fragmented. Today I heard from my teacher and friend that my teeth have grown longer and my knowledge has improved slightly. So I decided that in order to learn, I would first learn a lot and then. We will make an appointment later, first in the middle school and then in the West, first in the ordinary and then in the special. He is always there when the sky is twilight every day. I get up as soon as possible. At night, after turning off the lights, I borrow some faint light outside to study hard, never wanting to waste time. Spend a little time and persevere. The works of thinkers from the pre-Qin period to the Ming and Qing dynasties. His works range from the 24 histories to Sima Guang's xianzhi tongji, from selected works of Zhao Ming to Han. The complete works of Chang Li, from Gu Ziwiu's reading history prescriptions and minutes to the county annals of this province, they all recognized it. Study it really. In his letter to his good friend Xiao Zishan, he listed 77 kinds of ancient scriptures, histories. The works of Xianzhi said, if Go is determined to learn, this book is actually a must-read and indispensable. The outstanding parts of traditional Chinese culture, including character cultivation and wisdom, are of great significance to the young Mao Zedong. All left a profound impact. Mao Zedong highly praised teacher Su Tili's learning method of no writing, no reading. Place. The so-called putting pen and ink means not only reading the books of predecessors, but also carefully thinking and digesting them. Change and write down your own experiences and opinions, including agreement or disagreement with the book. Place. He had many kinds of notebooks at that time, including those for attending lectures, those for self-study, and those for excerpts. Random notes and diaries, etc., accumulated several net baskets. Later it was sent back to Shaoshan for storage. 192. The age-old Kuomintang warlord He Jian sent people to Shaoshan to raid his home. When the clan members heard about it, they seized it. They were burned together with the books, newspapers, and periodicals stored by Mao Zedong. A Mr. Journalist from the fire. I grabbed 2 textbooks and a notebook from the pile. Oil. The surviving notebook is a 9-line ruled notebook. In front of him are the inconveniences of his handwritten copy. Originally Leave and Marry and 10,000 Songs, later Chairman Mao Zedong titled it Lecture Hall Records in 1911. I also had a reading machine to take notes on the lectures from October to December of the 3rd year. Mainly self-cultivation and Contents of the two Chinese courses. As a Hunan essay, Mao Zedong's absorption and selection of traditional Chinese culture during this period. Deeply influenced by the academic style of Hunan. Hunan has always attached great importance to the establishment of academies, and many famous scholars have studied in Yukou and Jinnan. The academy gave lectures. Neo-Confucianism, which emphasizes the inner sage's way, and practical learning, which emphasizes the outer sage's art, have exchanges in Hunan. The weave takes root. Scholars passed down the tradition from generation to generation and continued to elaborate on it. By the late Qing dynasty, a system of admiring sects had been formed. Neo-Confucian philosophy. The Hunan academic style that emphasizes applying knowledge to the world and advocating hard practice as its basic characteristics. Under this kind of culture, most Hunan scholars care about worldly affairs and are keen to participate in political activities. A large number of influential politicians, militarists, thinkers, and revolutionaries emerged, thus. Hunan has become one of the most vibrant provinces in modern times. Political film before and after the war, Lake. In the south, there were a group of people such as He Changling, Tao Pei and Wei Yuan who advocated change both academically and politically. In the reform movement, there appeared Tan Yun Tong, Tang Keichang, Neng Xiling and other reform lofty ideals. Xin. During the Japanese Revolution, Huang Xing, Ca Ida, Chen Tianhua, Song Jiaran, Yu Zhiju and others were more advanced. Column. Most of these batches of characters had studied in Yukou Academy. Wang Fuzi, a famous scholar during the Ming and Qing dynasties, had a huge influence on Hunan's academic style. He is a native of Hengyang, Hunan. He studied at UMN Academy in his early years. In his later years, he lived in seclusion in Shisuan Mountain and became famous in the world. Mr. Funanyama. His writings are extensive, academically unique, and full of critical spirit. Him. Advocating practical learning, advocating that reason depends on qi, emphasizing the role of action in the cognitive process, it is quite popular. A pioneer who can create a trend for a generation. In modern times, Hunan also produced Zheng Qiuaban, and the Zhongxing general represented by him. Xiang Group, including Hu Linyi, Zhou Zongtang, Luo Zinan, Zheng Qiumang, etc. They all also. He once received education from Yu Orchannan Academy. On the one hand, he adhered to Neo-Confucianism, and at the same time, he also learned from Wang Chuanshan. Of practical learning. Zheng Qiuaban then devoted himself to writing and engraving Qiuanshan suicide note, integrating Zaihe, Neo-Confucianism and practical studies. Tong Inner Saint and Outer King. When they suppressed the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, they used the banner of defending the famous religion and at the same time. At that time, the military and political affairs were strictly organized. He was also a representative figure in the early westernization activities and influenced. Very examergre. Mao Zedong, who devoted himself to studying and accumulating energy, was naturally strengthened by this rich cultural soil. Severe infection. As soon as he stepped through the gate of the first division, he felt this special atmosphere. Every episode. After the meeting, the students sang the school song loudly, Hong Xianzhi, Yu Tiandong, Nanjing lecture stand among them. People. It can be cast, gold can be melted, it can be beautiful and elegant. He has many talents and praises himself for being able to win a title. A man works hard and becomes famous. Wan Fuxiang. Yang Changji is also a graduate of Yukou Academy. Under his advocacy, he studied Chuanshan studies. Asking has become a trend in the first division. Mao Zedong was particularly diligent in studying and often met Yang's good friend Lu Renzi. Attend classes at the Chuanshan Academy he founded. At the same time, I also carefully read Zhen Wenzhen's public letter and Zhen Wen's Hung. Zhengong's Diary No. 6 Lecture Hall Records has copied many words of Zhengqiawen, such as, the disciples are born. Diary, the speaker wants to change the trend of the world and should pay attention to it. Two meanings, the eyes are thick and prosperous. Those who are kind should not be a rat. In fact, if you don't talk big words, you won't be good at vain fame, it won't work. There is no need to talk about high-level reasons when talking about things in a vacuum. It seems that he is in favor of a solid and profound lifestyle. Grid. In Mao Zedong's mind, Zhengqiawen was still a man who could both preach and do things. Characters. Later, he mentioned Zhengqiawen, Kang Youwei, and Sun Yat-sen at the same time in a letter. Zhongshan and Yuan Shikai, several modern figures, said, it pricks the people of recent times, and only conquers Zhen Wen. More GD. The academic style of Hunan scholars that attaches great importance to learning from the world and applying it is reflected in the way of thinking, that is, seeking truth from facts. Yes. This proposition comes from Ban Gu's Book of Han. The original intention of Hejian Xianwang biography is to make learning essentials. Only by focusing on factual evidence can we draw accurate conclusions. In 1916, at UCAO Academy, a principal who ran the school wrote these 4 words into a huge horizontal letter and hung it at the main entrance of the lecture hall. By Yang Changji introduced that Mao Zedong used his vacation to go to Yueban Academy twice to study. This was a real fact. The word seeking truth naturally left a deep impression on him. More than 20 years later, Mao Zedong make a new interpretation of seeking truth from facts and write down these 4 words and embed them in Yan'an. At the main entrance of Yanghe and Luo School. In the important principles for educating students stipulated by Hunan No. 1 Normal University, there is a special article, National Education. Education tends to emphasize reality, and propaganda enables students to understand today's major events and observe the situation of society. Mao Zedong Luo. Adopting a practical approach, we should appeal to the excellent heritage in traditional thought. Materialist thoughts of the Qing dynasty. The thinker Gu Yanwu advocated replacing Neo-Confucianism with practical learning, and Wang Fu's acting prophet. The theory of Ho and Yan Yuan's thoughts in the heart and discussions in the mouth, all have countless meanings, are not as good as. The view of doing one thing by one's own conduct all influenced Mao Zedong. He recorded it in lecture hall records. There are many words in this regard, such as, do things with sincerity and study with sincerity. The ancients studied for the sake of learning. The emphasis is on doing things. If you study behind closed doors, your learning is useless, and you want to learn from everything in the world, country, and everything. Among them, he also mentioned Gu Yanwu in particular and praised him for managing the world and paying attention to every important issue. Things. Those who are concerned about the livelihood of the people and the fate of the country must trace it back to its roots and discuss why it happened. The footprints take half a day to reach. Give it to the virtuous and powerful elders, examine their mountains and rivers customs, and cure diseases and illnesses, just like pointing fingers into the palms of the hands. Being immersed in what he saw and heard, handwritten notes reinforced Mao Zedong's importance to social reality. Get to know. He often told his classmates that they should not only read books with words but also books without words. Book. This wordless book is the actual society. In the summer of 1917, he invited me, who had graduated from the No. 1 Normal University and was teaching at Chihui Primary School. Mr. Xiao, a scholar, came up, each carrying a handful of raindrops and a satchel, containing a simple change of clothes and a bag. The 4 treasures of the study, go out for study tours. As the saying goes in Hunan, study tour is called beating the autumn wind. Refer to. Poor intellectuals rely on themselves to compose some poems and write a few words and give them to landlords in the countryside in exchange for a few coins. A person who wants to speak is the same as a beggar. Mao Zedong and the others left the concubine after more than a month without bringing any money with them. After traveling more than 100 miles, many people visited the 5 counties of Changsha, Ningxiang, Anhua, Yiyang, and Yuanjiang townships. On the way, he made friends with farmers, boatmen, rich men, county magistrates, old Hanlins, and members of the Guangxu Institute. The director, the abbot of the temple, and various people wrote many notes. Back to number 1 Normal University, I read Mao Zi. A classmate who took notes on his study trip to the East said that he was penniless and worried about the world. To commemorate this, a photo. Mao Zedong conducted such study tours several times while he was in school. Second, in the spring of that year, he and Cai Hezhen traveled along the southern and eastern banks of Dongting Lake, passing through Xianzhi, Yueyang, Pingjiang, Liuyang County, Wapiyansiakanpai. Some clues can already be seen here. At this time, the whole country was in violent turmoil. Mao Zedong naturally felt strongly. To achieve this kind of success, during his time in the First Division, he spent a total of about 160 yuan, which was about 1/3 is spent on subscribing to newspapers and buying books. He spends a long time reading newspapers every day. I often carry a map, dictionary, and notebook. When talking about current affairs with their classmates, they always have something to say. Reasonable, knowledgeable, and often full of passion. So there is a knowledge of current affairs. Nickname. This deepened his strong sense of social responsibility. The school classroom is not peaceful. In January 1915, Japan offered aid to Yuan Shikai and proclaimed himself emperor as bait, and raised the question. Only the 21 articles of China's sovereignty were issued, and an ultimatum was issued on May 7. May 9. On the same day, Shi Shikai and the government responded to the document and expressed their basic acceptance. When the news spread, the whole country was outraged. 1 Division. The students compiled and printed several speeches against the traitorous treaty into a book titled Part 2 of the Ming Dynasty. Mao Zi. After reading, I wrote 4 sentences on the cover. On May 7, the Republic of China suffered a great shame. How can we repay it? Do. Learn from me. At this time, Yi Shuakai, a classmate who had been close to Mao Zedong, died of illness. And month 2. On the 13th, the Alumni Association held a memorial service for him. Mao Zedong wrote in his elegy, "I am pregnant with sadness." For example, if you are forbidden to sing, you can sing songs and be demoted by relying on the column. The columns are green and full of lotus flowers. I would like to test my long sword. There are islands in the East Sea and barbarians in the north. The mountain is full of hatred and resentment. Whose sun has the power to cleanse me, and I have to say that I am humble. These are the 5 words of the chief in 40 lines. Gufeng is also the earliest poem left by Mao Zedong found so far. It is the same as Ming Shame. The cover and the inscription together express the young Mao Zedong's heavy worries about the national crisis, and taking avenging shame and saving the nation as the lofty ideal of a student. Foreign troubles are often related to internal affairs. Shen Shikai began to restore the monarchy in full swing. Yang Du and others came forward to recruit celebrities and organize a preparatory meeting. There was a rumor in central Hunan that Li Jin was seeking a job in Beijing. I was also pulled in. Mao Zedong wrote a letter on November 9, 1915, Fang. Today, the voice of evil is getting louder and louder, justice is blocked, and scholars are facing this great disaster. Just as the dragon is hiding, waiting for someone to come. For this reason, we should not rush to make progress, and also advisedly to leave Beijing, a rotten place, and return to nowhere in a hurry. Love. Later, when he found out that this was a misinformation, he felt relieved and wrote a letter to apologize. The voice of opposition was growing day by day. Even Kang Youwei and Liang Qi, who had advocated constitutional monarchy in the past. Chao Yang and Tang Hualong also stood up and responded. Mao Zedong was the literary student of the school's alumni association at that time, presiding over the remarks of 3 people on the current situation were compiled and printed into 4 painful statements on the current situation by Mr. Tang Kong and Liang San, which was published on campus. It is widely distributed outside. Chen Chen, who graduated from the 1st Division on April 28, 1916. The diary wrote, "At 8 o'clock in the morning, I received a letter from Brother Run and received the Tang Kong Liang Yishan. On the 6th day of the month, the 5th day of the month, Yuan Shikai, the emperor of the day, died. Li Yuan Hong succeeded as president and announced the restoration of the provisional regulations of the first year of the Republic of China. Duan Kaiyue takes office. The Prime Minister of the Cabinet controls the political power in Beijing. Liang Kikao, who once participated in planning the war to protect the country, turned to committed to reconciliation between the North and the South to prevent a revolutionary crisis in the long run. Mao Zedong proclaimed himself emperor to Yuan Shikai. I hate him deeply, but I don't have a clear understanding of the Beiyang army Shen that the Yuan family cultivated and relied on. Therefore, it became Liang's idea very quickly. In late June, they rushed back to Shaoshan to visit the patient lying in bed. My mother, because the Southern Army harassed her in the area of Yintian Temple and was blocked on the way, she felt more and more political. The situation should be stable. On July 18 and 25, he wrote to Xiao Zishan twice, stating his views on the current situation. View. He said, since the 30th of last month, the National Council has resolved the 3 major issues of the legislature, Congress, and Cabinet. After the resolution, the South successively cancelled its independence, dismantled the Military Affairs Council, and gradually became unified. This is due to the South. Zhu Yingzi has a profound understanding of righteousness, and the Duan family is the center of Han Yun. The Duke of Li is sincere and touching, and his power is infinite. Much, the central government's measures can be admired after all. Here, he brought Duan Kaiyue and Li Yuanhong back to Shenzhen. The heroes of the South came together to praise him. At this time, the people of Hunan expelled Tang Xiangming, the governor-general appointed by Yuan Shikai. He lists the reasons for driving away Sup. Some negative phenomena, such as thugs take the opportunity to retaliate, self-promotion of superiors, ignoring the central government. However, he had to unify the ranks, and he felt anxiously that the blessings of Xiang province are greater than those of Xinhai. The murderous intention is coming, and the revenge is not over. The disaster in France is the most terrible. Unexpectedly, this time it will happen like this. Evil drama. It seems that before and after the counter-revolution in Shenzhen, Mao Zedong's views on the country and the government were still at a neutral level. During the period of chaos, clues of the bloodless revolution that he later believed in were revealed. At that time, domestic newspapers and periodicals reported that Japan was going to restructure its internal affairs under a deadline. Big. He is the chief culprit behind the creation of the 21 Articles. Many people hope that after he steps down, China policy will be improved. However, Mao Zedong wrote in a letter to Xiao Zishan on July 25. Said, no matter who is in power, his policy towards us will not be easy. If you think about it, the Japanese people will be sincere and our country will be strong. Dare. He also asserted that between China and Japan, within 20 years, not only a war will be enough to survive, but the Chinese people are still intoxicated and have not woken up, paying little attention to things. Foolishly, I have nothing else to do and want to fulfill myself. In order to protect our descendants, we will not have to grind down the gang to treat Japan. In 1937, the Chinese nation's anti-Japanese war broke out. This 24-year-old teacher, as expected, Fan Shen was right to the point. If Mao Zedong's study life in the number 1 division is divided into 2 stages, before and after, then 1. 2 normal college students 25. 1916 happened to be a turning point, neither big nor small. In the early days, he paid more attention to tradition. Classics. In the later period, he focused on philosophy and ethics, and social practice became more extensive, broad and rich. No matter in the early or late stages, his purpose of learning is to pursue relief is a critical truth, but its content has changed. This change was closely related to the current ideological situation at that time. The painful experience in the years after the Revolution of 1911, for China's advanced elements, it is a good thing. When the old road no longer leads, we will look for a new road. Happy Shikai proclaims himself emperor and Zhang Sun's restoration shocked the world. Many people realize that the reason why the republic cannot be truly realized. The key to its realization and consolidation is the lack of a review of feudalism's old ideas, old culture, and old ethics. Because of their thorough criticism, the struggles of the Illuminati to save the country have repeatedly failed, and the Chinese people have. Regarding this, if you look at the fire on the other side, you will turn a blind eye and have no tolerance for it is also a fundamental reason. In this way, the advanced elements turned their attention to the ideological and cultural fields and advocated focusing on the fundamentals to transform the national character. In September 1915, during the Revolution of 1911, he passed the Anhui Province Governor's office. Chen Duxiu, Secretary General, founded Youth magazine. He emphasized in his article, "Ethical awareness is our final awakening." This is the origin of the early New Culture movement. Soon, a large number of advanced young people gathered around New Youth. This magazine. The articles of its writers have forged the beliefs and character of a generation. This is a generation of true. There are new people who are different from the old-style scholar bureaucrats inspired by traditional culture. Among the many readers and followers of New Youth was Mao Zedong. At that time, Yang Chongji writes articles for this magazine and recommends this magazine to students. Comrades of Mao Zedong. Zhou Shizao, a good friend from the window, discovered that after Mao Zedong read New Youth, he was inspired to read Du's poems in Korean. The interest was reduced at Mao Zedong himself later recalled, "When I was studying in a normal school, I started reading this magazine soon. I admired the articles by Hu Shi and Chen Duxiu very much. He became my role model for a while at Mao Zedong began to explore along the lines of the early New Culture movement. I feel that the Chinese people have accumulated. The disadvantages are profound, the thinking is too old, and the morals are too bad. To change this state, we must learn from philosophy and start with ethics, transform philosophy, transform ethics, and fundamentally transform the country's thinking. Because philosophy is convenient for studying thoughts and ethics is convenient for elucidating morality, the heart of the master of thought. Morality guides people's conduct at. In this way, reforming philosophy and ethics is the same as changing the people's character and reforming people. The relationship between the state and society was established in February. This idea was quite popular in the ideological circles at that time. Universal. Around 1917, Mao Zedong read many books on philosophy and ethics. Between science and ethics, he is more interested in ethics. In his view, ethics is a science that stipulates the purpose of life and the methods to achieve it. At Luo Shuiying is on 191. The diary on September 26, 2007 recorded, "I borrowed the handwriting of Mao Zedong to record Western ethics. 7 books, starting from the end of June in the lunar calendar, they will be read today." What is said here is Yang Changji's translation. History of Western Ethics, Mao Zedong copied it down very neatly. from 191. From the second half of the 7th year to the first semester of the following year, Yang Changji taught ethics to students, adopting. My textbook is Principles of Ethics, written by the German Kantian philosopher Paul in the 19th century. This book was translated from Japanese by Cai and published by the Commercial Press in 1913, about 100,000 words. In addition to listening carefully, Mao Zedong also read this book carefully and drew it in red and black. There are a large number of symbols such as circles, singles, parallel bars, triangles, and again. I also wrote 10,000 in the book. Most of the comments of more than 2,000 words express one's own philosophy, history, and life. Observations, as well as extensions or criticisms of the original work, a small part of which are synonyms and chapters of the original work. Feed. The book he reviewed was later borrowed by a classmate until 1950, when he was asked to. The Journey to the West by Edgar Snow, translated by Donglishan, Sanlian Bookstore, 1979 edition, p. TI 25 page. Zhou Shizao also gave it to Mao Zedong. Why did he spend so much time reading this book? Mao Zedong got it from Zhou Shizao. There was an explanation when I took it. He said, the principles of this book are not that correct, it is not. It is pure materialism, but a dualism of mind and matter. Just because at that time, what we learned was the only. Once one comes into contact with the theory of the mind theory school, it feels very novel and very interesting once one comes into contact with some materialistic things. It makes sense. The more I read, the more interesting it becomes. It makes me criticize the books I have read and analyze them. I got new inspiration and help from the problems I encountered. Mao Zedong's basic viewpoint throughout the comments in Principles of Ethics is philosophical. Dualism. He said it very clearly, in terms of life and death, a person's spirit is immortal and matter is immortal. As the basis, spirit and matter are not two things that are absolutely separated from each other. In fact, they are one thing, and the two are in common. Survivors are also, he believes that some things happen in nature, and some things are obtained from people. 4. Later he said that he believed in Kant's dualism of mind and matter in his early years, which probably meant such a view. The characteristic of dualism is to reconcile idealism and materialism. Various. The tendency of materialism is mainly manifested in the view of nature. He said, anything that follows the laws of nature must. Natural nature, human beings are one of the natural creatures and are governed by the laws of nature. The mind is inherently natural, its scope is limited, and it cannot create even a single hairpin. This is what he originally understood. Gradually freed from the accepted idealist concepts and moved towards the debate of accepting Marxism. A bridge that proves materialism. The common problem of dualism is that once it enters the social and historical field, it is easy to make an idealistic explanation. The same is true for Mao Zedong. He said, in fact, the history of civilization in the world. All life is governed by ideas, ideas create civilization, it is true, it is true. Such emphasis on the decisive role of subjective ideas has its merits for the young Mao Zedong. Inevitability. The social fashion of advocating ideological revolution in the intellectual world itself is prone to exaggerating the essence. The role of God, overemphasis on the subjective ability to transform society, coupled with Mao Zedong himself. Those who have been influenced by the people for a long time are mainly Kong, Bei, Chang, Zhu, Lu, Wang, and Xingkang. The thoughts of the Germans and the Neo-Hegelians. Yang Changji said that he took Principles of Ethics as his teaching. This book, what I talk about, is not limited to Western ethical theories, but also includes Chinese ancestors such as Confucius, Mencius, Zhou, Cheng. The theories of Zhang, Zhu, Lu, Wang, and Wang Chuanshan are also taken from time to time. Emphasis on subjective initiative. The schools of Lu and Wang were even more highly regarded by Yang Changji, and of course Mao Zedong also accepted them. To measure pottery. He often discussed Neo-Confucianism of the Song and Ming dynasties with Cai Hezhen, Zhang Kun, and others, and had studied and read Zhu Shi's ed. His records of recent thoughts, collected notes on the 4 books and Zhu Shi's commentaries, etc., are very important to Zhu Hapi and Wang Xiaoran. All admired. When reading the comments in Paul Paul's Principles of Ethics, Mao Zedong often used this phrase. Let's compare these viewpoints and use some of the discussions in the original work. Such as in the meaning of Beitown, the king. The heart of Xiaoran is the principle, and it seems to be an intuitive theory *. The theory of Gui of the Shao kingdom and Song dynasty is the same as that of Kant and so on. China's modern society is in the midst of unprecedented drastic changes, and the old traditional order is gradually changing. Collapse, foreign troubles, and internal strife continue one after another, and the political arena is constantly changing, which makes Shang dynasty. Major change has become an important tendency for people to find a way out. The characteristics of this era are also reflected in Mao Zedong's exploration. Juxtaposition is full of dialectics. In 1917, he once put forward the view that the sky and the earth can only move. In the comments of Principles of Ethics, he wrote, "There are many changes in this world." But also put it, when applied to the investigation of human society, it can be said that history has always been a process of alternating periods of chaos and chaos. Chen claimed that he particularly likes the 7 heroes of the Warring States period, the conflict between Chu and Han, and the Ili of the 3 kingdoms. It is an era of change and the emergence of talents in large numbers. He believes, you don't like chaos, and you can't live in a peaceful and comfortable environment. Strengths are not something that human beings can appreciate, but changes are what human nature likes. Use this view. Looking at today's China, he said, changes in the country are opportunities for the country's daily renewal and social evolution. So necessary. For Chinese society, he means must be re-engineered, and the method of re-engineering. Dharma is made from destruction, just like a child is born from its mother's womb. Therefore, people look forward to longevity. I hope it will be destroy the old universe and gain a new universe. Between the lines, there is a desire to transform society. Optimism and passion. His later idea of seeking peace from the chaos seemed to have been foreshadowed long ago. What is the underlying basis for seeking change and innovation in the movement? Mao Zedong at that time. Special emphasis is placed on 2 concepts. One is difference. He said, everything in this world is caused by differences appear through comparison, such as yin and yang, up and down, big and small, each other, likes and dislikes, beauty and evil, right and wrong, positive and negative, light and dark, victory and defeat, etc. Without such differences, it cannot constitute historical life. The difference between change and change is also the difference between change and change. Another concept is resistance, that is, various differences. Causes pressure and resistance. Mao Zedong, especially the dog and Mr. Paul, put forward all the causes in the world. He holds the view that all civilizations start with resistance and decisive victory and calls it without resistance, there is no motivation. The discussion is the most true principle, the most thorough statement. He wrote passionately, the river comes out of Zhangzhou. At the pass, there was no resistance from Taiwa, and the water power increased, making it run fiercely. The wind returns to the 3 gorges because Wushan is there. Separated by the wind, the force of the wind strengthened her voice. The saint is the one who can resist the great evil and achieve success. In the past, the idea of longing for the realm of great harmony in society has also changed, and I feel that even if, when people really enter the great harmony society, there will inevitably be many waves of competition and resistance. But we cannot settle down in a state of great unity. Combine the two concepts of difference and resistance with the connection between movement, change, and growth and destruction shows that Mao Zedong's understanding at that time was close to the dialectical view that contradictions constitute things and achieve transformation is also more or less consistent with the development of social history. Have some contact. His later theory on the universality of contradiction generally relied on this key. In the early days of May 4, there was one most prominent fundamental point in Mao Zedong's thought, which was the first, we must grasp the original principles or big principles of things. What it means is that in the face of when dealing with thousands of things, we must look at the big picture and first grasp its roots. Captured the fundamentals. Only other minor problems can be easily solved. From then on, he often emphasized the need to be good at grasping the key points. Grasping the main points eliminates contradictions, emphasizing the outline of the general plan in order to be clear-headed, and small principles must be subordinated to big principles. At that time, the original principle or big principle in their minds was very much like objective idealism. The Tao, legal formula, and absolute essence in the eyes of righteous philosophers. God, in short, is the fundamental principle of the creation and development of the universe. Zhu Xi once said, "Everything comes from one book. If the big book is not established, the small rules will not be correct." When Yang Chongji was giving a lecture, he also particularly emphasized that all phenomena in the universe are derived from this great principle. When the mind thinks silently and understands this great principle, this is what is called penetrating the great principle. Point 2. On August 23, 1917, Mao Zedong wrote a letter to Li Jinmei in Beijing. The long letter concentrated on expressing his views on the original. He popularly referred to the original principle as the truth of the universe and believed that it governs the universe. Social and historical development. Saving China must also start by seeking the original origin of each country. He said that currently, in the period ahead and in the future, I will only devote all my time to exploring the fundamentals. What we have learned through discussion is naturally enough to explain everything. In this way, Mao Zedong prescribed his own prescription to save the country. Today's reforms must be based on the details. Start with, such as parliament, constitution, president, cabinet, military, industry, education, everything. Branches are also indispensable, but these branches must have their roots. If the original principle is not obtained, then these branches and joints are called warts, which are not connected with qi, they are separated and destroyed. He shouted loudly and said, "Let's see now." Taking the great original principle as the call, is there anyone in the world whose heart is still unmoved? Is there anything that cannot be done in the world? Is there anything that can be done in the world? Is there a country that is prosperous, strong, and happy? This letter and the book are precious information for understanding Mao Zedong's thoughts in his early years. August 31. After Li Jinshan received the letter, he wrote in his diary, "The book I got from Jian is very insightful and not mediocre. Implementing the original principles into the people's hearts is the proper outlook on life and values. Concept, that is, the construction of ethics and morality." Reading comments from Paul's Principles of Ethics. Mao Zedong summarized his views at this time into two aspects. One is the spiritual one. Shi Yufa 2 next testifies, 9 based on empirical evidence. In view of the feudal autocracy and the old morality of the 3 principles and 5 constants that constrain individuality, we advocate individual sovereignty. Justice, this was very good at the time, and it also had positive significance. Mao Zedong wrote, fragrance. In the past, the male protagonist had no concept of self, thinking that there was only the universe but no self. Now I know it is not the case. Cover me, that is. the universe also. He believes that the purpose of human beings is to realize themselves. But he is in front of individualism. Adding the word spirit, it has its own characteristics. This kind of individualism emphasizes: fully develop one's physical and mental abilities, strive to reach the highest state, and make inner. And the reason for thinking, external and acting is to achieve righteousness and filth. Zhengbao cannot just be purely self-interested, but it is the ideal and value that should be realized. For example, it is difficult to see the one you love, but the key is: at that time, I would rather let myself die than let the one I love die. In this way, my love begins to unfold. My thoughts begin to flow smoothly. Otherwise, my life will not be perfect and it will not reach the righteousness and filthiness. According to this, by analogy, the filial son, the virtuous wife, the loyal minister, the chivalrous friend, the one who sacrifices his life for love, the patriot, the one who loves the world, in ancient and modern times. Those who are bound by boundaries and those who are lovers are all motivated by their own spirit. He even said to the extreme. It is said that human beings only have spiritual life and no physical life. This understanding has gone beyond. It reveals the original meaning of bourgeois individualism in the West since modern times and contains the new moral values. Sprout. About realism. Mao Zedong believed that a person's life is short and cannot be escaped. To stay away from reality and pursue illusory ideals and values, we must strive to realize them in a limited time. Self. He said, we must be committed to reality. Like a behavior, this is objectively appropriate. It is a kind of thought that the practical things that should be done subjectively and appropriately should be carried out with all one's strength. Try your best to realize it. On the one hand, he opposed empty talk, everything I think about, I have reality. On the other hand, he also emphasized that moral behavior must be guided by correct thoughts. Guide and oppose blind actions. Mao Zedong wrote, I am an extremely high person, but also an extremely humble person. Extremely high refers to the pursuit of independence is not you. Extremely humble means that after all, I can't even jump out of myself. World. He was aware of this contradiction, but could not fully explain it for the time being. Mao Zedong searched for inkstone authors and invited visitors to the kingdom of philosophy and ethics. He is from China and abroad. He absorbs nutrients from the culture and shines with the light of wisdom of his own independent thinking and judgment. Him. At this time, it is not and impossible to find the truth of the universe. Wei who exaggerates spiritual power. Centrism undoubtedly plays a large role in his thinking. During this period, he also wrote The essay entitled The Power of the Heart was deeply praised by Yang Changji and received 100 points. But his thoughts at this time have not been finalized and are still in the process of exploration. When he writes, when commenting on principles of ethics, he said in a letter to Li Jinzheng, I have never believed in the party. 32 Mao Zedong Biography 18931949. Determine what you stand for: the universe, life, the country, and education. Confused and undecided. Since we are still confused and undecided, we must continue to explore forward. In youth knowledge. This kind of situation is common in the ideological process of intellectuals. Because he insisted on transforming society. Taking society and economics as a starting point for national peril to conduct theoretical explorations determined the central focus of his thoughts. The positive aspects will gradually occupy a dominant position as the times progress. Because he insists. A positive attitude toward life that starts with me, allowing him to conduct theoretical exploration. When I was in college, I always paid special attention to the training of my own ideological cultivation. Mao Zedong has always regarded reading books without words as more important than reading books with words. Perhaps, his actual activities at that time showed a richer personality than the few surviving texts. His personality and vitality may have a greater impact on his future ideological development. It is very interesting to say that Mao Zedong, a revolutionary and politician who later attracted worldwide attention. A writer and thinker, the first article published publicly was a sports paper. 1917. On April 1, 2011, New Youth published an article Research on Sports, the full text of which is about 7,000 of words, signed by 28 painters. This 28th painter is Mao Zedong. Yes, Yang Chongji recommended his article to Chen Duxiu. In his article, he made a clear connection between sports and national strength, saying, national strength is weak, the martial arts style is sluggish, and the nation's constitution is becoming lighter and thinner day by day. This is a very worrying phenomenon. He believes that the body is the carrier of knowledge and morality. In middle school and above, it should be implemented. Education in the three aspects of moral, intellectual, and physical education should be given equal emphasis. In response to Wei Feng, who valued literature over martial arts, they put forward an argument. Number 1, if you want to civilize your spirit, you must first savage your body. Because physical exercise has strong bones. There are many benefits such as increasing knowledge, regulating emotions, strengthening will, etc., and will is also a person, which consolidates the success of life. The pioneer of the industry. It can be said that research on sports is not mainly about sports as a sport. Through the study of forms, Mao Zedong wanted to use this to promote a brave world style and a vigorous struggle direction. On the similar view of electricity. During this period, he wrote in his diary what became a very famous saying, struggle with heaven. The joy is endless, the joy is endless, fighting against the earth is endless, the joy is endless fighting against the great. In research on sports, Mao Zedong also introduced to readers in detail the articles he compiled. A set of gymnastics. He used many exercise programs at that time, such as sun baths, wind baths, rain baths, cold bathing, swimming, mountain climbing, sleeping in the open, long walks, gymnastics and boxing, etc. The so-called Feng Yu, Brother John Kun recorded in his diary on September 23, 1917. I got up early today, together with Mr. Cai and Mr. Mao. From Mr. Pu's residence on the side of the mountain to the grass of Yu, we walked along the orchid road of the mountain to Shu. Walking down the mountain from behind the hospital, a cool breeze blows and the air is clear. Bath in the air, bath in the strong wind, your mind will be clear and spacious. However, there is a general concept of being far away from the customs. The so-called rain bath, one summer night, there was a violent storm and thunder. At the power station, Mao Zedong walked alone to the top of Koshan Mountain and returned. He said, this is for experience the taste of what is said in the Book of Books, it is accepted in the grass, and it is not lost in the fierce wind, thunder, and rain. Mao Zedong's favorite exercise in his youth was swimming. As people are familiar with. As you know, he maintained this hobby until his later years. The Xianzhi River, which is wide and deep, is natural swimming pool. He often invites 2 or 3 of his friends to come here and wave their arms to hit the water. Still in the school group. A swimming team was organized with nearly 100 people participating. After dinner, they went for a swim in the Xianzhi River. Same. My classmate Luo Xuanong wrote in his diary on September 20, 1917, I went to the water today. Luz Hutio Sidian, many people say that the north wind is too strong and the weather is too cool. The rest of them went into the water without caring about me. He didn't wake up in Huihe River, and he didn't see anyone sick when he went ashore. Strengthen the skin, promote blood, expand the lungs, and increase Increasing strength cannot be said to be the most beneficial of all sports. People's words are solid enough to be trusted. Mao Zedong since. Later he recalled, I was just learning at that time, the water rose in midsummer, and many people died. A group of people finally stood firm. He persisted until the middle of winter, still swimming in the middle of the Yangtze River. There were a lot of articles at that time, but they have all been forgotten, except for two. Sentence, I am confident that in 200 years of life, I will be like the water hitting 3,000 miles q at swimming is not only about being strong. Physical memory also inspired their self-confidence and will. Mao Zedong emphasized that a person must have a strong will. His notes in lecture hall record. In the middle of the poem, he wrote down, if you have a firm grasp, if you have a thorough understanding, everything will be successful. Those who nourish their energy will be wise. If they do not compete with the popular customs, then those who control their energy will be wise. Lu Xiangshan Day. Encourage people to forge ahead, break through the net, burn the thorns, and make contributions to the defilement. From then on, throughout his life, he indeed showed that kind of perseverance and overcoming numerous obstacles. She has great strength and amazing perseverance to move forward, and this amazing female strength is based on facing things on the basis of being able to see clearly. This is one of the reasons why he has achieved great success. Mao Zedong often told people that if a husband wants to be a wonderful person in the world, that means reading wonderful books, making wonderful friends, and creating new things. Do strange things and be a strange man. The classmates gave him a homophonic nickname, Mao Chi. Moltke was a very knowledgeable Prussian general. June 1917. The 1st Division carried out a character selection activity, including nearly 20 people in 3 aspects, moral, intellectual, and physical projects. More than 400 students from the whole school participated, and 34 people were elected. Mao Zedong won the highest vote. He was the only one who received votes for projects in all 3 aspects, morally, intellectually, and physically. And courage is unique to him, and his comment is adventurous and enterprising, extremely vigilant. Mao Zedong's courage were once revealed by the public in half a year. During the Protectors' War in November 1917, the Beiyang Army marched from the front line of Hengbao, Hunan. Retreat northward along the railway line. The citizens of Changsha were very panicked. The 1st Division is located in the southern suburbs, close to Guangdong. The Han Railway is a place that the provincial army must pass through and may be robbed at any time. The school authorities are preparing to. Teachers and students Xianzhi dispersed to the east of the city to take shelter temporarily. Mao Zedong, who was in charge of the general affairs of the Alumni Association, proposed that the official student volunteers with military training were responsible for the defense. The school agreed with his suggestion. However, some scattered defeated soldiers passed by the school gate and did not dare to enter easily. On the 18th, there was one. Because the provincial army, which consisted of more than 3,000 men, did not know the real situation in Changsha, it attacked Monkey Shi, south of the 1st Division. With wandering, Mao Zedong divided the hundreds of student volunteers into 3 teams, armed with wooden guns, and distributed them. Go to the top of several hills near Monkey Rock. At the same time, contact the nearby police station and let him. They fired guns and shouted, and the student volunteers set off firecrackers. Under such a sudden attack, it would have been difficult to. Zhang Wang's bewildered soldiers did not dare to resist. Mao Zedong sent people to hand over the water, and they all handed over the water. Gun. Changsha avoided a military disaster. For Mao Zedong, this small incident was the first military operation he had undertaken in his life. Later, people said that Mao Zedong was full of courage. His boldness was not about his words and deeds, but his actions. Based on a clear understanding of the situation and careful consideration in advance, make a decision before taking action. Classmate points. Xiao Zhen asked him, if the defeated army fires back, wouldn't it be very dangerous? Mao Zedong replied. If the defeated army intends to rob the city, they must launch their attack that night. Otherwise, they must be tired and timid and dare not pass through. Passing the old gate in the north of Changsha City Pass, we had to close up and guard here. Therefore, we know that every call must be obeyed, and the situation is the same. At the First Normal University attaches great importance to students' extracurricular life. Mao Zedong's social activities are increasingly expanded. When the Alumni Association was re-elected in October 1917, he served as General Secretary and also served as Education Officer, Director of the Research Department. In the past, these two positions were held by faculty members. Alumni Association President by Superintendent Fang Wuxia acted as deputy, and Mao Zedong actually presided over the work. The Alumni Association held many classes, extra activities, such as achievement exhibitions, lectures, debates, sports meetings, etc. The first half of this year. In 2006, the school once held a night school for workers, with teachers teaching the classes. It was not successful and ended midway. Stopped. Will it be done this semester? Who will do it? Everyone has different opinions. Mao Zedong recognized. Because this is an important way for schools to connect with society, it should be carried out and done well. Square. Victoria agreed with his opinion and decided that it would be organized by 3rd and 4th grade students and organized by the Alumni Association. The Ministry of Education and Research is specifically responsible. On October 30, Mao Zedong wrote an advertisement for night school recruitment, the language of which was general. The workers can understand the vernacular and pour out their sincere heart to share the worries and solve the problems of the out-of-school workers. Everyone, come and listen to me speak in vernacular. What is the most inconvenient and beneficial thing for you? Do you know? As the saying goes, if you write something, you can't recognize it. If you write something, you can't recognize it. There are many. It doesn't count. They are all the same person. If they look like this, they are just like wood and stone. So, now, everyone needs some knowledge, including how many characters can be written, how many characters can be recognized, and how many strokes can be counted. A few days ago, it was convenient and beneficial to me. Even so, all of you workers have to work, and you have to work. No one can teach me how to do this, it is really not easy to do. Nowadays there is a best. The best way is to hold a night class at our first normal school. What I teach is writing letters. To settle accounts, you all need to use them at all times. We will distribute the handouts to you and do not need them. Money. Taking classes at night will not hinder your work. Come and sign up quickly, Mo. No more worries. This advertisement was first asked to be posted on the streets by the police, but it did not achieve the expected effect. Workers come and sign up. When Mao Zedong encountered a problem, he always started by clarifying the situation. They summoned colleagues. Students analyzed the reasons. Finally, we found out, there is no money to go to school, and workers don't think there is such a thing. Good thing, illiterate people will not read advertisements on the street, let the police post advertisements. People have fear. After finding out the reason, Mao Zedong and his classmates took the printed advertisement again. After the notice was announced, they were divided into workers' dormitories and slum areas, distributing the information while publicizing it, and explaining it in detail. 5. More than 100 people applied for the title of Queen of Heaven. Mao Zedong wrote the process of this event in night. The school diary said that the workers' mood in requesting admission to school was as if they were listening and waiting to be fed. They distributed it widely. When saying goodbye, I was greatly welcomed by them, and they rushed to ask me questions. I went to study at night on Xianzhi. This is probably the case. It was Mao Zedong who first realized that working with the masses at the grassroots level must be done carefully and meticulously. Around Mao Zedong, a group of like-minded young people gradually gathered who pursued progress. Most of them are alumni of the First Division, including some who have graduated. Most of them are Yang Chang. Economic students all have a striving and upward outlook on life. Among them, there are also Long, a student from a secondary school in Shagoy. Luo Zhonglong, who was studying in Changjun Middle School, saw Mao Zedong. Got acquainted with Zedong after he posted a friend recruitment notice. Most of them come from rural areas and understand the folk culture. Suffering, without the glitz of a young master, but full of a sense of social responsibility that regards the world as one's own responsibility. Simple and full of vitality. During holidays, they often go to Yukoshan, Orange Island, Pinglangfu. Waiting for gatherings at scenic and famous places, or meeting people, discussing world affairs, or climbing high to trumpet or fight in front of. Sing harmony, meet each other and talk about the trivial matters around us. As Mao Zedong later recalled, it was just a classmate. The young man is in his prime, the scholar is full of energy, and he scolds Fang Dao. Guiding the country, inspiring words, and in those days, tens of thousands of households lived at. Starting in 1916, the central question they discussed most was how to use personal and human life. I have about 15 people with whom I have discussed this kind of problem. People inside and outside. Whenever there is an encounter, we must discuss it, and whenever there is a discussion, we must discuss such issues. The situation discussed must be kept confidential. The number of discussions is probably more than 100 times. They gradually came to such a conclusion: collection. Contract ambition, create new environment, for common activities. At the same time, they were exposed to new culture. The violent impact of the movement's ideological trends caused drastic changes in thinking, and I suddenly realized the quiet life and the difference between a lonely life and a pursuit of group life is an inversion of life. Naturally, Mao Zedong was also among those who experienced this, a reversal of drastic ideological changes inside. On this basis, in the winter and day of 1917, Mao Zedong, Cai Hezhen, and Xiao Zishan. When we started discussing organizing a group, we got everyone's response immediately. To form a group, you must first have a charter. In March 1918, Mao Zedong and He Sun, the Prime Minister, began to draft a meeting chapter. Xiao San's diary says, on March 31st, the second brother has been sitting here for a long time, and I have learned a lot about the new chapters. Second brother's intention. The name was Xinmin Sui Yun. On April 8, I received a handwritten letter from the second brother, urging him to go abroad. Attached. The importance of nourishing the grass. Brochure of the New People's Society. April 13, night, nourishing the grass is coming, and it will be new tomorrow. The Ethnic Studies Association held its founding meeting. April 14, 1918, was a Sunday. The Xinmin Society is at the foot of Yueying Mountain. The next Liujiate Zemenhe Zhenjiajia was officially established. Attending the meeting were Mao Zedong, Cai Hezhen, and concubine Zhi Sheng, He Shengwen, Xiao San, Zhang Kundi, Chen Chenang, Zhou Yuchen, Luo Zhonglong and others 13 people, plus Li Hebai, Zhou Shizao and others who did not attend the meeting. In this way, initially, there are more than 20 members. After discussion, the constitution of the meeting was adopted, with new people as the meeting. The name is based on the principle of innovating academics, cultivating masters of moral character, and improving people's hearts and customs. Chapter will be returned. Several disciplines are stipulated. 1. No hypocrisy. 2. No laziness. 3. No waste. 4. No gambling. 5. No prostitution. It seems that this is a relatively strict group. The founding meeting. Xianzhi was elected as Director General, and Mao Zedong and Chen Shennong were elected as Secretary General. Soon, Mrs. Xiao met. When he went to France, the meeting was presided over by Mao Zedong. The New People's Society was one of the earliest new societies during the May 4th movement. Its chapters have a strong focus. It emphasizes personal cultivation, but its political nature is still relatively vague, which to a certain extent reflects Mao Zedong and others. The ideological level reached by our friends at that time was also obviously influenced by Yang Chongji. But it was far from Mao Zedong's actual thoughts at the time. In this regard, Mao Zedong later had an explanation. He said, "The Articles of Association were drafted by Yi, Sun, and Run, and the articles are quite detailed. The promotion of zedong is not pretentious. Success will be added to the provisions that are not currently seen in the public affairs, and there are many additions and deletions. The discussion results, most of them like it." Xianzhi rises. So the articles of the meeting were voted on as follows. At contacted Xiao Zishan later. He did not pretend to be a radical reformer and advocated moderate reform, which was regarded by them as unseen. The contents of the provisions of acting in accordance with the law but with considerable deletions generally belong to Mao Zedong's higher lofty ideals at that time. Pursuit of ideals. 6. 3 months later, he, Ying and Sen broke through the original agreement. July 20th. On the 6th, he wrote a long letter to Cai Hezhen regarding the organizational activities of the Xinmin Society. Xi. In his reply, he said, "Master Yang has been traveling here and there for 10 years, but he is still only able to read his books. How can anyone else get it?" He also said, "Brother, I have a great understanding of the affairs of the meeting and the great experience and establishment of the world. The most important person in the world has Ben's interests, and my disciples are extremely sympathetic to them, and they especially do not shy away from being suspected of being involved in the political party and society. The party and the people of the Qing dynasty do not dare to do anything between them. Those who think that a clear stream is hopeless and their heart is not pure. No, if we don't work hard to do it, why should we let others do it? This is just a matter of meaning, and we share the same feelings with you." Yes. Cai Hezhen also said, "Within 3 years, our generation group will surely become the most important person in China. Be careful." And it seems that they are no longer satisfied with teacher Yang Chongji's concentration on academics and teaching. On the road of education, we can no longer avoid politics with the promise of a clear stream. After the founding of the Communist Party of China. In the past, Mao Zedong was exploring China's way out with the members of the New People's Society. At this time, most of the members have graduated from school or are about to graduate. What to choose? How can I better display my ambitions in my career? When the society was first established, the most discussed issue was. This is the problem. Many people do not want to accumulate in Hunan and want to disperse to China or even travel around the world to study and inspect. On August 15, 1918, Mao Zedong and Xiao Zishan, Zhang Kun, Li Vihan, Luo Zhonglong and other 24 and other young people took the train to leave Changsha and rushed to the motherland they had longed for. Capital 11 Beijing. This is their first time out of Hunan. Why did Mao Zedong go to Beijing at this time? It was to organize a trip to France. Work-study program. It was when Mao Zedong graduated from the first normal university and faced the choice of his future life path. At that time, France went to China to recruit Chinese workers. CAIUNPI, Li Shizhen, and others organized the China National Congress in Beijing. The Legal Education Association organized a work-study movement in France. Yang Changji had previously gone to Peking University to study philosophy. He taught in the academic department and spread the news back to his hometown. At this time, the political situation in Hunan was very chaotic. Powers are constantly changing, education destroys colonization, and there is almost no learning left. Mao Zedong, Cai Hezhen. Even Pu Zisheng felt that this was a way out, so he mobilized members of the Xinmin Society to go to France for work-study studies. And sent Cai and sent to Beijing to set up front stations in advance. After Cai Hezhen discussed with Yang Changji in Beijing, I visited CAIUNPI, the president of Peking University, and wrote twice to urge Mao Zedong and others to invite colleagues who volunteered to study in France. Xi quickly headed north. The letter specifically conveyed Yang Changji's opinion: Master hopes that my brother will enter Beijing University in order to lay a large and lasting foundation. On August 19, Mao Zedong and his party arrived in Beijing. Immediately, he met with Cai Hezhen to discuss the main issues. Focus on preparing for a work-study program in France. At this time, more than 50 young people from Hunan were arriving in Beijing to prepare for France, the province with the most people coming here. When Mao Zedong and others launched this activity, they did not expect what would happen later. All kinds of difficulties. After arriving in Beijing, the friends encountered a lot of unexpected attacks and difficulties, but in the end, no one was discouraged. After several contacts, the person in charge of the Chinese-French Education Association came to Peking University, Beijing Middle School, Buri Village, Changxindian, Gongxian County, Hebei Province have opened programs to stay abroad. Preparatory class, accepting Hunan youth and students. Mao Zedong drafted a Hunan youth to study in France and work hard. The work-study program was coordinated by relevant parties, and they also went around raising travel expenses for them. New. Luo Sweirong, a member of the Society for Ethnic Studies, said in a letter home, Mao Runzi attracted students in Changsha this time. I came here to organize a preparatory class and made a lot of contributions. After the friends went to various preparatory classes to study, Mao Zedong stayed in Beijing. Colleagues come to Beijing. At this time, Luo Zhonglong was admitted to the Peking University Preparatory School, but Mao Zedong did not go according to Yang Changji's wish. Apply for the exam. This may be due to economic reasons. At the same time, it also coincides with his always advocating self-taught students. The claim is related. In addition, the Ministry of Education at that time also issued a stipulation that the establishment of normal schools and colleges should not. If you can get into college right away, you need to serve for a few years. If you don't go to college, you have to find a place to support yourself in order to earn a living. October. During this period, after being introduced by Yang Changji, Mao Zedong met Li De, who was then the director of the Peking University Library. Zhao. Li Dazhao arranged for him to work as an administrator in the library. In addition to cleaning, the daily work, it is to register the newly arrived newspapers and periodicals and the names of those who come to read in the second reading room, and the management is 5 kinds of Chinese and foreign newspapers. At that time, the monthly salary of Peking University professors was mostly 200 to 300 yuan, and Mao Zedong paid. The monthly salary is only 8 yuan. But this job is quite satisfying for him and he can read, publish various new books and periodicals, and get to know celebrities, scholars, and aspiring young people. Beijing is the center of the new culture movement. Peking University talents, and new culture. The birthplace of the movement. Principle CAIUNPI follow the principle of free thought, be inclusive and inclusive. Righteousness, various ideas and academics competed here, and the new culture movement gradually reached its climax. This kind of atmosphere was completely inaccessible to Mao Zedong in Hunan. What should it be like for him? Such excitement and stimulation. Here he read many books and periodicals that he had never read before, and he continued to read them one after another. I met many people I had never come into contact with before, and also actively participated in 2 studies at Peking University. Art Group. One is the Journalism Research Association established on October 14, 1918, by Xiao Kai-uping, president of Beijing News, initiated the organization and gave lectures on business knowledge about running newspapers. This is right for him. It will be helpful to establish Xianzhi Review in the future. One was established in January 1919. The Philosophy Research Association was initiated by Yang Chongji, Liang Jikui, Hu Shi, Chen Gongbo, and others. Weaving, its main sect is to study the philosophies of various schools of thought in the East and West, and to enlighten new knowledge at. Mao Zedong witnessed with his own eyes the activities of those famous figures in the new culture movement and also made friends with them. Received some celebrities and scholars. He often read their articles when he was in the 1st Division of Hunan Province. Don't miss the opportunity to ask for advice in person. He organized more than a dozen members of the New People's Society in Beijing to gather in Beijing. Datong won a discussion between Yuan Pei and Hu Shi. The format of the conversation was to ask questions for the members and ask them to answer them. Many of the issues discussed include academic and outlook on life. Mao Zedong admired Chen Duxiu and believed that he was the commander-in-chief during the May 4th movement, and the entire movement was actually led by him. Later, I recalled that I met Chen Duxiu when I first came to Beijing and was greatly influenced by him. Since they work under Li Dazio's words and actions naturally give him more respect. The most direct impact. At this time, Marxism and socialism began to be discussed as a new doctrine. Beginning to receive the attention of society, Li Dazio enthusiastically surprised the Russian October Revolution in ancient China. The first person. In November 1918, Mao Zedong went to Tiananmen Square and listened to Li Dazio's speech planning victory for the people. On the 15th, Li Dazio's speech and his another article, The Victory of Bolshevism, was published in the magazine New Youth. Above. This enabled Mao Zedong to begin to understand the October Revolution and Marxism in detail. Mao Zedong also met Tan Pingshan, Wang Guangqi, Chen Gongbo, Zhang Qiuakun, and so on. Later, he became quite famous, together with Deng Zhong and Xia Jian, a student of the Chinese department of Peking University from Hunan. A sincere friendship was established. His interest in politics continued to grow, and his thoughts became more and more radical. After reading some anarchist pamphlets, I was also very affected. There was no government at that time. A representative of the humanist faction is Peking University student Zhu Xianzhi, who was 6 years younger than Mao Zedong. Age. The two were quite speculative, and Zhu Qian often came to visit Mao Zedong and discuss political issues with each other. Governmentalism and its prospects in China. In Beijing, Mao Zedong initially lived temporarily in Tofu Pond Hutong No. 9, behind the Drum Tower, where Mr. Yang Changji. Born at home. Other members live in guild halls set up in Hunan and Beijing. Come and get together, many different things. Convenience. Soon, he, Cai Hezan, Menzishan, Luo Zhonglong and other 7 people moved into the final house. Shandong Street. 3 wells are buried at number 7, Andongjia Road. 8 people live in 3 small private houses, each with a. The bunk is full of sick people, and there are so many people that they can't sleep outside the window, so they can only lie down on the platform with enough space. The quilt is big and spread out. Don't open it, just do it. Close the lid. So Mao Zedong later said that they were long and tall ants, sleeping together. Life. It is a hard and tense life, but the rich and colorful scenery of the ancient city of Beijing is psychologically kind of compensation. Mr. Yang's daughter Yang Kaihui gave him even more emotional support. Garlic borrowed. Mao Zedong Jin 1. When the teacher was studying, Yang Kaihui was just a 14-year-old girl. Now she has born and left at the age of 18. The girl is gone. I often come and go at Mr. Yang's house. Mao Zedong's understanding of her gradually deepened. Deep and establish a love relationship. They walked together by the Forbidden City River. And Bihai Park, see. When we arrived, the white plum blossoms were in full bloom, and there were also ice hanging from the branches of willows hanging over the lake. Column. Long. In winter, Mao Zedong was full of interest in going to see the big picture. See. He made an appointment with Jingxianan and Luo Zhonglong and I took a bus to Tianjin. Go to the mouth of Big Tears. I only saw a piece of ice and snow, but it was still very wet. Satisfied, he also went to Changxindian Railway Locomotive and Rolling Stock Factory. Investigate. Leave these for him. Made a very deep impression. In the spring of February 19, Mao Zedong was going to return to Hunan. The reason is that my mother is critically ill. Have to rush back to serve at. Furthermore, Hunan went to France for a work-study program. The young people are over half. Studying in the first grade preparatory class means setting off to go abroad. On March 12, Mao Zedong left Beijing. On the way, we changed to Shanghai to see off Cai Ning, Xiao Zishan and other young people from Hunan who were going to France. At this time, his mood was tender and complicated. In Beijing, the colorful New World Part 2. The child appears in front of him, and he may not be able to integrate with it immediately. He takes a look at it. It was too late for the son to fully digest all the new ideas he came into contact with. But these are big after all. Dada opened his horizons and took the first step from Hunan to the whole of China. As the organizer of Hunan youth going to France, Mao Zedong himself did not go abroad. Many friends who went to the Dharma gathering had sincerely invited him to accompany them. After some of his friends arrived in France, they wrote letters to persuade him. Go abroad. Luo Shuiying said in her letter even more sincerely, I really hope that I can achieve great things, and that's it. It is time to go abroad to study. If you delay for a long time, time will pass, there will be more people and things, and it will be difficult to have time and days. Study abroad. Brother Runzi. You are a person with great ambitions and are admired by our companions. Dear man, how do you lead a leader, take authority, and work hard to study knowledge? My brother has recently been. I can't imagine that all my brothers will go out to study at this moment and learn from him for 10 or 8 years. Returning to China in the future, everyone. Express what you have learned in order to put it into practice, and publish it as speech and work to awaken and promote society. 2. They still stayed. How he explained it at the time is unknown. He wrote in a letter later. There was no clear explanation in the letter. He said that there are many advantages to staying and exploring in China. First, reading the translated version is much faster than the original version. This not only does not affect the absorption of Western knowledge, but is also beneficial. In order to obtain more knowledge in a shorter time. Second, world civilization is divided into East and West. According to popular culture, Eastern civilization occupies half of the world's civilization. However, Eastern civilization can. In other words, it is Chinese civilization. It seems that we should first study the main points of our country's ancient and modern doctrines and systems. Only when you study abroad in the West can you find something with comparable qualifications. Third, help people if you want to do it today. If we try our best to make a little effort in the world, of course we cannot break away from China, this land. About this place. The situation within the market seems to have to be investigated and studied on the spot. With this level of effort, I'm afraid it may be difficult to do it when I return from overseas. Due to people, affairs, and life, I'm afraid. No. Mao Zedong always advocated going abroad and absorbing Western knowledge. Just above it. In this letter, he called himself a person who advocates a major study abroad policy. Go ahead and say good morning. When the Zinmen Society was established, he planned to go to Japan. Speaking later, it was not until 192. In September of that year, he also planned to make preparations for another 3 to 4 years at home, and then go abroad to seek help. Study, at least 5 years, in Russia. None of these ideas have been realized. On the one hand, one after another happens subsequently. Political events follow one after another, attracting him to join them and unable to get out. At the same time, and his above-mentioned understanding of Chinese and Western civilization is related. Studying abroad has become fashionable and even fashionable. In anger, Mao Zedong insisted that we must first have a deep understanding of China's actual national conditions in order to better study, research and learn from foreign countries, and adopt an analytical attitude towards both Western and Eastern civilizations to ensure. There are other differences from popular customs, which may be one of the reasons why he can adapt Marxism to China. An important opportunity. On April 6, 1919, Mao Zedong brought many new ideas that he had just learned. Returned to Changsha with activity experience and lived in Zhiyi Primary School. His classmate Zhou Shizao is here. Teaching here. After Zhou Shizao's recommendation, the school hired Mao Zedong as a history teacher. There were 6 classes a week. The salary was not much. Mao Zedong thought this was fine and there could be more. Over time, we strengthened ties with members of the Zinmen Society in Changsha and directly participated in social activities. A month later, the May 4th movement broke out. China was originally one of the victorious countries in the First World War. April 30, Paris. The Paris Peace Conference ignored China's demands and instead seized the territory of the defeated Germany in Shandong, China. All rights and interests will be handed over to Japan. As soon as the news came, the students in Beijing first launched an uprising on May 4. Large-scale demonstrations immediately shocked the country. The Chinese people have been suffering from depression for a long time. The anger against the imperialist aggression and the patriotic acts of the government authorities exploded like a volcano. 3. On May 9, newspapers in Changsha broke through the news blockade imposed by Hunan Governor Zhang Jinkan and started publishing articles one after another. The patriotic movement of Beijing students was reported one after another. In midterm, the Beijing Student Federation sent Deng Zongxia. Returned to Hunan to liaise, introduced the situation of the Beijing student movement to Mao Zedong, He Shuheng and others, and discussed. Massively reorganize the current Hunan Students' Federation in order to mobilize Hunan students to respond to Beijing's love. National movement. According to Luo Zuru, who had joined the New Folk Society at that time, she recalled, on the evening of May 23. Last night, I was reviewing my homework in the study room of Class 13 of the 1st Division. Suddenly Comrade Mao Zedong. I called out. And told me, Beijing has sent 2 representatives, now we need to discuss. Let's talk about how to respond to the student movement in Beijing. So, he invited me and Chen Chenong and Zhang Qiaji. I waited for a few people and went to Cao Ping on the mountain behind the 1st Division, where they discussed for a while under the moonlight. Decision passed. Activities for members of the Zinmen Society, Each school will hold 1 or 2 or 3 representatives on the 25th. On the morning of the same day, I went to Chiwei Primary School for a meeting. The next day, we will conduct separate meetings and notify each school to recommend it. Send a representative. Oh. On May 25th, more than 20 students from various schools including Zhangqiaji, Yilirong, and Penying. The representatives gathered at Chiwei Primary School. After Mao Zedong introduced Deng Zongxia to them, Deng informed them the situation of student movement in Beijing. The meeting finally decided to establish a new Hunan Student Federation and launch. Students always hold classes. 3 days later, the Hunan Student Federation was officially established. June 3, Under the organization of the Student Federation, students from 20 schools in Changsha went on strike and submitted a request to the Beijing government. 6 demands were issued, including the rejection of the Paris Peace Treaty and the abolition of all unequal treaties. The meeting place of the Student Federation is located in Hunan Commercial College. Students of the school and Zinmin. Penying, a member of the society, serves as president. Most of its staff are members of the Zinmin Society. Mao. The Ziyue Primary School where Zedong lived was very close to the business college, and sometimes he would stay at the business college for guidance nearby. Yes. He said that he was the actual leader of this new militant student organization. On July 9, initiated by the Hunan Federation of Students, the Hunan Federation of All Walks of Life was established. It takes. Save the 10 People in Poverty is a grassroots organization that has grown to more than 400 organizations that month. This pair of Mao Zedong. The proposal of the idea of the great unity of the people may also have an impact. The May 4th movement enabled some advanced elements to start updating the problems accumulated in their minds. Deep thinking. They work hard to study and introduce various new ideas. Various publicity nationwide. Publications on new trends of thought sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. Various schools in Changsha, Hunan also published 10. There are many publications, such as New Hunan, Women's World Bell, Zhiko Weekly, etc., but their influence is all not big. Based on Mao Zedong's proposal, the Hunan Federation of Students decided to establish the magazine Xianzhi Review, and hired him as editor-in-chief and main writer. Mao Zedong prepared for more than 10 days, review of the Xianzhi River. The first issue of On was officially published on July 14. It labels itself to promote the latest ideological trends as the main objective, and there are comments on major events in the East, comments on major events in the West and Xianzhi miscellaneous. Columns such as Comments, World Miscellaneous Reviews, Fanjian, and New Literature and Art are all written in vernacular. A total of 5 issues were published. 25-year-old Mao Zedong devoted himself to the editing work of Xianzhi Review. Make an appointment. His manuscripts often couldn't be collected, so he had to ghostwrite and fill in the blanks. It was the hot summer season at that time. Mosquito bite. Most people cannot bear the suffering of insects and dragons, but Mao Zedong always broke out in a sweat. Reading, often until midnight. 1. One morning, when the sun came up, Yilirong, a business college student, came to see Mao Zedong. He has not yet. Sleep and wake up. Yilirong Zhao opened the mosquito net, but unexpectedly disturbed a swarm of bedbugs. They were using him as a pillow. The dark yellow thread-bound books on his head were scurrying around, and each one looked like a belly full at. In this case, I think it will take more than one night. In more than a month, Mao Zedong actually wrote 40 articles for Xianzhi commentary. Articles. After the article is written, you still need to edit it yourself, format it yourself, and proofread it yourself. Sometimes I have to go to the street to sell in person. His life at this time was extremely difficult. Ziyue Primary School was given to him. The boater had nothing left except food. His luggage was only an old plastic tent, an old quilt cover, and an old bamboo tent. He was sitting on the mat, and the grey cloth gown and white cloth trousers he wore were also very shabby. In this embarrassing life, the young Mao Zedong's ideological exploration has entered the most lively state. A historical moment when the trend of the times took a sharp turn, arousing people's ideological concerns. The vibrating power and changes, both in terms of breadth and depth, are difficult to compare in ordinary times. Of the Foundation Declaration of Xianzhi Review written by Mao Zedong can well reflect his work in this thoughts and moods at that time. He cheered enthusiastically, "The time has come. The great tide of the world is about to change. Urgent. The gate of Dongting Lake has moved 7 and is now open. The vast new trend of thought is already galloping forward. Penya is on both sides of the Xianzhi River. Follow his life. Go against his death. How to bear him. How to pass on. How to spread them. How to study them. How to implement them. This is the most urgent and important thing for all of us Hunan people. The big problem is the most urgent and important task after the birth of Xianzhi River. How did Mao Zedong disseminate and study this new trend of thought? He put the modern world into the future. The social changes that have taken place in the world can be summed up in one point, all kinds of reforms can be summed up in one word. It's just the right to be free. All kinds of fundamentalisms that resist power are called populism too. Used. Populism overthrew power rule. This was his ideological tone at the time. In the past, Mao Zedong has always focused on exploring the big picture of the universe from a spiritual perspective. The great principle is used to explain everything, and little attention is paid to the social material basis that determines spiritual concepts. Now, under the powerful impact of the May 4th movement, his vision suddenly broadened. In his own words, since the call for world revolution has been loudly advocated, human liberation, the movement is advancing rapidly. In the past, we had no doubts about the problems and the methods we could not decide on. Many of them are clear. To speak in a narrow way, we must change our old views one by one from now on. If we don't doubt something, we should doubt it. If we don't take it, we should take it. No, the county has shrunk. He began to turn to the study of practical problems, and his focus also turned to the problem of social transformation has arisen. He realized, what is the biggest problem in the world? The biggest problem is eating. People society. The big end of the system is the economic system. The aristocrats, capitalists, and other powerful people depend on it. Maintaining one's own special interests and exploiting the public interests of the former majority of civilians are nothing more than things like knowledge, people, money, and force at. Obviously, Mao Zedong's thoughts. I have taken a big step forward and have begun to move towards historical materialism and use this to observe society. History. He said that in the future, he must speak based on the reality of life and society and study practical facts and truth. At Mao Zedong's most important article published in Xianzhi Review was a long paper. The Great Union of the People was serialized in the second, third, and fourth issues. In this article, the first public announcement of the Russian October Revolution and its impact. He said, Russia will overthrow you. The rich people were expelled, the laboring and peasant circles united to form a government, and the Red Flag Army rushed eastward and westward, sweeping away the people. We have defeated so many enemies, the Allied powers have changed their ways, and the whole world has been shaken by it. In the past, Mao Zedong's main attention has always been in the education circle, and he always strongly promoted. We admire the creative role of sages in history and have earnest expectations for great philosophers and great ethics. Home was born and took on the important task of transforming people's thoughts and the world. Now, he feels the need. There is going to be a radical change. From the historical reality of the October Revolution and the May 4th movement, he began to see the huge power shown by the people that he had not discovered in the past. I began to feel that although many people did some education, it was not very effective, so I made it clear that the fundamental method to carry out social transformation is the great unity of the people, because there are always more people in a country than there are aristocrats, capitalists, and other powerful people in a country, and no matter what kind of movements they are in history, they are all due to the combination of some people. The larger ones are. Movement requires greater unity. What is the basis for popular unity? It is because there is a reaction. The common interest of those who resist oppression. To this end, he called on farmers, who accounted for the majority of China's population, to the people united to fight and appeal to reduce land rent and taxes and solve the problem of food. Students, teachers, and women from all walks of life unite based on their own vital interests and requirements, and finally achieve the great unity of the people. He used as the subject in this article, no longer not I, but we. This difference in terminology, to a considerable extent, is also. It reflects the profound changes in his thinking. From then on, he no longer only valued the strength of a single person, but always valued himself. We have placed ourselves among the people and relied on the great unity of the people to realize the ideal of saving the country and the people. This is a major change in his thinking. Regarding the method of action after the people unite, Mao Zedong said that there are two opinions. One is the fierce faction headed by Marx, and the other is the moderate faction headed by Dickinson and Rupert King. The contradiction in his thinking at that time was that on the one hand he praised the October Revolution, on the other hand it is not possible to use violent revolution to overthrow the powerful. The latter point, in his thinking at the time, China appears to be more prominent and was put forward as a policy of action in the Foundation Declaration. Advocate for mass unity, carry out a continuous advice campaign to the powerful, and implement call for revolution. Life, a cry for bread, a cry for freedom, a cry for equality, a cry for bloodless grass. Destiny. He did not want to turn into a violent revolution, but wanted to avoid big disturbance in society, and he also felt that it was too strong. Those with power are also powerful and are our kind. If we use power to defeat power, what will be the result? Still powerful. When a person undergoes drastic changes in his thinking, he often needs to go through a complex process of sudden change. It is not something that can be achieved in one step. At this time, Mao Zedong still chose the moderate path of reform. I feel that the meaning of this group of people is broader and deeper. However, the reality under the rule of warlords is anything but mild. In mid-August, Xiang. As soon as the fifth issue of Zhang Review was printed, it was banned by Hunan Governor Zhang Jinkan and charged with. Because it was promoting extremism, it was forced to shut down. The Hunan Student Federation was also forcibly disbanded. This magazine only existed for more than a month, but it had a great impact in Hunan. First issue. 2,000 copies of the issue were printed, and they were sold out immediately. 2,000 more copies were printed, and the demand was still not met. No. Some progressive young people, such as Ren Suanqi, Guo Liang, and Xiao Jingguang, were among those who appeared in Xianzhi Review. Under the direct influence, people begin to awaken. This magazine has attracted attention outside the province. Beijing, Shanghai. Some newspapers and periodicals in Shanghai and Chengdu have reprinted its articles. Weekly published in Beijing. Review number 36, published an article introduction to new publications saying, now new. A large number of weekly newspapers and small daily newspapers are published. Now we specially introduce me. We have two new little brothers. One is from Xianzhi Review in Changsha, and the other is from Chengdu. Sunday Qin. The strength of Xianzhi commentary lies in one aspect of discussion. Secondly, thirdly, the fourth issue of People's United is a big article, with a very far-sighted vision and a very painful discussion. Come on, it is indeed an important text today. The editor-in-chief of this issue of Weekly Review and the introduction to this article. The author of the article is Hu Shi. At this time, Hu Shi and Li Dazhao were discussing issues and subjects in weekly commentary. The debate on righteousness. This debate marked the beginning of differentiation within the May 4th New Culture movement. The main figures on both sides of the dispute were all respected by Mao Zedong. They had no idea about the essence of this debate. It seems that I still can't fully understand it for a while. Fundamentally speaking, he has always looked at the important things and explored them. The root principle or big root principle cannot just solve the problem in detail. He wrote, the research on the problem must be based on academic theory. Therefore, before studying various issues, it is necessary to study various doctrines. He also pays attention to reality, so he does not ignore this. Research on specific social issues. Mao Zedong listened to Hu Shi's speech on experimentalism and once listed experimentalism as a recent development. One of the symbols of the ideological changes of the times. They planned to organize a research meeting on the issue and drafted. A charter was issued to all places on September 1st, and Deng Zongxia also published it in the Beijing University Academic Journal. This charter raises 71 issues that need to be studied, involving and many aspects such as politics, economy, history, international, technology and so on. Just at this moment, Changsha, a female student named Zhao Wuhan, was dissatisfied with her parents' arranged marriage and committed suicide in a sedan chair. Moved society. Mao Zedong immediately seized on this incident and asked Zhou, who had just joined the New Democracy Society, to Li Xian, a student of Nan'an Girls' School, and others went to investigate and conducted interviews in the graduate school from November 16 to 28. 9 consecutive articles were published in the Gazette, discussing issues such as the feudal marriage system and women's liberation. He did some solid analysis and research and inspired people to rise up against the dark feudal society. Yes. Socialism has gradually become the mainstream of progressive ideological circles in the late period of the May 4th movement. However, in the eyes of people at that time, socialism included both Marxism and anarchism, such as Graham and Kropotkin's theory of mutual aid, Japan's Samurai Koji's solid new ruralism, Russia's toll stands panlaborism, work-studyism popular in North America, etc. They are actually a mixture of petty bourgeoisie, utopian socialism. Everything was being discussed and tested. Mao Zedong is also in the process of comparison and experiment. Among the various trends of thought at that time, anarchism was once. Take advantage. Because it has a wider scope in China, the vast sea of petty bourgeoisie. It has a broad social foundation and is one step ahead of the spread of Marxism. In our country, among the early communist intellectuals, many were once inclined to anarchism. Anarchism was something Mao Zedong experienced on his journey to scientific socialism. An intermediate link. A year ago, in June 1918, after Mao Zedong graduated from the 1st Division, he borrowed the same area. He Sen, Zhang Kun, and others stayed in the preparatory office of Hunan University in Bangxiuzai, Yuezhi Academy, and went on a hunger journey. Various villages in Yuezhi Mountain want to build a new village that is half sanitary, half educated, equal and friendly. We are here to study on our own, discuss with each other, and transform society. 1. You can ask questions, pick up water, pick up foam, use water, etc. Beans are mixed with rice and eaten. This experiment is very related to the work-study program organized by the people in France. Interrupted. After arriving in Beijing, Mao Zedong read some anarchist pamphlets. 191. In March 1999, Zhou Ziren published Japan's New Village in New Youth, talking about the New Village. In fact, it is a practical and feasible ideal. Then, Wang Guanqi from Peking University and others formed another group. Formed 3 work-study mutual aid groups similar to those in Xinkan, trying to use this peaceful example to demonstrate a new way to create a new life and a new society. These have produced quite a wide range of ideas among young people. Widespread influence. Mao Zedong, who first arrived in Beijing, was also infected by it. After he returned to Hunan, although he has been busy with student movements and publishing publications, he still developed a fairly detailed new village construction plan as a structure for their transformation of society. Think. On December 1, 1919, he published the chapter Students' Work in It. The development table is published in Hunan Education Monthly. This is how Mao Zedong designed his ideal social blueprint: create new schools, and implement them. Carry out new education, let students study part-time in rural areas, and then use these new students to create new family. By putting several new families together, a new society can be created, in which, in society, public nurseries, public nursing homes, public schools, and public libraries are established. Public banks, public farms, public factories, public theaters, public hospitals, parks, museums, and so on. After connecting these new societies one by one, the country can gradually and fundamentally transformed into a large ideal new village. He wrote in this article, Deo, I dare not say model country now, model city, model place, if model country. Villagers, Chenyi is sincere and not high-minded, simple and easy to practice. This idea is consistent with what he said in Xianzhi Review. The bloodless revolution advocated in the treatise is of the same origin. Mao Zedong believed that Yukoshan, this area is the most suitable place to implement new village construction. He made students' work public. The purpose of publishing it is to get the attention of society. Mao Zedong's dream of building a new village had not yet been tried to be put into practice. The struggle was interrupted by the real-life expulsion of Jiang Jing, who was extremely hot on his heels. This is an objective environment. People in the environment forced him to do this. Jiang Jingge was a member of the Anhui clan army. He led the Beiyang army into Hunan and took office in March 1918. Warlord. During the period when he was in power in Hunan, he did many evil things. For example, let the soldiers rob, distribute banknotes indiscriminately, steal, seizing mineral resources, forcibly growing opium, clamping down on people, blackmailing the military, forging elections, etc. May 4. After the outbreak of the movement, it has always been hostile to the patriotic movement of the Hunan people. If Zhang poison is not eliminated, there will be no cure in Hunan. Hope, the people of Hunan issued a call for resistance from the bottom of their hearts. Mao Zedong was engaged in educational work and propaganda, but Jiang Jing was brutally destroying education. Yuan Ban Xiangzhang commentary. These cannot but give Mao Zedong a strong stimulus, making it difficult for him to calm down. When Jiang Jinjiao forced the student union to disband in mid-August, he began to consider carrying out a drive to drive tension. In mid-September, Mao Zedong convened the former Student Federation at the Business College. Cadres are brewing the issue of driving tension, pointing out that the internal tensions within the Beiyang warlords' internal factions of Xianzhi and Anhui are the reason for driving tension. This is a great opportunity. Hunan students should be the main force in the propaganda movement and try their best to mobilize teachers and teachers. Support from the press. He clearly regarded the pro-democracy movement as the continuation of the patriotic movement. Go deep. On December 2, the restored Hunan Federation of Students contacted representatives from all walks of life at the Education Association Ping. A second demonstration meeting to burn Japanese goods was held, but was suppressed by force from Zhang Jing's troops. This one incident further angered the people of Hunan. Have meeting of representatives and student representatives. On the 6th, the Federation of Students publicly published a statement expelling Jiangsak, Changsha Middle School. The students in the above schools decided to go on strike unanimously. A massive exorcism movement officially began. This was the first time that Mao Zedong had launched a campaign on his own that had widespread social impact. Political movement. As a primary school teacher, he became the main leader of this demonstration movement. On the same day that all schools in Changsha went on strike, a delegation of evictions was sent to Beijing, Hanyang, and please contact Changde, Quanzhou, Guangzhou, Shanghai, and other places for petitions. On December 18, 1919, Mao Zedong led a delegation to Beijing to drive Zhang arrived. Arriving in Beijing, he lived in a lamasery called Fuyu Temple on Baiking Street. This is his second time. Beijing, Italy, Germany. After arriving in Beijing, after consultation with all parties, the Beijing and Hunan Federation of all walks of life and people from Hunan who were traveling in Beijing drove committees from all walks of life. Mao Zedong attached great importance to the power of news and public opinion, and he established the Pingmen News Agency and appointed himself as its president. He drafted and issued a large number of provocative manuscripts, submissions. The telegram and declaration were sent to newspapers in Beijing, Tianjin, Shanghai, and Han Dynasty for publication. In order to demand the removal and punishment of Zhang Jing from cancer, the delegation held 7 petition activities in Beijing. Mao Zedong also served as a representative of the petition and sternly addressed the Beiyang government's Prime Minister Jin Yunpeng. A request for eviction was made. Mao Zedong's name appeared frequently in newspapers, and news. His social activity, ability and political talent are attracting more and more attention. Yang Changjite is becoming increasingly ill. He wrote a letter to Zhang Shizao, then Secretary General of the Guangzhou military government and representative of the North-South Conference, recommending it. Mao Zedong and Cai Hezhen said, "I solemnly say to you, your second son, you are a talented person at home and you have a bright future. If you don't say it, you have already saved the country. To save the country, you must first respect your 2 sons." Unfortunately, Mao Zedong's mentor died of illness soon after. Mao Zedong went to the doctor many times. The hospital visited and protected Yang Changji. After Yang Changji died of illness, he went to Feiwan Temple to meet brothers Yang Kaizi and Yang Kaihui. The younger sister stayed at the funeral together, initiated fundraising, supported the bereaved, and took care of the funeral arrangements. 1921. On the 22nd day of the month, he and Cai Yuanpi, Zhang Shizao, Yang Du, and others jointly signed the Peking University Day Journal issued notice, announcing the news of Yang Changji's death and introducing his life. The tension-driving movement produced significant results. Zhang Jing's cancer crimes gradually became known to the world. Under unanimous condemnation from all parties, their life became increasingly difficult. But in the end, Zhang was forced to slip out. Hunan's victory still relies on the threat of force from the Zhili army and the Hunan army. Already joined the Kuomintang. Tan Yanjian led the Hunan army to conquer Changsha again under the banner of the southern government. The time is 1920. June. In June 1920, Yi Lirong, a member of the Xinmin Society, wrote to Mao Zedong from Wuchang. A letter came from me, saying that the campaign over the past 2 years, including the campaign to drive Zhang, has not been very effective. In the future we must prepare sufficient abilities and train a group of good comrades before we can implement it. Own opinion. Mao Zedong once added a request in front of this letter to devote all his efforts to himself. The people who participated in the anti-tension movement made some reflections. He said, the movement to expel Jiang Jing is just a simple resistance to Jiang Jing. Zheng, a powerful man who is too disappointing to live in, but driving Jiang also achieves fundamental transformation. A means a. Indeed, the second trip to Beijing was to drive away tension. But Mao Zedong was. It drives Zhang Fang to think about the whole plan of transforming society. How should Hunan change? How should China be transformed? Where should the new Mingxiu society develop? These are all questions. It was the big question swirling in his mind. And Mao Zedong still maintained a certain degree of enthusiasm for the new village-style reforms. After arriving in Beijing, I got in touch with the Young China Society initiated by Wang Guangqi and others, and officially joined it. He joined the Work-Study Mutual Aid Group and wrote a letter to introduce it to the Xinmin Society in Changsha, saying, I feel it is very useful. Local taste. But what will be the future results? It also depends on their ability and moral strength, as well as maybe it will fail after all. At a kind of theory is correct or not. Defects must ultimately be tested by practice. It seems that Mao Zedong was very fond of the work-study mutual aid movement. Cut and confused. He still needs to continue to see how it works in practice. He once visited Zhuzhou. He visited the wealthy residents and visited the advocate of China's New Village movement. The content of the conversation is not recorded. It can be inferred that new villages are also the main topic in the old times. After driving away tensions, how will Hunan be built? Mao Zedong drafted a reform policy. Sent to Li Jinyu, a teacher in Beijing, on March 12. It means that although these are substantial requests for scraps of meat from the tiger's mouth, they are not fundamental understandings. God's way, but if you don't even do such things in China, it will feel too bad. Mustard thinking 6. After driving away tensions, what did a group of like-minded progressive young people in Hunan do? At this time, Mao Zedong and Li Dazhao had even more frequent contacts. They discussed it many times. Studying in Russia and women studying abroad. Before Mao Zedong entered Peiping in 1449, he was still there. Zibepo said of Li Dazhao, with his help, I became a Marxist-Leninist. Due to the influence of Li Dazhao, he had an increasingly strong interest in Bolshevism. Interested, pay close attention to articles introducing Marxism published in newspapers and periodicals, pay special attention to search. I searched for and read the few Chinese versions of Marxist books that could be found at that time. At that time, Deng Zongxia, He Mengxiang, Luo Zhonglong and others who had close contacts with Mao Zedong organized. Prologue is I, mimeographed the Communist Party translated by Lu Renjing. Declaration on the afternoon of January 4, 1920, Li Jinmi arrived at number 19, North Chang Street, Fu. I met Mao Zedong at the Temple Civilian Communications Society and saw a copy of Communism on the incense case where he worked. Party manifesto and a bunch of new books and periodicals about socialism. He gave it to someone in Hunan in February. Tao Cao's letter said, even I have always had a hard time understanding things. I can't become good at it, and I don't have much research. This is a trip, observing various situations, meeting some people, thinking about some things, the party. These kinds of questions are definitely of research value. On the afternoon of March 10, Mao Zedong went there again. Li Jinshao, the head of residence, talked late into the night, discussing which kind of society should be chosen to transform China. Regarding the issue of socialism, Li Jin also advocated that China's issue should be fundamentally solved. 5. Mao Zedong's thoughts have undergone great changes, but if we do not solve the problem through ourselves, He is not willing to make judgments easily because of his careful consideration and thorough understanding. The more serious the problem is, if you want, the more it is like this. He felt that he was indifferent to all kinds of doctrines and all kinds of doctrines. I haven't gotten a relatively clear concept yet at. Through the practice of driving tension movement, plus. After learning more about Marxism, he realized that many people talk about transformation, but they only. It is an empty and general goal. To what point should we transform the field? What methods can be used to achieve this? There have been very few detailed studies on these issues. Oneself too. This has not been studied in detail, so it is like sleeping in a drum. However, at this time, Mao Zedong seemed unwilling to do detailed research for the moment. He has never been a person who only seeks the truth from books. In addition, his brain cannot enter Jing at what he wants to do more is some specific things that are more realistic in his opinion. 192. On April 1, 2011, the Hunan Transformation Promotion Association was established in Shanghai. This is a quest how transform and build mass political groups in Hunan. By Penying, Mao Zedong, and other New People's Society. Initiated by members and composed of some people from the media and education circles living in Shanghai. Mao Zedong decided. Arrive in Shanghai and meet with the Zhang delegation led by Penying to discuss the next action plan. At the same time, the second batch of members such as Xiao San who went to France for work-studies will also set off from Shanghai, but take a ride and see him off. On April 11, Mao Zedong left Beijing for Shanghai. On the way, he deliberately got out of the car and went sightseeing. After visiting the hometown of Confucius, he also visited Mount Tai. Confucius, a biography of the Chinese nation. Important representatives of traditional culture, they still cherish a special feeling. 25 days later, on May 5, Mao Zedong and his party arrived in Shanghai and stayed at Haitong Road. Number 29, Minho Nanli. At this time, the Xinmin Society came from Beijing. There are 12 members from Changsha, Tianjin to Shanghai. On May 8, chaired by Mao Zedong, in a day-long meeting was held in Songyuan Garden in the middle of the night to send me off to France to meet friends and discuss the affairs of the meeting at the same time. Gained from discussion. The main conclusion drawn is, learn the attitude, to be practical, not to seek vanity, and not to seek the limelight. Runzi advocates, members of the association should work in various directions to create various things. During the May 4 period. Many young people who talk about new trends of thought often swallow some new terms and eat them alive immediately, feeling exhausted. Arrogant and impetuous, he made all kinds of comments. This symposium of the Xinmin Society emphasized potential and practical. It is precisely because of feeling that he becomes angry. We also agreed on 4 conditions for introducing new members: purity and sincerity. Be sincere, strive, and obey the truth. The farewell party today has completely turned into a discussion meeting. At Mao Zedong's letter to Taozhan, February 1920. Go letter from Mao Zedong to Li Jindian, June 7, 1920. At Mao Zedong, Report on the Affairs of the New Democracy Society No. 1. 3, 5, and 4, The Baptism of the Tide 9. It gets late at night, followed by lighting. But everyone still feels that there are many things that have not been finished. 2. On May 11, I met friends in Shanghai and said goodbye to Pu San and 6 others. Mao Zedong still wanted to try his once mellow work-study mutual aid life, living in Minhaonan with Dou Ying, Zhang Wenliang, and a few others. I rented several houses here and tried to live in a mutual aid work-study group. They work together and share. We study together, we eat together, we wear clothes together. Mao Zedong served as a laundry and newspaper delivery worker. After personal practice, he quickly discovered the insurmountable shortcomings of this group life. Immediately wrote a letter telling Li Jinjin in Beijing, "The work-study group is extremely uncertain and will definitely stop those who initiate it. Stop plus." The main purpose of the Shanghai trip was to discuss the construction issues in Hunan. Mao Zedong and Penying et al. After several discussions, the Hunan People's Declaration of Self-Determination was drafted, which was published in the Tianwen Weekly magazine in Shanghai, and published in Current Affairs News. On June 11, Zhang Jing, who was hated by Hunan people, was expelled from Chang'an due to cancer. Hunan's political situation has undergone major changes. How to build governance by the people in Hunan is a new issue. It was immediately mentioned in front of the people of Hunan. On the 14th, Mao Zedong wrote Hunan Transformation, promoting the launch of the declaration published in Shanghai Declaration. Within this month, Mao Zedong continued to published Hunan People Take a Further Step and Hunan People for Personality in Shanghai's Current Affairs News. Articles such as Chen Yi's letter to promote Hunan's reform and promote the restoration of the association clearly explain their views. Mao Dongshen deeply felt that although Zhang Jing had passed away with cancer, there would be no new Zhang Jing with cancer coming back. Methods of eradication. It is to abolish the military governor and reduce the number of soldiers, to overthrow the rule of force, to use private banks and education. Independence, self-government, construction and protection of people's rights, etc., to achieve the goal of implementing governance by the people. The prerequisite for doing so is that affairs in Hunan should be decided by all the people of Hunan. It is believed that once the problems of one province are solved, in the future, when they are combined, the problems of the whole country can be solved. The total solution. Chen Duxiu was also in Shanghai at this time and was preparing to form the Shanghai Communist Party with Li De, Li Hanjun, and others. Justice Group. Mao Zedong talked to Chen Duxiu about some plans of the Hunan Transformation Promotion Conference and asked for help. Asking for advice. During the conversation, the issue of Marxism naturally came up. Mao Zedong came back later. "He probably had more influence on me than anyone else," he recalled. Chen Duxiu talks about himself. "Those words of faith may be a critical period in my life and have a profound impact on me. Made a deep impression at." During this probably critical period in his life, the two of them, Nan Chenbei and Li. At that time, giants in China's ideological circles met one after another. It can be said that this was the second time Mao Zedong left Hunan. Huge gains. He is going back to Hunan again, and his career at this time is still in Hunan. On June 26, Zhang Jinjiao's entire army withdrew from Hunan province, engaging in business outside. People from Hunan who were involved in Zhang's activities returned to Changsha one after another. On July 7, Mao Zedong returned via Wuhan. Later, he applied to be the principal of the primary school affiliated with the First Normal University, and soon he was hired as the principal. The Chinese language teacher of the First Normal University is also the senior class teacher of a class. At this time, his mood. It's enjoyable. After returning to Hunan, Mao Zedong started to do two major things, one related to the current situation, and the other. This article is about the long term. Regarding the long term, he focused on the propaganda of new culture, especially Marxism. His eyes mainly turned to Russia. While still in Beijing, Mao Zedong wrote twice to Tell. A member of the Xinmin Society in Changsha said that he did not plan to go to France for a work-study program, but planned to Russia. There is no need to weigh whether he wants to stay in France. I advise him not to stay in France, but to stay in Russia. Mao Zedong. He is also planning to organize a team to stay in Russia in 2 or 3 years. He said, "For this matter, I have no idea. The bag is full of joy and hope, so I tell you specifically." Why do you want to go to Russia? What about Russia? Because Russia is the first civilized country in the world. Back in Changsha, the first major thing Mao Zedong grasped was the founding of Guangzhou with Yi Lirong and others. Hua Book Club. On July 31, the Hunan Grand Gazette published the article drafted by Mao Zedong. The origin of Hua Shashi, declared, Hunan people are now more hungry in their brains than in their stomachs. Young people especially need to listen and be fed. When Hua Book Club is willing to introduce it in the fastest and easiest way. Various latest books, newspapers, and magazines at home and abroad to provide new research materials for young people and all Hunan people. The new ideas and new culture mentioned at that time were no longer broad new trends of thought. He said. Not only Hunan but also the whole of China does not have a new culture. The whole world also does not have a new culture. A little flower of new culture, discovered in Russia on the Arctic Ocean. It can be seen that he has already. The hopes of China and the world began to be pinned on the October Revolution in Russia under the guidance of Marxism. The example of fate. They rented 3 houses at the Xiang College of Dentistry on Chaozong Street, Changsha, as a literary institution. In order to change the site of the book club, Tan Yan, who had just taken office as the governor of Hunan, took the time to write a sign. Mao Zi. As a special negotiator, Dong raised and borrowed funds from various sources and worked hard to expand his business scope. It has had business dealings with 60 or 70 units outside the province. The books and periodicals operated by the Cultural Publishing House, such as A Study of New Russia, The Labor and Peasant Government and China, An Introduction to Marx's Capital, Social Science, History of Socialism and other translated works, as well as the publication Labor edited by the Shanghai Communist Group. World, all embody the light of hope of the new culture pursued by Mao Zedong. These books and periodicals are all. It was very popular, and the demand in the society was always in short supply, reflecting the importance of introducing new ideas in Hunan society at that time. There is an urgent need for trendy publications. The site of Wenhua Book Club later became Hunan in fact. The secret liaison agency of the communist group internally and externally. After founding the Cultural Book Club, Mao Zedong organized it with Fang Wuxia, Peng Ban, He Shuheng and others. Hunan Russian Research Association. On August 22, the preparatory meeting was held at the Changsha County Governor's office. The agency was held and determined to have the purpose of studying all things in Russia. The specific work arrangements are: publish the Russian journal, send people to Russia for on-site inspections, and advocate work-study programs in Russia. 9. On September 15, the Hunan Russian Research Association was officially established at the Cultural Publishing House, and Mao Zedong was exposed. Work for the secretary. Recommended by Mao Zedong, Hunan's Takongpao continuously reprinted Shanghai's. A number of important articles appeared in the monthly magazine Communist Party, such as The Long History of the Russian Communist Party. The history of Ning and research on the labor and farming system have had a wide impact on young people. Russia. The Sri Lanka Research Association also introduced 16 progressive young people including Liu Shaokai, Ren Qiangxi, Xiao Jingguang, and others. In 2011, he went to Shanghai Foreign Language School to learn Russian, and then went to Russia to study abroad. Regarding the current situation, it is the Hunan autonomy movement that comes from the same line as the Zhangjiang movement. This was the second major event that Mao Zedong devoted himself to after returning to Changsha. In China at that time, the Beiyang military review government was corrupt and tyrannical, and under the guise of forced rule. Under the banner of wars of conquest against the South have been launched year after year. Naturally, many people have pinned their hopes on, trusted on local autonomy or federal provincial autonomy. Li Dazhao, Chen Duxiu, and others also expressed disagreement. Li Dazhao even said, "In my opinion, China cannot be transformed unless it implements joint governance. This popular political opinion had a great influence on Mao Zedong. In Beijing, he is the same as Luo Zhonglong has discussed that he wants to turn Hunan into an advanced area in China, just like ancient Greece in the West. Like Sparta in Germany and Prussia in Germany after returning to Hunan from Shanghai, although he had already asked Ma. Marxism is changing rapidly, but it still has certain expectations for the means of social improvement. Not here. Try it in practice. It is difficult for people to easily give up the ideological weapons they have chosen. After Mao Zedong returned to Hunan, he excitedly said in a letter to Hu Shi on July 9. Since the departure of Zhangzhou, Hunan has had a completely new climate, and the education sector is quite like a lotus blossoming. July 22, New. Tan Yanzhi, who served as the governor of Hunan, issued a congratulations known as the target of the provincial autonomy movement. Telegraph, claiming that it would adopt the policy of Hunan's autonomy and returning government to the people. His purpose is win over people's hearts, maintain the rule of the country, and resist the return of the Beiyang military flashpoint government. Intervention. However, all walks of life in Hunan have long suffered from the Beiyang army and because of Tan Yan. At that time, under the banner of opposing the Beiyang warlords, some enlightened gestures were made, and in addition, Mao Zedong and others had previously promoted Hunan's autonomy extensively, and many people had placed a lot of hope in Tan's promise. Great hope. Various social groups and intellectuals have expressed their opinions and advocated people's rule, justice and Hunan autonomy. When Tan Yan accidentally published the skirt message, Mao Zedong was resting in the countryside of Jianshan. September 1. On the same day, he rushed back to Changsha and immediately participated in the discussion on Hunan's autonomy. For more than a month, he published 14 consecutive articles individually or jointly in Changsha's Takongpao and Shanghai newspapers. Chapter, systematically put forward specific proposals for realizing Hunan's autonomy. Tan Yanjian announced Hunan's autonomy, intending to contrast Hunan people governing Hunan with Hunan people's autonomy. The essence of the confusion is to use the Hunan people's concept of hometown to create a better life for them, a group of bureaucrats who are natives of the province. Politicians take charge of Hunan politics and pave the way. Mao Zedong proposed that what the people of Hunan want is not Hunan people govern Hunan, but Hunan people govern themselves. Because the people of Hunan govern Hunan means taking advantage of a few special. Treat special people as the rulers, treat ordinary civilians as the governed, treat those who govern as the masters, and treat those who are governed as the masters. Slave. He demanded that Hunan autonomy be turned into a political movement originating from the grassroots. He believed the model in mind is Russia. Russian politics is all run by Russian workers and peasants. Reason, what form would Hunan people's autonomy take? Mao Zedong envisioned a Hunan republic. Country plan. He said, we who advocate Hunan country do not necessarily have to be in literally changing the name, just to get a kind of full autonomy, not just to get to be satisfied with semi-autonomy. He felt that it was completely hopeless to implement the overall construction of the country for the time being. The best way is to simply split up and plan the construction of separate provinces. Xianzhi is in chaos. Greater China will be decoupled, and we will wait until the separate construction of various countries is completed in 10 or 20 years before we can engage in a complete revolution. This is actually an important means to advance the general solution. Mao Zedong called on Hunan to take the lead and establish the Hunan Republic. He believed that after the success of the drama, Hunan has got rid of the rule of the Beiyang warlords and may take the lead in this mix and cook. He envisioned, in this country, the rule of warlords should be abolished and a people-centered system should be established. of true government. Set up their own banks, own their own industries, engage in their own education, and improve county and township self-governance mechanisms. Guan 5. Establish trade unions and farmers' associations to protect the people's rights to freedom of assembly, association, speech, and press, etc. Mao Zedong's idea, which is almost shocking to the world, is bold and must be adopted by half of the company. To a certain extent, it reflects the inner contradictions that still exist in Mao Zedong's thought. This is used to lead the way. The Hunan Republic demonstrated by the pioneers is actually similar to an enlarged new village. It consists of various social groups and people from all walks of life united to use the power of discussion to promote Tiananmen's implementation. Hunan's autonomy is similar to the voice advocated by him in the founding manifesto of Xianzhi Review. Revolution. As long as there is a chance, he still wants to give it a try. The debate on Hunan's autonomy has gained momentum. Mao Zedong hoped to further promote the establishment of a actual social movement. At the same time, Tiananmen is also worried about the increasingly vocal autonomy movement. After the situation continued to develop, he would lose control and hurriedly convened an autonomy committee on September 13. Meeting, it was decided that the provincial government and the provincial assembly would each recommend a number of people to serve as the Hunan Autonomous Association. The drafters came to draft a provincial constitution and then held a drafting meeting. Mao Zedong. But we can't give up. The development of the situation forced him to become more and more deeply involved in the actual movement. 2. Tiananmen's government-run autonomy plan had just been published, and Mao Zedong, Pen Ying, and the editors of Ta Kung Pao. Editor Long Jiangong proposed a document on private autonomy. After the manuscript was completed, it was titled From Hunan. The revolutionary government convened the Hunan People's Constitutional Conference to formulate the Hunan Constitution to build suggestions for new Hunan. This document takes advantage of Tiananmen's original enlightened attitude and inherits the Hunan provincial government, which recognizes Tiananmen as its leader, is actually a revolutionary government. He believes that here it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for this government to convene the People's Constitutional Assembly, which is more realistic. At the same time, it was proposed that representatives to the People's Constitutional Assembly must be elected directly and equally, and each representative must 1 in 50,000 people. The Constitution is formulated by the People's Constitutional Assembly and a formal constitution is formed based on the Constitution. The Hunan Parliament, the Hunan government and the county, district, and township autonomous organs. So far, the construction of Hunan is completed. This document was publicly published and signed in Changsha's Ta Kung Pao from October 5 to 6. The number of famous people reached 377, and a few days later the number increased to 436. Mao Zedong is real. Many parties were planning to implement this document. On the 7th, they attended various meetings in the provincial capital held by the Hunan Federation of Students. A joint meeting of representatives of groups and newspapers decided to hold an autonomous movement parade and petition on Double 10 Day. Long Jiangong and Mao Zedong were recommended to draft the petition. On the 8th, they attended the provincial education meeting again. The second preparation for self-government movement, contact meeting of all circles was held, with 430 representatives present. 6 people, with Mao Zedong as chairman, discussed in detail the election and organizational laws of the Constitutional Conference. And recommended Fang Wuxia and others to submit the discussion results to the Hunan provincial government. On October 10, nearly 20,000 people in Changsha paraded on the streets carrying Big Ten. Arrive at the governor's mansion. In front of the door, representatives such as Yu Ying handed Tiananmen the petition drafted by Mao Zedong, asking for please convene a meeting to complete the people's system of democracy as soon as possible. In front of the provincial council, in order to complete the system. Dissatisfied, some people tore down the flag of the provincial congress. Tan Yan indirectly submitted the petition, but categorically rejected all the requests after the fact. Absolutely. In late November, Zhao Heng, who replaced Tan as commander-in-chief of the Hunan army, was wary and even tore off his enlightened disguise. They knew that Mao Zedong was a key figure in this movement, so they created rumors and said it was Mao Zedong who tore down the flag of the provincial assembly and wanted to destroy it. The police department immediately. Mao Zedong summoned him for questioning, hoping to create a high-pressure atmosphere of terror. Mao Zedong must not. Do not publish the dialectical letter in Ta Kung Pao and solemnly declare, no one may. There is no infringement on my body and reputation in the slightest. The police took no further action. But it's better to conduct a peaceful petition. The autonomy movement, which seemed to be seeking revenge from a tiger, also languished since then and could not come to an end. The ruthless facts forced Mao Zedong to calm down. He seemed to have some mental and physical communication, and telling friends, my life is really too tiring, . In late November, they decided to leave the provincial capital. After resting for a few days, we arrived in Pingxiang, Jiangxi. In Pingxiang, Mao Zedong returned from action to thinking. It turns out that the envisioned path doesn't work. Yes, a new path must be opened up. He has always been good at learning from failures. In the process of exploration, we can constantly abandon those who have ideas that are not consistent with reality. On November 25, he gave Xiang Jingyu, Wang Zi, Luo Zhonglong, and Li the same day. Sion, Zhang Qiaji and other members of the New Democracy Society wrote 5 letters. The main content of 3 of the letters. The content is to summarize the lessons learned from the failure of the Hunan autonomy movement. The letter he sent to policeman Ba said, in the past few months, I have seen through it all. And failed from this. He came to the conclusion, political reform is a hopeless path. We can only ignore everything. Open up another road, create another way to create an environment. The letter to Li Sion said, we must create another environment, long-term preparations and precise operations. Plan. Once your strength is developed, the results will come naturally. There is no need to argue with them about the length of a day. This them naturally refers to people like Tan Yanjian, Zhao Heng, and others. The letter to Luo Zhonglong said, to create a new atmosphere of influence, the new People's Society. It must become a combination of doctrine and doctrine. The doctrine of doctrine is like a flag. The flag stands upright and is big. Only then do we have something to hope for, and only then do we know where to go. Mao Zedong always followed his own path in a down-to-earth manner. This is another self-analysis and sublation. The lessons of reality enabled him to finally get rid of his last thoughts on the path of social reform. A little bit of fantasy will make them embark on the road of revolution without hesitation. This determination is really practical. It's not easy. Once he made up his mind, he never looked back. By the end of November, he had completed something very interesting. He puts in Mingxiu. Correspondence between members of the association was edited into 2 pages and summaries were written on some letters. Or press the language and print it out in December. This is what he and the New Folk Studies Society have thought about for more than 2 years. I made a concluding review of the road I want to explore. A letter from Mao Zedong discussing the movement to expel Zhang and the movement for self-government in collected correspondence. An important sentence is added above, both movements are just a way of coping with the current environment. The plan to declare power is by no means our fundamental proposition. Our proposition lies far behind these movements. Outside. What are the advocates outside these movements? Mao Zedong proposed that the new People's Society. It is necessary to start engaging in the planning and organization of fundamental transformation and establishing a basis for transformation, such as The Communist Party advocated by Cai Hezhen at this time, Cai Hezhen was in France. Since May 1920, Shanghai Semi-Xianzhi Yuan meeting. After the meeting, members of the New People's Society were mainly active in France and Changsha. Meeting in France. By the winter of this year, the number of members had reached 18. Cai Hezhen and others who went to France in the first batch can no longer read French. Documents and periodicals, Mencken translation published dozens of revolutionary books and periodicals. This made them accept Marxism. Ningism is a little older than Mao Zedong and others, and it is also deeper. Shanghai Bansongjia Yuan meeting requirements. French friends meet regularly to organize discussions. Xiao San brought this spirit to France. 1. From July 5 to July 10, 1920, 15 members of the French New Folk Society gathered in. A meeting was held in Montargis near Paris to learn how to transform China and the world. Needle. On the road to transformation, radical factions represented by Cai Hezhen emerged. Debate with the moderate faction represented by Xiao Zishan. The meeting entrusted Cai and Xiao to combine two kinds of. The writer of the opinion told Mao Zedong and others at home. Xiao Zizi's letter about his promotion was written in early August. He said, "I quite don't recognize the Russian-style revolution. The destiny is legitimate, but it tends to a new type of revolution in the form of anarchy, prudential style. This kind of revolution starts from education and uses education as a tool." Cai Hezhen's letter was written on August 13. Day. He clearly stated that China must take the road of socialism, and that class war has no. The dictatorship of the bourgeoisie is the necessary method to achieve socialism, the party, trade unions, and cooperatives. The Soviet Union and the Soviet Union are the four sharp weapons of the proletarian revolution. Among them, the party is also the revolutionary movement. The initiator of the movement, the propagandist, the vanguard, and the combat department. Regarding the situation in China, Cai Hezhen said, "I think we must first organize the party, the Communist Party." He hoped that Mao Zedong will. We must make preparations in advance. When these two letters were on the road, Mao Zedong was very busy with the autonomy movement. I saw them around November, when I had given up on the illusion of Hunan's autonomy. After deep deliberation, Mao Zedong gave Cai Hezhen and Xiao Zi promotions and the promotion in Fa on December 1. Members wrote a 4,000-word reply, making clear choices regarding their environmental concerns. "I do not agree with the propositions of my two brothers, Zi Shen, He Bai. Yu Hezhen expresses his deep sympathy with Xi Jinping for his views. He explained his theory of Xi Jinping's revolutionary path. Reason, because the method of moderate reform is actually reasonable in theory, but impossible to implement in practice. 2. In history, all authoritarians, imperialists, or militarists were. When others come to overthrow you, no one will be willing to end it by himself. Russian-style revolution is impossible. But in such a situation where mountains and rivers are exhausted and all roads are inaccessible, a change plan does not mean that there is a better one. All methods must be abandoned and not adopted, but this horrible method must be adopted." This was his ruthless practical experience. Conclusions drawn from life. Xiao Zishan then returned to China at the end of December 1920, bringing with him Xi Hezhen in September. Wrote a long letter to Mao Zedong on the 16th. The letter elaborated on the establishment of the Communist Party and its international. The necessity of organization, advocating blatantly and formally establishing a Chinese Communist Party. Mao Zedong. In another text message on January 21, 1921, he said, "Historical materialism is the core of the philosophy of all parties. According to, your letter and insights are extremely appropriate, and I don't disagree with a single word. Mao Zedong's reply to Cai Hezhen clearly expressed his views on Marxism and Marxism. Belief in communism. He said that this is a place where the mountains and rivers are exhausted, and all roads cannot lead to both sides. In the end, the choice shows what a tortuous mental journey he has experienced over the past 2 years. 40 years later, he told British Marshal Montgomery, "Revolution is not a question of whether the frog wants to do it or not." Question: I never thought about the issue of revolution at first. I was a primary school teacher at that time. There is no Communist Party either. It is because the situation forces us to do it. When expressing this attitude, Mao Zedong had just celebrated his 27th birthday. 27-year-old Mao Zedong's personal life has also changed. Winter of 1920. One day, he married Yang Kaikan. Yang Kaihui was born on November 6, 1901, 8 years younger than Mao Zedong. She followed. I spent my childhood with my mother in the countryside of Bankang, Changsha County. After his father Yang Changji returned from studying abroad, he moved to lives in Shachan, Chongchun. In 1918, he moved to Beijing with his father. After Yang Changji died of illness, 19. In February 2000, I and my brother Yang Kaizi helped Chu return to Changsha. Soon I will enter the elective class of Xianzhi Girls Middle School. Reading. After Mao Zedong returned to Changsha from Shanghai, she went to the Hunan Federation of Students to do propaganda work. Mao Zedong fell in love with her during his 2 trips to Beijing. Yang Kaihui later recalled. Ever since I heard many things about him and read many of his articles and diaries, I fell in love with him. Mao Zedong also wrote many letters to her expressing his love. I also wrote a song called Poppy Poppy and sent it to Yang Kaihui. The first reading is, he piled up on the pillow, how worried he is, the river and sea are churning with waves. The night is long and the color of the sky is always difficult to distinguish. I had no choice but to put on my clothes and sit up in the cold. Probably only an affectionate man in love can write this. Such gentle and lingering words. Yang Kaihui also said, I saw his heart, and he also completely saw my heart. Unexpectedly, I am also so lucky and got a lover. From now on I have a new idea. Knowing each other, I feel that besides being born for my mother, I am also for him. Suppose one day mother does not. Now, he has been captured, and I want to follow him and share the same fate. These words were written on June 20, 1929. Hide it in front of Kaihui's sacrifice. It was not discovered until 1983 that it was hidden in the wall of Bankang's residence in Changsha. This is them too. A great story in the history of love. When they got married, Yang Kaihui moved into Mao Zedong's house with only simple luggage. The teacher's dormitory of the No. 1 normal school affiliated primary school where he is in charge. That night, they spent $6 silver. A banquet was held to entertain several relatives and friends from Changsha. From then on, Yang Kaihui has been assisting Mao Zedong. Zedong carried out revolutionary work and joined the Communist Party of China in 1921. On the occasion of their wedding, Mao Zedong was concerned about the activities of the New People's Society. He and Cai Hezhen. After he Banhan and others accepted Marxism, they fundamentally established the correct method for the development of the new democratic society. The time to move forward is also ripe. Members from Changsha haven't had a meeting for a few days. He and Uncle He Hung and others agreed that a study session would be held at the Chaozong Street Cultural Book Club from January 1 to 3, 1921. New Year's Eve Party. These days, it happens to be the holidays for various agencies and schools. In here, the notice issued, based on the suggestions of the Paris Friends, listed what the new democratic society should do. pp. And other 12 items of discussion content, requiring members to study and prepare first, then call one to attend the meeting. Come rain or shine. On New Year's Day, it snowed. Kang Lijin recalled, after breakfast that day, a man walked alone. Walked to the Chaozong Street Cultural Book Club. The book club is part of a rented old mansion, facing north and south. There is a high wall in front, with a large black door in the middle. Entering the door is an empty terrace paved with square bricks. There is a long row of houses to the north of the flat, and 2 wooden houses to the east, which is the bookstore that serves as the business office. Rented shop. On the east side of Kongping, near the front of the business office, there is a rectangular hall in which there is a long square table and some small square tables, which is the venue where we have the meeting. During the meeting, the weather was cold, with occasional light snowfall, but everyone who came to the meeting was still in high spirits, and there was no one who was absent. There were more than 10 people at the meeting. The meeting was chaired by He Shuheng. First introduced by Mao Zedong to Paris. The members hold the Mondarni conference to discuss the results, and then focus on the common purpose and purpose of the society. The method to achieve the goal and how to proceed at present are discussed freely. When discussing the first question, some people advocated transforming China and the world, while others advocated transforming the world. Some people advocate transforming East Asia, and some do not advocate using the word transforming. It is believed that it should be used to promote social evolution. Mao Zedong spoke, improvement is a patchwork method that should be advocates large-scale transformation. As for transforming East Asia, it is better to use transforming China and the world. The idea that the world is the world, so we must understand the truth is international, and the proposition China is the world, so we must understand the truth. East Asia has no meaning at all under the leadership of the Soviet Union. The vote was submitted on January 2. Attendees. In the 18th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, 14 people took the initiative to transform China and the world or transform the world. Common purpose. On January 2, when discussing the second issue, Mao Zedong still introduced the Paris Friends' opinions, and then he summarized the methods of solving social problems in the world at that time into 5 types. 1. Social policy. 2. Social democracy. 3. Radicalism. Method of communism. 4. Moderate method of communism. 5. Anarchism, for everyone to discuss. He Shuheng was the first to speak and said, he advocates radicalism. 1 disturbance is worth 20 years of education. I firmly believe that this. Some words. Mao Zedong went on to say, my opinions are generally similar to those of He Jun. Social policy. It is a policy to make up for calcium leakage, but it is not a solution. Social democracy uses parliament to work for reform tools, but in fact parliamentary legislation always protects the interests of the bourgeoisie. Anarchism denial. Power, this kind of doctrine, I am afraid I will never be able to achieve it. Moderate methods of communism, such as the extreme freedom that Russell advocates and laissez-faire capitalists will never be achieved. Thrilling train. Methodist communism, the so-called labor peasantism, can be achieved by using the method of class dictatorship. Estimated effect. Therefore it is best to use. As a result of the vote, Mao Zedong and others advocated the 12th National Congress of the Communist Party of China. Shivism, 2 advocated social democracy, 1 advocated moderate methods of communism. Host X-person passenger plane. On January 3, we discussed the third and final issue, that is, how to proceed at present. Everyone proposed research, publicity, liaison, funding, basic undertakings running a school, book publishers, printing bureaus, etc., and establishing an organization and other 6 items. Xianzhi and others talked about the necessity of forming a party, and everyone agreed to Organizing the Socialist Youth League is one of the starting methods. When discussing members' personal lifestyle, Mao Zedong said, "What I am willing to do. Jobs, one is teaching, the other is a news reporter. The future will most likely depend on the monthly salary from these two jobs. Life. As for consumption, I support simplicity and oppose luxury. What can be retained as a commemoration of the meeting are all the records of the New Year's Congress compiled by Mao Zedong. No. Soon after, they printed this record as the second report of the New Democracy Plenary Session Work Report. No, sent separately to Changsha and overseas associations in the province and abroad. Just got hairy on New Year's Day. Zedong, He Shuheng and others introduced him to join the Xinmin Society. He participated in the discussion for the next 2 days, and the diary on January 3 stated, "The New People's Society has been meeting for the past few days, and there have been serious debates about socialism. Re the same society, then it is appropriate to adhere to the doctrine of unity." Q. The two congresses held in Bahihua and Changsha showed that the New People's Society has become a Marxist society. A revolutionary group with the main belief. There are 74 members of the society, and they all joined the Communist Party in the early days. There are about 31 members of the party: Mao Zedong, Cai Hezhen, Xiang Jingyu, Yi Lirong, Li Vihan, Luo Zhonglong, Guo Liang, Xiaoxi and others have all held important leadership positions in the party. There are more than 30 others. He has been engaged in education and science for a long time and sympathizes with the revolution. Only Menfei can wait for the two of them. Come and become an anti-communist. Most of the members of the New People's Society were promoted and framed, and there was also Jingzi who advocated moderate reform. Sheng. Mao Zedong met him in 1910 when he was studying at Dongshan Primary School in Xiangxiang. We were classmates in the Hunan No. 1 Normal University. Jing graduated 3 years before Mao Zedong. The two of them once toured together. They had a close relationship with each other. Xiao Zishan was very active and had good calligraphy, but he had a sonorous air. After he came back from France, he argued with Mao Zedong for several nights, but no one convinced anyone. During the Great Revolution, he served as the Kuomintang Party Affairs Steering Committee member of Peking City. After the split between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party, when supervisor of the National Palace Museum, Deputy Minister of Parliament of the Ministry of Agriculture and Mines of the National Government. Later, he lived in the sea for a long time. Outside. In his later years, he once recalled, in 1920, there was a split in the New People's Society. Under the leadership of Dong Dong, those who were enthusiastic about communism formed a separate secret group. Those who harmed Qin arrive. This secret organization is the Changsha Communist Group. Before and after the New Year's Party, Mao Zedong did not disclose the preparation of the Communist Group to the New People's Society. In August 2000, Chen Duxiu and others established the Communist Party Initiative Group in Shanghai. Preparatory work. Within 1 year, preparatory operations were first established in Piping, Hankou, Changsha, Guangzhou and other places. Qualitative organization. It seems that Changsha was included in Chen Duxiu's party building plan from the very beginning. Zhang Qiabang said, in my memories, Mr. Chen co-organized the Xiangjiang Review in Changsha, Hunan. Mao Zedong and others had long been in contact with each other. He appreciated Mao Zedong's talents very much and was ready to go. The letter explained the whole story and asked him to mobilize the CCP group in Hunan. In November, Mao Zedong received letters from Chen Duxiu and Li De, accepting the formal delegate. They will also set up a communist group, a machine union in Shanghai, and the China. Mao Zedong was kept informed of the drafting of the Communist Manifesto and other developments, and he also sent a Communist Manifesto, Party Monthly and Socialist Youth League Constitution, etc. Around November, Mao Zedong invited. One of the contents of Chen Duxiu's visit to Changsha was to attend the founding meeting of the Hunan Socialist Youth League. Because Chen took a sea ship to Guangdong, he took office as a member of the Guangdong Provincial Education Committee under Sun Yat-sen's military government. Chairman, I failed to come to Changsha. After careful search, Mao Zedong, He Shuheng, Pen Ying and others. 6 people signed the party founding document and established the Changsha Communist Group. Time is around. Standing status throughout the year. Soon, Mao Zedong wrote a letter telling Cai Hezhen, his friend who was the most enthusiastic about building the party. On the first floor, Mr. Chen Zongfu and others are already organizing. While preparing to form a communist group, Mao Zedong also carried out Hunan socialism. The formation of the Youth League. In October 1920, he received letters from Beijing and Shanghai at the same time. The constitution of the new Socialist Youth League. Just in the first normal school, commercial school, the first. Find targets among the students in a middle school and establish a league organization. Zhang Wen, a student at the first normal university. Liang is the backbone of the league building work that Mao Zedong was looking for. His diary at the end of 1920. Wrote many times. On November 19, Asterisk received a letter from Zedong and sent 10 copies of the Youth League's constitution and purpose. Research and implement social transformation. He asked me to meet him on Sunday morning and asked me to represent some comrades. On November 21, meeting with Mao, he said that he would soon go to Liling to inspect education and gave instructions. At this time, the Youth League should focus on finding true comrades, it should only take things slowly and not rush forward. December 2, Zedong is here. He said that the Youth League would wait for Zongfu to come before holding its founding meeting. It can be divided into 2 steps, 1, research, and 2, implementation. He also ordered us to find more true comrades. On December 15, I received a reply from Zedong. Normal school has no school spirit. You should work hard to unite. Gather some comrades to become core elements and create a very good school spirit, Youth League issues. You can work hard to develop league members at school and hold a meeting this semester. December 16, Zedong is here. The Youth League will hold its founding meeting next week. On December 27, Zedong sent 9 copies of the Communist Party. The words "finding true comrades" appear several times in the diary. It can be seen that Mao Zedong was active and cautious. The team-building policy of attaching great importance to and paying attention to quality. When establishing leagues in some places in Beijing and Shanghai, due to lack of experience, neglect of quality, and complicated membership meant that it had to be replaced in May 1921. Announced dissolution. The league organization in Hunan avoided this detour. It was in January 1921. On the 13th, 10 days after the New Year's conference of the New People's Society, it was officially established, and Mao Zedong was appointed secretary. Remember, there were 16 members when it was founded, and it grew to 39 by July. At that time, Mao Zedong's parents had died, and he successively raised his younger brother Mao Zedong and his father since childhood. His cousin Mao Zedong, who grew up in his family, came to Changsha to study, leaving only his eldest brother Mao Zemin to take care of things at home. Mao Zedong dedicated himself to the revolution and had new ideas about the family. In February 1921, he took Mao Zedong back to Shaoshan to celebrate the Spring Festival. New Year's Eve evening. Mao Zedong and his brothers and sisters gathered around the fire pond to watch the New Year. Mao Zemin told his brother that there had been a riot at home. There was a fire, and a lot of money was spent on repairing the house. Not long ago, I was blackmailed by defeated soldiers and robbed by bad guys, and my family was in trouble. It has been a year that is not as good as a year. After hearing this, Mao Zedong enlightened him and said that the country was in chaos and the people were not living in peace, so he had to sell his country. Go out and do something for your country. The house at home can be used by others to live in, and the fields can be given to others. Home species. The money we owe others must be paid back once and for all, and the money they owe us should be forgotten. Those heads. It's better to let others feed the cattle. It's time for spring plowing and other people will be able to use them. The remaining millet, spring. When plowing, food is given to the people who go up and down the farm. After the Spring Festival, Mao Zemin and Mao Zedong left Shaoshan and arrived in Changsha, where they were arranged to work together. He did school work in the primary school attached to the teacher's school and studied at the workers' cram school. From then on, Mao Zedong and his family. Taking part in revolutionary activities, Mao Zedong, Mao Zedong, and Mao Zemin successively devoted their lives to the revolution. Fate. Mao Zedong always took personal ideological cultivation and transformation very seriously. A description of the strengths and weaknesses of one's own character in a letter to Penying on January 28, 1921. He made a frank analysis: only those who are most gentle in the world are most strong. I have known this for a long time, but I don't have it myself. Waiting for the ability to do it, knowingly knowing that he committed a crime, and not hesitate to go against his own path and do it, it is horrifying to think about it. You can be a hero by yourself if you have a little strategy. Those who are determined to be true, take responsibility for what they say and do what they do. I am responsible for myself. I don't want to be afraid of sacrificing my true self. I don't want to make myself an accidental person. Treat friends, do. Discuss matters by matters, discuss personal relationships by personal relationships, discuss theories and methods when doing things, and discuss feelings by personal relationships. Young Mao Zedong's character can still be seen to some extent in his later days. After the Changsha Communist Group was established, it adopted Cai Hezon's previous things must be kept secret. Suggestions for potential movements are often given to mass organizations and cultural book societies, and the Russian Research Society. 4 practical practitioners in the early days of the founding of the Party 277. In the name of the Communist Party of China, he engaged in Marxist propaganda activities. Mao Zedong often sent Grand Duke to Changsha. Newspaper recommended Marxist manuscripts. The chief writer of the newspaper, Mr. Longjian, is his friend. Mao Zedong. It also carried out work among workers through the first Normal Workers' Night School. May 1920. One day, hundreds of workers and students in Changsha held a parade in the rain to celebrate International Labor Day. According to reports, leader recalled that during the first Congress of the party, the representatives exchanged places in their residences. Work experience: the Beijing team did some workers' movements in Changxindian, Wuhan, Beijing. The Han Railway Workers' Movement and the workers' movement in other factories had just begun. Changsha small. The organization, propaganda, and labor movement have all achieved preliminary results. Looking at the situation of groups in various places at that time, Mr. Sha's organization is relatively unified and neat at basic. Mao Zedong was sent to Shanghai to join the Communist Party of China for the first time in June 1921. Notified by the Congress. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon on June 29, he and He Shuheng were in Chang'an together. At Shaximen Pier, we took a train and boarded a small steamer bound for Shanghai. Travel expenses are paid by Zinmin. Society members can open forests to help raise funds. They left suddenly and did not let their relatives and friends see them off. Xiezhueja, who was working at Hunan popular newspaper with He Shuheng at that time, wrote in his diary. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Shuheng went to Shanghai, borrowed the traveler's hand to moisturize his body, and went to the country for advice. 4. These 5 circles, Xiezhuezai later explained, were communists, and he knew them at the time. It's a big deal, and for fear of leaking it, I can only express my feelings with a circle. This is indeed a major event in Chinese history. 7 people from home and abroad participated in this meeting. 12 representatives sent by the Communist group. They are, Li De, Li Hanjun, Hai Zhang Qiuda, Lu Renjing, Mao Zedong, He Shuheng Dongbiwu, Chen Tenkaiu, Wang Jinmei, Deng Enming, Chen Gongbo, Zhou Fo. Hai. The meeting was originally scheduled to be chaired by Chen Duxiu, but he was unable to take the time due to busy official duties in Guangzhou. In person, I specially assigned Monk Baohui to meet with me. Also present at the meeting were representatives of the Communist International, Marin and Nicole. Ski. This is a meeting of young people. The eldest He Shuheng was only 45 years old. Young Lu Renjing is only 19 years old. The average age of the 15 participants was 28 years. It happened to be Mao Zedong's age. From now on, the Communist Party of China will change the face of the entire China. It was originally established by such young people. They are either wearing suits, leather shoes, or wearing long robes. He is an intellectual. Mao Zedong was not particularly noteworthy at the time. Guide. Tim 8. Blog of representatives living in the French concession in Shanghai under the name of Peking University Summer Tour Group. The girls' school is located not far away from the home of Li Shuchen, Li Hanjun's elder brother and the leader of the alliance. The brand name is Baylor Road Tree Delhi No. 3. The formal meeting will be held on July 23, and the last day will be 3rd. On the 11th, the change took place on a cruise ship in Nanhu, Jiaxing, Zhejiang. Everyone recommends Zhang Qiuabang. Presided over the meeting, Mao Zedong and Zhou Fahai took notes. The meeting officially determined the name of the party as China. The Communist Party of China adopted the party platform, and elected Chen Duxiu, Zhang Qiuakun, and Li De to form the Central Committee. Bureau, Chen Duxiu is the secretary. Regarding the central tasks after the establishment of the party, the meeting decided to organize meeting to lead the labor movement. Aside from serving as the record keeper, Mao Zedong only made one speech, introducing communism in Changsha. The situation of the group. It is true that Mao Zedong had a lot of experience in practical activities, but he was not like the people present here, including Li Hanjun, Lu Renjing, and Li De, are proficient in foreign languages and have read extensively the works of Marx. Communism. At the first meeting of the party, many people often quoted classics and involved many theoretical issues. Mao. The impression left by Zedong on the attendees was that he was mature and prudent, silent, and spoke very little, rarely spoke, but he pays great attention to what others say. They pay great attention to thinking and digesting the opinions of comrades. When I see him, he often walks around in the house where he lives, walking around, thinking, taking pictures and thinking, and even comrades passing by. When dealing with him in front of the window, he never saw that some comrades could not understand and said that he is a nerd, neurotic and. From mid-month, Mao Zedong returned to Changsha. Because I was not feeling well, I stayed in Chuanshan to study. In society, the main purpose is to recuperate from illness. He took the time to read some books, especially taking English as the main subject. I must read a few sentences every day. I already know that I must read them. His mood is happy. There are many things to be done, how to carry out the work. The parties. The big meeting did not provide specific methods. The work of party organizations in various places is generally based on work on two aspects. 1. Use professional relationships to promote and develop party members. 2. Ideas. Get close to workers and organize a labor movement. This is how Mao Zedong started his activities in the early days of founding the party. Moving. After returning to Hunan, he was hired as a Chinese language teacher at Hunan No. 1 Normal University and then resigned. He was appointed as the principal of the primary school attached to the division and recommended He Shuhang to take over. They feel that the party needs to be strengthened. As a public place for theoretical study and propaganda, the company used the boat to obtain the site and funds of the society, and established a Hunan self-study university. It was Mao Zedong's dream to establish a self-study university. He had imagined it more than a year ago. Mao Zedong successively drafted the outline of organization and the declaration of founding of the self-study university. Inside, it is said that self-study university is a kind of populist university and adopts the method of focusing on self-study to study. Complete all kinds of academics, pay attention to labor, and seek the closeness between the two classes of knowledge and labor, which is taking the form of the 10th generation academies, incorporating the content of modern schools, and making it suitable for human nature and convenient research. A special organization for research. The admission instructions issued by the school states are: the purpose is to transform modern society. Our study is knowledge that seeks to achieve this goal. September. When school started, there was only one person admitted to the school, namely Xia Mingzhu, a later famous Communist Party member. 1. In November 1913, Provincial Governor Zhao Heng warned that the doctrine advocated is not correct and is harmful to public security. The charges closed Hunan Self-Study University. At this time, self-study universities and affiliated cram schools had already. At the same time as he founded Hunan Self-Study University, Mao Zedong set out to form the Hunan Local Party Group. Weave. On October 10, the Communist Party branch of Hunan Province was established, with Mao Zedong as secretary and members. There are He Shuhang, Yi Lirong and so on. The branch rented a bungalow at number 22 King Shuatang outside Xiaomen as a secret activity. Mechanism. King Shuatang is located on the outskirts of the city. The place is relatively remote. Most of the residents are vegetable farmers. There are some in the vegetable fields. There are two ponds, the water in the upper pond is turbid and the water in the lower pond is clear, hence the name. There is a road leading directly in front of the door. In the small Wu family, there are not many people coming and going, which may attract people's attention. Mao Zedong and Yang Kaihui from 1921. In October, he moved to King Shuatang and lived there until he left Changsha in April 1923. After the Hunan Party branch was established, Mao Zedong set out to develop party members among workers and students and establish the grassroots organization of the party. In order to get closer to the workers, he took off his long shirt, put on a short shirt of coarse cloth, and wore it. Putting on straw sandals, he went to where the workers gathered and made friends with them. First and last. Cotton mills, electric lighting companies, mints, black smelters, as well as clay books, sewing machines, printing, etc. Absorb some advanced elements in the industry to join the party. Among students, first of all in self-study universities, second. First normal school, business vocational school, number 1 middle school, class A industrial school, etc. with better foundation. Schools develop party members, and some schools have also established branches. Mao Zedong also visited Hengyang province twice. The Third Normal University was established and a party branch was established. Went to Enyuan coal mine twice to understand the situation and on 19. In February 2020, the Enyuan branch of the Communist Party of China was established, with Li Lisan as secretary and a member of the Hunan Party Group. The earliest branch of the Industrial Workers' Party led by the organization Xia Shi, Guo Yang, Chen Chang, Xia Han, Zhang Xianyuan, Mao Zemin, Huang Jingyuan, Yang Kaihui, etc. all joined the party during this period. By May 1922, Hunan had a Communist Party of China. 30 people. Mao Zedong and He Shuheng established the Communist Party of China on the basis of the Hunan branch of the Communist Party of China. Hunan District Committee, Mao Zedong served as secretary. What are the weighing points of the committee members? Yi Lirong, Li Listen, etc. Later, Guo Liang was added. The district committee is still located at number 22, Qingshui Pond. Yang Kaihui actually responsible for the confidential and transportation liaison work of the district committee. During this period, Mao Zedong also served as social leader as secretary of the Hunan District Committee of the Communist Party of China. Secretary of the Executive Committee of Changsha, the Youth League of China, led the organization and construction of the league in Hunan District to start work on 19th. The Communist Party of China is the political party of the Chinese working class. It is very natural that the CCP won. After the conclusion of the Congress, he made the development of the workers' movement the focus of his work. 19. In mid-August 2011, the Secretary Department of China Labor Combinations was established in Shanghai as a public, open institutions that lead the workers' movement. In October, the Labor Combination Secretary Department was established in Changsha. Southern Branch, Mao Zedong serves as director. Although Mao Zedong ran a night school for workers when he was in the first division, it was still difficult for him to engage in the workers' movement. It is a strange thing that lacks experience. He has always been down to earth in his approach to matters. Proceeding from the actual local situation, the work is carried out in an orderly and efficient manner. When engaging in the labor movement in Hunan, the first problem I encountered was how to win over the Hunan Labor Association. This is a worker who has a relatively strong foundation among Hunan workers and is influenced by anarchist syndicalism groups. It only engages in economic struggle, and its organizational principle is to eliminate the collegial system of leaders, which is absolutely to break the concept of leadership and the boundaries between men and women. It was established in Changsha on November 20, 1920. The main founders are Huang Ai and Peng Rongquang, with about 7,000 members. The labor union has a large number of people, and Huang and Peng also have considerable prestige among the workers. Winning them over is not an easy task. Mao Zedong first carefully understood the situation of the labor union was analyzed and some favorable factors were found. Such as, Huang Ai, Peng Ren, Kuang are all radical elements in the May 4th movement and the protest movement, and they are upright and pure. Huang Ai has also been influenced by Li Dazhao and Chen Duxiu successively, but after obtaining Chen Duxiu's support, returned to Hunan from Shanghai to organize a labor union. The labor union led the workers of the No. 1 cotton mill to oppose the provincial governments. The struggle to lease the yarn mill to Huaxi Company had failed, and it was in need of help and guidance. So, Mao Zedong started by helping Huang Ai and Peng Rongquang, and designated a special person to contact Huang and Peng, and also contacted them many times. Invite them to Qingshui Pond's residence to have a chat. November 21, 1921, the first anniversary of the founding of the Hunan Labor Association. Mao Zedong discussed with Huang and Peng the reorganization of the labor union and published All Hopes in Labor Weekly. In the article Labor Council, 3 suggestions are put forward for the reorganization of the Labor Council. First, the purpose of the Labor Council. It is not only engaged in economic struggle, especially in cultivating class consciousness and seeking the foundation of the class benefits. The second is that the old guild-style organizational method must be replaced by democratically produced personnel. A capable office. Third, workers should support the union themselves and prepare a strike fund and election funds. Mao Zedong's suggestion was approved and adopted by Huang and Peng, and they immediately carried out labor reform. The meeting was reorganized and the original collegial system of various trade unions was changed to a secretarial system, and the past. The 8 departments were concentrated into 3 departments: Secretary, Education, and Organization. Huang Ai also invited assistant Mao Zedong. Meeting affairs. They accepted Mao Zedong's idea of small organizations and large alliances and established soil groups one after another. There are more than 10 trade unions in woodworking, machinery, printing, etc. The labor union has since entered a new era of development. Period. In mid-December, Communist International representative Ma Lin was accompanied by Zhang Tailai to Guilin and Sunzhong. Mountain meetings. I stopped by Changsha on the way. Mao Zedong received him at the Cultural Publishing House and introduced him. Huang Ai and Peng Renai met with Ma Lin and asked him to spend an evening talking to them about class struggle and the Russian Revolution. In his subsequent report to the Communist International, Ma Lin stated this. Talking about the impressions along the way, I think this trip to the south was the most enjoyable part of my stay in China. Important period. In several provincial cities, I found that Chinese youth have questions about socialism. The question is of great interest. I have participated in youth gatherings in Changsha, Guilin, Guangzhou, and Haifeng. Yes. There were various regional clubs for young students studying anarchism and socialist theory. Generally speaking, these youth organizations do not actually contribute to the workers' movement. What contribution does it make to the development of sports? Only youth organizations in Changsha held protests against Washington. Demonstrations at the conference and the establishment of a textile workers' federation, which was organized in. After Ma Lin left, Mao Zedong asked Yi Lirong to tell Huang Ai and Pang Ronquang to invite them to Qing dynasty. Talk to water. Afterwards, Mao Zedong said to Yi Lirong, the discussion was very good. Their opinions are very interesting. The French are the same as us and are willing to work with us. On December 25, according to the instructions of the Central Bureau of the Communist Party of China, Mao Zedong passed the Hunan Labor Party. The trade union and the Provincial Federation of Students mobilized more than 10,000 workers, citizens, and students in Changsha to hold demonstrations to protest. The United States, Britain, Japan, France, and other countries held a so-called Joint Domination of China Conference in Washington. Pacific Conference. Huang and Pang served as chairman of the conference and commander-in-chief of the parade respectively. Journalists at the time reported. Said, the labor union's Tiger's Peace leaflet exposes typing from an economic standpoint. On the inner wall of the ocean, we advocate class struggle, advocate the arming of workers, and advocate the whole country and the world. The great unity of the workers is very vivid. This is the reorganized labor union organization. It was the first large-scale event and had a great impact across the country. Huang Ai and Pang Rending are also fighting. China washed away the influence of anarcho-syndicalism and joined the Chinese Socialist Youth Group. On January 16, 1922, Huang Ai and Pang Ronquang were accused of organizing Changsha textile workers. He went on strike and was arrested by the warlord Zhao Hengti. The next morning he was kidnapped and secretly killed outside Liuyang Gate. Sacrifice. Before having sex, Huang Ai was stabbed 3 times and still shouted with all his strength, "Great sacrifice, great success." After Huang and Pang were killed, Mao Zedong immediately united with all walks of life in Changsha to convene twice at Chuanshan Academic Society. A memorial meeting was held and a commemorative special issue was issued. In order to break through Zhao Heng's blockade of discussion, Mao Zedong transferred Li Lisan back from Anyuan and instructed him to go to Chang to mobilize Huang Ai's 60-year-old father and colleagues. Go to Shanghai and accuse Zhao of his crimes to all walks of life. Subsequently, Mao Zedong also took the opportunity to go to Shanghai to organized an anti-Zhao movement and attended the memorial meeting for Huang and Pangda in Shanghai. For a time, there was an uproar across the country. In order to commemorate Huang and Pang and protest, Zhao Heng was alert to the wave of crimes that destroyed the labor movement. Chen Duxiu is sharing. The report written by the Communist International specifically stated, because it opposed the Pacific Conference and advocated the recognition of Soviet demonstrations in Egypt and participation in cotton mill strikes, Youth League members Huang Ai and Pang Reno. The two were killed by the military governor. Huang Ai participated in the Awakening Society in Tianjin during the May 4th movement and worked with Zhou Si. We have a very deep friendship. Leaving is a poem that expresses the determination to use blood to fill the flowers of communism and let the red flag. Sun Flying 21. Through reorganizing and guiding the activities of the Hunan Labor Union, Mao Zedong initially obtained leadership positions. People's experience of movement. He knows very well how to rely on and cultivate the backbone and build a strong trade union organization. The importance of. So he assigned the party's superiors to the ministry and successively established the Guangdonghan Railway Workers' Club, Anyuan Road Miners' Club. The name Workers' Club is based on Mao Zedong's wishes. See what is settled. In addition to some industrial workers in roads, mines, and other fields, Changsha, the capital of Hunan province. It is mainly a city with large concentrations of handicraft industries and industries, with many industries and as many as 100,000 workers. Mao Zedong led the Hunan Party organization to successively establish the Changsha Carpentry Trade Union, Changsha Rickshaw Trade Union, Changsha Pen Industry Trade Union, Changsha Barber Trade Union, Changsha Young Children's Trade Union, Changsha Printing and Printing Workers Union. We'll wait. The secretaries of all trade unions and clubs are all Communist Party members, and Mao Zedong even personally. He also serves as secretary of the Changsha Printing and Printing Union. From the second half of 1922 to 1923. At the beginning of the year, leaders successively launched the Anyuan Road Mine, the Guangdong Hankow Railway, the Shuakao Mountain Lead Zinc Mine and the Chongchun. A series of general strikes by sand mud carpenters and others set off a climax of the workers' movement in Hunan. The climax of the struggle began with the workers' strike in Anyuan. The Anyuan coal mine in Zhao Township, Xianzhi, and the Zhuzhubo Railway from Zhuzhou to Pingxiang, Hunan are collectively called an. There are 17,000 workers in Yuanlu mine. Since Zhuzhou and Changsha are already connected by railway, the connection with Changsha is much more convenient than with Nanchang, the capital of Jiangxi province, so it is organized by the Hunan Party. It is the largest industrial and mining enterprise within the leadership of the Hunan Party organization. Back in 1920. In November of that year, after the Hunan autonomy movement failed, Mao Zedong went to Bo Township to rest and visited Anyuan. During the inspection, I noticed the cruel exploitation suffered by the workers here. They work for 10 days every day. 2 hours, low pay. The mines did not have safety equipment, and casualties continued to occur. In the winter of 1921, some workers at the Anyuan Road mine wrote a letter to the Secretary of the China Labor Federation. Ministry, please send someone to Anyuan to help and guide everything. The Secretariat sent Mao Zedong there. I went to Anyuan twice, and the last time I took Li Lily and others with me. Go down to the dark and dirty place. Go to the coal mine, make friends with the workers, and understand their sufferings. He told workers that they should unite. He got up and fought for his own interests, and also made an analogy, saying, there are a few small pebbles on the road, but a big one. The boss raised his foot and kicked it away. If he knocked down many small stones, they would be covered with sand and stones. The ashes formed a mass, and even the big boss couldn't move it. After returning to Changsha, Mao Zedong decided to move here as the basic starting point for the development of the workers' movement. At the end of the year, Li Lisan was sent to Anyuan to open up construction projects. After that, Liu Shaokai, Zhang Xianyuan, Huang Jingyuan, Mao Zemin and others were sent to Anyuan to work. Make. Release of people. Mao Zedong emphasized the importance of striving to carry out the struggle in a legal form, first establishing a firm foothold, and gradually moving forward. Carry out work step by step. He told Lili that he must take advantage of the popular civilian education movement in society at that time. Take action to open tutorial schools for workers and discover and train key personnel. Li Lisan arrived in Anyuan and used his. It is in the name of providing civilian education. Through his connections, he found out that the governor of Pingxiang County was a judge. He liked ancient Chinese and Wei style, but opposed Chinese and vernacular Chinese, so he wrote a petition in Lu style. I requested to file a case, and sure enough, it was quickly approved. The county governor also added the beginning and end of the submission as a posted for announcements. In January 132, the first workers' cram school was established in Anyuan. On this basis, the Anyuan Road Miners Club was established, with Li Lisan as director and Zhu Xiao as its director. Re-elected as deputy director and obtained legal status. On May 1, 1922, Labor Day, Anyuan workers held a large-scale demonstration. In mid-May, Mao Zedong came to Anyuan for the fourth time and held a meeting with the Anyuan Road Mine branch of the Communist Party of China. Meeting and listening to work reports. When Xian said that among the slogans shouted at the May Day parade, there was China. Long live the Communist Party, he told everyone that they must be cautious and make the Communist Party public at once. Go out, what if the reactionaries want the Communist Party from you? Some people will be afraid. In such a complex environment, we must pay attention to the struggle strategy, otherwise we will suffer losses. It matters now. The purpose is to organize workers. After that, the workers' clubs paid attention to the struggle strategy and adopted the method of establishing consumer cooperatives. Way to link club activities with the vital interests of workers and encourage them to join the club. The number of co-workers has increased a lot. In early September, Mao Zedong came to Anyuan for the fifth time and met with Zhang Xianyuan and Zhu Shaolian and others analyzed the struggle situation in Anyuan and unanimously believed that the time was ripe for a strike. Then again, convene a party branch meeting to study the Xian work plan. Mao Zedong put forward the principle that the soldiers who mourn must win. The strategy is to win the sympathy of society and the public, isolate and divide the road and mine authorities. September 14. Anyuan road miners held a general strike. Li was appointed commander-in-chief for the third time, and Liu Shaokai was appointed general representative of the workers. Table. The strike declaration put forward 17 political and economic demands. Based on Mao Zedong's opinions, the slogan "I used to be a cow and a horse, but now I have to be a human being" was adopted. After 5 days of fierce struggle, Workingmen's Club no one hurt, no one defeated, wagon. That day, Mao Zedong came to Anyuan for the sixth time and convened a workers' representative conference, at which he made a speech to the whole country. Report on the situation of the labor movement. Before leaving, develop a group of outstanding workers to join the party. The Anyuan Party and League organization developed rapidly. By 1923, 13 party branches and 26 league branches were developed, and the Anyuan Party headquarters was established. Party Committee. In April 1923, Mao Zedong visited Anyuan for the seventh time. At this time, the Beijing-Hankow Railway engineering. The National People's Congress workers were brutally suppressed by the Zhili warlord Wu Peifu, and the Chinese workers' movement reached a low ebb. The Anyuan road mine authorities also threatened to ban workers' clubs. Before coming to Anyuan, Mao Zedong summoned. The leaders of the Anyuan Party organization were gathered in Changsha for a meeting to study countermeasures. he instructed to and temporarily avoid the edge and take advantage of. Take prudent steps and do not go on strike easily, but you must be ready to go on strike and be ready to strike. Fully prepared. According to Mao Zedong's opinions, the comrades in Anyuan started prospecting for or after returning. Bureau negotiations, stating in strict terms that the authorities have a conspiracy to ask the army to dissolve the workers' clubs. If this doing so will inevitably cause workers to go on strike again, and the entire mining area will be damaged. At the same time at work, the people urgently mobilized and called on the country to be extremely well prepared. This would put the mining bureau in a passive position. You didn't dare to move. In October 1922, immediately after the victory of the Anyuan strike, Mao Zedong launched another war. Led the strike struggle of more than 6,000 cement and carpenter workers in Changsha. Full. At that time, the government had a lot of voluntary labor vacancies for civil engineering projects, and the labor prices were low. It is the direct reason for the poverty of workers in the mud forest. The basic purpose of workers' strikes is to fight for the past. They demanded freedom of business and asked the governor of Changsha County to increase the labor price to 3.4 cents. October 6. Stop. After the work began, Mao Zedong went out to call for help and asked trade unions in some places across the country to send messages of support. Changsha's Ta Kung Pao reports on strikes almost every day. But the Changsha County office refused to accept the conditions proposed by the workers. The workers decided to petition, and the county office posted a notice prohibiting it. Petition, and otherwise take action in accordance with the law, and also said that there are thugs among the workers. Some workers are afraid of another. If the Huang and Peng incident occurs, discuss it with Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong analyzed to them that the situation is very different from when Huang and Peng led the strike. On the one hand, workers are organized and social. People from all walks of life will sympathize with us. On the other hand, these things have little to do with Zhao Hong's vigilance. The look in Zhao's eyes made Changsha County Governor Zhou Dugan not dare to kill anyone. On October 23, thousands of workers in the cement and wood industry broke into the wall of the county office. Mao Zedong was conducting in the middle of the team wearing a cardigan. He carries a whistle in his hand and blows it. Whistling loudly, the workers shouted a slogan, blowing and shouting again and again. The mood of the workers became higher and higher. Weak. Hao Qian never dared to come out. In the end, Wu Jinghong, director of the Provincial Government Affairs Department, had no choice but to come forward and promised to do it the next day. Tuwa convened a public group meeting and asked the masonry workers to send representatives to attend the negotiations. October 24. Mao Zedong personally served as the chief representative of the masonry workers and led several workers' representatives to the Provincial Government Affairs Office. The office negotiated with Wu Jinghong for 3 hours, forcing Wu to agree to have the masonry workers prepare a submission, saying, Ming requested an increase in wages and business freedom, and submitted it to the provincial government, Zhao Henwei, for approval. Mao Zedong on the spot. Record the conversation between Wu and the worker representatives and draft a submission. The next day, present to the provincial governor. Article was published in Changsha's Ta Kung Pao. Mao Zedong adopted a different approach in his submission. The strategy of attacking each other's contradictions and divided attacks, especially the freedom of business, is enshrined in the Constitution and the Industrial Code. The government does not need to interfere in price disputes. The clay carpenter asked to start work at a price of 3 cents and 4 cents, alone. The governor of Changsha County violated the provincial constitution by insisting on not taking action. Since the governor of Meng Province maintained it, Director Wu of the Government Affairs Department of Fujian said that when the representatives of the workers and other officials met with me today, he expressed his permission on behalf of the provincial governor. The workers and others advocate handling it, he said, asking the provincial governor to give clear instructions to reassure people. Zhao Heng is wary of not having to. Approved accordingly. In order to facilitate unified leadership and carry out the Hunan workers' movement on a larger scale, Mao Zedong start planning for a unified workers' organization across the province. On November 1, 1922, the Guangdong Hankong Railway Federation of Trade Unions was established at Changsha Xinhe Station. A congress was established, chaired by Mao Zedong and attended by representatives from more than 30 trade union organizations across the province. The representatives at the meeting unanimously completed the establishment of the Provincial Federation of Trade Unions, and then held another federation meeting. At the first representative meeting, Mao Zedong was elected as chairman and represented the Secretariat of the China Labor Combinations. The Kayanan branch gave a speech. After the meeting, Mao Zedong participated in the drafting of the Provincial Federation of Trade Unions Charter. On November 5, the second representative meeting of various trade unions was held, and Mao Zedong was elected as the leader of the LAC. The Director General of the Bureau of the Southern Provincial Federation of Trade Unions, Guo Liang, is the Deputy Director General. At the same time, an announcement was made. Announcement to the whole country. This was one of the two major local combinations in the country led by the Communist Party of China at that time. 1. The other is the Hubei Provincial Federation of Trade Unions. The name of the Secretariat of the Labor Federation is MOVE. The foreign terms used are difficult to be understood by the workers. Established in the Provincial Federation of Trade Unions. After that, this name was no longer used. One of the major things that the Kayanan Provincial Federation of Trade Unions did after its establishment was to be wary of the government with Zhao Heng. 3 days of reasoning, petitioning, and struggle took place. The authorities were deeply disturbed by the growing labor movement. Renren Xianzhi said, "Those who are responsible for the labor movement are extremists who receive money from outside and engage in anarchism to overthrow the status quo." The provincial government etc. also issued rumors that they would take severe repressive measures against workers, and it happened that the Changsha West District Police Station suddenly took off the rickshaw trade union badge, etc. Pick a few incidents. In response to this situation, Mao Zedong and the Hunan District Committee of the Communist Party of China decided to take preemptive measures. According to the law, they used Zhao's provincial constitution to launch a reasoning struggle. On December 11, Mao Zedong, as the Director General of the Hunan Provincial Federation of Trade Unions, he leads the representatives of the affiliated trade unions Guo Liang and Ren Shuda, Luo Shuekai and other 23 people met with Changsha County Governor Zhou Duqian and the Provincial Police Department Director. Stone turns into gold. On the 12th, I met again with Wu Jinghong, Director of the Provincial Government Affairs Department. On the 13th, I met directly with him. Zhao Heng is wary of himself. They asked the government to express its attitude towards the industrial sector and regarding associations and gatherings. Freedom to express the attitude of the industry itself and other 10 issues to start negotiations. Chasing envoy Zhao Hengti and others. Claims that the government adopts protectionism towards workers and has no intention of oppression, and also recognizes the provincial constitution. Article 12 stipulates that the people have the right to freedom of association and peaceful assembly without being subject to any special restrictions under special laws, fully valid. Mao Zedong and others also stated, what the workers want is socialism, because it is beneficial to workers, but it is currently difficult to achieve, so socialism is governed by the people. As a principle, it is by no means anarchism as stated in official proclamations. Zhao Hengti and others responded to no politics. I really hate the anarchism of the government, but I am at a loss and ignorant of socialism, because he said that it is extremely appropriate for all workers to adopt this attitude. The workers' demands were basically resolved, and Mao Zedong and others immediately issued the representatives of various trade unions. The reality of the negotiations with Governor Zhao, Director Wu Government Affairs Department, Director Shi Police Department, and Governor Zhou Changsha County. The situation was titled, Disclosing the Detailed Situation of the Reasoning Struggle, and was published on December 10, 1922. Published in Changsha's Ta Kung Pao from the 5th to the 17th. Zhao Hangti is like knowing a sour fruit. Son, it's very unpleasant. Afterwards, he said to his neighbors, if another Mao Zedong comes to Hunan, I will. Can't stand still. Indeed, after 2 years of refinement in the labor movement, Mao Zedong had grown into an old man. A practicing revolutionary. In the practice of struggle, he relied on organizations and the masses to cultivate backbones and pay attention to strategy, use contradictions, strive for and discuss, use legal struggle to cover and cooperate with illegal struggle. Accumulated rich practical work experience. Later, Mao Zedong showed his outstanding performance. Leadership skills are beginning to take shape at this time. The Hunan workers' movement he led went on strike 10 times. There were 9 victories and half victories and 1 failure, which largely attracted the attention of society at the same time also gained 1 high praise from within the party. Chen Duxiu summarized at the Third National Congress of the Communist Party of China the central and various policies since the Second National Congress. When working in the region, he once said, as far as the region is concerned, we can say that the comrades in Shanghai. Too little work has been done for the party. Comrades in Beijing have caused many mistakes because they do not understand the party organization. Only comrades from Hunan can say that they are doing a good job at. Since April 1917, New Youth edited by Chen Duxiu has published Mao Zedong's research on sports. 6 years have passed. From the May 4th movement, the founding of the party, to the workers' movement, Chen Duxiu. More and more people appreciate Mao Zedong's talents. In January 1923, he began preparations for the Third National Congress of the party. It was decided to transfer Mao Zedong to work in the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China and send Li Vihan back to Hunan to take over the Hunan district of the Communist Party of China. The position of Secretary of the Executive Committee. In April 1923, Mao Zedong arranged the work in Hunan district and left King Shuatang. Kai Miizi Yang Kaihui and her son Mao Enying, who was just 6 months old, traveled to Shanghai secretly. At this time, notices were posted on the streets of Changsha that Zhao Heng was on alert to offer a reward for the capture of extremist Mao Zedong. Shortly after leaving Hunan for Shanghai, Mao Zedong arrived early together with Ma Lin, a representative of the Communist International, and others. Arriving in Guangzhou, together with Chen Duxiu, Li Derenzhao, Zhang Qiabang, Tan Pingshan, Cai Hezan, Chen Tenkaiu, Luo Zhonglong and others are preparing for the Third National Congress of the Communist Party of China. June 12–2, 1923. On the 10th, the Third National Congress of the Communist Party of China was held at number 31 Back Street, Shi Orphanage, Dongshan, Guangzhou. Mao Zedong attended as a representative of the party in Hunan district. The central topic of the meeting was to discuss the cooperation between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party. Still in August last year, based on the opinions of the Communist International, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China held a special meeting in Westlake, Hangzhou, and decided to the Kuomintang practices cooperation. The bloody lessons left by the February 7 tragedy in 1923 have made China. The Communist Party further realizes that China's national democratic revolution relies only on the lone struggle of the working class. It is not enough, we should win over all possible allies. Because Sun Yat-sen led the revolution of 1911. The mission was a success. The Kuomintang gained prestige in society and established a base in the south. After Sun Yat-sen experienced several setbacks after the founding of the Republic of China, he deeply felt that the Chinese Revolution must change its course and deal with the Communist Party. Communist Party members cooperated with him with a positive and welcoming attitude. After the Westlake Conference, Li Dazhao and Chen, a group of important leaders of the Communist Party, including Du Xiu, joined the Kuomintang in an individual capacity. People. Mao Zedong was mentally prepared to do this. When he left Changsha in April, he was. The first issue of New Era sponsored by Hunan Self-Study University published External Forces, Warlords and the article Revolution proposed, China's reactionary forces are too great, and external forces and warlords collude to create evil. The Communist Party and some non-revolutionary Democrats will fight against the revolutionary Democrats. Cooperate with the Kuomintang to succeed as a big democratic party. After arriving in Guangzhou, he wrote in Guide. The article published above put forward the basic views on the Chinese Revolution, the historical mission of the National Revolution. The mission is to overthrow the army and the flash and overthrow the foreign imperialism that is a traitor to the army and the flash. Only by establishing a tight united front can this revolution succeed. Advocated from the May 4th period. The people were united and at this time advocated the establishment of a united front. Their ideas were coherent. On the three major political issues, there was no objection to whether the Kuomintang and the Communist Party should cooperate or not. But around cooperation. However, there was controversy over the specific organizational form. Zhang Qiuasan believes that the working class can only carrying out revolution under the banner of their own party does not agree with all Communist Party members, especially industrial workers. People join the Kuomintang to engage in intra-party cooperation, and otherwise the independence of the Communist Party will be abolished, and it will also disagree with the development of Kuomintang organizations among the working people. Zhang Qiuabang's views became a point of contention at the meeting. The focus of the discussion. Most people don't agree with his point of view. Mao Zedong in his speech according to Hunan Engineering. The experience of the people's movement illustrates the necessity of forming a united front and believes that a large number of workers and peasants will join the Democratic Party can transform its class elements and establish a united front with the bourgeoisie to form a communist party. At the same time, we must fulfill the needs of the national democratic revolution. After discussion, the meeting adopted the intra-party cooperation. The idea of working together decided that all Communist Party members should join the Kuomintang in an individual capacity but still maintain their political integrity. Maintain the independence of Communist Party organizations. The Congress elected 9 formal members and 5 alternate members to form a new Central Executive Committee. Members meeting. Chen Duxiu, Mao Zedong, Luo Zhonglong, Kui Hezhen, and Tan Pingshan served as prime ministers of the Central Bureau. When he was a member of the later Politburo, 3 of the 5 people turned out to be members of the New People's Society. Member. Chen Duxiu was chairman of the Bureau of the Central Committee, and Mao Zedong was secretary of the Bureau of the Central Committee. According to regulations, the secretary is responsible for the party's internal and external documents, communications, and meetings, and manages the party's documents. This document. All party correspondence must be signed by the chairman and secretary. Mao Zedong first entered the leadership corps of the Communist Party of China when he was 30 years old and had just graduated. It's a good idea to go to Shanghai and take a bath immediately. After the Third National Congress, the central government temporarily stayed in Guangzhou. From this time on, Mao Zedong began to contact the people. Some of the party's top figures. He once went to Liao Zongkai's house with Li Dazhao and Chen Duxiu to discuss the Kuomintang and the Communist Party. For specific cooperation matters, I often go to Tan Yan's residence in Jianyuan, Piazheng Road. Tan was forced by Zhao Hengti. After leaving Hunan, he served as the Minister of Construction in the office of Generalissimo Sun Yat-sen and was working on the crusade against Zhao. Always be vigilant and make preparations. Through him, Mao Zedong strengthened his understanding of and contact with the internal situation of the Kuomintang. It also created conditions for the Hunan District Committee of the Communist Party of China to adopt the policy of uniting with Tan to overthrow Zhao. At this time, the Kuomintang itself. The ministry happened to be sending Kuomintang veteran Qin Zhen back to Hunan, so Mao Zedong asked him to bring a letter to Li Vihan. The Hunan District Committee was asked to assist the grassroots in preparing the Kuomintang organization in Hunan. At that time, the Kuomintang in Hunan. The only member of the team was Yin Wei-zhen. Since then, Mao Zedong has been thinking about this incident. In September, the central government moved back to Shanghai. After completing his official duties, he was appointed to return to Hunan to implement the three major resolutions and guide the Hunan District Committee to prepare for the Kuomintang Lake Southern Organization. In order to facilitate the work, he served as Deputy Director of the General Affairs Department in the Kuomintang Central Committee. Lin Boku, a long-term Communist Party member, also gave him the title of Preparatory Member of the Central Party Headquarters. Previously, the Hunan District Committee accepted his suggestion and sent He Shuheng, Xiaoxi, Lu Shaokai and Tan Zhenzhen and Qiu Weijin established a preparatory group. Because Tan Yan led his army to attack Zhao, the war in Hunan was very tense. The work has not fully unfolded. In September, Tan was defeated and retreated to Guangdong, and the situation stabilized slightly. 10. On the 6th, Mao Zedong returned to Hunan, and immediately agreed with Xiaoxi to prepare and develop the Hunan National Army. Specific steps for party organization: the first step is to organize the Changsha branch, and the second step is to organize branches in Changde and Hengyang. Establish branches in other places, and then establish the Hunan branch on this basis. On the 28th, I wrote a letter to Uncle Lin in Guangzhou and others, reporting the plan and saying that I would rent and book a house that day. The Sun established a preparatory organization and invited more people who believed in the three democratic principles and had the ability to act. Joined the party, and recommended the appointment of Xiaoxi as the preparatory director. Under the guidance of Mao Zedong, in early October, the Changsha branch of the Kuomintang was established, followed by branches in Ningxiang, Anyuan and other places, and the Hunan General Branch. People. This time back to Hunan, Mao Zedong and Yang Kaihui still lived in Qingshuatang 20 outside Xiaomen, Changsha. Number 2. Kaihui has an old mother and children. The burden is very heavy and her life is full of troubles. Mao Zedong. She was very happy when she came back. Their second child, Mao Anqing, was also born in November. However, just 3 months after living there, Mao Zedong received a notice from the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, asking him to leave. Hunan went to Shanghai. Before leaving, Mao Zedong suppressed his emotions and wrote congratulations to the bridegroom to express his regret. Wave and go from north. It is even more sad that they look at each other, and they express their bitter feelings again and again. From the corner of the eye to the tip. It seems to be full of hatred, and the hot tears and desire can't stop. I know I misunderstood the words in the previous book. In the blink of an eye, the surging clouds and mist form together, and it's time to forget. The human world knows that I and you are already there. God knows if people are sick. Today, there is heavy frost on Dongmen Road, and the waning moon shines on the Hongtang Pond for half a day, as desolate and clear as promised. Whistle 1. My voice and intestines have been severed, and I have been traveling alone across the world from now on. Let me cut off all the strands of hatred. Yeyi Kunlun collapse Ju. On the wall, it is just like a typhoon sweeping through Siu, more severe than a village, and a heavy cloud. Mao Zedong came to Shanghai to attend the first meeting of the Kuomintang that was about to be held in Guangzhou. National Congress. The notice from the Central Committee stated, among the representatives of our party at this Kuomintang Congress, I hope that at least one person from each province will be elected. This comrade must have a clear political mind and be eloquent. Only by doing so can the old misconceptions of the Kuomintang be corrected at the Congress. Representatives from all provinces passed through Shanghai. At that time, our comrades will gather again to discuss unanimous opinions. At January 20, 1924, was a very important day. Hosted by Sun Yat-sen. Below, the elites of the two parties, the Kuomintang and the Communist Party, are in the Guangdong Higher Normal College, which has a tall tower. The first National Congress of the Kuomintang was held on the occasion. Mao Zedong and Hunan attend as a representative of the organization. His seat is number 39 and was assigned during the meeting. He made many speeches, in addition to organizing the national government, publishing and in addition to expressing opinions on issues such as publicity and the establishment of research groups, he also addressed the right-wing views within the Kuomintang. Click to state your opinion. January 28. When discussing the Kuomintang Charter, Guangzhou Representative Fang Rulin proposed no. If there is a party within the party, it is required to write a clause stating that members of the Kuomintang cannot join other political parties. The proposal is obviously aimed at Communist Party members who cross party lines and oppose Sun Yat-sen's policy of accommodating the Communist Party. Li Dazhao. He was the first to denounce the party's employment theory and explain the Communist Party's practices honestly. Hire Zhonkai and others. And supports. With the atmosphere at the conference conducive to cooperation between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party, Mao Zedong took the opportunity to speak. Chairman. Speaking on the 39th, I proposed that the discussion should be stopped and the vote should be taken immediately at. As a result, Fang Rulu's proposal was easily rejected. On the 39th, the General Assembly was deciding whether to adopt a proportional electoral system as one of the political platforms of the General Assembly. There was a heated debate when the one motion was passed. The so-called proportional electoral system is a electoral system of dash. It is based on the proportion of votes received by each political party in the country to the total number of votes. For example, to allocate the number of seats among its members. The proposer Huang Jilo said, proportional elections. The system can break the abuses of the current electoral system, because the current electoral system always relies on majority control. A minority, and the proportional electoral system allows each to develop according to its power, without any conflict. The intention was to protect the status of the 10 or so right-wingers in the Kuomintang at that time, and they soon gained some support. People's support. Mao Zedong spoke against the extremism and said, the current proportional electoral system is a movement of the minority party. The result comes out. Our party is a revolutionary party, and we can adopt whatever is beneficial to the revolution, and whatever is harmful to the revolution can be adopted. The system should be abandoned immediately. The proportional system is harmful to the revolutionary party, because if a small number of people are elected, they will have the power to undermine the revolutionary cause is to give opportunities to a few factions. I am fundamentally opposed to this case and think that can't discuss, can't vote. The majority of representatives agreed with Mao Zedong's opinion, and the Congress did not pass this proposal. Mao Zedong's performance at the meeting was appreciated by Sun Yat-sen and some Kuomintang figures. And note. On the morning of the 30th, when the Central Executive Committee and alternate members were elected, Sun Yat-sen. He personally drew up a list of candidates and submitted it to the Congress for voting, including Mao Zedong. Was elected as an alternate executive member of the Central Committee. After the Second Congress, Ziyang was sent to Shanghai to participate in the work of the Kuomintang Shanghai Executive Department. Make He arrived in Shanghai in mid-February and lived in Jia with Cai Hezhen, Xianzhi, Luo Zhonglong, and others. 3 Zengli, North Xiangshan Road, inside the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. In early June, Yang Kaihui and her mother took Mao Gd at Proceedings of the National Congress of the Chinese Kuomintang, January 1924. The Shanghai Executive Department is the most important organization of the Kuomintang outside the Guangdong base area and governs. Working in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Anhui, Jiangxi, Shanghai and other places, at Huanlong Road, French Concession, Shanghai. Office on the 44th. Kuomintang veterans Hu Hanmin, Wang Jingui, Yu Yuran, Ye Chujian, etc. He was appointed as the head of each department, and Mao Zedong served as secretary of the organization department and director of the clerical section of the acting secretariat. Senk Zeman, Wei Kaiubai, Deng Zongxia, Wen Daying, Xiang Jingyu, Luo Zhonglong, Shao Litzi, Zhang. Communist Party members such as Qiu De and Wang Hebo are also responsible for the practical work of various departments of the executive department. Society. At the meeting, Huanlong No. 44 was called the Meeting of Heroes of the Kuomintang and the Communist Party. The leading body of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China was also located in Shanghai at that time. Cooperation between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party, after a period of time, it was necessary. To sum up experience, the Executive Committee of the CPC Central Committee held an enlarged meeting in Shanghai and passed resolutions such as problems of the work of the Communist Party in the Kuomintang emphasized that the left wing of the Kuomintang. He is Sun Yat-sen and his comrades and our comrades. Our comrades are actually the basis of this sect. Team. We should use various methods to consolidate the left wing ideologically and organizationally and to propaganda work is the main priority, publicize the great spirit of the Kuomintang, publicize opposition to imperialism, opposition to warlords, advocates of civil rights. At this meeting, it was decided that the central government would establish separate departments for organization, publicity, and work. In the agriculture and women's departments, Mao Zedong served as the organization minister. After the meeting, as secretary of the Central Bureau, he drafted and jointly signed an agreement with Chen Duxiu. Series of documents, such as Notice of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China No. 14, No. 15. No. No. 17, No. 21. January 1st, etc. An important content of these documents is to insist on cooperation between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party and to oppose lean right. On June 1, 1924 Sunday K and others proposed the case of sanctions on communist elements %. On the 18th, Kuomintang Central Supervisory Committee members Chongji, Xianzhi and others also proposed impeachment of the Communist Party. Case. In response to these circumstances, the Kuomintang was used for the first time in Notice No. 15. The concept of rightist requires the whole party to pay attention to the alliance of revolutionary forces on the one hand and not to let separated words and facts come from our side, and we must do our best to patiently reconcile them. Work, on the other hand, for the mission of the national revolution, the speeches and activities of the right are criticized. We can't tolerate it without correcting it. It was on this principle that Mao Zedong persisted in his work in the Shanghai Executive Department of the Kuomintang. Insist. The first thing the administrative department did after its establishment was to re-register party members. Old party members also have to pass through. Only after filling out the form and undergoing review can you become a member of the reorganized Kuomintang and be issued a party card. As an organization, the secretary of the ministry, Mao Zedong, was specifically responsible for this matter. Some old party members point out their qualifications and think that young men are not worthy of asking about our resume. According to Luo Zhonglong's recollection, one day, a person. I rushed upstairs, and Hu Hanmin and Wang Jingwei got up to say hello. The three of them chatted, and I. Runzi doesn't know this person. That person said, I started from the Tang Menghui, and the revolution will take 10 more decades. Is there no need to fill in the form? After asking around, I found out that he was the governor of Sichuan province after the revolution of 1911. Xianzhi, now a member of the Central Supervisory Committee of the Kuomintang, is actually a rightist who opposes reorganization. He came to us and said it again, and everyone said with disapproval that every party member must fill it in. Because he didn't get permission, Xianzhi just left. Runzi said that he would send someone to send Zhang Biao off. If you want the secretary to explain it carefully, you can relax a little. Given this step, thank you for insisting on it. Filled out the form. Those who regarded themselves as old party members also failed to act according to the rules. Naturally, the rightists will not give up. When the Shanghai 4th District Party headquarters was established, the rightists were to fight for leadership. They first asked Sun Yat-sen to speak for them, but he was rejected. Then, with a little care, he decided to hire gangsters to sneak into the venue and interfere. Mao Zedong learned about this. After learning about the situation, they discussed with the leftists and mobilized Communist Party members and leftists to attend the meeting, which was chaired by Wang. Hebo organized pickets, controlled the venue, prevented spies from sneaking in, and ensured the smooth establishment of the meeting. Proceed. Ye Kowloon is one of the 3 standing committee members of the executive department and can be regarded as the person in charge. On August 1, competition planning, some Kuomintang members held a representative meeting at Shanghai Nanfang University to discuss the so-called disposal. Setting up the issue of communists immediately aroused opposition from the left. The next day, right-wing elements entered Fujian. The Shanghai Executive Department beat Shaolitsi. After the incident, led by Mao Zedong, together with Gong Daiying, Shi Kuntung, Shen Zimin, and others jointly wrote to Sun Yat-sen, accusing Ye Kowloon of presiding over. Failure to do so will result in connivance. Mao Zedong actually became the central figure of the CCP's Shanghai Executive Department in the Kuomintang. The struggle between the communists, whom he represented, and Ye Kowloon and other rightists also became public. This year is 10. On January 17, Sunday, Yat-sen went northward at the invitation of Feng Yuxiang and others, passing through Shanghai. Mao Zedong. He presented to him a letter sent to Sun Yat-sen by 14 people from the Shanghai Executive Department, including himself, in response. Reflecting that funds have not been paid since August, and recently there is no one responsible for everything in the department. The matter has almost come to a standstill, and he hoped to send personnel to solve it. Sun Yat-sen was seriously ill due to the complicated affairs of going north and was unable to do so. No time to deal with this matter. Ye Chushu and others exhausted all possible means to drive Mao away. Plus hard work. After falling ill, Mao Zedong took leave in December and returned to his hometown in Hunan to recuperate. Ye Chukong was very happy, especially. A local banquet was held for some right-wing elements from the Shanghai Executive Department. Congratulations on your ambitions, at. Not long after Mao Zedong left Shanghai, the 4th National Congress of the Communist Party of China was held in Shanghai in January 1925. Open. This Congress clearly proposed that the proletariat should obtain a leadership position in the democratic revolution and confirm that farmers are allies of the working class. This is a major advancement in the party's understanding of the Chinese Revolution. Exhibition. The Congress also elected a new Central Executive Committee and Central Bureau, but Mao Zedong did not continue. Elected. Less than 2 months after the end of the 4th Congress, Sun Yat-sen passed away in Beijing. Organizations of the Kuomintang and the Communist Party. People from all walks of life widely spread the revolutionary spirit of Sun Yat-sen's three principles of democracy and formed a large-scale promotional activities. Then, the Five States movement swept across the country and pushed the Great Revolution to its climax. At the same time, the left and right factions within the Kuomintang have also become further divided. In August 1925, the Kuomintang left. As a symbol of the assassination of Liao Zongkai, the leader of the Kuomintang faction, the Kuomintang gradually formed a political system with Chiang Kai-shek and Dai Jitao and Hu Hanmin are the representatives of the new right. This makes the relationship between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party more complicated. It was under this circumstance that Mao Zedong returned from Hunan in September 1925. Arrive in Guangzhou. At this time, the national government was established in Guangzhou. Chairman Wang Jingui was in trouble due to the complicated affairs of the government. Unable to concurrently manage the post of propaganda department of the Central Committee of the Kuomintang, he recommended Mao Zedong as deputy on October 5. Propaganda Minister. After Mao Zedong took office, in order to correct the previous propaganda work which was not planned, agile and common shortcomings, we must first focus on improving the publicity work system. Former propaganda department of the Central Committee of the Kuomintang. The scope of its previous jurisdiction actually only covers Guangdong province, and is not the same as the propaganda departments of other provincial and municipal party headquarters. There is contact. Mao Zedong took two measures. One was to spread information to all parties through newspapers, periodicals, and transportation. The provincial and municipal propaganda departments arrange propaganda points. First, they are required to report regularly to the Central Propaganda Department. Work. When Mao Zedong left the Propaganda Department in May 1926, he reported to the Central Propaganda Department. 12 provinces and cities have announced their work. Under the auspices of Mao Zedong, the Kuomintang's propaganda work soon became vigorous. Situation. Lin Boku, who was the Secretary General of the Standing Committee of the Central Committee of the Kuomintang at the time, on 19. When delivering the Party Affairs Report at the second plenary session of the Second Central Committee of the Kuomintang on May 15, 2066, I was delighted. He said, "One thing that can be optimistic is that our party's propaganda work at home and abroad has made great progress. In the past, our party was not very unified in its propaganda work in guiding the popular movement, but now it can be said that it can. Comparative unity has been eliminated. In terms of in-depth popular propaganda against imperialism and anti-warlords, our party is also unable to do so. Be effective with guidance. In the complicated ups and downs of the national revolution, the effectiveness of propaganda work not only represented. Now in terms of its scale and quantity, what is more important is its profound content and closeness to current events." Fighting style. As soon as Mao Zedong took charge of the work of the propaganda department, a major event occurred within the Kuomintang. November 23, 1925, Linsen, Zolu, Yechushu, Chongji, Xianzhi. Waiting for a few members of the Kuomintang Central Committee Executive Committee and Supervisory Committee in front of Sun Yat-sen's funeral in Xishan, Beijing. The self-proclaimed Fourth Central Executive Committee meeting of the First Central Committee of the Kuomintang was illegally held. They are male. It was proposed to cancel the party membership of Communist Party members in the Kuomintang and to expel Tan Pingshan, Li Dazhao, and Mao Zedong. Zedong and other members of the Central Executive Committee and alternate executive members ceased serving in Guangzhou. The powers of the Executive Committee, etc., are known in history as the Western Conference Party. They are in some places. Party establishment. Kuomintang branch, manipulated Shanghai's Republic of China daily to rebel against the Soviet Union, fight against the Communist Party, and oppose. Discussions on the three major policies of uniting Russia, uniting the Communist Party, and supporting agriculture and industry. Before this, Gongji Shang came out one after another. Editions of pamphlets such as The Philosophical Foundation of Sun Wanism and The National Revolution and The Kuomintang of China, etc. Promote class reconciliation and attack Marxist class struggle doctrine and demands. Have joined the revolution. Communist members of the Kuomintang, break away from all parties and support simple Kuomintang members. A new acute question is placed in front of the communists, in order to protect the Kuomintang and the Communist Party. In view of the overall situation of the operation, measures should be taken to deal with the intensified separatist activities of the old and new rightists within the Kuomintang. What attitude? Mao Zedong filled in the Youth China Study Society's reform hopes on November 21, 1925. In the committee's questionnaire, after explaining his political views, he pointed out that the middle-class price level. There is a left wing and a right wing, and there should be a fundamental difference in attitude towards the two, he wrote. Said, I believe in communism and advocate proletarian social revolution. But the current situation. It is beyond the power of one class to push back and pursue the people from within and outside. They advocate the use of proletarian red flowers and petty bourgeoisie valued flowers. And the national revolution in which the middle class and the left must cooperate. Detailed implementation of the three democratic principles of the Chinese Kuomintang and the following. Down with imperialism, down with the military lord, down with the comprador landlord class. There is a close relationship between China's big bourgeoisie and the right-wing middle class. There is no property price class in detail. The joint rule of the petty bourgeoisie, middle class, and leftists, that is, the rule of the revolutionary people. Dominate. Mao Zedong made valuable efforts in theoretical propaganda, December 1925. On the 1st, the fourth issue of Revolution was printed and published at the Second Army headquarters of the National Revolutionary Army. Expressing his first and most important article since the cooperation between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party, Various Prices in Chinese Society. Level analysis. The article starts right off the bat, who is our enemy? Who is our friend? It's hard to tell. An enemy and a friend must not be a revolutionary element after analyzing each section of Chinese society one by one. After the country's economic status and political attitude, Mao Zedong pointed out, all imperialist interference. The lords, bureaucrats and compradors are our enemies, as are all the petty bourgeoisie, the common people and the proletarians. The superiors are our friends. The article specifically reminds everyone to pay attention to China's revolution in China's revolution. Fate has a wavering and contradictory attitude. Lu are you, there is a person worthy of Ji Tao who is really for sale. Disciple, published a discussion in Beijing's morning news saying, raise your left hand. Hand, down with imperialism. Raise your right hand, down with the Communist Party. Then draw this alive. Class contradictions and rapid state. Therefore, the right wing of this class should regard him as my. Our enemy is not far away, even if it is not the enemy at present, the enemy is not far away, and the other left wing can regard him as our friends one by one, but we must always be on guard against them and not let them mess up our lives. Front. This analysis was profound and unique at the time. February 1926. Chinese Peasants published on the 1st and Chinese Youth published on March 13 were both published first. This article was later reprinted and a separate book was published in Shantou, Guangzhou. Decades later, as the author included it as an opening chapter in selected works of Mao Zedong. Since becoming the editor-in-chief of Xianzhi Review, Mao Zedong has always valued the society of newspapers and periodicals and public opinion. Function. In December 1925, in the struggle against the old and new rightists, Political Weekly was founded in the name of the propaganda department of the party Central Committee. According to Shen Yanbing's recollection, the newspaper was not made public to the outside world at that time, so the correspondence address was located at Mao Zedong's wealthy office. Mao Zedong has edited 4 issues, and was currently busy with the founding of the Second National Congress of the Kuomintang and its aftermath. Other work has not been published for more than a month. The editor I am going to pick up is the 5th issue at D. Why should we publish Political Weekly? Mao Zedong made it very clear in Reasons for Publishing. For the revolution. Why risk your life? In order to liberate the Chinese nation, in order to realize the rule of the people, in order to enable the people to obtain economic happiness. Propaganda against counter-revolution. He said, we can no longer let it go. We are going to start a counter-attack against them. How about to carry out a counter-offensive? In terms of method, not much use of debate, just faithful reporting of our revolution. The facts of work. In the 4 issues edited by himself, Mao Zedong published more than a dozen articles. Expose the essence of all counter-revolutionary propaganda, which is to refer to the national revolution as communism. Revolution, 2. The Kuomintang refers to the Communist Party, the national government refers to the communist government, and the National Revolutionary Army refers to. Being a communist army is nothing more than inheriting the imperialist will and creating a few simple terms to spread. Attempting to break the united front at where all classes cooperate in the national revolution. United Front is what was later referred to as the United Front. At that time, many people worrying and splitting a right wing of the Kuomintang will be a great misfortune to the national revolution. Mao Zedong's many articles in Political Weekly analyzed the history of this phenomenon. Inevitability. His basic point of view is, in the duel between the 2 major camps of revolution and counter-revolution, China. Intermediaries are either leaning this way or that way. The criterion for dividing leftists and rightists is. Look at his attitude towards imperialism and warlords, his attitude towards the cooperation between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party, his attitude towards workers. The attitude of the peasants. The Zishan Conference faction was the representative of the right wing of the bourgeoisie, and in fact became the emperor. The tools needed for nationalism. Judging from the history and structural components of the Kuomintang itself, the country. The split of the right wing of the Democratic Party is an inevitable phenomenon. Although we do not necessarily take it as joy, we do. It is definitely not an unfortunate thing because it is not enough to hinder China's national revolution. Life at the climax of the struggle against the Zishan Conference faction was held in Guangzhou in January 1926. The Second National Congress of the Kuomintang. Mao Zedong as an alternate executive member of the Central Committee. Attends separately, seat is number 13. Before the meeting, he was designated as the Qualification Review Committee of the meeting. He was one of the 5 members of the National Assembly and drafted the Chinese Kuomintang's policy on the nation and the nation for the Kuomintang Central Committee. Notice on the explanation of revolutionary strategies by all overseas party members, severely criticizing the remarks of the Zishan Conference faction. And behavior. At the Congress, Mao Zedong published the Propaganda Work Report since the first Congress. Report. He also participated in the drafting of the Propaganda Resolution, Kuan Yu and Luo Resolution. Among the 278 representatives at the Congress, members of the Communist Party and the left wing of the Kuomintang accounted for the vast majority. The majority enabled the meeting to continue to adhere to the 3 major revolutionary policies of uniting Russia, uniting the Communist Party, and supporting agriculture and industry. According to the policy, the rightists who participated in the Zishan Conference were given party disciplinary sanctions. When discussing the resolution on the Party Affairs Report on January 18, representatives of the Whampoa Military Academy expressed their joy. The same category creates extraneous branches, saying that the reason for the disputes between the 2 factions in the Kuomintang is because the Communist Party members are in the country. It was caused by the KMT being engaged in party affairs activities but refusing to make it public. He proposed 3 solutions. When a member of the Communist Party joins the Kuomintang of China, he declares that he is a member of the Communist Party. Communist Party members must make their activities within the Kuomintang public. Member of the Kuomintang of China. When joining the Communist Party, you must obtain permission from the local party headquarters. If you can do the above 3 methods, other disputes will remain unresolved. Mao Zedong and others successively made refutations. Mao Zedong said, regarding the identity of the communists, points out, if you are afraid of stating that you are a communist, you are by no means a true member of the Communist Party. However, the Communist Party is still a secret organization in China, and it can be in power with the Russian Communist Party. For public activities, the situation is different. The Communist Party of China failed to obtain legal status for one day. It has to be a secret. If you were to make a statement in places like Shanghai, you would be shot immediately. Regarding the activities of the Communist Party, it is openly under the influence of the Communist Party's friend party, the Kuomintang of China, that. Yes. But in other places, if it is to be made public, it must be immediately dissolved and eliminated by others, and this is not enough. Therefore, a part of the forces in the national revolution will suffer a major blow, which will have a negative impact on the future of the revolution. Profitable. As for the issue of Kuomintang members joining the Communist Party, no matter which party members leave the party. There should be absolute freedom to join the party, and there does not need to be any restrictions. These speeches have received many generations. The surface is made of tin. Zhen Tongzhou had to say, I can take back the previous proposal. At this meeting, Mao Zedong was re-elected as an alternate executive member of the Kuomintang Central Committee. In the Standing Committee of the Central Committee approved Mao Zedong to continue acting as Minister of Propaganda. They also transferred Min Chu and Shen Xia Bing and other members of the Communist Party. The propaganda department is full of talents, and for a time it was known as the Talented Cabinet. Actually, all the work of the propaganda department is done by the Communist Party at. However, under the influence of Chen Duxiu and others at this Congress, the opposing forces are taking a strong position. The new right of the Kuomintang did not touch the Presidium of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China and the Communist International. The representative understood that there were dangers in the relationship between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party. In order to exclude this, faced with this danger, they were prepared to make concessions to the new right. On the issue of elections, they even planned to back down from the beginning, deciding that only 2 communists should enter the country. Kuomintang Central Committee. It was only because of the strong opposition from the Communist Party members and Kuomintang factions who attended the meeting. Yes, among the 36 newly elected members of the Central Executive Committee, 7 are members of the Communist Party, and 2 are members of the Communist Party of China. Among the 14 alternate executive members of the Central Committee, 6 are Communist Party members. Chiang Kai-shek is at this meeting. He was elected to the Central Executive Committee for the first time last year and was subsequently elected to the Standing Committee. In National Single. In the Command Army, he was originally just the captain of a single army, but at this time he served as the commander of the National Single Command Army. Director. This laid hidden dangers for his plan to sue the leadership. Later, Mao Zedong talked about the national. At the Second National Congress of the Communist Party of China, he said, the first key to failure is the Second Congress. I advocate counterattack. Because we have 1/3, the leftists have 1/3, and the other 1/3, the leftists are very much in favor. As a result, we automatically retreated. The Chinese Communist Party's well-intentioned concessions did not cause conflicts within the United Front. This softened the situation, but on the contrary, it only emboldened the new right wing of the Kuomintang. After the second big end, in just 2 months, Chiang Kai-shek had already caused the Zhongshan ship incident. On March 20, he accidentally. It was said that the communists secretly transferred the warship Zhongshan to prevent them from leaving Guangdong, so as to arrest them. Recruited acting Navy Chief Li Hailong and implemented martial law, surveillance, and software in Guangzhou. Banned large numbers of communists, disarmed workers' pickets, and surrounded the Soviet consulate. On the night when the incident occurred, Mao Zedong rushed to the residence of the Soviet Military Advisory Group. Discuss countermeasures with Ji Shandu, acting head of the advisory group. Secretary of the Guangdong District Committee of the Communist Party of China Chen Yanyan. There, both of them advocated counterattack, and Mao Zedong suggested mobilizing the Kuomintang in Guangzhou. The members of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China secretly went to the secret headquarters of Yeting to hold a meeting at the Independent Regiment. They sent a telegram to challenge Chiang and sent his troops to the front. Right at but was rejected. Later, he went to Li Fu, deputy party representative of the Second Army of the National Revolutionary Army. G. Mao Zedong's intervention at the Political Bureau meeting of the CPC Central Committee, November 17, 1943. At Mao Dun, Memories and New Literature Historical Materials, Issue 3, 1980. N. 5 Working within the Kuomintang 105. Chun's family learned about the situation and happened to run into Zhou Enlai, deputy party representative of the First Army and director of the political department. Zhou Enlai recalled, "I met Mao at Fukun's house. Mao asked about the strength of various armies and advocated counterattack. I listened to Mao's words and went to Ji Shanjia, and he said it couldn't be broken." At that time, Mao Zedong, Zhou Enlai, Chen Yanyan, Li Fukun and others analyzed the situation as follows. The Whampoa Military Academy has more than 500 Communist Party members. Among the 6 armies of the National Revolutionary Army in Guangdong, 5. The commander of an army had conflicts with Chiang Kai-shek, and most of the political backbone of Chiang Kai-shek's First Army were communists. We also have a Yeting independent group, which can be counterattacked in terms of strength. Hit. As long as we have a tough attitude, the left wing of the Kuomintang will support us. These suggestions were rejected. At that time, he was leading a delegation of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union to visit Guangzhou. Ivanovsky, a member of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and a member of the political department of the Soviet Red Army, also disagreed. Director, in fact, he was in a decision-making position in handling the Zhongshan ship incident. The Communist Party of China in Shanghai. The central government also advocates compromise. On March 29, an order was also issued saying, Chiang Kai-shek's actions are. It is extremely wrong, but the matter cannot be solved by simply punishing Chiang, no. The relationship between Chiang Kai-shek and Wang Jingwei could be broken, let alone the Second Army and the Third Army. There was a conflict with Chiang Kai-shek's troops. To Chiang Kai-shek, we should now try our best to save him, pull him out of the abyss he has fallen into. Chiang Kai-shek indeed quickly pulled out from the political crisis he fell into due to the Zhongshan Gui incident. In less than 2 months, he made an excuse to avoid internal party discipline at the second plenary session of the Second Central Committee of the Kuomintang. One after another, a proposal for organizing party affairs was proposed, which stipulated that the Communist Party should be at the provincial, municipal, and above levels of the Kuomintang. The number of executive members of a senior party department shall not exceed 1/3, and Communist Party members shall not be allowed to serve as executive committee members. Served as minister of various departments of the Kuomintang Central Committee. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of China sent Zhang Qiuquan and Peng Shizi to guide and attend the meeting. The Communist Youth League of the second plenary session of the Central Committee. While discussing whether to accept the case, there was no discussion for 7 days. Results. In the end, Jiang Qiuquan followed the agreement he agreed with Soviet advisors Borodin and Chen Duxiu. Opinions, requiring the attending Communist Party members to sign and accept them. Mao Zedong did not sign, the plenary meeting stated. No one raised his hand when the decision was made. What is ironic is that he Xiangning, Liu Yazi and Peng Zemin, the left wing of the Kuomintang and others fiercely opposed the reconciliation of party affairs bill and even burst into tears. But will the discussion finally passed the bill? According to the Case on Organizing Party Affairs, on May 25, 1926, Mao Zedong left the position of acting Minister of Propaganda of the Central Committee of the Kuomintang. After that, his main focus turned to another. Something happened. 1. That is the peasant movement. Mao Zedong was naturally familiar with farmers. He himself was the son of a farmer and had grew up in the countryside. However, regarding the status of the peasant issue in the Chinese Revolution, his understanding still goes through a process. In the early days of the founding of the party, his first concern was the workers' movement. At that time, Tao Xing knew that he was waiting for him. Promote rural education. It is strange that Dai Ying once wrote a letter to Mao Zedong in 1923 and said that we can also learn from Tao Xing and go to the countryside to do it. Mao Zedong believed that urban work is still. If you are too busy to come here, how can you take care of the countryside? Tao Xing knew that the rural education advocated by him at that time was not yet a farmer in the strict sense. Movement. Within the Communist Party of China, Peng Tao was the first to devote himself to the peasant movement in practice. In 1922, he began to work in his hometown of Haifeng, Guangdong, and became a leader in January 1923. The General Peasants' Association of Haifeng County was established, making this place the best place for the development of the peasant movement during the Great Revolution. Area. Most of China's early workers came from rural areas and had flesh and blood ties with farmers. Right. Mao Zedong, who was fully engaged in the workers' movement, did not completely ignore the peasant issue. 1923. On March 21, 1938, in his farewell speech to the 3rd Brigade of the anti-Japanese army in Yan'an, Mao Zedong mentioned. When he came to understand the peasant problem, he also said, 15 years ago, Wei Daiying advocated becoming a commoner. I didn't go to education work. In April of that year, after the workers' strike in the Shuakao mountain mining area of Hunan province was victorious, Mao Zedong sent trade union leaders to become members of the Communist Party of China. Lu Dongxian and Xie Huade returned to their hometown of Beguo Township, Yuebei, Hongshan County. Launch the work of agricultural movement. There are many farmers in Beguo Township working in Shuakao Mountain. There are better facilities there. The basis of work. After a period of mobilization, they established Hunan in mid-September. The first Peasants' Association expanded to the North Peasants and Workers' Association, and its membership soon grew to more than 10,000 people. Farmers' Union engages in. There were some struggles to prevent the ban in Pingchang. Beguo Township happens to be the hometown of Zhao Hengti, the governor of Hunan province. Naturally, he could not allow it and sent troops to suppress the peasant movement there in November. When Lu Dongxian and Xie Huade returned to Jingguo to launch the agricultural movement, Mao Zedong had already arrived in Guangdong to attend the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. Days. Jiang Qiuquan, who attended the conference, recalled that Mao Zedong raised a new question at the conference. Question 1. The peasant movement is the great contribution of these farmers' children to the Chinese Communist Party. Jiang said. Mao Zedong pointed out to the Congress that the number of workers in Hunan is very small, and there are even more members of the Kuomintang and the Communist Party. Young man, there are farmers all over the mountains and fields. Therefore, he came to the conclusion, any revolution, the peasants' problems are the most important. He also testified that the rebellions and revolutions in China's past dynasties were always with peasant riots as the main force. The Chinese Kuomintang has a foundation in Guangdong, which is nothing more than some farmers. If the CCP also pays attention to the peasant movement and mobilizes the peasants, it will not. It is difficult to create a situation like Guangdong at. However, the three main issues at that time, the focus of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, were how to promote cooperation between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party. We believe that the peasant movement is not the most important task at hand. 3 big though. However, a resolution on peasants' issues drafted by Mao Zedong and Tan Pingshan was also passed, but it failed. No effort was spent on specific organization and implementation. Mao Zedong himself, who served as secretary of the Central Bureau, there is no time to do it. However, as a huge real force, Chinese farmers are increasingly attracting people's attention. In July 1923, Chenduxia published China. The article Peasant Issues can be regarded as an in-depth review and a very detailed analysis of the situation of China's farmers. An article at January 5, 1924, Dengzongxia in China Youth. 2 published The Situation of China's Peasants and the Policy of Our Movement, which introduced Haifeng, Guangdong and the situation of the agricultural movement in 2 places in Jingguo, Hongshan, Hunan, said, judging from the 2 facts mentioned above, we can test whether the consciousness and ability of Chinese farmers have reached the level of forming a peasant association. When you dare to resist the oppressive class, this heroic act is more powerful than that of Hong Kong sailors and Beijing sailors. The Han Road workers' strike was not without any color and was really a sign of optimism about the future of the Chinese Revolution. The time seems to have gradually matured. The key is to have capable people to put it into practice. It was difficult to explore. In December 1934, Mao Zedong left Shanghai and returned to Hunan to recuperate. By chance, I had such an opportunity. They first spent the Spring Festival at their mother's house in Bankang, Changsha, on February 6, 1925, and Yang Kaihui took Yingying on the shore and Qingqing on the shore back to Shaoshan to rush. The Chinese New Year in the countryside has been delayed for a long time, and it is also the agricultural lottery season. As soon as Mao Zedong came back, he saw there are many folks who wish him well. He and Yang Kaihui also visited various places. People who have the most contact with Pi are in the early stages. When he was young, he was taken to a school in Changsha to serve as a school servant. At that time, he had just returned from the Anyuan mine of natural property. Party members Mao Fuxuan, as well as Zhong Zishan, Li Zhenghao, Pang Shangbanu, Mao Xinmei, and others. He passed. Many social surveys have been conducted through various channels. Zhong Zishan was Mao Zedong's primary school classmate. I heard that in 1918 he launched. After fighting against the cigarette and stove donation and driving away local bullies, Cheng Xiaosheng became a member of the group. Mao Zedong was very excited. He later recalled, before, I did not fully realize the importance of farmers in the degree of class struggle in the world. After returning to Shaoshan this time, I realized that Hunan farmers have become very militant, so I launched a movement to organize the countryside. The first thing he did was to educate farmers. In Changsha, I have experience in running night schools for workers. At this time, through Yang Kaihui, Li Zhenghao, and others, he launched to promote teachers, use the original ancestral halls and ethnic schools to establish night schools in the Shaoshan and Yintian temple areas. School. In addition to teaching literacy and abacus, he also teaches the 3 principles of democracy and major domestic and international events. Mao Zi. Dong often went to night schools to check and suggested that the lectures at night schools must be easy to understand and easy for farmers to accept. If you talk about overthrowing imperialism, say down with the foreigners, then the peasants will understand it at first glance. According to his request, the night school also used literacy to instill some simple truths into the farmers, such as speaking. When the words hands and feet are used, it means that everyone has hands and feet, but farmers' hands and feet are the same. He works non-stop all year round, but he lacks clothing and food. The landowner has hands but does not work, and even has feet to sit in a sedan chair. The child is young, but he eats big fish and meat, and wears silk and silk. They use these facts to enlighten farmers. Class consciousness. By July, the number of night schools had grown to more than 20. Exhibitor. Most of the students in night schools have become the backbone of the agricultural association, and the location of night schools is generally a secret. The number of secret agricultural cooperatives soon grew to more than 20. On this basis, on the 19th, Mao Zedong personally developed the first batch of members of the Communist Party of China in Shaoshan. A deep day in mid-June. At night, he hosted Zhong Zishan, Pang Guangziu, Li Zhenghao, Mao Xinmei and others in his attic. At the party joining ceremony, the Sunchen branch of the Communist Party of China was established, with Mao Fuxian as branch secretary. This is the first grassroots party organization created by Mao Zedong in rural areas. CPC headquarters Mountain. These earliest members of the branch later sacrificed their lives for the revolution. In Yan. When peace came, Mao Zedong talked about Mao Fuxian, who was killed by the Kuomintang authorities in 1933, and said, "A comrade with a peasant background, he studies and works so hard, and has been serving as a member of the party. The work of a provincial committee member is not easy." After establishing the Shaoshan branch of the Communist Party of China, Mao Zedong also paid attention to the development of some prestigious and enlightened gentlemen and primary school teachers joined the Kuomintang and established the 7th Kuomintang in Shaoshan in early July. District Party headquarters, and appointed Communist Party members Li Zhenghao and Zhong Zishan to serve as publicity and organization officers respectively. Work. In this regard, He Erkang, who was appointed by the Youth League of Hunan District to work in Shaoshan at that time. It has been recorded many times in the diary. For example, on July 5, the National School Today. On the same day, I went to the Li Clan Temple in Jieshan Mountain for a meeting. It was only 8 o'clock when I arrived at the meeting. It was closed at 7 o'clock in the afternoon. There were 4 meetings in total, and 3 items were discussed. 1. Party affairs issues. 2. Anti-imperialism problems. 3. Educational problems in rural areas. August 1, after dinner, the Chinese school was invited. Comrades went to Jixintang to hold the first meeting to establish the district branch. Arrive at the meeting. There were 10 comrades and 3 district party committee members, led by Chairman Runzi. The meeting did not adjourn until 11 o'clock. At that time, Hunan was still under the rule of the military-backed Zhao Hengti, and the grassroots organizations of the Kuomintang and the Communist Party. The Communist Party and the Peasants' Cooperative are both secret. Most of the public activities of these organizations use. The Avenging Society was held in the name of the party. Horkin's diary of July 5 talks about anti-imperialism. Problem refers to Mao Zedong convening a meeting of the Kuomintang District Party headquarters to discuss avenging meetings in various townships. On the basis of organizing the Shankita Revenge meeting in Xiongtan West 2nd District, Mao Zedong was still in July. A speech was delivered at the founding meeting held on the 10th. The Avenging Society originated from the Five States Movement. On May 15, 1925, what happened in Shanghai? The Japanese capitalists shot and killed worker Gu Zhenghong. May 30, on. The British patrol in the Haihai public concession shot at the protesting crowd on Nanjing Road again, killing 10 people. 3 workers, students, and more injured. The whole country quickly launched an unprecedented scale of opposition to the emperor. The wave of protests and anger from the nationalist powers. Avenging society has been established in many places in Hunan. Mao Zedong, Comrade Mao Fuxian, Zhong Zishan, and others used the slogan "Down with the Great Powers and Cleanse the Snow Country" as their slogan, and used the secret. With the agricultural cooperatives as the core, more than 20 township revenge societies were established in the Shaoshan area as public cooperative organizations. A mass organization based on the law, giving speeches, distributing leaflets, holding demonstrations, inspecting foreign goods, banning goods. Stop selling foreign goods and other activities. These are exactly one of the basic contents of the national revolution. However, what farmers are more concerned about is their own vital interests. Mao Zedong knew this well. A little. In July, there was a severe drought in Shaoshan Mountain, and the fields were cracked. It was also the time when there was no harvest and there was a severe shortage of food. Season. However, the landowners took advantage of the opportunity to occupy the surrounding areas and raise the price of grain. Mao Zedong convened the CCP. The branch held a meeting with the chairman of the Peasant Association and decided to mobilize the peasants to force the landlords to open warehouses and flatten tables. He sent people. Negotiate with Cheng Xiaosheng, the local tycoon and director of the Tuangzai Defense Bureau. Cheng Xiaosheng not only refused, but also took away the millet. Shipped the items to Xiongtan and other places to make huge profits. After Mao Zedong learned the news, he asked Mao Fuxian to take the lead. Leading hundreds of farmers with uranium heads, peiweng, etc., rushed to Yintian Temple overnight to prevent the rice from being shipped. Cheng Xiaosheng saw that the peasants were outnumbered and had overwhelming power, so he was forced to open a warehouse to Ping Cheng, and other landowners no longer dared to close it. Lu. This was the famous pair band struggle in the history of Shaoshan. Regarding Mao Zedong's activities in Shaoshan during this period, He Erking also has many details in his diary. Records. On July 12, Mr. Runchi came to Han in the afternoon and invited me to go to Xinggren's house. Citation note. At 9 o'clock, the National School held a meeting to establish the 4th Division. The meeting was over at 1 o'clock and 15 minutes. At this time, Runzi suddenly wanted to leave for home. Go to district. He said that although his nerves were weak, he had talked too much today and that was the end of it. After a while, I couldn't sleep, and the moon was too high, so the 3 of them set off. After walking 2 or 3 miles. In the middle of the journey, we walked more and became more and more unable to move. We were very tired, and then we went to Tangjia Bay to rest. 7. On the 21st of the lunar month, I arrived at Mao Run's house on the south bank of Shaoshan and arrived in the morning. He has gone there and is not home yet. I just flipped through the latest newspaper and read it for a long time. 3 p.m. I came back just a few days ago. At this time, people also arrived at any time. We opened a shop and waited until Saturday. At that time, people had not yet arrived. The leaders of the Communist Party of China, the Avenger Association, and the Agricultural Association were collectively known as 1-1. After the meeting, the sky had darkened. Since I couldn't leave, I went to bed. Lu Xuanjiao, Western Season. Calendar June 15, in the afternoon, I went to the moist place on the south bank. It was C.Y's regular meeting. Evening. Tong Runzi went to the Yudao Xiaomao shrine and held a meeting at the National School. Return at 0 o'clock. Although Mao Zedong did not engage in the peasant movement in Shaoshan for a long time, he was very organized and organized. Various organizations have been set up in remote mountain villages. The peasant movement developed vigorously. At that time, quite influential. In December 1926, the Xiongtan County Peasants Association reported in the Xiongtan County Peasants Movement Report. Announcement introduces, the Xiongtan agricultural movement is the center of the entire province of Hunan. Its area is the center of the entire province. It is a fortress, so its development is also ahead of other counties. The Yintian Temple and Shaoshan areas in Xiongtan West District too. Farmers felt that they were increasingly oppressed and started organizing in February last year. By October, the Township Association was established, reaching more than 20 places, with more than 1,000 members. From then on, it began to work on economic and political affairs. Struggles, such as prohibiting the export of grain and rice, maintaining food for the people, increasing wages for employees, reducing rents, land. Party administrative personnel are elected by the people. These various movements often conflict with the landlords and tyrants. At Mao Zedong's activities naturally aroused the hatred of the local tyrants and evil gentry. Chen Lisheng Secret Report Hunan. Provincial Governor Zhao Heng is wary. On the morning of August 28, Zhao sent a telegram ordering the Xiongtan County Regiment Defense Bureau to return immediately. Capture Mao Zedong. County Councillor and Liberal gentleman Guo Ziban saw the secret seal in the county magistrate's office. I called and wrote a letter and asked someone to send it to Lishan Mountain as soon as possible. According to the recollections of Mao Zemin's wife Wang Shulan. That afternoon, Comrade Zedong held a meeting at Tan's house. After Guan's letter, the family sent someone. I went to Tan's house and yelled at him. After he received the letter, he made some rice with boiling water to eat. I gave him the sedan chair. Please. Comrade Zedong told them first, who will carry him? The doctor who will carry him. The person who delivers the sedan chair. It only took 1 day and 1 night to come back. It took several days for the Regiment Defense Bureau to come to arrest Comrade Zedong, because Zedong. The comrade was not at home, he just paid some money and that was it. At this time, Mao Zedong had arrived in Changsha. A secret meeting was held right under the nose of Zhao Hengti. To discuss the situation of the Shaoshan peasant movement to the Hunan District Committee of the Communist Party of China. He also went to the edge of the Xianzhi River, Orange. When I was in Zizhu, I recalled my life as a normal college student in my prime, and wrote the famous Qin Yuan Shun. Changsha, asked the vast land, who is in charge of the ups and downs. At this time, Mao Zedong still had his splendor, but he was no longer just a scholarly spirit. After Liu arrived in Guangzhou, he filled out the survey on the reorganization committee of the Young China Society. Table, he made the summary of his personal experience. I have taught for 1 year and worked for 2 years. People's Movement, half a year of Peasant Movement, and 1 year of Kuomintang's organizational work. In the study section, the column wrote, studying social sciences, now focusing on studying the problems of Chinese farmers. Time. It's a dragon-spotted jade stock trip, Luo Hen Sun Quan Yao Lu. At this time, he was writing analysis of various classes in Chinese society, in which he analyzed the economic status and political attitude of the meta-bourgeoisie. The so-called semi-proletariat mainly refers to farmers. At that time, Mao Zedong divided them into half self-cultivating farmers, half profit farmers, poor farmers, and half farmers. There are the yeoman farmers among the petty bourgeoisie and the agricultural proletariat, that is, the farm laborers. 19. On January 1, 2066, he published another article in the publication Chinese Peasants published by the Peasants Department of the Central Committee of the Kuomintang. He wrote an article analysis of various classes among Chinese peasants and their attitude towards revolution in people. Degree. The practice of participating in the peasant movement in Shaoshan undoubtedly provided important information for his analysis. To be based on. In 1951, Mao Zedong published analysis of the various classes in Chinese society. When Zedong's selected works was published, he wrote this headline with a note: "This article is against the political situation that existed in the party at that time." There are two tendencies to write. The first tendency within the party at that time, represented by Chen Duxiu, was only to pay attention to cooperation with the Kuomintang and forget about the farmers is right opportunism. The second tendency, Xiang, represented by Zhang Qiukun, only paid attention to the workers' movement and also forgot about the farmers. This is left, leaning towards opportunism. Both types of opportunism feel that their own strength is insufficient, but they don't know it. Where to go to find strength, where to go to obtain a vast alliance of troops. And Mao Zedong was. This article clearly points out that the following are self-cultivation farmers, semi-owner farmers, semi-profit farmers, poor peasants, and employed farmers. Farmers are all our true friends. At that time, although the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China also established a peasant department, its work was mainly among the people. The work is carried out under the banner of the party. At the Second National Congress of the Kuomintang held in January 1936, Mao Zedong was designated by the Presidium to participate in the revision of the Peasant Movement Resolution. Resolution means, he said, China's national revolution, in short, is the peasant revolution. In order to consolidate the national revolution, the only basis for this is to liberate the peasants. From then on, Mao Zedong's attitude toward the national revolution and the peasants. The understanding of the problem has reached a new starting point. After the Second National Congress of the Kuomintang, Mao Zedong participated in the newly established peasant movement of the Central Committee of the Kuomintang Committee. On March 19, he was appointed as a farmer sponsored by the Peasant Department of the Central Committee of the Kuomintang. Director of Sports Training Institute. The Agricultural Lecture Institute was founded in July 1924 with the purpose of cultivating, to develop talents for the peasant movement and enable them to take on the actual work of the peasant movement in various places. Previously, there have been 5 classes of graduates, totaling 454 people. The original organizer was Peng Yat. Mao Zedong took over the hosting of the 6th session, and the address was Fanyu Academy near Guangzhou. After preparations, this lecture. The institute officially opened classes on May 15, 1926, and received students from 20 provinces and autonomous regions. 327 students. On the same day, Chiang Kai-shek proposed at the second plenary session of the Second Central Committee of the Kuomintang. After Mao Zedong was forced to resign as acting minister of the propaganda department of the Central Committee of the Kuomintang after publishing the case on organizing party affairs. So that we can fully devote ourselves to the work of the Peasant Movement Training Institute. This Agricultural Lecture Institute offers a total of 25 courses, all of which focus on the Chinese Revolution. Basic knowledge, including 8 courses on the peasant movement, and most of the teachers have practical experience. Experienced leaders of the peasant movement, such as Peng Yaya, Ruan Xiaoxian, etc. Mao Zedong personally taught Chinese. Problems of Chinese peasants' rural education. 3 courses of geography, among which Problems of Chinese Peasants. Title has the most teaching time among all courses, with a total of 23 class hours. Mao Zedong started teaching this course in early June, from the saved class notes of the students. It reflects here that Mao Zedong seriously reviewed and summarized historical experience and pointed out that past revolutions. None of the party members paid attention to studying the peasant issue, which was the reason why the hard-working revolution and the five-state movement failed. Just because it does not have the support of 320 million farmers. He is from the population, production, leather. Systematically elucidate the importance of peasant issues in the country from 5 aspects: revolutionary power, war relations, and revolutionary purpose. Position in the People's Revolution. pointed out, the goal of the national revolution is to solve the problem of workers, peasants, commerce, students, and soldiers. Problems of various classes. If the problems of farmers cannot be solved, then there is no way to solve the problems of various classes. It can be said that the Chinese national revolution is a peasant revolution. The issue of homeland is the central issue of the party. Question. We can only rely on the deeply oppressed peasant masses who make up the vast majority of China's population. Only by placing the land issue that farmers are most concerned about as the central issue of the revolution can we make it possible. Ability to lead the Chinese revolution to victory. After long-term exploration, Mao Zedong finally consciously recognized this critical issue, devote your main energy to this aspect of work, and then there is no change. This allows him to creatively propose in the future rural areas surround cities and use military force to. Pretending to seize power was a path to victory that was in line with China's actual conditions. Huang set the initial foundation. Of course, on how to mobilize the broad masses of farmers, how to solve farmers' land problems, how to achieve victory in the revolution, he still needs to continue to explore in practice. Mao Zedong has always focused on conducting practical investigation and research on the actual situation of society. He said in the Agricultural Lecture Institute encouraged students to study farmers' problems in various provinces and organized 2 or 3 seminars divided by regions. He held a research meeting on individual farmers' issues and presided over the formulation of land rent rates, land taxes, sources of landowners, and resistance to land use. 36 survey items including rent reduction, rural organization status, farmers' concepts, folk songs, etc. Students should fill in the information one by one according to the actual situation in their hometown. Mao Zedong valued these investigative materials very much. As expected, I later regretted it, and when I talked about it in the 1960s, I still said it was a pity. At that time, the Dongjiang peasant movement led by Yu Tao and centered in Haifeng, Guangdong was the most successful. Gong. In August, Mao Zedong organized teachers and students to practice there for 2 weeks, which greatly deepened their understanding of the peasant movement. Chinese farmers reported that went to Haifeng to implement the training program for the upcoming graduates. At that time, the students had been attending classes for a long time and after accepting various theories, they personally joined the revolutionary peasant groups. Among the masses, they inspected their organizations and witnessed their lives, which influenced students' determination to participate in the peasant movement. Extremely large. The desperate situation developed very quickly. On July 9, the National Revolutionary Army marched to the east of Guangzhou. The division was demolished on the battlefield for the Northern Expedition. On this day, the Yeting Independent Regiment, the leading force of the Northern Expeditionary Army, had captured Li, Hunan Mausoleum. Everywhere he went, local workers and peasants directly provided various assistance. 11 days accounted for Li Changsha. In mid-July, the Communist Party of China held an enlarged meeting of the Central Executive Committee in Shanghai. Ren at Qiwan, the management process of the 6th Peasant Movement Training Center, Chinese Peasants Issue 9, 1926. Year. 11 Class Let. 6 Toward the Peasant Movement 117. Meeting to discuss issues such as the Northern Expedition, the Chinese Communist Party's cooperation strategy, and popular movement policies. Will. The proposal proposed that the proletariat should compete with the bourgeoisie for leadership and oppose both the left and the right tendency. However, there are many restrictions on the peasant movement, and it is believed that peasant associations cannot yet have class status. Class color, farmers' armed forces should not exceed the scope of self-defense, etc. Mao Zedong's understanding of the peasant movement was different from the central government's understanding. The organization compiled and printed a set of peasant issues for people involved in the peasant movement across the country. Reference. There are three categories of content. First, important documents about the peasant movement, such as Sun Yat-sen, Mr. S. Lectures to Peasants and the Chinese Kuomintang's Policy on Peasants. One is a teacher of the Agricultural Lecture Institute. Special research reports, such as Russian Peasants and Revolution and Haifeng Peasant Movement Report. There is also a part of student survey materials. Originally planned to publish 52 titles, but later accepted. Conditions restricted that only 26 species were published. On September 1, 1966, when the first volume was published, Mao Zedong wrote a preface. A speech titled National Revolution and Peasant Movement. He pointed out in this article, in the economy, when revolution is carried out in backward semi-colonial areas, the biggest target is the rural patriarchal feudal class in total. 6. Toward the peasant movement. Accounted for about a quarter, but did not dare to say more. Sun Ke said, that is to find you should. Mao Zedong, Wei Daiying, and Ho Xiao all know each other, and there will be no problems in the venue. At meeting. Issued a declaration reaffirming the continued implementation of the resolutions of the First and Second National Congress of the Kuomintang. After the meeting, Mao Zedong received a notice from the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China to serve as the peasant chairman of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. Secretary of the Sports Committee. In early November, he asked Yang Kaihui and her mother to bring an Ying and an Cheng. Returning to Hunan, he left Guangzhou and took a boat to Shanghai, the seat of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. The Committee of Agriculture had originally been decided to be established, but the organization had never been sound. Mao Zedong took office only after he took office. Style office. Dirty dust. After Mao Zedong took charge of the work of the Central Committee of Agriculture, he immediately changed his focus from dealing with Chinese farmers. The study of peasant issues has entered into a comprehensive analysis of the development of the peasant movement across the country. Deployment. The first thing he did was to formulate the current peasant movement plan and launch it in November. Approved by the Central Bureau on the 15th. This plan proposed that the peasant movement must first vigorously develop those places that have favorable conditions and are of great significance in the national revolution. Show it up. Under the current situation, the development of agricultural movement should adopt the principle of concentration. Nationwide except Guangdong. Outside the province, development should be concentrated in the four provinces of Hunan, Hubei, Now, and Henan. Because these four provinces were part of the Northern Expedition. Strive to prepare for the first advance in the areas, develop the peasant revolution here, and fundamentally dismantle the army. Mao Zedong has always advocated the establishment of a broad foundation for rule. Times include Shaanxi, Sichuan, Guangxi. The 7 provinces of Fujian, Anhui, Jiangsu, and Zhejiang should also use considerable efforts to do this. The idea of promoting the overall situation from one point to another gave the whole party's agricultural movement work a specific line of action. The plan also requires that the peasant movement in various places must effectively cooperate with the left wing of the Kuomintang and decides that in Peasant Movement Training Center opened in Wuchang. Mao Zedong did not want to just sit in a big city and guide the peasant movement. In order to implement current agricultural movement plan in late November, he went to inspect the area along the Yangtze River and contacted Xianzhi and the provincial party headquarters of the Kuomintang in Hunan and Hubei provinces negotiated the establishment of the Wuchang Peasant Movement Workshop. In Nanchang, Mao Zedong met Lin Boque. Lin was serving as the 6th commander of the National Revolutionary Army at this time. Representative of the military party and member of the Standing Committee of the Central Political Committee of the Kuomintang. He was there on November 26. The diary records, we had a meeting in the evening to meet with Runzi. It was already 13 o'clock when we returned to Yin. On the second day of the second day, another joint visit was made to Liu Diping, acting commander of the Second Army, and Li Fukan, deputy party representative of the army, to discuss the issue. Get support. In the evening, Guo Moruo, deputy director of the General Political Department of the National Revolutionary Army, hosted a banquet for Lin Boque and Mao Zedong and others. This was the first time Guo Moruo met Mao Zedong. Later he wrote about this matter in his reply. Recalling Hongbo Chu, I felt that Mao Zedong was quiet as a child, very much like Zhang Liang in the early Han dynasty. Due to the multifaceted work of Mao Zedong, Lin Boque and Li Fukan, the Xianzhi Provisional Political Commissar. The committee made a decision on the 29th, Jiangxi province selected and sent 150 trainees to the Wuchang Agricultural Lecture Center and shoulder the expenses of 13,000 yuan. Lin Boque said in his diary that day, open at 10 o'clock at 11 o'clock. A political committee meeting decided on funding for farmers' education, subsidies for farmers' associations, and cooperatives. Case. At this time, with the successive victories of the Northern Expedition, the three provinces of Hunan, Hubei, and Min appeared. The climax of the Great Rural Revolution. Mao Zemin, He Erkang, who graduated from the 6th Agricultural Lecture Institute in Guangzhou. More than 30 students including Peng Wangziu, Zhu Yuhu, Wang Xiaodao, and others returned to Hunan and became the backbone of the peasant movement. Dry. By January 1927, Hunan had sent 2,000 agricultural movement officials to various counties. 3 people, the membership of the Farmers Association increased from 400,000 to 2 million, and those who could directly lead the masses have increased to 10 million, and almost half of all Hunan farmers have been organized. Get up. Wherever there are farmers' cooperatives, farmers have begun to reduce rents, and reduce rents to local tyrants, evil gentry, and illegal landlords. The economic struggle to cut interest rates has also involved various patriarchal ideologies and systems. Some counties in Hunan have become established county affairs meetings. These meetings are attended by representatives of the agricultural cooperatives and trade unions, as well as representatives of mass organizations. In fact, he has participated in the work of the government. The peasant movement, which emerged as rapidly as a violent storm, raised a series of issues in front of people. List of new time problems that have never been encountered before. How to treat these problems has become a social issue. The focus of attention from all walks of life. The right wing of the Kuomintang, who were inextricably linked to the landlords and gentry, included members of the Northern Expeditionary Army. Some officers could not sit still. The peasants rebelled in the countryside, disturbing the gentlemen's waking dreams. When the news from the countryside reached the city, the gentlemen in the city immediately made an uproar. They attacked the peasant movement. The movement destroyed the social order, was a cancer movement, and covered up the chaos of the Northern Expedition. Some centrist elements also began to waver, saying that the peasant movement had deviated and it should be restricted to prevent others from taking advantage of it. The latent crisis within the United Front is becoming more and more superficial. The debate about the peasant movement was also reflected within the party. In early December 29-26, Mao Zedong arrived in Wuhan from Nanchang. Set up in Hankow. The office of the Central Committee of Agriculture, together with the Hubei Provincial Party headquarters of the Kuomintang, discussed matters related to agricultural affairs. December 13, Mao Zedong joined the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China in Hankow as Secretary of the Central Agricultural Committee. Special meeting of the Central Committee. The most important and serious tendency among all kinds of dangerous tendencies is that on the one hand, the day of mass movement and erection. Gradually moving to the left, on the one hand, the military regime is afraid of the eruption of the popular movement, but it is gradually moving towards right. If this kind of left and right leaning continues to develop and the distance gets further and further, it will lead to the breakdown of the alliance front, and endanger the entire national revolutionary movement. According to this analysis, the meeting stipulated that the party's main strategy at that time was to restrict the development of the workers' and peasants' movement and oppose farmers owning cultivated land in exchange for take rosacea from there to the left, and at the same time support Wang Jingwei to obtain the Kuomintang Central Committee and the national government, and the leadership of the popular movement to restrain Chiang Kai-shek's military power. In fact, Jiang Jiashi's military power and his increasing rightward movement were not something that this strategy could limit. The actual result of the implementation is only to unilaterally restrict the development of the workers' and peasants' movement and sacrifice the interests of workers and peasants. At the meeting, Chen Duxiu also said that the workers' and peasants' movement in Hunan had gone too far. Childish, shaking the morale of the Northern Expeditionary Army, hindering the United Front, etc. Many people at the meeting disagreed with Chen Duxiu's opinion. The person in charge of the Guangdong District Committee reiterated that rely on the masses of workers and peasants to oppose Chiang Kai-shek's ideas. Member of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China and Secretary of the Hunan District Committee Li Weihan proposed that based on the development trend of the peasant movement in Hunan, the peasant land issue should be resolved. The title, Mao Zedong and the Hunan District Committee's proposition, but Chen Duxiu and Bao Luding did not agree with it immediately. To solve the land problem, I think the conditions are not mature. At Mao Zedong said that he did not agree with Chen Duxiu's views, but the discussion did not proceed. Mao Zedong also reminded the Central Committee to pay attention to the right wing has soldiers, and the left wing has no soldiers. Even if the right wing has a platoon of soldiers, it is still more powerful than the left wing. But none of these important reminders attracted the attention of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. The meeting finally accepted it. Chen Duxiu's opinion. Taking the December meeting as a symbol, Mao Zedong became increasingly suspicious of Chen Duxiu's right-leaning policies. Deeper and deeper. Chen Duxiu was originally a figure he respected very much. Now, in the Chinese social class, their differences are growing on major issues such as first-level relations and the peasant movement. Mao Zedong. He has begun to pay sensitive attention to the two basic issues of the Chinese Revolution, land and armed forces. When, however, his thinking at this time was not mature, and he could not provide sufficient insights into Chen Duxiu's views for the time being. Reasons to object. A few months later, he explained, my later view was that peasants' command established with me. I always thought that the views of the comrade leader were correct, so in the end I was not 10_. I absolutely stand by my opinion. Because they said my opinion was unreasonable, it did not work out. Stand at. When people face complex problems and need to make decisions, Mao Zedong has always advocated that start with investigation and research to get the facts concretely and clearly. With the peasant movement, yes, no. And he was determined to take a field test to see the actual situation in rural areas. What exactly is the situation? It just so happened that at this time, he received the first report from farmers in Hunan province. The invitation to the next Congress read, Sir, he is experienced in the agricultural movement and hopes to return to Hunan soon to provide guidance. Nothing feels real. On December 17, he arrived in Changsha from Hankow. The ongoing Hunan Peasants and Workers Congress will be held jointly on the afternoon of the 20th. At the welcome meeting, the notice of the welcome meeting introduced Mao Zedong like this, Mr. Mao Zedong is on the run. Revolutionary, outstanding achievements help. Pay special attention to the peasant movement. Last year, I returned to Hunan to raise La Zeng. he was engaged in the peasant movement in the Xiangtan and Shaoshan areas. There is no peasant movement in Hunan province except the Yuebei Peasants Association. In fact, this is the earliest one. Welcoming the chairman of the Congress, in his speech, he called Mao Zedong the Great Revolutionary of China. The leader at. During the Workers' and Peasants' Congress, the representatives raised many questions, led by the chairman of the Provincial Agricultural Association. Yili organized the contents and asked Mao Zedong to answer them one by one. He also participated in the proposal of the General Assembly. Draft Committee. The Congress passed 40 resolutions, affirming that farmers should use violence to attack local tyrants. Evil gentry is a necessary means in the revolutionary struggle, pointing out that the current central task is to root this country will eradicate the feudal political power of the local tyrants and evil gentry and establish peasant political power. Mao Zedong believed that the various resolutions adopted this time are generally quite practical. This is obviously the same as the policy of the December meeting. There are two ways. Then, Mao Zedong went to the countryside to inspect farmers as an alternate executive member of the Kuomintang Central Committee. Movement. Before leaving, the Hunan Provincial Party headquarters of the Kuomintang held an executive meeting and decided to send the provincial party headquarters to supervise. Inspection Committee member Dai Shu accompanied him and announced 6 important points of the inspection to the party headquarters of each county and required them assist in conducting inspection work. Beginning on January 4, 1927, Mao Zedong, accompanied by Dai Shu and others, left the country. Wearing a long blue cloth shirt, wearing straw sandals on the feet, with Lu Yuran in his hands, he inspected Xiangtan, Xiangxiang, Hongshan, and Pei. Ling and Changsha 5 counties. It lasted 32 days and covered 700 kilometers. The boiling of rural revolution. Life attracted him like a magnet. During the inspection, they saw with their own eyes many things they had heard about in the past. Unheard and unseen strange things. In Shaoshan, he heard about the local tyrants and evil gentry who had been riding on the heads of the farmers for a long time. Farmers can also step on grandma's gums and roll around. Jialu Township, Ning Township County, who came here to receive treatment news. The cadres of the Farmers Association told him that the Kuomintang district branch in this township practiced 2 democratic principles. Because they cancelled the Pingchang rice class, they also imprisoned the shoemaker who led the fight for Pingchang into the county jail and took away the money. The people's livelihood doctrine was eliminated. At Yintian Temple, people told him that Tang Junyan, the former head of the Regiment Defense Bureau, and others. Since the second year of the Republic of China, more than 50 people have been killed and 4 people buried alive. The first people to be killed were actually 2 innocent people. It's a beggar thing. In Xiangxiang County, Farmers Association cadres reported that a big local tyrant had fled to Changsha and was attacking people everywhere. The peasant movement said, those black-footed men who don't know a word, when they open the soles of their feet, they smell the smell of cow dung. He also became the chairman of the District Farmers Association, causing unrest in the countryside. The little villain who stayed in the countryside. The gentleman was afraid that he would be entered into another register, but he was not willing to pay 10 yuan to join the Farmers Association. 2. In Beguo Township, Hongshan County, people told him that the Peasant Association had taken power and the local tyrants and evil gentry did not dare to. After saying half a word no, the women also crowded into the ancestral hall in groups and sat down to relieve themselves. After a banquet, the patriarch had no choice but to listen. There was also bad news, when he arrived at Hongshan County. I learned that some chairmen and members of the Township Agricultural Association were imprisoned in the county jail. In Liling County, farmers told him that there was a local tycoon named Yuba named King of Township. Xian, at first, strongly opposed the Peasants' Association, but later he lowered his head and became a burden and presented revolutionary stories to the Rural Peasants Association. Crystal Xian's golden light, while sending his son to He Jian's army. Mao Zedong is still there. Li Ling met his classmate, good friend, and former member of the New People's Society, Luo Suidu. Luo is here to teach. Served as secretary of the County Committee of the Communist Party of China. In many places, he also saw farmers' associations attacking landlords politically and giving them high moral standards. Traveling to the countryside with hats, or even carrying guns and bones to criminals, to attack the landlords economically and not allow them to. They increased rents and deposits and were not allowed to withdraw. They also overturned the metropolitan organizations that had maintained feudal rule in the past. People talk about the General Secretary and the General Secretary of the League, and they all say, those things are no longer useful. The formation of the Farmers' Association. They set up their own armed pickets and spear escorts. Farmers also banned smoking and gambling, and organized organizations. Come and build roads, ponds, dams, etc. Everything seems to have turned upside down, and everything seems to have just begun for Lin Cai. These are fresh. The lively and vivid events greatly opened Mao Zedong's horizons and he was very excited about it. Society. The various attacks on the peasant movement that appeared at the meeting also made him worried. He saw it. A new world, a clearer understanding of the peasant movement. On March 5, after they returned to Chongji, they immediately made their last report to the Hunan District Committee of the Communist Party of China. Report to them and correct their mistakes in the agricultural movement work. Hunan District Committee of the Communist Party of China 1927-2. In the report on the peasant movement in Hunan District in January written to the central government in January, he said, here the social groups are facing. During the siege after the peasant movement's offensive, we also recognized that the current peasant movement was indeed too leftist and naive, so we passed. The petition prohibits the agricultural cooperatives from fining people, arresting people, etc. I almost unconsciously stood up for the rich peasants and landlords. On the one hand, we should not restrict the poor peasants, but only after our comrades returned from inspecting the countryside, we felt the fierceness of the poor peasants. It is indeed necessary to attack the local tyrants and evil gentry with fierce force. Otherwise, it is not enough to overthrow the feudalism in the countryside today. Politics. Immediately afterwards, the Hunan District Committee of the Communist Party of China and the Provincial Agricultural Cooperative Association corrected the right deviation in practice. Towards the end, thus laying a good foundation for the large-scale autumn harvest uprising and shonen riots a few months later. Mass base. On the third day of Yu Yu's trip, Mao Zedong returned to Wuhan from Changsha and lived in Wuchangdu Prefecture de Forty. Number 1. On the 16th, he wrote to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China and pointed out after a brief report on the inspection itinerary, in what I saw and heard in the countryside of a county was almost completely different from what I saw and heard in Hankou and Changsha, so I started to make some observations. We made a big mistake in handling the policy of the peasant movement in the past. He reported to himself. Several major errors were corrected during the inspection process. The agricultural movement was very good. Fact 2 corrects the consensus among the government, the Kuomintang, and all sectors of society that the peasant movement has been very successful. Based on the fact that poor peasants are the vanguard of grassroots life, correct the consensus among all walks of life that the poor peasants are the vanguard of the poor. The discussion about the amorous peasant movement. There has never been any united front in the past. Facts and correct the argument that the Agricultural Association undermined the united front. Regarding the future principles and policies of the peasant movement, Mao Zedong put forward 10 points in the report. He believed that during the revolutionary uprising period before the establishment of a united front in rural areas, farmers, all actions taken by the people towards the feudal and landlord class are not right, and anything that goes too far is not right at all. Excessive correction cannot be corrected. Mao Zedong's statement may not seem comprehensive today, but he was. It's not entirely without reason. The so-called excessive things are all done by local tyrants, evil gentry, and lawless people. The revolution was proposed by the landlords. It was not about treating guests to dinner, but overthrowing the deep-rooted socialism in the countryside. It was difficult for the feudal forces to do this without taking some drastic measures. These were also the problems at that time. Facts about rural areas in Hunan. Mao Zedong also clearly stated, the problem of farmers is just one of poverty. There are two problems of farmers, and there are two problems of poor peasants, namely, capital problem and land problem. These two. It is no longer a matter of propaganda but a matter of immediate implementation. This last sentence was directed at Chen Duxiu. Chen at the December meeting. I have said that solving the land problem of farmers can only be promoted through propaganda and cannot be implemented. He rushed to write this letter as soon as he returned to Wuhan, which shows how urgent he was. He is many women. I hope the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China can accept these calls from revolutionary practice. However, this letter. It had no effect on the central government. At the end of the letter, he said that the details of the inspection are from. I will write a report within 3 to 4 days starting tomorrow and send it to my brother. Reviewed and published in the Herald. The famous inspection report on the Hunan peasant movement was quickly written, with more than 20,000 words. The report narrated 14 major events done by farmers in Hunan, and considered them all to be revolutionary actions and measures to complete the democratic revolution. It is said that the situation of attack on the peasant revolution is simply a violent storm. When a heavy rain comes, those who obey it will survive, and those who go against it will be destroyed. As a result, the privileges of feudal landlords for thousands of years have been lost. Get a falling flower and flowing water. During the 40 years that Mr. Sun Yat-sen and Dr. Sun Yat-sen devoted themselves to the national revolution, all they had to do was. And what the farmers could not do, they did within a few months. This is 40 years or even 1,000. A wonderful helper who has never achieved anything before in his youth. This is so good. The report also proposed to overthrow the landlords and the armed forces. To equip and build peasant armed forces. On March 5, the Weekly Warrior, the official newspaper of the Hunan District Committee of the Communist Party of China, published the article for the first time. Some chapters of the article. On the 12th, the Weekly Guide published some chapters. Then many newspapers and periodicals reprinted it one after another. In April, the book was published under the title Hunan Peasant Revolution. A separate version of the full text is published by Yangtze River Bookstore. Member of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China and the Bureau of the Central Committee Fir Kaubai wrote an enthusiastic preface to this book. He said, "What Chinese farmers want is political power and land. Land. Chinese revolutionaries must speak and act on behalf of the 390 million peasants, and come to the front. To fight on the front line, Mao Zedong was just the beginning. Every Chinese revolutionary should read it. Reading Mao Zedong's book is the same as reading Peng Tao's Haifeng peasant movement." In this preface, Qi Kaubai also gave Mao Zedong and Dou Ya a title. The King of the Peasant Movement. The peasant issue is not only a problem in China, but also in the international communist movement. There are no good problems solved. This report by Mao Zedong attracted the attention of the Communist International. On May 27 and June 12, 1927, the organs of the Executive Committee of the Communist International Comintern published an examination of the peasant movement in Hunan in Russian and English translations. Inspection Report. This was Mao Zedong's first article introduced abroad. Editor of the English version. Ordinarily, among the English-language publications that have introduced the situation in rural China so far, This report. The truth is clearest. Bukharin, who was then a member of the Presidium of the Executive Committee of the Communist International, was on the Executive Committee. The 8th enlarged plenary session of the Communist Party of China also said, I think some comrades may have read an agitator's report on his travels in Hunan province. This report text. Concise and thought-provoking. Shortly after the birth of inspection report on the peasant movement in Hunan, Mao Zedong's third son, Mao Anlong, also died in Tingtingsuan, Wuchang, on April 4. I'm nearly swollen, but my father. I didn't see my newborn until the 4th day. During this time, Mao Zedong was too busy. How many days? Within this period, Mao Zedong added 3 new positions, all related to the peasant movement. March 3. On the 10th, the Provisional Executive Committee of the National Farmers Association was formally formed, with Mao Zedong serving as the Executive Committee and Organization Minister. On April 2, the Standing Committee of the Kuomintang Central Committee was enlarged for the 5th time. The meeting decided to consist of 5 people: Deng Yanda, Su Jian, Gu Menjiao, Tan Pingshan, and Mao Zedong. Land Commission. Thus, it will determine a step to implement the distribution of land to farmers. And, do. It has become a common revolutionary phenomenon in the countryside. On April 4, the Central Peasant Movement, which had already started classes in advance. The training center will hold a formal opening ceremony. Deng Yanda, Mao Zedong, and Chen Qian are the representatives of the Agricultural Lecture Institute. Standing member, Mao Zedong is responsible for actual presiding. After returning to Wuhan from rural Hunan, Mao Zedong was deeply impressed by the lectures on the peasant movement that were being prepared. Therefore, school must start as soon as possible. At the same time, it was proposed to the Peasant Department of the Kuomintang Central Committee that the original plan to only recruit the program for trainees in Hunan, Hubei, and Min provinces was expanded, and the agricultural lecture institutes were directly managed by the central government and named. It was called the Central Peasant Movement Training Center to adapt to the needs of the development of the situation. This suggestion is worth it to approve. The course started on March 7, with 739 students from 17 provinces. The Central Agricultural Research Institute located in Wuchang clearly stipulates that its mission is to train the class of talents who can lead the rural revolution, can be said to be the foundation of the peasant revolution. For this reason, it is necessary to effectively study the issue of farmers' land, the issue of farmers' political power, and the issue of farmers' armed question at. When hosting the 6th Agricultural Lecture Center in Guangdong, Mao Zedong noticed the military training of the students. Practice. In the statutes of the Wuchang Central Agricultural Lecture Institute, it is clearly stated, for future development. The peasants wanted to be armed, so they had to undergo strict military training. They did not accept such strict military training. Military training means that there is no sincerity in the revolution. Each student was also issued a Hanyang-made 7 Type 9 rifles require 2 hours of training per day and 1 field military exercise per week. 4-1. After the second counter-revolutionary coup, military training increased to 4 hours a day. There are many in this issue. 6 months later, the students became the backbone of farmers' armed uprisings in various places. Among them is Chen Muping. After returning to his hometown, he worked in the Peasants' Self-Defense Army in Jinggang Mountain, which loved literary talents, and was very fond of Mao Zedong and Shen's literary talents. The meeting played a role. The Wuhan national government is a government of cooperation between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party. To solve farmers' problems, we still need to unify the understanding as much as possible within the Kuomintang. From March 10 to 17, Mao Zedong attended the third plenary session of the Second Central Committee of the Kuomintang held in Wuhan as an alternate executive member of the Central Committee. Him. Together with Deng Yanda and Chen Qian, they submitted the land issues case to the plenary session. Problem and declaration to peasants. On the 16th, the plenary session formally adopted the regulations on farmers. The declaration and the resolution on the peasant question. The declaration clearly states that the revolution needs to bring about a major change in the countryside. We must transform the rural political power from that of local tyrants, evil gentry, lawless landlords, and all reactionaries. From the hands of the revolutionaries to the hands of the peasants, peasants should have armed organizations for self-defense. The problem of farmers is mainly the problem of poor peasants. The central issue of the problem of poor peasants is a land. Therefore, our party is determined to support the struggle for farmers to obtain 10 lands, resulting in 10 land problems, until the problem is completely solved. These formulations basically reflect Mao Zedong's thoughts. From April 8 to May 6, the Land Committee held 2 meetings in Wuhan. Meetings, 5 enlarged meetings, and 4 special review meetings. This was right around the time of the April 12 coup. The political situation is extremely severe, and how to solve the rural land problem has become a more urgent issue. Every meeting of the Land Committee was discussed enthusiastically and in detail. Mao Zedong always tried his best to explain what he had seen. Often becomes one of the central speakers at meetings. He believed that the solution to the land problem was to abolish the feudal system and liberate the farmers. At present, to increase the number of new forces to protect the revolution, we must solve the land problem. Its direct effect is, it can solve financial problems and soldier problems, because farmers want to protect their land, they must fight bravely. This was indeed a solution to the problem faced by the Wuhan government at that time. The only way out of the dilemma. Mao Zedong believed that the central issue in solving the land problem was the confiscation of land. The so-called soil confiscation of land means non-payment of rent, and there is no need for other measures. Now the peasant movement in Hunan and Hubei has, by reaching a climax, they had automatically stopped paying rent and had automatically seized power. To solve the land issue, we should first have the facts, and then use the law to recognize them. Li 2. How to implement land confiscation. The steps proposed by Mao Zedong are, generally speaking, first, engage in political confiscation, such as land belonging to local tyrants, evil gentry, warlords, etc., in order to confiscate land in townships and districts. The Land Committee redistributed according to the population, and then picked the economic confiscation, that is, not farming oneself. Any land that is grown and leased to others will be confiscated. But different regions have different requirements. In places where conditions are mature, such as Hunan, economic confiscation can already be implemented. The method is not paying rent to the landlord. There was great controversy at the meeting. It was finally agreed that at present the only thing that can be done is political confiscation, and small landowners. The land owned by the revolutionary soldiers must be protected, and the landowner and individual peasant system must not be completely eliminated. Destroy. The meeting accordingly passed 7 resolutions, including the resolution on solving the land issue. On May 9, 5 natives, Deng Yanda, Tan Pingshan, Mao Zedong, Su Qian, and Gu Menjiu, members of the Land Committee, jointly wrote Land Committee to the Kuomintang Central Executive Committee report, and attached 7 resolutions, waiting for and nuclear seizing. It was on this day that the 5th National Congress of the Communist Party of China was held in Wuhan. It's over too. This meeting was held under an extraordinary situation when the Chinese Revolution was facing a major turning point. On April 12, Chiang Kai-shek launched a counter-revolutionary coup in Shanghai and arrested and massacred a large number of Communist Party members and revolutionary masses. On the 18th, he formed another national government in Nanjing and declared All resolutions of the national government and the Central Committee of the Kuomintang that were announced in March and moved from Guangzhou to Wuhan are illegal. Law. Chen Duxiu, Tan Pingshan, Lin Boku, Su Jian, Wu Yizhang, Wei Daiying, Mao Zedong. The names of 193 communists and Kuomintang leftists were listed in the Nanjing National. The number 1 wanted order of the National People's Government. On April 19, the monument master of the Wuhan national government continuing the second phase of the northern expedition, attacked the Fangfang troops in Henan. On April 22, Wuhan. In front of the Central Committee members, they jointly issued a statement criticizing Chiang, calling on people to go here in accordance with the Central Committee's order. The Prime Minister is a traitor, a scum of our party, and a thief of the people. The Ning'an and Han courts resisted the rights, and Zhang Ziulin in Beijing joined the army and the Fujian government, and China became At that time, a situation emerged where the three parties stood in opposition to each other. The political situation has undergone a major reversal. Continue to maintain the country. The Wuhan national government, which cooperated with others, not only had to deal with the new warlord Chiang Kai-shek to the east, but also continued to. Zhang Ziulin, who continued to go north to crusade against the old army, was in a difficult situation, and the internal situation was very complicated. How? In this extremely critical situation to save the revolution, how to deal with enemies outside the Wuhan regime? People, how can we take the revolution deeply into the hands of allies who are very unreliable in this regime? Dedicated to the implementation of the geodesic revolution, many sharp questions have been placed in front of the communists. It is an urgent problem that needs to be solved for the 5 major tasks of the party. The 5th National Congress opens on April 27. The meeting accepted the 7th Congress of the Communist International. The resolution on the China issue criticized Chen Duxiu's right-leaning errors and passed the political situation. Resolution on the party's tasks and other resolutions. These resolutions emphasized the need for leadership, but no practical and feasible specific measures were proposed. The meeting believed that China's bourgeoisie had rebelled. With the changes, China's single destiny has reached the stage of democratic dictatorship between workers, peasants, and petty bourgeoisie. This only. It is empty talk that is divorced from reality in the face of a sudden change of situation. Once back to reality, I still have hope. Hope is pinned on the Wuhan Kuomintang and the national government under the wise control of Wang Jingwei, Tan Yan, and Tang Sheng. He and his team believed that this was an alliance of workers, peasants, and petty bourgeoisie, and were hostile to Wang Jingwei and others. Adopt a policy of blind accommodation. During the meeting, Wang Jingwei also came to the meeting to speak. General Assembly election. 31 central executive members and 14 alternate executive members were elected, and Chen Duxiu was still elected. Always collapse. Mao Zedong attended the Congress and was elected as an alternate executive member of the Central Committee. At the meeting, he was. An alternate representative only has the right to speak, but not the right to vote. As always, he was most concerned at the time. The focus is on farmers' issues. Before the meeting, they had invited Penyaya, Fangshaimen and other provincial farmers' associations to gather together. The responsible persons met and agreed on a plan for extensive land redistribution. Mao Zedong. This plan was submitted to the Congress, but was rejected by the Congress. Chen Duxiu did not even take it out. Discussion. Although the Congress affirmed the importance of the agrarian revolution in principle, it believed that it should be. The agrarian revolution and the political platform of the democratic regime went to number 1 peasants and petty bourgeoisie 6 but still no. Propose specific and effective measures, and the content is also limited to those discussed by the Kuomintang Central Land Committee. Within the scope of the resolution, he also emphasized that the consent of the petty bourgeoisie must first be obtained to implement. In fact, it is necessary to obtain Wang Jingwei's consent first. Can Wang Jingwei agree? Of course not. Therefore, what was mentioned above must be land zoning. The importance of life, etc., have all become empty and empty. How to view the agrarian revolution, to a certain extent, is already a question about the progress of the Wuhan government. It is a touchstone of regression. The Company Land Committee spent so much effort to formulate and report it. The incomplete resolution on solving the land issue that waited for and nuclear seizure was. On the fourth day after the Fifth National Congress of the Communist Party of China, the political commissar of the Kuomintang Central Committee. The meeting rejected it. Tan Yanjian said during the discussion, "Now we cannot talk about distribution, we must talk about distribution." 0. Mao Zedong had a premonition that the situation was about to change suddenly, and that a disaster was coming soon, and the party. However, the five major leaders were unable to change their minds, and their own ideas were not neutralized by those represented by Chen Duxiu. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of China understands. He wandered alone in front of the Huangji Tower in Snake Mountain, Fujian. Facing the torrent. The flow of the Yangtze River, perhaps the poem can better express his inner worries. Loc De Jiang. Do you know where the yellow things are going? There are only tourists everywhere. Drink the wine in a gushing flow, and your heart will follow the waves. So, Mao Zedong once explained that he wrote this poem Yang as a man. Huang Xiaolu at that time. Speaking of heart wave, in 1927, on the eve of the failure of the Great Revolution, I felt desolate and desolate. Sometimes I don't know what to do. This was the spring of that year at. The two mountains are about to come, and the wind fills the building. As expected, the situation took a turn for the worse. On May 17, Xia Doshi, who was stationed in Yuchang, led the 14th Independent Division to attack Wuhan and launch an attack on Wuhan. The table reflects the common current. Mao Zedong organized more than 400 people from the Central Agricultural Lecture Institute to be incorporated into Yeting's army. Cooperate with the crusade against rebellion. On May 21, Su Kexiang, who was stationed in Changsha, led the 35th Independent Army of the Institute. The 3rd Regiment launched a rebellion, and the workers' and peasants' movement in Hunan was immersed in a pool of blood for a moment, and it was called Mr. Ma in history. Japan Incident. On June 3, the All-China Agricultural Association, with Mao Zedong as a member of the Standing Committee, issued a telegram of denunciation and demanded. Ask the nationalist government to establish a son, remove him from office and investigate Su Kexiang, who also worked with Cai Hezan in the Wuhan concession. A hotel in the city received the escaped Hunan worker and peasant cotters and learned about the situation in detail. And we are required to return to our original posts, resume work, pick up weapons, go up mountains in mountainous areas, and perform. People on the lake boarded boats and resolutely fought against the enemy and defended the revolution with arms. June 13, Mao. When Zedong attended the meeting of the Military Commission of the Nationalist Government, he used a large number of facts to explain the Ma. The truth of the incident was that Su Kexiang's troops attacked the Hunan Agricultural Cooperative. On June 6, Zhu Pi drove away a large number of communists in Xianzhi in the name of sending them out of the country as gifts. Communist Party members and Kuomintang leftists. On June 10, Wang Jingwei went to Zhengzhou and met with Feng Yuxiang and Tang Xianzhi held a meeting. 9 days later, Han Yuxiang went to Suzhou to meet with Chiang Kai-shek. Behind the scenes, the transaction showed that it was inevitable that Zhang and Wang would join hands to unite Ningxia and Han to fight against the Communist Party and the Soviet Union. During this period, Mao Zedong, Tan Pingshan, Deng Yanda, and others, as well as the All-China Agricultural Association of China. In the name of a member of the Standing Committee of the Executive Committee at that time, he issued 4 consecutive instructions demanding an explicit order to stop Jiangxi. The action of expelling the Communist Party and workers' and peasants' leaders, severely punishing the reactionaries who killed people at all levels, and exposing Chiang Kai-shek. Feng Su's Hu talks were about rebellion against the former enemy's armed comrades and the nationalist government and demanding the nationalist government protect workers' pickets and farmers' self-defense armies, and call on farmers' associations at all levels to organize closely and arm themselves. Down. The complete rupture between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party is already on the spinning wheel, and a showdown will soon begin. The last moment. More and more communists are aware of this and are working hard to find a way out. 6. On September 17, Zhou Enlai, Minister of Military Affairs of the CPC Central Committee, made a speech at the Standing Committee of the CPC Central Committee based on the situation in Hunan. The Hunan riot plan was proposed at the meeting, but it was rejected by Luo Yi, the representative of the Communist International. It was not easy. Zhou Enlai was so angry that he had a big fight with him. At this meeting, Cai Hezhen, member of the Standing Committee of the CPC Central Committee, proposed the reorganization of the Hunan Provincial Committee, led by Mao Zedong served as secretary. This opinion was not discussed at the meeting and attracted some criticism. Because after the Majapan incident, Mao Zedong, Cai, and Sen all requested to return to Hunan to work, and some people were convenient. Said they wanted to organize leftists within the party. 3 months later, Cai Hezhen explained, Hezhen. The relationship with Comrade Mao Zedong is definitely not an attempt to organize the leftists, just because Zedong was to oppose the central government's policy on farmers. Since the winter of 1926, it has completely represented the land of Hunan. Revolutionary tendencies are hated by all enemies and welcomed by all farmers. Later, after the Ma-Ri incident, Hezhen advocated that he return to work in Hunan. 0. At this time, the Hunan Provincial Party Committee was close to completion due to the severe impact of the Majapan incident. Paralyzed. Judging from the urgent situation at hand, Hunan's position is very important and must be restored as soon as possible. Restore strong and powerful party work. In this way, by June 24, the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee. The Standing Committee decided to establish a new Hunan Provincial Committee with Mao Zedong as secretary. Mao Zedong immediately rushed to Changsha to start work, and decided to open up the counties and cities near Changsha. Yangzhou, Changde and other places maintained contact with the Provincial Committee. Later, he went to Hengyang to convene a meeting and emphasized again and again. The Malaysian Day incident is the continuation of the Shanghai incident, and there will be countless Malaysian-Japan incidents following it. Happened nationwide. Therefore, the armed forces of workers and peasants in each county must be concentrated quickly, not dispersed, but used. Use force to deal with the reactionary troops, use the barrel of the gun to deal with the barrel of the gun, and stop waiting and watching. At this time, Tang Xianzhi also returned to Changsha and explicitly ordered the abolition of workers and peasants groups and openly launched a counterattack to the flag of the Communist Party. Mao Zedong responded tit for tat and presided over the formulation of the current work plan of the Hunan Provincial Committee of the Communist Party of China. Plan, which clearly states that all economic and political struggles, every instigation with a trumpet, will. The purpose is to overthrow the rule of Tang Xianzhi. What does overthrowing the rule of Tang Xianzhi ultimately rely on? What? This plan highlighted the arming issue and believed that the preservation of workers' and peasants' weapons. There are 3 methods: form a legal door-to-door group, and then go up the mountain, and then use the gun too. The branches are scattered and buried in the soil. Mao Zedong was recalled to Wuhan just 10 days after arriving in Hunan. July 4, Mao Zedong attended. The Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee held an enlarged meeting to discuss the Hunan Farmers Association and Farmers' Self-Defense Armed Response. How to deal with enemy searchers and massacres. In his speech, Mao Zedong analyzed 2 strategies for preserving peasant armed forces: 1. Change 2. It is difficult to achieve the legal preservation of the pacification army. 2. In addition, there are two routes, a. Going up the mountain, b. Join the army. Climbing up the mountain can form the basis of military power. Going up the mountain was prominently proposed by Mao Zedong as a way out. At the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee on July 4, Mao Zedong also said, "If we do not conserve force, we will be helpless if an incident occurs in the future." This sentence is aimed at. It was said about the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China headed by Chen Duxiu at that time. They are in such an emergency situation. Facing the situation, we still neglected to control the military and did not study how to deal with the possibility that the Wuhan government might attack at any time. The serious situation of betrayal, once something unexpected happens, will definitely lead to catastrophic consequences. Fruit. Full. Sure enough, just after the 11th day, an overall event occurred that marked the failure of the Great Revolution. One by one, the Wuhan national government under the control of Wang Jingwei publicly announced its division of the Communist Party. Communist Party of China. The party changed from legal to illegal, and was forced from the ground to the underground. The process of history unfolds suddenly. Life path changes. This kind of backlash has come, and it has come so quickly that many Communist Party members have no idea at all. Mental preparation. People are being hunted and massacred everywhere. There is considerable ideological confusion within the party. During the revolutionary period, party organizations at all levels that were accustomed to open or semi-open activities found it difficult to adapt to the situation for a while. Such a drastic change of situation, I don't know what to do next. The newly reorganized team consists of Zhang Qiuda, Zhou Enlai, Li Lisan, Zhang Tailai, and Li Wei. The Provisional Politburo Standing Committee, composed of 5 members of the Han Dynasty, decided 3 things decisively at this juncture. Troops controlled or influenced by the Communist Party of China gathered in Nanchang to prepare for the uprising, during the autumn harvest. During the season, he organized peasant riots in the 4 provinces of Hunan, Hubei, and Guangdong, and convened a central meeting to discuss and decide on new policies. New policies of the period. The major issue of independent leadership of armed struggle was mentioned on the agenda of the Communist Party of China. Cheng comes up. When the Kuomintang has implemented an extremely cruel policy of massacre, if it does not do this, it will. It's like sitting down and waiting to die. On August 1, 1927, former enemy member of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China with Zhou Enlai as secretary. After the meeting, more than 20,000 people led by He Long and Yeting of the National Revolutionary Army in Nanchang launched an uprising. The first shot in the armed resistance against the Kuomintang reactionaries. Li Lisan said more than 2 years later, the Nanchang riot movement has its great significance in the history of revolution. When the broad masses of the people have no way out, the country established a new revolutionary banner and gave the revolution a new center. But this uprising also had profound consequences. The profound lesson is that we did not directly go to the local rural areas to mobilize and arm the farmers and implement the land reform revolution and establish rural base areas, but in accordance with the original plan of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, go south to Guangdong and seize the. They took Haikou and planned to attack big cities after getting foreign aid, but failed. Mao Zedong was still hiding in Wuhan, which was in an extremely dangerous environment. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of China implements tight measures. When he was in an emergency, he was prepared to send him to Sichuan, but he asked him to come back so that he could be more familiar with it and use it more forcefully. The conditions for an uprising are becoming mature in Hunan. The central government temporarily kept him in Wuhan to guide the testing. The work of the Hunan Provincial Party Committee, and was commissioned by the Central Committee to study the military situation and the peasant movement in Hunan. Planning the autumn harvest uprising in Hunan. Mao Zedong initially focused his preparations for launching an uprising in southern Hunan. At that time, the leader of Mengzhou Island. About 1,000 people of the Guangdong Peasant Armed Forces led by Guangdong are stationed in Sichuan County on the border of Hunan and Guangdong, and are heading south. It is possible that the Nanchang Uprising Army will mobilize some troops to go to Sichuan to support Liaoyang and Pingzhang. The peasant armed forces brought by them can also concentrate in this area. In early August, Mao Zedong proposed to the Central Committee outline of the Shonan movement. The main point is, the southern Hunan special movement is centered on Rushan County. Renaijiang, Quanzhou and other 4 or 5 counties formed a political situation. Organize a revolutionary command organ in the shape of a government to carry out the agrarian revolution, which is consistent with the Tang government in Changsha. A regiment was dispatched to Sichuan as the backbone. This way, we would be sure of occupying at least 5 counties or more. This plan was approved by the Standing Committee of the CPC Central Committee and forwarded to the Hunan Provincial Committee. From January 3, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China issued concerning the farmers' autumn harvest riots in the 4 provinces of Hunan, Hubei, Guangdong, and Gansu provinces. Outline, which proposed, the Chinese Revolution is turning to a new future, workers and peasants, German barbarians and in the Western dictatorship, the agrarian revolution will account for the most important process. Requires the 4 provinces to take the Farmers' Association as the center and call on all social forces close to the farmers to unite. Around it, riots were carried out and the Farmers' Association was declared to be the local government. The Farmers' Association announced that all public lands and large landowners with an area of more than 50 acres will not pay rent, and those with an area of less than 50 acres will not pay rent. The landlord will implement rent reduction and the land of self-cultivated farmers will not be confiscated. The Land Committee of the Farmers' Association decided to distribution of land and asked the whole party to head forward bravely to lead the autumn harvest riots. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. The Central Committee's plan for the autumn harvest uprising in Hunan was based on the Hunan drafted by Mao Zedong. The opinions in the outline of the Shonan movement stipulate, be prepared to launch a plan in Shonan in the near future. A government in southern Hunan, the construction of revolutionary political power and all revolutionary groups, in the Guangdong Revolutionary Committee. Under command. It is now necessary to organize a special committee for southern Hunan, under the command of the Provincial Party Committee, to deal with transportation issues. When you are well informed, you must have an independent director to direct the work where the committee can move. Special Committee, xianzhi. Guoyang, Zedong, Zhouxian. On August 7, the meeting between G and Half-Lifers was held, that is. The August 7 meeting was a significant turning point in the history of the Communist Party of China. Meeting in Communism. People. The right-leaning capitulationist errors represented by Xiu determined the implementation of agrarian revolution and armed resistance. The general policy of the Kuomintang reactionaries. Mao Zedong was elected as an alternate for the Provisional Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee. Committee member. At the August 7 conference, Mao Zedong used his personal experience to say that when the Kuomintang and the Communist Party cooperated, they did not adhere to political principles. Political independence, the party Central Committee's failure to listen to the opinions of subordinates and the masses, and the suppression of peasant revolution and liberation. Criticized Chen Duxiu's right-leaning errors from 4 aspects including giving up military leadership, and decided on the meeting. 2 aspects of the general policy have put forward unique insights. Regarding military work, Mao Zedong pointedly pointed out, in the past we scolded Zhongshan for specializing in military affairs. However, we are just the opposite. We do not engage in military campaigns, but only engage in mass movements. Zhongtang. They all started their careers with the barrel of a gun. We alone are not the same. 2. This actually puts forward the idea of combining military movements with popular movements. There are two extreme approaches, focusing on military movements or focusing on mass movements. He focuses on emphasizing that we must pay great attention to military affairs in the future. It must be noted that the political power was obtained by Inspector Ding Zizhong. This is a conclusion of extremely important significance to the Chinese Revolution. Mao Zedong to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. On this issue, although I have paid attention to it now, I still have no firm concept to criticize and make suggestions. It was suggested that this meeting should pay attention to this issue, and the new Politburo Standing Committee must be stronger and pay attention. This question D. Regarding the issue of farmers' land, he believed that, 1. The standards for large and medium-sized landowners should be stipulated. It is recommended to set the limit of 50 acres for one person. The main issue is the central issue of the land question, and the difficulty lies in the resolution of the recent peasants' struggle. The case stipulates that the land of small landlords will not be confiscated. In this case, there will be a lot of land without large landlords. On the other hand, the agricultural cooperatives will have to stop working. Therefore, the landlord system must be fundamentally abolished and small landowners should be. There should be a certain method. 3. There should be different regulations on the land rights of rich peasants and middle peasants among self-cultivation farmers. It is necessary to determine the direction. Including the representatives of the Communist International who did not adopt Mao Zedong's opinions and did not. Let everyone discuss the land issue again and propose, the fundamental issue of land is the land state. There is a station country. Engels once said, to understand theory clearly, the best way is to start from one's own mistakes. Make mistakes and learn from painful experiences. That's why Mao Zedong was able to propose it at the August 7th conference. The important conclusion that political power is obtained from the barrel of a gun stems from the failure of the Great Revolution. Learn from the lessons learned. What makes him better than others is, the education of facts. C. The following is from the external turbidity to the clear and clear standing of the essence of the work, which is suitable for the new and hidden aspects of the case and is included in this chapter 5. Person re. Ask for advice and ask him to work in the central government in Shanghai. Mao Zedong replied, I don't want to go with you. We are going to live in high-rise buildings, and I want to go up to the mountains and make friends in the green forest. Before this, the Communist Party of China Hunan. The Provincial Party Committee also sent a letter to the Central Committee, requesting Mao Zedong to return to Hunan to lead the armed struggle. August 9. Mao Zedong attended the first meeting of the Provisional Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee and criticized the Hunan Provincial Committee and the Communist Party. The ICIC inspector who went to Changsha put forward the idea of organizing a division from southern Hunan to jointly win the battle with Nanchang's military forces. Guangdong Plan. Pointed out, it is very wrong to organize a division to go to Guangdong. We should not just look at it. When it comes to Guangdong, Hunan is also very important. The mass organizations in Hunan are larger than those in Guangdong. What is lacking is armed forces. Now is the time for riots, and we need armed forces even more. He emphasized that Hunan, the southern uprising, even if it fails, there is no need to go to Guangdong, but to the mountains. The meeting decided that Mao Zedong returned to Hunan as a special commissioner of the Central Committee to convey the spirit of the August 7th conference, reorganize the Provincial Committee, and led the autumn harvest uprising. Mao Zedong participated in the labor movement, peasant movement, student movement, and United Front in the past. But had never done military work. According to actual needs, he bravely provoked. This is my father's new burden. Nearly 40 years later, he told two groups of foreign friends. A person like me has never known how to fight before, and has never even thought about fighting. But the lackeys of imperialism forced me to take up arms. What is the reason that made me join the army? Who went in the team? It was the imperialists and Chiang Kai-shek who killed people. Of course, never can't fight. I never even thought about going to war. From learning to fight, it takes a lot of experience. A short process. He secretly returned to Changsha on August 12. Before getting into actual work, he first. Hunan's social situation and the people's psychological state, which are undergoing drastic changes, need to be carefully adjusted. Check. Taking advantage of the opportunity to send his family back to his hometown in Bankang village, he invited 5 people to Yang Kaikan's house. Farmers, a boat builder and a primary school teacher held a 2-day investigation meeting to learn about local farmers. The people demand a comprehensive solution to the land issue. Back in Changsha City, they consulted again about Xiongtan. Shaoshan came to the provincial capital for the opinions of 5 farmers. After discussions with them, a land network was planned. Received several clauses, including confiscating all land and so on. Another result of the investigation is to understand. After the Kuomintang army brutally suppressed the workers' and peasants' movement, the public's view of them had completely changed. People. The flag of the Communist Party is the flag of the people. I didn't think much of this when I was in Hubei, but it was flooded. 2. It can be concluded that the flag of the Kuomintang cannot be raised. At these new understandings are all his. Obtained during field investigation. Armed with the first-hand materials obtained during the investigation, he attended meetings in Changsha starting from August 18. The Hunan Provincial Committee meeting was held in the Shen family house on the outskirts of Shashi City. Several main questions discussed at the meeting. He expressed important opinions on all topics. First, the question of what flag to raise. During the Nanchang uprising, those who fought were the Kuomintang leftists. Pi flag. The August 7 meeting made the same provision. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of China also believes that the lower-level party headquarters of the left wing of the southern Kuomintang need to have a foundation more than any other province, and it is more necessary to unite them together. Struggle with the same. Mao Zedong firmly advocated that during the autumn harvest uprising in Hunan, we should fight the Communist Party high and high. The flag of the Communist Party, we can no longer fly the flag of the leftist Kuomintang as stipulated by the August 7 meeting. Flag. Second, there is the issue of riots. At that time, both the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China and the general view within the party were also. Well, everyone believes that riots should mainly rely on peasant and industrial armed forces, and the army can only play a secondary role. Otherwise it is a military adventure. Mao Zedong clearly stated, if we want to launch a riot, we must give up everything alone. Peasant power is not enough, military help is necessary. There are 1 or 2 regiments of troops, which we can get up together, otherwise we will ultimately fail. This is a crucial aspect in the Chinese Revolution. Question. Faced with the regular Kuomintang forces that control the national power, if we rely solely on local forces. The peasant uprisings did not have a certain number of strictly trained and well-organized revolutionaries. The army participated as the backbone of the scattered peasant riots fighting against the Kuomintang army. Sometimes it usually ends in failure. There are many painful facts that can prove this. But for this, there were many people who were opposed or skeptical about this issue. Therefore, Mao Zedong used a strong tone. Said, the development of the riot is to seize political power. To seize political power, there is no military support or support. Go and seize it, this is what Ziruo said. Our party's mistake in the past was to ignore military affairs. Attention should be paid to military activities with 60% of the energy. Implement the seizure of political power at the barrel of a gun. Build political power. Third, the land issue. The August 7 meeting decided to confiscate the land of Dazhong landlords. Mao Zedong proposed, there are few large landowners and many small landowners in China. If only the land of the large landowners is confiscated, then there are not many people who have been confiscated. Not only was their little land confiscated, but the poor peasants demanded a lot of land. Merely investing and harvesting the land of big landlords cannot meet the demands and needs of farmers. To be able to do it all, if the farmers are arrested, the landowner's land must be confiscated and handed over to the farmers. He also mentioned, to those who were confiscated, landowners who acquire land must have a proper arrangement. Fourth, the riot area. At that time, Shonan was originally scheduled to be the center of the uprising. The situation has changed. As Tang Shenzi's troops moved south, southern Hunan and Changsha were actually separated from each other. Absolutely. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of China requested Hunan to hold a province-wide riot. After repeated discussions, the Hunan Provincial Party Committee. He believed that based on the party's energy and economic power, it can only create violence in the counties surrounding central Hunan. Move, so several other centers were abandoned. The center of Hunan is Changsha. According to Xian, secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, Gongda said, Zedong insisted on the plan to reduce the scope of the riot the most at. On August 19, the Hunan Provincial Committee of the Communist Party of China started the Hunan Autumn Harvest riots with the Changsha riots. The planned plan was reported to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. The next day, Mao Zedong wrote another letter to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, reporting. He told him his different opinions on some major policy issues. Although the August 7 conference correctly determined the implementation of the agrarian revolution and armed resistance to the Kuomintang, the general policy of the reactionaries, but how to implement this general policy based on the actual situation is still unclear. There are many problems that have not yet been solved, and the party is very lacking in dealing with these new problems. Lack of experience. Being able to speak out so clearly on such a series of major policy issues. He also realistically put forward opinions that were different from those of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China and even representatives of the Communist International, and it was indeed. The facts fully demonstrated Mao Zedong's extraordinary courage and realistic spirit. No wonder Guiqiu and Bai are together. Many months later, at a meeting of the Politburo Standing Committee, he said, those who have independent opinions in our party must be regarded as ZEZE. East. After receiving the Autumn Harvest Action Plan from the Kayanan Provincial Committee and Mao Zedong's letter, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. A standing committee meeting was held on August 22 to study. In the discussion, some people criticized Mao by name. Zedong's assertion of seizing political power through the barrel of a gun is different from that of the Central Committee, saying that the Central Committee is the purely trust in the power of the masses and use military power as help at. On the 23rd, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. Reply to the Hunan Provincial Party Committee, although in principle it stated that the plan was to use Changsha as the starting point of the riots. Yes, but it was also criticized that the riot plan focused on military power, and the result was just a kind of military power risk, and proposed that at this time we still have to comprehensively assist farmers and workers in the name of the Kuomintang democratic regime. If we throw away the flag of the Kuomintang and realize the Soviet regime, this is wrong. Also advocated that on the issue of land, the main slogan at this time is confiscating the land of the big landlords. Land and the slogan of rent reduction was put forward for small landlords. These criticisms and accusations are obviously out of touch. It is far from the actual situation, indicating that the central government must change existing prejudices, listen to and accept Mao Zedong. The call from practice is not an easy thing. Mao Zedong adopted an analytical attitude towards the reply letter from the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China and regarded it as consistent with the actual situation. Implement the situation in part and respond to criticisms that are unrealistic. August 30, Lake. The Southern Provincial Party Committee's letter to the Central Committee stated bluntly, the Central Committee's reply letter pointed out 2 points here. Wrong, the facts and theories are not what brother said. First, brother said that this place is a military place. Danger asterisk, it's really unclear what the situation is here, whether we don't pay attention to the military or want the people to engage in armed violence. A contradictory policy to move forward. Second, brother said that here we are focusing on the work in Changsha and neglecting the work in Changsha. In various places, this is not a fact. The reason why Hongyang is not used as the second starting point is because of me. Their strength could only be used to unite central Hunan, various counties rioted and their strength was dispersed, and Kai Lian went to central Hunan. The riot plan could not be realized. Mao Zedong and the Hunan Provincial Committee insisted on proceeding from the actual situation and formulated a clear plan for riots. Program. Mao Zedong told Snow in 1936, my program there requires the following. 5 points, provincial party organizations completely severed ties with the Kuomintang, organizing workers and peasants. Revolutionary Army, confiscating the land and property of large landlords as well as medium and small landlords, in. Establish a communist force independent of the Kuomintang in Hunan, organize Soviets of workers, peasants, and soldiers. The development of the situation has gradually changed the understanding of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. After 3 weeks, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of China issued the resolution on the problem of the left Kuomintang and Soviet slogans and other 2 documents announcing the August resolution on the left-wing Kuomintang movement and its flag. The next provision for the execution of the insurrection must be cancelled. 2. The current task is not only to propagate Soviet ideas, thought, and that Soviets should be established in the new upsurge of the revolutionary struggle, for the small landowners. All land must be confiscated to realize the principle of land to the tiller. However, the Central. His views on some issues are still inconsistent with Mao Zedong's. The actions of the autumn harvest uprising have been like an arrow on the string, ready to take off at the first touch. Urgent situation, no. Allow the debate between the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China and Mao Zedong and others to fully develop. At that time, there were several revolutionary armed forces on the border between Hunan and Fujian. One was the Communist Party. The Security Regiment of the National Revolutionary Army's 2nd Front Army General Headquarters, with party member Liu Deming serving as regimental commander, because they did not catch up to participate in the Nanchang uprising, they stayed in that area. One branch was Pingjiang, Liaoyang, etc. The local workers and peasants volunteer team or the Peasant Self-Defense Army. There is also a group of Anyuan Road Mine that is preparing for an uprising of workers armed. As the Kuomintang authorities intensify their repressive measures, a quick resolution must be made. It's decided to do something and stop it, we can't delay it any longer. In late August, the leaders of the Guard Corps and the Pingjiang and Liaoyang workers and peasants volunteer teams arrived in Xiangdun. A meeting was held in Shangkao Town, Xiashui, Jiangxi on the border, and it was decided to form a division. The Guard Regiment was. The 1st Regiment is stationed in Xiashui, the Liaoyang Workers and Peasants Volunteer Team is the 3rd Regiment, stationed in Tongwu, Pingjiang Workers and Peasants. Volunteer teams supplemented these 2 groups respectively. Because Liu Deming has gone to Wuhan to report to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. For work, Yu Seidu was appointed as the teacher. In addition, the Anyuan Railway Coal Mine Workers Picket Team and Mine Police. The team can cooperate with the Peasant Self-Defense Armies in Anfu, Fuhua, Pingxiang, Liling, Hongshan and other places. Organized into a group. These troops were from the autumn harvest uprising on the Hunan-Fujian border led by Mao Zedong. Main force. On August 30, the Hunan Provincial Committee of the Communist Party of China received information from the Anyuan Municipal Committee in Changsha regarding the Hunan-Minbian border. After reporting on the armed situation of workers and peasants in the border areas, a meeting of the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee was held to discuss and determine the autumn harvest in Hunan. Plans for riot. The meeting decided to first focus on Pingjiang and Liuzhu in areas with better conditions. Yang, Liling, and others launched a riot with Anyuan and others, attacked Changsha and established the People's Liberation Army with Mao Zedong as the secretary. The former enemy committee of the Hunan Provincial Committee of the Communist Party of China served as the leading organization of the autumn harvest riots. As soon as the meeting ended, Mao Zedong took a train from Changsha to Anyuan early the next morning. Before he left, he sent Yang Kaihui back to Itankan and asked her to take good care of her mother and 3 children. Son, take part in some peasant movements. This breakup became their final farewell. In early September, Mao Zedong rushed to Anyuan wearing peasant clothes and held a meeting in Zhangjiawan. Convey the spirit of the August 7 meeting of the Central Committee and the Autumn Harvest Riot Plan of the Hunan Provincial Committee. Among those attending the meeting were Liu Yang, Secretary of the County Party Committee Pan Xinyuan, person in charge of the Anyuan Municipal Party Committee Ning Daiking, Commander-in-Chief of the Western Fujian Farmers Self-Defense Army. Wang Xinjia, who is also the person in charge of the Agricultural Army of Anfu County, and others. The meeting discussed the military and the spread of peasant uprisings. After setting up the army, it was decided to divide it into 3 groups. They started the uprising from Xiaoshui, Tongwu, and Anyuan in the west of Liuxi and attacked the east of Hunan. Will attack Changsha. At the same time, peasant riots in counties along the Hunan-Fujian border were arranged to coordinate with military operations. Among these 3 roads, the middle road is the main force. That is the Liu Yang workers and peasants volunteer team stationed in Tongwu. Prepare to join the guard regiment stationed in Xiaoshui and attack Liu Yang together because of the military forces on this road. It is thicker, the terrain is more dangerous, and Liu Yang is close to Changsha. If we advance, we can fight, and if we retreat, we can defend. So, the meeting decided that Mao Zedong and Liu Yang County Party Committee Secretary Pan Xinyuan rushed to Tonggu after the meeting and gave direct command. Actions along the way. Arrangements have also been made for the work in Anyuan, focusing on Anyuan workers and the mine police force. After the riot, they attacked Pingxiang and Dingling, and tried to encircle Changsha, but they could never give up worship. Xiang and Anyuan, to make the enemy cut off our retreat. On September 6, Mao Zedong learned in Anyuan of the decision of the Standing Committee of the Hunan Provincial Committee who stayed in Changsha. Date of riots: railway destruction began on the 9th, riots in various counties on the 11th, Changsha on the 15th. Riot. He immediately complained to the number 1 in Tonggu in the name of the former enemy committee of the Hunan Provincial Committee of the Communist Party of China. The 3rd Regiment issued the uprising plan and deployment, notifying them that they would unify the names of the troops participating in the uprising. Designated as the 1st Division of the 1st Army of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army, and asked them to immediately implement this decision and take action. The plan is conveyed to the division headquarters and the 1st Regiment, which are building water tanks. At this time, the Ninghan confrontation between the 2 factions within the Kuomintang was not over. Tang Shenzi's main force. At that time, we were still on the front line of the Eastern Expedition, and Hunan's military strength was relatively weak, but they were still stepping up their suppression activities. In mid-August, Tang Shen wisely ordered Zhou Feng, acting chairman of the Hunan provincial government, to call the garrison. Ping Xiang's division commander Hu Wendu took precautions and mobilized other troops to prepare for a response. September. On the 6th, the Changsha Weikan headquarters intercepted the messages sent by the Changsha Communist Party organization to various branches regarding the Mid-Autumn Festival. A secret order was issued to hold an armed uprising, and then it was announced that from September 8, Special Martial Law 5. Traffic will be cut off at 10 p.m. every day, and martial law will be tightened on Mid-Autumn Festival, with the military and police stopping. During the holiday, the streets are full of people day and night, and everyone posts sentries to prevent riots After Mao Zedong made arrangements for Nyuan, he wore white sleeves and trousers and pretended to be Nyuan. Pan Zinyuan, a buyer from Yuanyuan coal mine, rushed to Tonggu accompanied by Pan Zinyuan. Unexpectedly, I walked to Liuyang, Hunan. In Zhangjiafang village, he was caught by the militia patrol and ward inspection team. On the way to the militia headquarters, he was escorted by machine. Escape wisely. He talked about this experience to American journalists Snow in the 1930s. When I was organizing the army, I was running between Han smelting, mining, and peasant armed forces. During that time, I was caught by some militia groups colluding with the Kuomintang. At that time, the Kuomintang's terror reached its peak, and hundreds of suspected communists were shot. These militiamen were ordered to take me to the militia headquarters to be executed. I borrowed it from a comrade. For 10 yuan, I planned to bribe the escort to release me. Ordinary soldiers are once mercenary, gun marrow, I have no special benefit to them. They agreed to let me go, but the captain who was in charge didn't allow it. So I decided to try to escape. However, until it was about less than 200 meters away from the militia headquarters that I found the opportunity. I'll give it a try. The boy broke free and ran into the fields. I ran to a high ground. Below was a pond with very tall grass growing around it. I hid there until sunset. The soldiers were tracking me and forcing some farmers to help him. They search. Several times they came very close, and once or twice I could almost pick him up with my hand. Reach them. Although 5 or 6 times I gave up any hope that I would make it. I was caught again, but somehow I was not discovered by them. Finally, the sky is near. Huangfeng died and they gave up the search. We will climb over the mountains and ridges immediately. Traveling all night, I said. I have rare shoes, the soles of my feet are seriously injured. On the way, I met a friendly farmer. He gave me some advice. I lived there, and later took me to Ling County. I have 7 yuan with me, use this money to buy. I got a pair of shoes, an umbrella, and some food. When I finally arrived safely at the peasant armed forces. When I got there, I only had 2 copper coins left in my pocket. He arrived at the 3rd Regiment of Tonggu on September 10th. Regiment headquarters announced that the unit would be reorganized into the 3rd Regiment of the 1st Division of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army. Heading to Liuyang. The day before this, the Hunan garlic border autumn harvest uprising, which shocked the country, had been carried out as planned. Date of outbreak: Hunan Provincial Party Committee organized railway workers to destroy Changsha to Huyang and Changsha to Zhuzhou. Railway, the headquarters of the 1st Division of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army, was repairing water and led the 1st Regiment to declare an uprising, but did not come to Tonggu to rendezvous with the 3rd Regiment, but advance alone in the direction of Pingjiang. Before the battle begins, Go Luda, who reported his work in Wuhan, rushed back to the army and took office as the commander-in-chief of the 1st Division of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army. Late at night on the 10th, the Nyuan Workers' and Peasants' Armed Forces and the Mine Police revolted and formed the 1st Division of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army. The 2nd Regiment moved forward in the direction of Kan Township. This formed 3 roads leading to Pingjiang, Liuyang and Baxiang respectively. Progressive momentum. Mao Zedong excitedly wrote Zhejiang Moon. Autumn Harvest Uprising. Underscore the army calls for workers and peasants revolution, and the banner is sickle and military head. Underscore he did not stop in the area of Xiutong, but went straight to Pingaliu. Landlords are oppressing people heavily, and peasants work together one by one. In the autumn harvest season, Moyun gathers, and there is a riot. But at that time, the national revolutionary situation had reached a low ebb, and reactionary military forces were strong everywhere. Greater than revolutionary power. From the perspective of the Hunan-Mang border area, the masses have not been fully mobilized. The troops, which were already very weak, were dispersed and used separately. They fought independently and their actions were not unified. Attacks. The target is Changsha, the central city of Hunan. This plan was originally difficult to realize. When the uprising army division headquarters and the 1st Regiment arrived at Jinping, a suburb of Pingjiangdong on the 11th, due to the reasons before the uprising. The Qiuquoxuan regiment of the Xian army that was collected on the evening of the 1st suddenly changed and was attacked from behind. The troops suffered huge losses. Lost. The 3rd Regiment also failed due to its weak strength when it attacked Dongmen City in Liaoyang on the 14th. 2nd Regiment. After leaving the division, it initially developed smoothly. On the 12th and 16th, it successively captured Liling and Liaoyang counties. City, but due to the Kuomintang's regular army concentrating its superior forces to counterattack, almost all of them collapsed. Communist Party of China. When the central government sent Ren Ruoshi to Hunan to investigate, Xia Minghan told him, "This time when our military base arrived, the local farmers did not rise up, far less than the enthusiasm of the farmers when the Northern Expeditionary Army arrived. Most farmers." Kai was in a panic and did not dare to take action. The people were afraid that the army would fail and a catastrophe was coming, which filled the minds of the farmers. Jin. Mao Zedong saw this actual situation and immediately made a decisive decision to change the original deployment. The insurrectionary troops from all walks of life were ordered to stop attacking and retreat to Wenjia Market in Liaoyang to gather. At this time, the workers. The 1st Division of the Revolutionary Army has been reduced sharply from the original 5,000 people to more than 1,500 people, and has suffered serious losses. Frustration. On the evening of September 15, the Hunan Provincial Committee of the Communist Party of China decided to stop the planned operation the next day. The Changsha riot was launched. When the original plan for the Hunan Garlic border uprising was seriously frustrated, the uprising needed immediate help. A decision needs to be made: continue the attack or retreat. If so, where to retreat? However, it was the original decision of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China to continue the attack on Changsha. Failure to do so would result in a fine. The charge of escape. In terms of armed struggle, the Communist Party of China has only carried out military campaigns in the cities in the past. Offensive experience. However, under the actual situation at that time when there was a huge disparity in power between the enemy and ourselves, doing so would only lead to the entire army was wiped out. Faced with such a dilemma, this decision was difficult to make. On the evening of September 19, Mao Zedong hosted a meeting with teachers and regiments at Loren School in Wenjia City. A meeting of the former enemies committee attended by the main responsible persons to discuss the future actions of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army. Direction problem. Yu, commander of the 1st Division of the Workers' and Peasants' Banming Army, still insisted on taking Liaoyang and attacking Changchun directly. Shat, this is in line with the views of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, and there are many people in the insurrectionary forces who hold this view. Kind of emotion. Mao Zedong clearly judged the objective situation and determined that there was a local peasant uprising. Without forming a huge momentum, it is impossible to capture the country without the existing strength of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army alone. With the Kuomintang Army firmly fortifying Changsha, the original plan of the Hunan Provincial Committee has been unable to be realized and has been discontinued. Then he advocated giving up the attack on Changsha and moving the rebel forces southward to areas where the enemy's ruling power was weak. In rural areas and mountainous areas, we are looking for a foothold to preserve the revolutionary power and try to develop again. Propose this. Advocating, at that time, required great courage. After fierce debate, the meeting was held at the General Directorate. With the support of Liu Deming and others, Mao Zedong's proposal was resolved to retreat to southern Hunan. For the weak revolutionary army in its early days, in order to avoid being in situations where the strength was insufficient. At this time, we have to fight a decisive battle with powerful enemies. In order to seek our own survival and development, the only way is. The method is to shift the direction of the advance to the countryside, especially to the mountainous areas at the junction of two provinces or several provinces. Switching from attacking big cities to marching into rural areas is a decisive step in the history of the Chinese People's Revolution. A new starting point for defining meaning. This decision, which seems to be a step back in form, is actually a breakthrough advancement. Exhibition. It not only conformed to the specific conditions of China at that time, but also conformed to the foundation of Marxism-Leninism. This principle. In 1978, Deng Xiaoping talked about the Chinese Communist Party's fine tradition of seeking truth from facts. It was said during the reunification that Lenin once led the Bolshevik Party to be the weakest link in the imperialist world. The Russian Revolution was victorious, and our Chinese warlords were divided. The enemy's control was weak first. To carry out revolution in the regions, this is the same in principle but we do not start with the cities. Rather, we should first engage in rural development. On the same day that the Committee on Former Enemies of the Communist Party of China made this decision, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, the Comintern representative in Changsha, Ma Er, made a report and requested the Hunan Provincial Committee to attack Changsha again. Shachan City's decision. The resolution accuses the special commissioners of the Central Committee and the Hunan Provincial Party Committee for stopping the Changsha riots and allowing the peasant armies of Zhuzhou, Liling, Pingjiang, and Liuyang to retreat would be escape before the battle, and Hunan was ordered to do so. The Provincial Party Committee, in response to the order of the workers' and peasants' troops in Ping, Lu, and Zhang areas to attack Changsha, the army immediately exploded. At Su Xianzhi's report, September 17, 1927, Central Political Newsletter No. 12. At Selected Works of Deng Xiaoping Volume 2, People's Publishing House, October 1994 edition, No. 126. 127 pages. 152 Mao Zedong Biography 1893-1949. The Riots in Changsha. By the time the Central Committee's decision was sent to Hunan, the autumn harvest uprising had already begun its march. Going south, it is impossible to execute. The meeting of the rebel army's former enemies committee ended. Early the next morning, Mao Zedong was in Wenjia City. The decision to change the direction of action was announced to all division commanders and fighters on the playground of Loren School. He is full of. Say with confidence, the modern Chinese revolution cannot work without guns. Only with guns can we defeat the reactionaries. Movement faction. The armed uprising suffered setbacks this time, but it doesn't matter. Victory and defeat are commonplace for military strategists. Me. Our current strength is still too small to attack the enemy's heavily guarded big cities, so we should first go to rural areas where the enemy's rule is weak to conserve strength and launch a peasant revolution. We know. Like a small stone, Chiang Kai-shek's reactionary faction is like a big water tank, but one day, this small stone of ours must smash Chiang Kai-shek's big water tank. This man's speech is very big. This boosted the morale of the rebels who had just suffered a serious setback. At that time, the road south was also full of dangers. Before and after this, the Kuomintang of Hunan province. The authorities have dispatched troops to Chasingli in the Liaoyang area. The Jiangxi authorities have also dispatched troops to Tonggu and Pingxiang areas. With block attack, Zhou Feng learned that the rebels were connected to Mao Zedong, the famous leader of the Communist Party of China. After holding, he immediately sent Battalion Commander Che Bingqian of the 1st Regiment of the 8th Army to Liaoyang on the 24th. During the period of the alliance, he issued a general order to all armies who rebelled against Mao and received a reward of 5,000 yuan. This gave the workers and peasants a revolutionary. The transfer of troops caused great difficulties. The rebels stayed in Wenjia city for 2 nights and then moved south along the Hunan-Min border. Because the Hunan army fought, the fighting power is strong and the fighting power of the main army is weak, so the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army advances along the west side of the Yangtze River. This one. The area is all mountainous, the roads are difficult to navigate, diseases are spreading, and the Kuomintang troops are chasing and blocking them from time to time. Hit. Mao Zedong, wearing a bamboo hat on his head, walked among the soldiers, talked with them, and encouraged them. We move forward bravely. On the way to the march, I received a letter from Quan Rengshan brought back from the Jiangxi Provincial Committee. I know that Ningfeng in the middle section of the Laxiao Mountains has an armed force led by our party with dozens of guns. This. Mao Zedong once heard Wang Xinjie talk about this situation at the Zhangjiawan conference in Anyuan before. Now, it was confirmed again. But the details are still unclear. The marching route of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army is almost a straight line heading south. When entering Jiangxi province, it is recommended. When he went to Li village in Xianzhi County, he learned that the Kuomintang's heavy troops were stationed in the 1st Xianzhi County and could not pass, so he decided to go there. Change route and camp in Luxi. Early the next morning, we headed towards Suanhua. Due to poor reconnaissance, we headed towards Suanhua. The situation was unclear, and the rearguard was attacked by the Kuomintang troops and rushed to respond, resulting in heavy casualties in both men and guns. Lost 300. Commander-in-Chief Liu Deming died heroically in order to cover the retreat of the rearguard troops. Only 23 years old. This is a major loss. Mao Zedong deplored this young general very much. Sacrifice, and angrily rebuked Su Xianjun, commander of the 3rd Regiment, for his poor reconnaissance and wrong command. Give me back Liu Deming. It was already September 25. On the same day, the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army arrived at Ganjia village in Yinhua County. Due to the repeated praise, the commander-in-chief. After the sacrifice, the troops were in a very low mood. At this time, the Lianhua County Party organization sent someone to contact him. Work. The Peasant Revolutionary Army learned that the Peasant Self-Defense Army in Lianhua County failed to attack the city a few days ago and 9 people were imprisoned. There are more than 10 people, but the Kuomintang's garrison in Lota City only consists of some security teams, and their combat effectiveness is not strong. Mao Zedong convened a pre-committee and unanimously decided to attack Yinhua County. Early the next morning, workers and peasants. The Revolutionary Army braved the rainforest to attack, and with the cooperation of local workers and peasants, they conquered the county seat in one fell swoop. Smash open jail, rescued more than 100 imprisoned Communist Party members and revolutionary masses, opened the county government's food supply. Open warehouses and distribute food to poor people. This is the first one captured after moving south from Wenjia city. The arrival of the county seat made the commanders and fighters of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army, who had suffered successive setbacks, excited again. At this time, serious problems occurred within the leadership of the rebel army, responsible for the Workers' and Peasants' Revolution. It turned out that the commander of the 1st Division of the army did not return to the leadership of the Hunan Provincial Committee, nor did Mao Zedong. The former Enemies Committee of the Hunan Provincial Committee, with Zedong as secretary, really took it seriously. Former committee member Kong Anyuan Tung. I didn't know that when he led the 1st Regiment to Tonggu and joined the 3rd Regiment to attack Liaoyang, they ignored Zhou, but he ordered the attack on Pingjiang on his own initiative and suffered heavy losses. From now on, it's just because the situation is unclear and having won, he turned his troops back and retreated with the 3rd Regiment at D. After arriving at Wenjia Market, they advocated economic. Liaoyang attacked Changsha and had a serious dispute with Mao Zedong, but it turned out that he was his superior and was determined. Commander-in-Chief Lu Deming, who supports the Front Committee, has returned to the army and still has a restraining effect on him. Lu Deming sacrificed. After having sex, his disrespectful attitude toward the Front Committee leaders became more and more obvious. Entering Lianhua County. Later, Mao Zedong went to attend a military meeting convened by him and learned that he was not very vigilant and would be arrested. The county security team captain let him go and severely criticized him. The county security team is only a few kilometers away from the city. The lives of these people are in your hands, why are you holding a meeting? Not only did I not accept the alcohol content. When criticized, he instead said lightly, "What? Are you afraid of death? I can guarantee that if you die, you will not be afraid of death. I'm worth your life." The Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army pulled out of the flowers and headed towards Yangzin, because the sky was dark. It was still early, so Mao Zedong suggested walking 10 miles further and camping. Ji Seidu was very dissatisfied privately. Said, "What kind of division commander do I think? I don't even have the right to command the 10 miles away." The march was very difficult. Mao Zedong's feet were scratched by the ropes of his straw sandals, and he had to fight hard every step of the way. The soldiers temporarily tied up a pair of bamboo pole stretchers and tried to carry him away, but he refused to do so. With him, Tan Xilin, who was marching, recalled, he refused and said, "Everyone wants to go and I will go too, and everyone will rest too. Rest, if I don't win, I will follow you slowly." He endured the pain and walked with the soldiers. They talked cordially. Comrade Mao Zedong's spirit of hard work moved us very much. This makes his relationship with the soldiers very harmonious. The situation at that time was still serious. Since the rebel army transferred its troops and headed south, it has been a difficult journey. During the battle, commanders died and the number of wounded increased. During continuous marches and long-distance crossings, some people died due to, for fear of hardship, they left without saying goodbye. Most of the diseases were prevalent and the number of patients increased. Some people dropped out of the team and a few left. The wounded and sick died on the side of the road due to lack of medical care and medicine. Some officers still have the old army that beats and scolds soldiers. Habits and party organizations are not healthy. Lazy, who was marching in this team, recalled, at that time, escape became an open matter, and the opportunists even asked each other, "Are you leaving, 7? You are leaving. Where are you going?" This is really a serious test unless these problems are solved, all. The team's combat effectiveness cannot be maintained, and it is difficult to continue moving forward. It was under such circumstances that the rebels came to San Juan. On September 29, the army. After crossing the mountain pass, we came to camp in San Juan village, Yangzin County. Surrounded by mountains here, the chasing enemy has been defeated. Take off your clothes, and there is no place for reactionary armed forces, so it is safer. The troops stayed in the village for 5 days. This was the first opportunity for the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army to rest and recuperate since the autumn harvest uprising. Enter the village. That night, Mao Zedong held an enlarged meeting of the CCP's former enemies committee at the Taehexiang grocery store. Held a meeting to discuss the current situation of the army and measures to solve it, and decided to reorganize the army. This is the famous San Juan adaptation. The main contents of San Juan's reorganization are, first, reduce the number of troops that already number less than 1,000 people. Organized into a regiment, called the 1st Regiment of the 1st Division of the 1st Army of the Workers and Peasants Revolutionary Army, the regiment leader was Chen Hao. Ren, in fact, cancelled Yujidu's command authority over the army. He has 2 battalions under his jurisdiction, 1 and 3, as well as a special agent company. The Health Corps, Officer Corps, and Heavy Administrative Corps had 1 each, totaling more than 700 guns. When they were reorganized, Mao Zedong announced that those who wished to stay would be allowed to stay, and those willing to leave would be given tolls, and those willing to come back would be welcomed. No. Second, a democratic system is implemented within the army. Officers and soldiers are equal and receive the same treatment, and officers are stipulated. Soldiers are not allowed to be beaten or scolded, and soldiers are not allowed to hold meetings and speak freely. A soldier committee is established above the company level. Disciple. The military commission has great power and participates in the administrative and economic management of the military. Leaders must be subject to its supervision. Third, the entire army is under the unified leadership of the party's Committee on Former Enemies. All levels. The troops have established party organizations respectively, squads are organized into groups, branches are established on companies, battalions, and regiments are established. A party committee is established, a party representative is established above the company level, who is served by the secretary of the party organization at the same level of the army. All major issues must be decided through collective discussion within the party organization. These 3 measures begin. It is necessary to change the habits of the old army and the free and casual style of the farmers. Only with great efforts can we implement remarkable reforms. San Juan's reorganization is to build a new type of people's army. It is an important beginning and has great significance in the history of the establishment of the People's Army. In San Juan, Mao Zedong also raised an important issue: we must integrate with the local area. We need to gain local support. On the one hand, we hand over the wounded and sick to them, and they can. So that we can place our wounded and sick patients in place, and on the other hand, we can send guns to them to help them. They develop so that we will not be defeated by the enemy. This has more or less proposed weapons. The ideological struggle should be combined with the establishment of rural revolutionary base areas. He follows the CCP Xianzhi province. After receiving the introduction of the committee, he sent people to communicate with the Ninggang County Party organization and the Zixi people stationed in Jiningang Bianping, north of Jinggang Mountain. When K Department got in touch. On October 3, before the troops left San Juan, Mao Zedong adapted the all commanders and fighters of the army mobilized. He said, "The enemy is firing cold shots behind us. What's the matter? I'm sorry. We are all born from mothers. The enemy has 2 feet, and we also have 2 feet. Comrade He Long started his career with 2 kitchen knives. Now he is the commander of the army and leads a group of soldiers. We don't now. We only have 2 kitchen knives, but we have 2 battalions of people and more than 700 guns. Are we still afraid that we won't be able to do it?" At this, these words can be very encouraging when the army is in a difficult situation and many people are depressed. Hard. As the march continued, people talked one after another. Comrade Mao is not afraid, so what should we be afraid of? What? He Long can start a family with 2 kitchen knives, but hundreds of us can't start a family. The rebels arrived at the ancient city of Ninggang County on the same day. Ninggang is a small, remote county in the mountains. The ancient city was once the seat of the county seat. At that time, it was already very desolate and sparsely populated. Here, a meeting was held. 2 days ago, the committee held an enlarged meeting. Also present were the Ninggang County Committee who came to contact us. Committee, Secretary Long Chaoqing and Chen Muping, Secretary of the Shenzhen Ministry of Literature and Talents. He was originally a member of the Wuchang Central Committee of the Peasants and Democracy Movement. The meeting summarized the Hunan-Fujian border situation based on the spirit of the August 7 meeting. Collect experience and lessons learned since the uprising. Mao Zedong pointed out that there are fewer of us now, but we are still very capable, energetic, and hopeful. The meeting focused on the establishment of a foothold and settlement in the middle section of the Laxiao Mountains. To carry out guerrilla warfare, Jinggang Mountains is an ideal place to settle down. Pair original in well. The two local armed forces, Shen Wenkei and Wangzhou in Gangshan, want to attack them politically and militarily. Carry out unity and transformation, and establish a rear stay office and a military hospital in Moping as soon as possible. Why does the Chinese Communist Party take up arms and launch armed struggle? This is not any. It is determined by people's subjective will, but is the product of the specific national conditions of modern China and is the result of the people's. The party had to make a response under the implementation of White Terror. The Communist Party of China did not take the initiative. Choosing to take the path of armed resistance to the Kuomintang was only after the Kuomintang used weapons against it. That's why I had to pick up weapons. Mao Zedong later talked about himself many times to foreign friends. Personal experience. He said, after the Communist Party was established, a revolutionary war was launched. That was also. It is not we who want to fight, but the imperialists and the Kuomintang who want to fight. In 1921, China became. After establishing the Communist Party, I became a member of the Communist Party. At that time, we were not prepared. Fight. I am an intellectual, a primary school teacher, and have never studied military affairs. How can I? Do you know how to fight? It is because the Kuomintang engaged in white terror and destroyed all trade unions and peasant associations. After they fell, we killed a large number of 50,000 communists and arrested a large number of them before we picked up the guns. Come, go up the mountain and fight guerrillas. He then said, if he wants to fight, I will fight. This method is from. The reactionaries learned this from there. We learned this from Chiang Kai-shek. Chiang Kai-shek beat me. I'll hit him. He can hit me, can't I hit him? Let's talk about it. It's very clear. What is said here, we just picked up our guns and went up to the mountains to fight guerrillas, is very true to Mao Zedong himself. For example, after the autumn harvest uprising, they went to Jinggang Mountains and carried out the gun barrel and people's war. The combination of multiple sports. Jinggang Mountain is located in the middle section of the Laxiao Mountains on the border of Hunan and Xianzhi, between Gui County of Hunan and Jiangxi. It is located at the intersection of Ninggang, Sichuan, and Yangzing counties, with a total area of about 4 square kilometers. During the Great Revolution. During this period, these counties have established party organizations and peasant self-defense armies, and the mass foundation is relatively good. There are paddy fields and villages in Huaping, Daxiaojing and other places on the mountain, and the agricultural economy of the surrounding counties is. It can be used for the troops to raise supplies, it is far from the central city, the transportation is inconvenient, and the Kuomintang unified. The governance power is weak, with high mountains, dangerous terrain, dense forests, and only a few narrow windows. The path leads to the inside of the mountain. You can attack if you advance, but you can defend if you retreat. Chen Bajun recalled, the enemy was around the mountain. It takes a week to go around in a circle. We only need 1 day to go from east to west and from south to south. Go to the north to attack the enemy under the conditions of great disparity in strength between the enemy and ourselves. This is indeed a united area. An ideal place to stay. There used to be a mountain king here for a long time, and now there are two green forest-style groups, Shenwencai and Wangzhou. The peasants were armed, each with 1,560 men and 60 guns. Wangzhou's troops are stationed in Oyu on the mountain. Ping and the large and small 5 schools are located in the same place. The Shenzhen Wencai department is stationed in Mangping, Ninggang, Gajiang, Jinggang Mountain, and they are close to each other. Cooperate and echo each other. Although Ji Wencai and Wangzhou participated in the Green Forest Organization in their early years, they were all severely punished during the Great Revolution. The baptism of the revolutionary storm. In 1926, Wencai from Shenzhou served as the commander-in-chief of the Peasant Self-Defense Army of Ninggang County. Commanded and joined the Communist Party of China in the same year. Wangzhou and Shen Wencai were brothers, and they also changed the headquarters to Sichuan County Peasants Self-Defense Army. In July 1927, they had met together forever. The rioting teams from Xinxing, Yangfu, and Lianhua once captured Yangzing County and formed the Peasants' Autonomous Region in western Fujian. The Wei Army was led by Wang Xinji as the commander-in-chief, and He Mingxiu, Wangzhou, and Happy Wencai as deputy commanders-in-chief. It was Wang Xinji who spoke at the Anyuan conference not long ago and talked about the origin of these two teams. Self-defense. The army occupied Yangzing County for more than 20 days, because 5 regiments of the Kuomintang army came to attack. Wang's 2 troops returned to Jinggang Mountains in Ninggang and Sichuan. Just served as secretary of the Yangzing County Committee of the Communist Party of China. He Min, the commander-in-chief of the Peasant Self-Defense Army in Yangzing County, is a student of Ji Wencai, who studied at Hechuan Middle School in Yangzing County. Of classmates, he and a group of communists, led a part of the peasant self-defense force accompanied him with guns and retreated to the mountain base at the base of Jinggang Mountain. Yangzing County Party Committee also arrived up the mountain. This is how Yuan and Wang were able to welcome the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army led by Mao Zedong to the mountains. Think basics. Ji Wencai and Wangzhou are locals, and their team has a considerable influence in this area. The impact. If the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army wants to settle in Jinggang Mountains, it cannot get the permission of Shen Wencai and Wangzhou. It's simply impossible, and things are not that simple. Although both of them participated in the Great Revolution. I am destined to be a talented person, but I am still a member of the Communist Party. But what they have to say about the coming revolutionary army of workers and peasants is that they didn't know much about it, and they were still worried about whether this unit, which was much stronger than them, would go up the mountain. Fire merges with the mountain stronghold and seizes their original territory. It is inevitable that there will be doubts in the heart. In ancient city. During the meeting, a representative of Shenzhou Wencai expressed that he could provide some supplies to the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army. But please ask the Revolutionary Army of Workers and Peasants to find another mountain. According to He Changgong's recollection, at that time in the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army, someone once proposed to disarm them and deal with them. Their dozens of guns. Once surrounded and disarmed, it's over. Comrade Mao Zedong said, "It is easier said than done. You are too narrow-minded. The quantity is too small. We cannot adopt the policy of annexation where the big fish eats the small fish. Use friend. There are still many friends. Who in history can wipe out the bandits in the 3 mountains and 5 mountains? 3 mountain 5 mountains. Together we are always a big team." Comrade Mao Zedong convinced us that we should not just see a few. 10. The issue of people and dozens of guns is a policy issue, and they can only use when cannot be used. We must actively strive to transform them and turn them into real revolutionaries who will walk with us. Order armed forces at this is related to whether the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army can gain a foothold in the Jinggang mountain area. Critical decisions. Although the number of Yuan and Wang's troops is not large, they have a considerable community in the local area. They have a strong social foundation and many people support them. Even though they have some weaknesses, they can still take on. Educated and transformed. If the kind of narrowing and emphasis that some people advocated had been adopted at that time, without their support, it is difficult to imagine that it can be established in Jinggangshan. Consolidate the revolutionary base. How to persuade and win over these two peasant armed forces. Mao Zedong chose to join China first. He started with the Shenzhen literary talents of the Communist Party of China, and then used them to do Wangzhou's work. He already knew from the conversation of Chen Muping, the representative of Shenzhou Wenkei, that they valued guns most. A person can be missing one person, but a gun cannot be missing. There are 150-60 people in the Shen department, only 6. 10 guns. Therefore, Mao Zedong proposed to the front committee that he be prepared to send them 100 guns at once. All Jai Wenkei's personnel were armed. When the members of the former committee heard this bold idea, some people expressed doubts, while others firmly opposed it. After Mao Zedong repeatedly explained, it was. The majority passes. After the meeting in the ancient city, Mao Zedong, starting from the characteristics of the green forest that attached great importance to loyalty and had many suspicions, only. I took a few attaches to Ninggang Dakang village to meet with Ji Wenkei. That was October 6. Shenzhen literary talent. It turned out that I was still a little scared, so I had ambushed more than 20 people and more than 20 guns in the Lin family ancestral hall. See. When only a few people came to Mao Zedong, he felt more at ease. The ambush person never came out. After the meeting, Mao Zedong explained that he was introduced to them by the Jiangxi Provincial Party Committee and fully affirmed him. They expressed the revolutionary nature of mobilizing the rich to help the poor, and at the same time talked about the current difficulties of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army. Fang's talks were very speculative. Mao Zedong announced on the spot that he would give them 100 guns, which was very surprising to Ji Wen. Talent's surprise also moved them very much. Shen Wenkei expressed to Mao Zedong that he must do his best. He did his best to help the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army solve various difficulties, and then gave back 600 yuan to the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army. $1 silver, and agreed to the Revolutionary Army's presence in Moping. The Sun established a rear hospital and a stay-at-home office, and agreed to go up the mountain to do Wangzhou's work. Of course, not all problems can be solved in one meeting. Shenzhen literary talent. At that time, he said to Mao Zedong, since you are here, you will share the blessings and share the hardships, and the wounded and sick will be treated together. I am in charge of the army's grain and oil supplies, but Jianning is limited, and we still need to go to Erxian County, Chailing, and Sichuan. Take me to fight the local tyrants. He said it very politely, but it obviously also meant to dodge. At that time, I didn't know what Wangzhou's attitude was. Solving these problems will take some time. There is time, but don't rush it. Therefore, Mao Zedong decided that the main force of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army would be merged with Gangshan. Circling around to fight guerrillas, we first advanced towards the direction of Shaochun County in southern Hunan, raise some money, and get familiar with the surrounding area. Monitor the surrounding environment, find out what happened after the Nanchang uprising rebels entered Guangdong, and check the remaining units and injured. The patients were placed in Moping, and a literary talent from Shenzhen was asked to take care of them. Soon, in response to Yuan Wenkei's request, he sent Yu Sueshan, Su Yanggang, Chen Bajun, party members and military cadres, went to Nang Wenkei's army to help him. conducting political and military training with us. The relationship between the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army and Happy's and King's troops is improving day by day. Got closer. On October 13, Mao Zedong led the main force of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army to Shuakao village, Lei County. A group of party members developed here and carried out social investigations. He read about Nan in the newspaper he got. After hearing the news of the failure of the rebel army in Guangdong, Chang gave up the idea of preparing to retreat to southern Hunan and resolutely. The proposal to establish a revolutionary base in the middle section of the Luozhi Mountains was made. Yu Seidu and Su Xianzhi are here. Li broke away from the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army. Without entering, Mao Zedong learned that the Hunan army was dividing into two groups from Chailing. To attack the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army, Wan Hope, the party representative of the 1st Battalion, was sent to lead 2 companies of the 1st Battalion. Go to Chailing to guerrilla to disrupt the Hunan army's rear and break its offensive. Mao Zedong himself led the regiment headquarters and the 3rd. The 3rd Battalion and a company of the 1st Battalion transferred to the border of Sichuan County, Jiangxi Province on the 22nd. Rest on the way. At that time, he talked with Deputy Company Commander Zhang Zongsun and said that the Chinese Revolution is inseparable from farmers and armed struggle. We must integrate with the peasant movement and arm the peasants. In Daifen Town, Sichuan, the troops were suddenly attacked by armed security guards of Sichuan County landlords early in the morning. The regiment's attack of 300 to 400 men, due to the core of the people and the ground, hastily responded to the attack, and the advanced 3rd Battalion also. The regiment headquarters lost contact and drove south, and later met with the remaining rebels in Nanchang led by Zhu De. Combined, Mao Zedong led the regiment headquarters and the Special Agent Company to retreat all the way to Huangjun, who was in the south of Jinggang Mountain. A total of more than 40 missing persons were initially collected, and the situation of the troops was very dire. At that time, I was responsible for. Luo Ronghuan, who served as the instructor of the company, later recalled, everyone was hungry, listless, and tired. Sparsely sitting on the ground. When it was time to eat, the burden of cooking fell on me. There was nothing I could do. A few soldiers found some leftover rice, pickles, and chili from ordinary people's homes. No bowl answer, Mao Zedong and everyone reached out to grab and eat from the dining room. After the meal, Mao Zedong stood up and faced. Take a few steps in the open space in the middle, put your feet together, keep your body upright, and say to everyone energetically, now come and stand in line. I'm standing first, please ask Company Commander Zheng to shout the password. This kind of strong and calm man. The spirit immediately strongly infected the soldiers. They stood up with guns in hand and looked towards the front of the row. Chi.o. Mao Zedong led this part of the team to continue to move to Jinggang Mountains. His feet are covered with straw sandals. The straps were worn and it was very difficult to move around, but I still refused to sit on a stretcher and insisted on walking with a stick hanging on it. Then the 1st Company of the 1st Battalion rushed up. The team marched to the foot of Yanzhou Mountain in the southwest of Jinggang Mountain. There are more than 100 people camping in a small village. Chen Shi refused to recall and said, we know. We were going up the mountain today. At that time, I couldn't tell what the smell was like. On the one hand, I could feel it. Their original number was not that many, and with the 3 battalions being cut off, they seemed even smaller. On the other hand, it looked like. It seems that only by going to Jinggang Mountain can I find a place to rest and feel happy at this time. Wang Zhou sent someone to help them go up the mountain, and the troops arrived at Huaping on October 27. Then, the first 2 companies of the 1st Battalion also rushed to Sipingping from Chailing, and there were more people in the army. Mao Zedong and others were sent off. 70 guns were given to Wang Zhou's troops. Guangzhou supported the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army with 500 dan of rice and some silver. UN. They stayed in Uping for a few days, then returned to Mangping of Peking University and began to create Yinning. The Jinggangshan base area is the base camp. On the establishment of the Jinggangshan Revolutionary Base Area, Happy Wen, Cai Ming and Guangzhou are people who have made great contributions. The first thing the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army did after arriving at Jinggang Mountains was to seize the army and local areas. Party building work. There is no strong and powerful party organization forming the core, and neither the army nor the army has its roots. No matter how good the base is, it will be loose and weak, making it difficult to consolidate and develop. Therefore, Mao Zedong put this. See one thing as the foundation of everything. During the reorganization of San Juan, an important content was that the army should be under the leadership of the party and the principle of the branches built on the company was determined. But time was short at that time and many measures were taken. There is still no time to implement it. After the troops arrived at Shuakao village in Er County, on October 15, Mao Zedong came to Yet. The ancestral hall hosted a ceremony for 6 new party members to join the party, and party representatives from each company came to participate. Wool. A piece of red cloth with CCP written on it hangs on the wall of the venue. He explained in detail the key words of joining the party. Meaning, and then led 6 new party members to raise their right hands and read out the oath of joining the party: personal sacrifice. Work hard for revolution and class struggle, obey the organization, strictly keep secrets, and never betray the party. So we arrived. In Daifen town, another company also held a temporary ceremony to announce joining the party. Soon, the party branches of each company. They were all established one after another. As soon as the branch was established, the company immediately had a sole branch layout party. Members must do 3 things well: learn the current situation, understand the ideological status of the masses and help them. They relieve worries, train and develop new party members. The political atmosphere in the company gradually thickened, and the number of employees gradually increased, and various tasks were carried out rapidly, which seemed very lively. While building the party within the army, Mao Zedong also paid close attention to the restoration and reorganization of local party organizations. Development. All counties near Jinggang Mountains established party organizations during the Great Revolution. Party group. Many of the people in charge of the organization are students who have returned from other places, and there are also key members of the local Farmers Association. Big. After the revolution failed, most party organizations were disbanded. But many party members still persist in the struggle. Mao Zedong adopted the practice of using the military party to help local party development. Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army stationed in Shi. On the evening of the same day in Pingping, Mao Zedong summoned the Yangzin/Ninggang and Anan people who were laying an ambush in Jinggang Mountain. Some party members in Huashan County held a symposium. In early November, another Ninggang meeting was held in Moping. Yangzin. Meeting of former party organization leaders in Lianhua and other counties. After conquering Sichuan in January of the following year, a meeting was held. Joint meeting of the Front Committee and Huanan and Sichuan County Committees. At these meetings, Mao Zedong analyzed the situation. The situation requires everyone to rebuild and develop the party's organizations in the struggle. He was also recruited from the army. A group of party members and cadres with experience in political work went to rural grassroots levels to carry out party building work. By February 1928, the party organizations in the counties along the Hunan-Fujian border had initially recovered and developed. Ninggang, Yangzin, Chailing, Sichuan and other county committees, Hexian County Special District Committee, and Lianhua Special Branch were established. Party organizations have been established in most counties at the district and township levels. The Front Committee also established a joint venture with the Wannan County Committee. Contact was established. At the same time, Mao Zedong also paid close attention to the two groups of Green Forest-style farmers, Shen Wenkei and Wang Zhou. Armed education and transformation work. He had heart-to-heart talks with the literary talents in Shenzhen from time to time and was convinced that they were against the tutu. The revolutionary spirit of the bad gentry also pointed out that they were influenced by feudal gangs and had inconsistent political goals. We will solve problems such as unclear class boundaries and help them improve their political and ideological standards in a persuasive way. Flat. Yuan Wenkei admired him very much and said to his subordinates, "It is impossible to make revolution with Comrade Mao." Wrong. Mao Zedong went up to the mountain several times to talk to Wang Zhou. Wang Zhou appraised the person and said, "Committee Mao is the most learned people, the last conversation with them is really better than 10 years of reading." In response to Wang Zhou's words, according to the request, Mao Zedong sent He Changgong, who had studied in France, to arrive in early January 1928. Wang Zhou's department serves as the party representative and does the work of uniting and transforming Wang Zhou's troops. He Changgong has experienced careful and multifaceted work gradually eliminated Wang Zhou's original wariness, especially the help of Wang Zhou. After Zhou eliminated his old enemy Yin Daiyi for many years, he gained Wang Zhou's trust and allowed him to transform Wang Zhou. The work of the army was carried out smoothly. After obtaining the consent of Yuan and Wang, the party's grassroots organizations were also established in their troops and soldiers' council. The Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army dispatched more than 20 party members and cadres, who were assigned to Happy Wang's company commander, platoon leader, and party representative. The political and military quality of the troops has been improved. In early 1928, Wang Zhou joined the Communist Party of China. In mid-February of this year, Shen and Wang. The army was officially reorganized into the 2nd Regiment of the 1st Division of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army. Happy Wenkei was appointed as the regiment commander and Wang Zhou. He serves as the deputy head of the regiment, and chief engineer. He serves as the party representative of the regiment. The Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army formally merged with Happy's and Wang's troops. As one body, we have established a firm foothold in Jingfeng Mountain. Starting from mid-October 1927, the domestic political situation underwent important changes. A war broke out between the Lizonggren and Tang Xianzhi groups of the Kuomintang. Tang Xianzhi controls the two. The entire Lake Army went into war. Zhu Pi's troops in Jiangxi also transferred the main force to the north of Gansu. Between network. In the counties around the mountain, the Kuomintang troops were empty, leaving only a few landlords, armed appeasement guards and policemen. Household group. This is a great opportunity for the Jinggangshan Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army to develop outwards. In November, Mao Zedong presided over the discussion of the Front Committee and believed that arresting people would be beneficial. The machine launches an offensive. The direction of the attack was to attack Chailing County, led by the regiment leader Chen Hao and the 1st Paine. Party representatives first led the 1st Battalion and the Special Agent Company to execute the mission. Mao Zedong was forced to wear straw sandals because his back was closed. It was worn out and fester, and could not go forward with the army. At dawn on the 18th, the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army captured Chailing County seat. However, the army did not do mass work in Chailing for more than a month, and their daily activities were. The activities are just 3 exercises, 2 lectures, and 2 points of honor. In Chailing, a People's Committee and a county magistrate were established. Mr. Tan Zi is the one who has been assigned to the department, and the other personnel are still the same ones. They still sit in the court to hear cases and send money to the police. The donations came from the Chamber of Commerce, and the people were very dissatisfied. Quanzhou first wrote a letter to report to Mao Zedong, and Mao Zedong immediately. He wrote back, asking them to change their ways, convene a workers, peasants, and soldiers congress, and establish a workers, peasants, and soldiers government. Mansion. Worker Tan Zhenlin was elected chairman. This is the first worker-peasant military policy on the border of Hunan and Xianzhi. Right. The Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army also helped Chialing organize the Red Guard. In late December, the Litang War came to an end. The Independent Regiment and Party of the 8th Army of the Hunan Army. The landlords armed themselves to counter-attack towards Chialing. It turned out that the 3rd Battalion of the 1st Regiment of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army, which had been dispersed. At this time, under the leadership of Zhang Ziking, they arrived at Chialing and met the 1st Battalion. After a fierce battle, they exit Chialing County. The leader of the regiment, Chen Hao, was seriously shaken by the defeat and publicly claimed that the workers and peasants, the Revolutionary Army had no future, so it led the troops south, trying to join the 13th Kuomintang in southern Hunan. Army Commander Fang Yiying. It happened that at that time, the ulcer on the instep of Mao Zedong was getting better, and he learned that the Hunan Army. After hearing the news of the counterattack, they rushed to Chialing and caught up with the team at the entrance of Chialing Lake. Mr. Wan Shi, Mr. Zhang Ziking. I reported to him the betrayal activities of Chen Hao and others. Mao Zedong summoned the regiment and battalion cadres that night for an emergency meeting. Decisively detained Chen Hao and his gang, and brought all the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army back to Ninggang City. A meeting of the entire regiment of commanders and combatants was held on the Cheshi River beach, and Mao Zedong announced the decision of the Front Committee. Decide Chen Hao and others, and appoint Zhang Ziking as the leader of the 1st Regiment, He Tinjiang as the party representative, and Zhu Yun earned the post of Chief of Staff. He also accepted the lesson of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army not to do mass work in Chialing, and learned that it is indeed proposed that the Revolutionary Army should shoulder 3 major tasks: first, to fight and destroy the enemy; second, to defeat the enemy; 2. Raise money by raising money; 3. Do mass work. Since ancient times, people have always believed that the task of the army is to fight for superiority. Put forward the mission of the army. The task is not only to fight, but also to do mass work. This is Mao Zedong's teaching on the People's Army. The great contribution of the People's Army made the founding People's Army have such a clear guiding ideology from the beginning. Under construction, the impact will be far-reaching. That's why Mao Zedong could not accept the old ideas. To put forward new theories, not only because he has extensive mass work in the past, experience and independent opinions, and more importantly, he can pay close attention to practice during exploration. When encountering new situations and new problems, we must proceed from reality and boldly make new generalizations. When the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army withdrew from Chialing to the front of Ninggang, Huanan in the southwest of Min, adjacent to Sichuan, the county peasant armed forces once again attacked the county seat. In order to support Huanan's uprising, Mao Zedong led the workers. The 1st Regiment of the Peasant Revolutionary Army turned around and headed south, capturing Sichuan County on January 4, 1928. And here divided the troops to do the work of mobilizing the masses, established the Sichuan County Committee of the Communist Party of China and the county workers, peasants, and soldiers. Government. The 3 major disciplines and 6 points of attention of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army were formed in Sichuan. To carry out the 3 major tasks of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army, it must be guaranteed by strict mass discipline. In late October 1927, before he was about to climb Jinggang Mountain, Mao Zedong was at Jingzhou Mountain in Sichuan. At the edge of the village, he spoke to the troops who were suddenly dispersed by the enemy troops in Daifen and asked him to I beg you all to have a good relationship with the people on the mountain, to have a good relationship with Wangzhou's troops, and to do a good job with the masses. Base areas cannot be established without the support of the masses. Him. Announced 3 disciplines: first, act according to command; second, take money from local tyrants and return them to the public; third, don't take a sweet potato from the common people. After conquering Sichuan County, the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army spent the Lunar New Year in the city. The troops are fighting. Propaganda activities were carried out under the banner of the propaganda team, and people were sent to the countryside to lead poor farmers to fight local tyrants. But some people confiscated the goods of merchants and hawkers, and even confiscated the plates containing medicines in pharmacies. I also got the scale. After Mao Zedong entered the city, he kept talking to the masses to understand the masses' reaction against the troops. After the screening, many problems were discovered, so the troops were gathered in the city and proposed to carry out the project in the city. Policies to protect small and medium-sized businessmen, and announced 6 points of attention: 1. Door panels; 2. Bumping the shop; 3. Speak and be harmonious; 4. Be fair in buying and selling; 5. Repay borrowed things; 6. Damage things need to be compensated. In the past, the common people complained about the old army's oppression of the people and the bandits that existed in some places. Disturbance has always been both fearful and painful. When they first came into contact with the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army, they did not. I don't understand that this army is completely different from the old army, and they often treat each other with the same mood. Wait. Unless this problem is solved, the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army will be unable to get close to the masses and do a good job in mass work. As a result, the I and the body cannot exist. And to solve this problem, is it possible to rely only on verbal propaganda? To be effective, the fundamental thing is to see the actions of the revolutionary emperor of workers and peasants. Strictly implement the 3 major. After discipline and 6 points of attention, the common people circulated a song based on actual observation. The Red Army has really strict discipline, and they act according to orders. They love the common people, and are welcomed everywhere, and when trouble comes, ask the masses. All transactions should be fair, the interests of the masses should not be compromised at all. From then on, things changed. The relationship between the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army and the masses. This is how the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army can develop from small to large. An important source of strength to rise up and defeat the enemy. After the Nanchang Uprising, Autumn Harvest Uprising, and Guangzhou Uprising were attacked one after another and failed, the Kuomintang. The authorities once mistakenly believed that the armed forces led by the Communist Party had been almost eliminated, leaving only. There are just a few small teams of no importance. Huanan Uprising and the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army successively captured Chaling and Sichuan counties greatly shocked the Kuomintang Xianzhi authorities, so they launched the first advance phase of the Jinggangshan Revolutionary Base Area. In early 1928, the Min Army's 27th Division Yangrugjuan's troops had a camp and a battalion. Attack Huanan, and use CAO to advance and occupy Xinkan in the east of Zedong, which is the county seat of Ninggagang, and also it is the gateway to the north of Jinggang Mountain and naturally poses a serious threat to the Jinggang Mountain Revolutionary Base Area. When Mao Zedong was in Sichuan, he held a joint meeting of the Front Committee and the Huanan and Sichuan County Committees. Based on the experience of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army and the Huanan Peasants' Army, it was proposed that when the enemy comes, we leave; when the enemy is stationed, we harass; when the enemy is stationed, we harass; when the enemy comes, we move. The principle of guerrilla warfare is to retreat while we pursue. When he learned that a battalion of the Fujian Army had stationed in Ninggang New City on February 4, he led the 1st Regiment of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army to rush back from Sichuan and merge with Gangshan. Former Committee. After discussion, taking advantage of the opportunity that Min Jun thought that the main force of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army was still in Sichuan and Lu was on alert. Formulate a combat plan to use the morning fog to launch an attack, encircle the 3 barriers, and eliminate the enemy on the move. After several hours of fighting, the people stormed into Ninggang County and completely wiped out the defenders. A battalion and the Ninggang County Jingui Regiment captured nearly 300 people and broke the Kuomintang Army's attack on Jinggang. Shan's first time entering the pair. This was the first battle of annihilation between the Jinggangshan Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army against the Kuomintang's regular army. Capture. To capture so many regular Kuomintang troops was a new and inexperienced force for the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army. Question. When the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army and the Red Guards escorted the prisoners back to Jing City, Ninggang, they appeared on the way. Through beating and scolding prisoners, searching prisoners' pockets and other behaviors. Mao Zedong discovered this problem and immediately raised it. Develop a policy of preferential treatment for prisoners. He explained to the majority of commanders and soldiers that many soldiers in the Kuomintang army. Soldiers are poor people who were captured as strong men. They should not be beaten or scolded, but should be persuaded and educated. Educate them to fight back. Moreover, it was clearly declared, the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army will not kill, beat, or scold. When taking prisoners, do not search their pockets, but treat the injured and sick prisoners, after education and treatment. Those who stay will have freedom, those who stay will have a welcome party and become soldiers of the Revolutionary Army, those who go will have a farewell party and will be given travel expenses. The fact of preferential treatment of prisoners naively reveals the propaganda spread by the Kuomintang that communist crimes kill everyone on sight. The Now Army's 9th Division Sun issue published an exclamation about this approach, "It's so poisonous." With the establishment of county workers, peasants, and military governments in Chaling, Sichuan, Ninggang and other counties, based on the issue of local political power construction has also been mentioned on the important agenda. Without a sound political power, without a solid base, without the full support of the masses and assistance in manpower and material resources, such a military operation will become a bandit-like operation. Mao Zedong's views on establishing and improving political. The issue of rights is one that we take very seriously and grasp very resolutely. His approach is to follow the. He started by gaining specific experience from one point. When Chaling was captured, he did not enter the city with the army due to injury. 1. After Sichuan was captured in January 1928, under his guidance, Chen, Secretary of the Sichuan County Committee of the Communist Party of China. The 30 articles of the Provisional Political Platform of the Sichuan Workers' and Peasants' County Government drafted by the gentlemen are in Sichuan County's workers, peasants, and soldiers. Passed at the Government Establishment Conference, the content includes politics, economy, military, culture and other aspects. The political platform stipulates, workers, farmers, soldiers, and other poor people are all allowed to participate in politics. Rights, convene a county-wide Congress of workers, peasants, and soldiers and elect a formal People's Committee to the organs in charge of political power throughout the county, every landowner, ancestral shop, public institutions, fields, mountains, and forests, and all ancillaries, distributed to poor people and veterans for cultivation and use, workers, peasants, and civilians. All previous debts, rent arrears, tax arrears, donations arrears will be stopped to be repaid and paid, etc. This provisional political platform concentratedly reflected the demands and wishes of the local working people and became the blueprint for the construction of revolutionary base areas in Jinggangshan and even southern and western Fujian. Of course, this initially. Our provisional political platform also has its shortcomings, such as the identification of capitalists with landlords, local tyrants, evil gentry, and reactionaries. Government officials and others are listed together, and all have no right to participate in politics. It also stipulates that all local tyrants, evil gentry, profiteers, and reactionaries allowed workers, peasants, and civilians to freely capture and burn them on the spot, their houses, etc. These still need to be explored in future practice before they can be fully understood. Improve it step by step. In this way, by February 1928, the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army had grown from less than 1 regiment to 1 division and 2 regiments, and closely integrated with the local peasant movement, destroyed Chailing, Sichuan. The old regime in the 3 counties of Ninggang established a new workers' and peasants' regime as well as the Red Guards and guerrillas. Soil. Local reform has started pilot projects and gained preliminary experience, but it has not yet been widely implemented. A consolidation. The Rural Revolutionary Base Area was initially established in Jinggangshan, and the process of arming workers and peasants was launched. The new situation of separatist rule. Just when the Jinggangshan Revolutionary Base Area was developing vigorously, in early March, the Communist Party of China, Zhou Lu, the representative of the Southern Hunan Special Committee, came to Jinggangshan to implement the central government's left-leaning speech and action policy. Why can representatives of the Southern Hunan Special Committee come to the Jinggang Mountains, which are mainly located in Xianzhi? What about issuing orders? This has something to do with the special environment at that time. Jinggang Mountain is located on the border of Jiangsu, with both the Hunan Provincial Committee of the Communist Party of China and the Jiangxi Provincial Committee have connections. But the border harvest uprising was the Hunan Provincial Party Committee. The former enemy committee that organized the uprising and led the uprising was also appointed by Hunan Province. These historical. The reason, coupled with the traffic conditions at the time, made Mao Zedong mainly report and request to the Hunan Provincial Party Committee. Show work. From the winter of 1927 to the spring of 1928, the Hunan Provincial Committee suffered serious destruction. Therefore, the responsibility for guiding Jinggang Mountain fell on the Shonan Special Committee. 192. In March 1988, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China decided to merge the Tingdongfu Committee and the Southwest Special Committee of UU and return them to the Shonan Guide Way Mountain. Zhou Lu is the Minister of Military Affairs of the Special Committee of Southern Hunan and a Special Commissioner of the Provincial Military Commission. After he arrived at Binggang Mountain, he took route. According to the resolution of the enlarged meeting of the Provisional Political Bureau of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China in November last year and December 31, Japan's instructions to the Hunan Provincial Party Committee accused Jinggangshan of acting too rightly and burning and killing too little. Implement the so-called policy of turning petty bourgeoisie into proletarians and then force them to revolution and criticize. Judged Mao Zedong to be a right-leaning escapist and gun-bearism and expelled Mao Zedong from the Central Committee. The decision of an alternate member of the Provisional Political Bureau of the Central Committee was misrepresented as expulsion from the party, cancellation with him as the author. The former enemy committee of the Communist Party of China was reorganized into the Division Committee, which was in charge of military affairs regardless of local area, with He Tingjing as the commander-in-chief. Secretary, this made Mao Zedong once a non-party person and could not serve as secretary of the former committee. As a party representative, he can only serve as the commander of the 1st Division of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army. This pair of Mao Zedong is naturally. It was an extremely serious blow, but his revolutionary will did not waver at all and he actively took up the responsibility. The position of the division commander. He spoke to the commanders and soldiers in front of the team, military matters cannot be learned before they are learned. There is a saying in China, 1 fence and 3 pillars, 1 hero and 3 gangs, everyone works together. The people work hard, but they don't know whether they can fight a good battle. The representative of the Shonan Special Committee ordered him to move his troops towards Shonan and deploy them. Combined with the Shonan riot, Mao Zedong took the team to Zonkan, Bai County, Hunan District, stop for training and carry out pilot land reform. Despite this, Ninggang, the central area of Jinggang Mountain, it was still occupied by the Kuomintang troops for more than a month because the main force was out, and it suffered heavy losses. This setback was only temporary. When the 1st Division of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army was stationed in Zonkan, the county where the army was located, two pieces of exciting news came. One was seeing a document from the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, clarifying in order to eliminate the misinformation that Mao Zedong was expulsed from the party, the original cage alone was removed from people's minds. After a shadow, Mao Zedong could once again play a leadership role in the army. Another thing was that he learned. The remnants of the Nanchang Uprising Army led by Zhu De, Chen Qin, and Wang Erzuo are launching a massive uprising. After the great success of the Shonan Uprising, they were pursued by the powerful Japanese army and were retreating towards Jinggang Mountains. Retreat. Mao Zedong immediately sent the Wen Cai and He Chang to lead the 2nd Regiment to the west to advance Zixing and pick up the troops from Chen. The Shonan Peasant Army withdrew from the county and led the 1st Regiment to block the Kuomintang in the direction of Gaidong and Sicheng. Chasing troops. On April 20, he and Regiment Commander Zhang Ziking commanded the 1st Regiment to occupy Daodao County. The county seat and the west of the city blocked the pursuing enemy and covered the retreat of Zhu De's troops. Around April 24, Mao Zedong led the 1st Regiment back to Ningguang City and met with the first two. On the same day, Zhu De and Chen Yi's troops arrived in Jian City to meet up. At this time, Zhu De was 42 years old and Mao Zedong was 34 years old, and their long-term fighting career of close cooperation began. Mao. When Zedong met Zhu De, he said, "This time, the Kuomintang troops in the two provinces of Hunan did not have all of you." Zhu De said, "We moved very fast, and we didn't give up your cover at all." Then, they moved in Longjiang. The academy held a meeting of cadres of 2 battalions and above, and decided to combine the 2 departments into the 4th Corps of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army. In various decisions of the army, Zhu De was appointed as the army commander, Mao Zedong was appointed as the party representative, and Chen Jiao was appointed as the instructor. The team captain is responsible for a total of 6 regiments. At the First Party Congress of the 4th Army of the Communist Party of China, the election. The 4th Army Military Commission was established, and Mao Zedong was elected secretary. In counties including Quanzhou and Luoyang in southern Hunan, the 30th and 33rd Regiments organized by the peasants returned to Shonan to see the divisions below the Army Corps. The number was revoked, and 4 regiments were directly under the jurisdiction of the military headquarters, that is, composed of the remnants of the Nanchang Uprising Army. The 28th Regiment, the 29th Regiment composed of the Yazang Peasant Army in southern Hunan, was formed from the border of Xiangfang. The 31st Regiment composed of Autumn Harvest Uprising troops, and the 32nd Regiment composed of Happy and Wang troops. Regiment, the number of troops increased from more than 1,000 to more than 6,000, the main force of which was the 2nd. The 18th Regiment and the 31st Regiment. In June, according to the provisions of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, the 4th Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army. The army was renamed the 4th Army of the Red Army, referred to as the 4th Red Army. The rendezvous of Zhu Mao's Red Army was a major event in the history of the development of the Chinese Workers' and Peasants' Red Army. Zhu. The remnants of the Nanchang Uprising Army led by Germany were the most powerful force in the northern expedition, Yeting, who had very strong combat effectiveness. Formed on the basis of the established regiment, there are more than 2,000 people and nearly 1,000 guns, with strict training and complete equipment. Whole body, experienced in combat. Their arrival has greatly strengthened the strength of the Jinggangshan revolutionary base area. When Zhu Mao met his divisions, the 1st Division of the 8th Army of the Hunan Army occupied Chaling and Lao County, and the Happy Army. The 27th Division occupied Yongzhen, Jian, Sichuan and other places. In April, Min Jun won the 2nd place. 2 regiments of the 17th Division launched the 2nd advance from Yongzhen and Sichuan to the Gangshan base area. God. Mao Zedong chaired a meeting of the 4th Army's Military Commission and decided to concentrate our forces and annihilate. In accordance with the combat policy of fighting the enemy all the way, we concentrated our efforts to defeat Yuan's army, which had weaker combat effectiveness. At the end of the month, Zhu. According to the plan, De and Wang Erzhuo led the main force of the 4th Army of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army to attack the Wuda River in Sichuan first. After defeating 1 regiment of the Feng Army, they pursued the victory and defeated another regiment of the Zhe Army near Yongzhen City. A battalion captured Yongzhen County in one fell swoop and successfully broke the 2nd attack by the Kuomintang Army. Advance period. Attack E. After Mao Zedong entered Yongzhen City, on May 2, he led the 4th Army of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army of the Communist Party of China. The Secretary of the Military Commission wrote a report in name to the Jiangxi Provincial Committee and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, reporting on the meeting between Zhu and Mao's ministries, the subsequent organizational situation and the victory in repelling the 6th Army's 2nd advance plan and seizing 300 guns. The report stated that the 4th Army of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army, those who do not go straight to Jian, will have to resort to internal warfare. Both foreign and domestic use in-depth strategies, strengthen the construction of the army and the party internally, and help local development externally. Initiated a national uprising, established workers' and peasants' political power, distributed land, and proposed the establishment of the Hunanze Border Special. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of China wrote a reply on June 4, agreeing with this policy and confirming that it would be established before. The Enemy Committee, with Mao Zedong as secretary, also had secret conflicts with the 2 provincial committees of Hunan and Jiangxi. All relations. Due to transportation inconvenience, this letter was not delivered until November. On the way back from Yongzhen to Jinggang Mountain, Mao Zedong and Chen Mo talked while walking. For one day, Mao Zedong talked about some major issues that he had been thinking about during this period. He said, "When it comes to the Communist Party's leadership of the Chinese Revolution, it must be based on China's reality. When it comes to Chen Duxiu and Li Dazhao, his historical role and Chen Duxiu's mistakes illustrate in detail the lack of unity in the current thinking within the party. A person's views on many issues describes the structure of establishing workers' and peasants' political power in the middle section of the Luozhi Mountains." He thought, and pointed out that the reason why Chen Hang and others could not stand in Shonan was that it was located on an important traffic road and the political situation. People are too powerful. They also point out that everything from top to bottom is very left and dangerous. These discussions. This deeply touched Chen Zhuang's heart and made him admire Mao Zedong very much. On May 4, a celebration meeting for the rendezvous of the armies of Zhu and Mao was held in the old city of Ninggang. Mao Zedong made a speech to congratulate the victory of the rendezvous between the 2 armies, and announced the formation of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army on behalf of the 4th Army's Military Commission. The 3 major tasks, the 3 major disciplines, and the 6 points of attention require every commander and fighter in the entire army to conscientiously implement them. On the basis of summarizing experience, Mao Zedong and Zhu De summed up that when the enemy advances, we retreat, when the enemy is stationed, we retreat. The 16-character tactic of guerrilla warfare: if we resist, if the government is tired, we will fight, if the enemy retreats, we will pursue them. Leaders of the Communist Party of China. The military struggle led by the enemy is carried out under the condition that the enemy is strong and we are weak for a long time. This is what you need. The most important thing in seeking success is the battle of wits, not just the battle of strength. Mao Zedong called this 16-character formula adaptation. The situation at that time was based on the basic principles of guerrilla warfare of a simple nature. It is precisely from the enemy to force me. Starting from the characteristic of weakness, we seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, avoid the real and attack the weak, and be flexible and mobile to achieve self-preservation. The purpose of destroying the enemy is to gradually change the balance of power between the enemy and ourselves. People. The army's later strategies and tactics were developed from it. Under the guidance of this military principle, they successively fought back the Kuomintang troops' attacks on the annexation. The Okayama revolutionary base entered Keiki twice. One time was in May. Joined 5 regiments in the army. Yang Rugjuan, commander of the 27th Division, led his men to occupy Yongzin again and attack Ninggan. And Zuda, Wang Erzuo led the main force of the 4th Army of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army and adopted the strategy of diverting the tigers away from the mountains to completely defeat the grass market. The 79th Regiment of the annihilated Min Army took advantage of the victory to attack and recaptured Yongzin city for the second time at noon that day. Yang Xian fled back to Jian with his injuries. The Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army seized 7 mortars, 2 mountain cannons, and light. More than 20 foreign troops smashed the Xian Army's 3rd invasion system against the Jinggang Mountains. Another time it was 6. Late month. This time the scale of the Kuomintang Army's advance mission was larger. Minjun was reorganized into the 9th Division. Division Commander Yang Kisheng's troops were the main force, and Yang Rugjuan was the front line commander. They occupied Yongzin with 5 regiments. Wu Shang's tribe of the Hunan Army also dispatched 3 regiments to approach Gui County and Chaling to cooperate with the Min Army's attack. Red. The 4th Army used a small force to suppress the Hunan Army and concentrated its main force to attack the Fujian Army. In Zuda and Chenyi, Wang Er. Zhou led his subordinates respectively, and on June 23, the 4th Red Army annihilated Xian, Laokik Xiling, and Lanjai Yuanko. Destroyed 1 regiment of the Garlic Army, attacked 2 regiments of the province, surrendered more than 1,000 guns, occupied Yongzin city for the 3rd time, and attacked. The Min Army's 4th invasion into Peir was broken. The soldiers and civilians in the base area were in high spirits and rushed to report to each other. Defeat the 2 sheep in Jiangxi without spending 3 cents of the Red Army's strength. 3 expeditions to Yongzin city to break the 3 advancements of the Jiangxi Kuomintang Army on Jinggang Mountains. It was a huge victory achieved by Zhu and Mao's Red Army after they joined forces. Tan Zhenlin recalled, Zuda, Mao Zi. The troops were reunited in Dongjinggang and the army became stronger. We have the strength to capture Yongzin. Of course, before this, the former captured Chaling and Sichuan, and also occupied the county seat of Ninggang. At that time, I didn't dare to go far because the country. If the Kuomintang comes with 2 regiments, we will not be able to win, but after Zhu Mao joins the division, his strength will be greater, so. One beats Yongzin, the other beats Yongzin, especially Kixixing, which beats Yongzin 1 by 1. In this way, Jiangxi. The 3 coming divisions defeated Zupiide. Zupiide also said, 3 divisions hit the water and destroyed Zupiide's master force. Zupiide's main force was defeated, and other Kuomintang troops did not dare to cooperate. 3. Fighting Yongzin is the key to the development of the base area and the development of the Red Army, which is related to the later Red Army. It is related to the military's victory. After the victory of Lanjai Yuanko, the Jinggangshan base area expanded to Ninggang, Yongzin, and Lianhua. The whole county, Jian, and Anfa counties each have a small part, the northern part of Sichuan County, the southeastern part of Hexian County, the system. According to reports, the area covers an area of more than 7,200 square kilometers and has a total population of more than 500,000 people. Use Maozi. In the words of Dong Dong in the struggle in Jinggang Mountains, this was the heyday of the border. During the border heyday, under the leadership of Mao Zedong, the party, army, and government were built. There has been great development in all areas, and the land reform centered on land distribution has been comprehensive within the boundaries. Expand. Without these, there would be no consolidated revolutionary base to speak of. Since the representatives of the Shonan Special Committee forcibly abolished the Front Committee in March, the party committees in the border counties have. The organization suddenly lost its center and had no unified leadership structure. This situation makes it difficult for border workers to underscore the operation brings great harm. For this reason, Mao Zedong repeatedly proposed the organization of a special boundary committee. When the workers' and peasants' revolutionary army smashed the opposition of the scattered army and merged with Gangshan during the Third Pair Advance, they passed through Jiangxi province of the Communist Party of China. The Provincial Party Committee agreed to hold a Hunan-Fujian Boundary Party meeting chaired by Mao Zedong on May 20 in Mangping, Ningang's First Congress. Mao Zedong made a report at the meeting, summarizing the experience of establishing Jinggangshan base area and criticizing right-leaning Faguan thought, opposing escapism, and reaffirming the direction of building the regime in the middle section of the Laxiao Mountains. In line with the policy, it is proposed to deepen the agrarian revolution and strengthen political power construction, army construction, and military construction in revolutionary base areas. The task of building party organizations has initially answered the question raised by some people: how many red flags should be raised in the end? Long-lasting period of doubt. This is related to the existence and development of China's revolutionary base areas and the Red Army. Basic issues of development. After discussion, the conference unified the thinking and determined the construction of Jinggangshan. The determination and confidence of the revolutionary base areas. The Congress elected the Hunan-Fujian Boundary Special Committee of the Communist Party of China, with Mao Zedong as secretary. Communist Party of China Red 4. Secretary of the Military Commission was succeeded by Chen Yi. In order to unify and lead the workers, peasants, and soldiers' governments in the border counties, Ninggang Mangping established the Hunan-Fujian Border Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers Soviet Government, with Happy Wenkei as chairman, and established a civil. There are 4 ministries: land, military, finance, and justice, and 3 committees: worker and peasant movement, youth, and women. Meetings so that the work can be carried out in an all-round way. Worker, peasant, and soldier governments have been established in all border counties, districts, and townships. Committee group to lead the agrarian revolution. Leading the agrarian revolution and serving in the work of the Border Special Committee and the Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers Soviet Government. In a particularly important position. The vast majority of China's population is farmers, especially those on the border between Hunan and Fujian. In agricultural areas with traffic jams, almost all residents are farmers. The land here is huge. Half in the hands of the landlord. Farmers who rent land from landlords have to harvest more than half of their crops every year. After being surrendered to the landlord, they were subjected to other kinds of oppression and exploitation. Obtaining land is poverty. Farmer. The strongest desire. During China's democratic revolution, military struggle and agrarian revolution were inseparable. Without a successful and developed military struggle, farmers cannot be guaranteed to obtain and occupy land, but there is no agrarian revolution, the land demands of poor peasants are not met, and military struggle. It is also impossible to get the sincere support of the majority of farmers, and it is difficult to persist. Becomes a failure. That's why the Red Army can continue to grow and develop, and that's why it's able to fight in extreme situations by planning its base areas. Persistence and expansion under difficult conditions, the source of their strength lies in obtaining large numbers of people. This kind of farmers is supported by Shenzhen. The main content of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army's mobilization of the masses in the initial stage of the Jinggangshan area was: on the basis of carrying out revolutionary propaganda work, we lead the masses to defeat the local tyrants and share their floating wealth. But doing this alone is obviously not enough. Mao Zedong had already made various preparations for the land reform work. Social surveys in Gang, Yangzin and other places revealed that the land occupation situation at the border of Hunan and Sun is extremely unsatisfactory. People. Based on the case, experiments on land system reform were carried out in Zhongkan, He County, Hunan, and Shishan, Dongsha, Guangxi. Focus on mobilizing the masses through interviews with the poor and holding grievance meetings and struggle meetings, and then divide the fields by inserting cards. It was the first place where fields were divided among the border. After groping in practice, Mao Zedong formulated the agrarian program. In the draft, the allocation of land is based on the district as the unit is changed to basically based on the township as the unit. Change the distribution of land based on working ability and consumption to an average distribution based on population, land. The landowners whose land was allocated were also given a way out of life. Although the Workers' and Peasants' Revolutionary Army was in Zhongkan and Shat Tian didn't stay long. After meeting with the troops led by Zhu De, they moved to Ninggang. The results of land allocation here have not been consolidated, but these pilot experiences provide a basis for future border land allocation. The comprehensive rollout of reform has created conditions. From May to July, when the Hunan-Fujian border separatist regime entered its heyday, in various border counties. This set off a ferocious climax of wheat field division. On May 20, Mao Zedong chaired the Hunan. The first Congress of the Min Border Party established the goal of agrarian revolution that goes deep into the separatist areas. Policy, regard it as the basic conditions for establishing a consolidated revolutionary base in the middle section of the Luolei Mountains. Part 1. Mao Zedong transferred a large number of cadres from the 4th Red Army to various counties, districts, and townships to mobilize the masses, guide the distribution of fields. On June 15, the Hunan Provincial Party Committee representatives' report to the Provincial Party Committee included measures describing the actual situation of the development of the border agrarian revolution. He said, "Now the land in Ninggang has been quickly sorted out. Chu Yangzin's body was also divided into parts. The method of distribution is usually based on the township soviet as the unit. The district soviet sent people to cooperate with the township soviet to conduct a clear survey of the land and population of every household in the township, and the person will be transferred to the rural soviet general. Population and land statistics determine how much each family is allocated based on their original number of fields to determine their entry and exit. More on less. After the division is determined, a list will be issued, and according to the list, they will go to each field to plant a sign, and then return to their official camp. According to their method, each person can share 8 dans of grain, which is the same for all people, big or small. 2. Rural society is undergoing great changes. It overturned the feudal land ownership system that had existed for thousands of years and brought relief to the vast majority of poor people. The poor farmers were given the land that their ancestors had dreamed of for generations, and even some people in Yangzin County became monks for many years. The other nuns also came down the mountain to marry and divided the land. The vast number of poor peasants are allocated land, which is a living thing. From the facts, we can clearly see that the Red Army is indeed fighting for their interests, so we can see clearly from all aspects. Fully support the development of the Red Army and base areas. This is the existence and development of the Jinggangshan Revolutionary Base Area. Social basis. People. Among the counties in the Jinggang Mountain area, Yangzin has a large population, rapid economic development, a large number of soldiers, and there is food, supplies, and Ning'an as the rear. Mao Zedong was determined to seize control of the Kuomintang army. Before the counterattack, strive to build the Yangzin base area within 1 month. He smoked in the army. A large number of cadres and responsible persons from Sichuan, Jialing, and Lei counties were transferred and concentrated in Yangzin County to intensify efforts. Work. He told Yang Kemin, who had just been sent to work by the Hunan Provincial Party Committee, let's look at Yangzin County. It is more important than a country, so now we are concentrating our manpower on operating in this county, hoping to do it in the shortest time. Within this period, build a solid foundation for the party and the people to cope with the enemy's next attack. Will it's at? Mao Zedong himself went to Tangbian village in Zhejiang, Yangzin County 3 times and stayed there for more than 40 years. On the same day, we investigated and researched, led the field distribution, summarized the experience of field distribution in Tangbian, and formulated a distribution plan. Tian's provisional program contains 17 articles. At that time, He Zhijian was working beside the pond and had great respect for Mao Zedong. Admiration and love gradually emerged. Mao Zedong told her that he was married, had 3 children, and was a traitor. In my hometown in Hunan, there is currently no news. The two became friends in the village near the pond. Regarding the issue of building base areas, Mao Zedong has always placed it in a very important position. On Su Yu recalled, Comrade Mao Zedong paid great attention to the idea of establishing base areas for the troops. Of education. He often said that people can't walk all the time and stand all the time, and they have to sit down sometimes. When you sit down, you lean on your butt, and the base area is the people's butt. Comrade Mao Zedong in depth and in simplicity. The metaphor is very convincing. During the heyday of the border area, the party, the Red Army, and the construction of the base areas all made great progress. Mao Zedong concluded, the policy of the border party at that time was, resolutely fight against the enemy and established the regime in the middle section of the Laxiao Mountains, opposed escapism, carried out the agrarian revolution that went deep into the separatist areas. The party in the army helps the development of local parties, and the armed forces in the army help the development of local armed forces. Hunan, where the ruling power is relatively strong, is on the defensive, and Xianzhi, where the ruling power is relatively weak, is on the defensive. Offensive, use vigorous efforts to manage Yangzin, create separatist rule among the masses, arrange for long-term struggle, and concentrate. The Red Army takes the initiative to attack the current enemy, opposes the division of troops, and avoids being defeated by the enemy one by one, separatist forces. The expansion of the region adopts a wave-like promotion policy as opposed to a bone-forward policy. Due to policy, it was appropriate, and the terrain was favorable, and the armies of the 2 provinces of Hunan and Now were not unanimous in their advance planning, so it was possible. And just as the Jinggangshan revolutionary base area was full of vitality, entering its heyday, a sinking. A heavy blow suddenly came, which was caused by the wrong guidance of the Hunan Provincial Committee of the Communist Party of China. August failed, pointed. After many sabotages, the Hunan Provincial Party Committee's work gradually returned to normal by April 1928. In May, the Provincial Party Committee moved from Xiangtan to Anyuan. It was only 4 or 5 days' journey from Anyuan to Ninggang. The connection between Jinggang Mountain and Jinggang Mountain has become even closer. The Provincial Party Committee has successively sent members of the Eastern Hunan Special Committee to Shendet. Sheng, Liling County Party Committee Secretary Du Xiajing and others served as inspectors and came to Jinggang Mountain many times. The instructions issued by the Hunan Provincial Party Committee to Jinggang Mountain were initially relatively realistic. him. In the letter we sent to Mao Zedong, Zhu De and others in May, we emphasized that what should be positive at present is the struggle to close the border between Hunan and Hunan has deepened, resulting in mass separatism. Ninggang should be used as the military base. Camp. Mao Zedong agreed with these propositions. On June 16, he was appointed as the border commissioner. In a letter sent by Yi to the Hunan and now provincial committees and forwarded to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, he reiterated his insistence on taking Ninggang as the main. There are 3 reasons for the armed separatist rule at the Xiankang border of the base camp. A. This area is the middle section of the Laxiao Mountains. The terrain is excellent and easy to defend but difficult to attack. B. The party evolved from unorganized to organized, and the people. It has a relatively solid foundation, but it would be a pity to abandon it. C. Shonan. Minnan can only affect one province, and it can only reach upstream. It can affect 2 provinces, and it can't reach downriver. Tour. However, the Hunan Provincial Party Committee's letter dated June 19 stated, in the future, the 4th Army must be concentrated. The force developed towards southern Hunan, which coincided with the workers' and peasants' riots in southern Hunan, thus resulting in the separatist regime of southern Hunan and the actual. The plans for separatist control of Xianbian and Hunan Guangdong Avenue directed by the central government are now in place. On the 26th of the same month. He also wrote to the Special Border Committee, the Provincial Committee has decided that after the 4th Army attacks the enemy forces in Yangzin, it will immediately develop towards southern Hunan. Comrade Wenke left 1 battalion in Shenzhen to guard the mountain. Comrade Zedong must set out with the army. The provincial appointee Yang. Comrade Kaiming is the secretary of the Special Committee. He also wrote to the Military Commission of the 4th Army, I hope that we will immediately and without hesitation. Execution regulations established the 4th Army's Front Enemy Committee to direct the 4th Army and Shonan Party affairs and the masses. Work, with Mao Zedong as secretary, sent Du Xiajing as an inspector of the Provincial Party Committee, and assisted the work of the former committee. Make. At. This instruction from the Hunan Provincial Committee made Mao Zedong very embarrassed. In March, they had not passed. Following the orders of the Southern Hunan Special Committee, he marched into southern Hunan and caused the Jinggangshan base area to suffer tragic losses. Training. Now, the ruling class is in a period of temporary stability, and the Kuomintang troops in Hunan have increased again. Much stronger than Jiangxi, it is obviously very unfavorable to march towards southern Hunan. In this case, for the superior's instructions, if you don't follow me, you will be disobeying me. If you follow me, I will know that you will fail, which is really not good. But by this time, I had seen things very clearly and was determined to object. On June 30, Mao Zedong chaired the Hunan Fujian Boundary Special Committee of the Communist Party of China in Yangzin County. The 4th Red Army Military Commission and the Yangzin County Committee held a joint meeting to discuss, with Du Xiajing and Zhen Desheng also participating. Added. The meeting insisted on proceeding from the actual situation and decided that the 4th Army should continue to operate on the Hunan-Dian border. All counties should carry out in-depth work among the masses and build and consolidate base areas. With this base, we can go to the wine shop and Min's advance will ensure that wherever the Red Army reaches, its separatist areas will be entrenched and will not be easily destroyed by the enemy. After the meeting, Mao Zedong represented the Hunan Fujian Border Special Committee and the 4th Red Army of the Communist Party of China on July 4. The committee wrote a report to the Hunan Provincial Committee, stating 6 reasons for making this decision. 1. The 4th Army is building a military base with Ninggang as its base camp according to the plan approved by the Central Committee and the Hunan Provincial Committee. In the base area, the legacy of being closer to the rogue bandits has been washed away, and the masses in Yangzin and Ninggang counties have become popular. When it comes to generalization, it is not advisable to change it rashly. 2. The enemy in Hunan province is very tough, solid, and powerful, and cannot. It seems that making trouble makes it easier for the enemy to attack. Therefore, in order to avoid a hard-fought strategy, it is not appropriate to attack Hunan province at this time and reverse the situation. Penetrating deep into the enemy's siege, the whole army will be destroyed. 3. Ninggang can become a military. The base camp is one where the mountains are large and dangerous, and the road connects the two provinces. It can be defended if it is victorious, or it can be defeated. Escape, we can actually fight the enemy for a long time. If we can easily escape from Ninggang at this moment. If a tiger falls in Pingyang and is killed by a dog, the Fourth Army will be in great danger. 4. In the past, there were riots across the country, and there were riots in various places. It is vigorous for a while, but once the enemy counterattacks, it will be like water washing a river, and it will be completely defeated. This is all because the reason is not seeking a solid foundation, but seeking a massive momentum. Therefore, we do our best to always be new and to work in Ninggang, build the political power in the middle section of the Laxiao Mountains, and to obtain a solid foundation. This is absolutely non-conservative concepts. 5. The economies of various counties in southern Hunan went bankrupt, and the local tycoons were wiped out. The Fourth Army arrives at Tingting at this moment. Going south, the economic difficulties will never be solved. 6. The number of wounded soldiers increased to 500, and we wanted to rush to Shonan. If we go, the morale of the military will be shattered. If we don't go, it will be impossible. This is also one of the most difficult problems. This 6. The reasons for not entering Shonan rashly summarized the experience and lessons of previous nationwide riots, and provided some insights into the situation. The analysis of the situation was very real and the truth was explained very thoroughly. He finally wrote, the above intention. See this, please ask the provincial committee to discuss it again and make a new decision based on the current situation. This is the most important thing. 12d. In mid-July, the Kuomintang troops in the two provinces of Hunan launched their first meeting attack on Jinggang Mountains. Pair, the Fourth Red Army counterattacked in two ways. The Hunan Provincial Party Committee inspector ignored the decision of the Yangzin joint meeting. After the meeting, he insisted on carrying out the order of the Provincial Party Committee and took advantage of the 28th and 29th Red Regiments to occupy the lake. Nangui County, Mao Zedong, and others were far away in Yangzin, Jiangxi Province, and agreed with the Red 29 Regiment are not used to the hard life in the mountains and want to go back to their hometown. The improvement of his situation pulled the brigade towards southern Hunan, and the military commission could not stop it despite its work. Mao Zedong in Yang Xian got the news from Chen Keng's letter and was very anxious. He immediately wrote back to Chen Yi and others and sent. Chailing County Party Committee Secretary Zhang Hua led a team and rushed them there. This letter requires the Red Army's large forces to press for permanent renewal. The joint meeting decided to categorically stop the operation to Shonan because the enemy is too powerful. If you go there, you will inevitably fail. At the Cadres meeting discussed Mao Zedong's letter and went back the next day. But when the wine was filtered at the border of Xianzhi and Jilin, the officers and soldiers of the 29th Regiment insisted on not crossing the river, and some were escorted down. He fired a gun and said he would stop doing it if he didn't return to southern Hunan. In this case, the 28th Regiment was also defeated by this. Follow south. After the two regiments of the 4th Red Army arrived in southern Hunan, they attacked Chenzhou. They were first victorious and then defeated. The 29th Regiment. The soldiers did not listen to the orders and dispersed back to their hometowns on their own. A regiment that turned out to have considerable combat effectiveness. The remaining approximately 200 people were organized into the 28th Regiment. This incident illustrates the need to transform farmers into armed. How difficult it is to create a new type of people's army led by the Communist Party of China. This. After the entire regiment collapsed, the 28th Regiment withdrew to the east of Guangxi. Mao Zedong is leading the military and civilians in Yangzhen to use guerrilla tactics to contain the Kuomintang army. 11. The group lasted nearly a month. In mid-August, he again boycotted a package sent by a representative of the Hunan Provincial Committee of the Communist Party of China. Supplementary instructions requiring the 4th Red Army to develop toward eastern Hunan. Then, I learned that the 4th Red Army Brigade was here. Shonan failed, and he immediately decided to stay with the 1st Battalion of the 31st Regiment and the 32nd Regiment. Okayama, he led the 3rd Battalion of the 31st Regiment to Shonan to welcome back the 28th Regiment. The Kuomintang Army took advantage of the opportunity when the main force of the 4th Red Army was far away to launch a fierce attack and occupied various areas along the border. In counties and plain areas, houses were burned and people were massacred. The border between Hunan and Fujian was severely damaged. Yang Kemin said in a comprehensive report written not long ago that this period can be regarded as a boundary pole. In the unlucky period, the only area under the separatist rule was Jinggang, and Ninggang was also lost. The top is our power, and the bottom is the enemy's power. Local tyrants and evil gentry take advantage of the opportunity to take revenge and kill each other. Killing people and burning them, forcing people to pay debts and collect rents, and for a while, the black smoke was released to heal the qi. It just so happened that the cutting was done at that time, and the place where the fields were divided, and when the farmers were about to harvest, suddenly failed, and the divided fields suddenly failed. I can't even count the fields, there is really nothing I can do. At that time, there was a slogan, farmers divide their fields, land. It is really not worth it to cut the grain. Our other military and political failures are not a big deal. Only when the fields are allocated but the farmers cannot harvest the grain, is it a really big failure. At this time it was miserable. This lesson is known as the August failure in history. Mao Zedong led the 3rd Battalion of the 31st Regiment to travel south day and night, and on August 23, meet up with the brigade in Dongui, southern Hunan. When Mao Zedong met Chen Cai, secretary of the military commission, he said, "It will take a while. Just like playing chess, if you make a mistake, you will lose immediately. Just learn a lesson. The 28th Regiment is here." After suffering setbacks, he was in a low mood and was very happy to see Mao Zedong leading his team to pick him up. Some people said this was the second meeting of the forces. An enlarged meeting of the Front Committee was held in Guidong County and decided on the Red 4th. The main force of the army returned to Jinggang Mountain. On the way back to Jinggang Mountain, Mao Zedong learned that some Red Army soldiers had eaten because of hunger. As soon as farmers remove corn from their fields, they notify the troops to assemble and carry out mass discipline education on the spot. I personally wrote on a bamboo sign, "Because our army is hungry, in order to satisfy our hunger, I will eat yours. I have eaten all the corn and violated the discipline. Now bury the 2 UN in the soil. Please. Receive it." He Tinjing, Zhu Yunqing and others who stayed behind and merged with Gangshan commanded the 1st Division of the 31st Regiment of the Red Army. The camp leased the natural barrier of Huangyang border to resist the fierce attack of 4 regiments of the Kuomintang Army. Later, it used only a manned mortar hit an area where the enemy troops were charging intensively. The political and military commanders considered him the leader of the 4th Red Army. The force had returned to Jinggang Mountain and immediately ordered the troops to retreat. When Mao Zedong heard this good news, he waved his hand. "Right, Zhejiang Moon. Jinggangshan." At the foot of the mountain, Shi Qi is watching. The drums and horns on the top of the mountain are heard by each other. The enemy army is surrounded by thousands of people. Of course I won't move. There have long been strict barriers. Even more united. The sound of cannons boomed on Huangyang's border. Report that the enemy's troops have arrived at midnight. Although the Jinggangshan base area suffered severe damage in August, Zhu Mao's Red Army returned. Later, the main forces of the 4th Red Army, the 28th Regiment and the 31st Regiment, suffered minor losses. After that, the policy became more progressive, conducting military operations alone, fighting hard battles, and ignoring local weapons. Installation, concepts, etc., all gradually change. After returning to the division, the troops took a short rest and various organizations. There have been practical rectifications and improvements in military training. Mao Zedong and Zhu De immediately led the Red Army. The brigade carried out the work of restoring the Jinggangshan base area and won the victory over Zhouji in the Third Battle in September. On the 13th, the main force of the 4th Red Army captured Sichuan County. On October 1, Junjun near Moping. Successful ambush in Tuchan, annihilating an enemy battalion, and taking advantage of the victory to regain the central area of Jinggangshan base area. Domain 1, Ninggang County. Then, the main force of the 4th Red Army annihilated an enemy vehicle at the entrance of Longyuan. Occupied Yangzheng County 4 times. In this way, the Kuomintang troops in Hunan and Fujian provinces attacked the Jinggangshan base area. The second meeting burden was broken. During this period of time, Battalion Commander Bai Zanyun of the former 8th Army of the Kuomintang Wushang led 102. More than a dozen people rebelled, and the former Kuomintang Army attacked Jinja. Battalion Commander Zhang Wei also led many people from the 1st Company to join the Red Army. They were reorganized into the 4th Red Army Special Agent Battalion and the Independent Battalion. In response to the serious damage to the party organizations at the Xiankang border, Mao Zedong guided the border. Party organizations in various counties are undergoing rectification. After rectification, although the number of party members has been reduced, the combat effectiveness has still been restored. Arrived enhancement. In early November, Mao Zedong received the June 4 letter of instructions from the CPC Central Committee. Go through. After more than a year of hard work, we finally established contact with the central government. On the 6th, the Hunan Committee of the Communist Party of China was held in Uping. The enlarged meeting of the Minmin Border Special Committee. At the meeting, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China was established based on instructions from the Central Committee. The 4th Red Army's former enemy committee was composed of Mao Zedong, Zhu De, Tan Zhenlin, Song Qiaosheng, Mao Qian. Composed of 5 people, with Mao Zedong as secretary. The former committee has jurisdiction over the Special Border Committee and the Military Committee of the 4th Red Army. The struggle in Jinggangshan for more than a year has been very rich in content. It is Mao Zedong and his comrades in arms, in extremely complex environments, adhere to the results of tenacious exploration in practice. Fruit. Among them, there are successful experiences and lessons from failures. They are all valuable assets. Wealth is a new starting point for the Chinese Communists to move forward. With the armed separatism on the Hunan-Fujian border, the gradual restoration of the lessons learned are systematically summarized and new theoretical generalizations are made. He wrote China's Red Regime in October and November 1928. Why can it exist? And The Struggle in Jinggangshan are 2 important works of this kind. A concentrated expression of summary and generalization. Why can there be a small piece or several small pieces of red political power surrounded by white political power? Does the right exist and develop for a long time? This is not only a major theoretical issue, but also a practical issue. Question. At that time, there were still people in the party who had objections to going up Jinggang Mountain, and those who followed him up the mountain also had objections. Some people have doubts about whether the Red Army can stand firm. If this issue is not clarified, people will If you cannot see the future of development clearly in struggle, you cannot know how to treat those around you appropriately. The environment cannot fundamentally answer the question of the existence of red flags for some people in the Red Army. How long will it take? Mao Zedong pointed out that the occurrence of such strange things has its unique reasons and considerable conditions. First, China is an economically backward semi-colonial country indirectly ruled by imperialism. Land. China's agricultural economy and the imperialist plan in China. The policy of separatism and expropriation that divided the spheres of influence created long-term conflicts between the white regimes. Splits and wars have resulted in the emergence, existence, and development of red regimes in small areas. Conditions. Second, the place where China's red regime emerged and existed for a long time was through the Third. A place where the Great Revolution had a profound impact and the masses of workers, peasants, and soldiers once grew up, such as Hunan, Guangdong, Hubei, Jiangxi and other provinces. Third, the national revolutionary situation is moving forward. Yes, there is no doubt that it determines the long-term existence of a small red regime. Fourth, quite. The existence of the formal Red Army is a necessary condition for the existence of the Red regime. Fifth, total. The strength of the Communist Party organization and the correctness of its policies are important conditions. In the struggle in Jinggang Mountains, he further explained, when a rupture occurs within the ruling class. In this period, our strategy can be relatively aggressive while the ruling class regime is relatively stable. Our strategy must be gradually advanced. Mao Zedong stated at length that the armed separatist regime of workers and peasants was an armed struggle and agrarian revolution under the leadership of the party. The close integration of life and base area construction, armed struggle is the main form of the Chinese Revolution, and there is no. Without revolutionary armed struggle, it is impossible to carry out effective agrarian revolution and develop revolutionary bases. Without the agrarian revolution, the Red Army's war would not have received the support of the masses, and the revolutionary base areas would not have the support of the masses. This means that it cannot be consolidated and developed, and without building a revolutionary base area, there will be no rear for the armed struggle. Without the support of the Communist Party of China, the achievements of the agrarian revolution cannot be maintained. This is the main story of the border struggle between Hunan and Liuzhu. Test. Mao Zedong raised the issue of the middle class quite prominently. He wrote, At the low ebb of the Chinese Revolution, the most difficult problem in the separatist areas was the inability to contain the middle class. The main reason why the middle class rebelled was that it was hit too hard by the revolution. The middle class was hit too hard by the revolution. As a result of class reform, the poor peasant class has become a lonely army. This problem is really very serious. He specifically analyzed the attitude towards the petty bourgeoisie and point out the process of attacking the petty bourgeoisie. The leftist policies have driven most of the petty bourgeoisie to the side of the gentry. This has gradually changed in recent times. With this policy, the situation is gradually getting better. China is a society with small ones at the two ends and a big one in the middle. How can? Treating the middle class in this way is a matter of whether it is possible to unite all the forces that can unite. The fundamental issue is to organize a vast and well-planned team and win the victory of the revolution. But to unite we must resolutely correct the excessive leftist policy that attacks the middle forces. This question was just raised by Mao Zedong in the future, regarding China's single destiny. It occupies an increasingly important position in the discussion. And the reason why he can understand this problem is precisely from it is obtained through calm observation and in-depth thinking in actual struggle and life. Regarding the issue of political power, Mao Zedong also put forward an opinion worthy of attention. He saw, there is a phenomenon in various parts of the border, the party has great authority among the masses, and the authority of the government. but much worse. This is because in order to save convenience, the party has done many things directly. The organs of political power have been put aside. This approach is contrary to the democratic system and democratic centralism. The system of doctrine. Therefore, Mao Zedong concluded, in the future, the party must implement the leadership of the government. The tasks of the party's ideas and methods, in addition to propaganda, must be implemented through the government's approval. Organization. The revolution in the second place is the most basic content of various policies in the areas where the workers and peasants are armed separatists. At the Second Congress of the Hunan-Kyrgyzstan Border Party held in early October, Mao Zedong was discussed. Drafted the Jianghanshan Land Law. After more than 2 months of deliberation and revision, in December. Time to be officially promulgated. This land law stipulates that land allocation is mainly based on population. As a standard, men, women, old, and young are equally distributed. Generally, the distribution is based on the township, and in special cases. Under certain circumstances, several townships or districts can be used as units. After distribution, it will mainly be farmed by individual farmers. From the winter of 1927 to the winter of 1928, there was land shortage in the Jinggang Mountain area for 1 whole year. Summary of fighting experience. This struggle is a model for farmers led by the Communist Party of China in several counties. This was the first attempt to carry out land reform within the area. There had been no such experience before. There are still some flaws in the land law that was first enacted. One is that all land will be confiscated instead of meet may, 2, several, 2. Each generation has its own memories and changes in chongji district, and the people with rights. The government does not belong to the farmers. The farmers only have the right to use the land and are prohibited from buying and selling the land. The vitality and production enthusiasm have been greatly improved, and the Red Army and the base areas have been fully supported from all aspects. Development. The theory of the new democratic revolution under the leadership of the Communist Party of China is controlled by practice. It is formed step by step in the surge. The experience of the workers and peasants armed separatist regime in Gangshan, Mao Zedong many times made a report to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. The Central Committee used a variety of methods to provide information to the Red Army and revolutionary routes in various places. According to local reports, the Jinggangshan struggle was the most complete and mature experience at that time. From 19. Since the summer of 2008, publications such as Red Flag and Political Communications sponsored by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China have published articles about the struggle in Jinggangshan are often published. On November 28, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. He also preached in his report to the Communist International, but Zhu West was influenced by Zhu Mao on the Hunan-Min border area. The agrarian revolution in several counties has indeed penetrated deeply into the people and the masses. In doing so, the revolutionary base in Jinggangshan was expanded. The influence of local experience helped many Red Army and base area leaders broaden their horizons and accelerate. It started the process of establishing rural revolutionary base areas across the country and promoted the development of the single failure situation in various places. At this time, the main force of the 5th Red Army created in the Pingjiang uprising was led by Yun, who had bad morals and earned money. More than 700 people in the 1st and 3rd columns marched towards Jinggang Mountain. Mao Zedong and Zhu De sent He Changgong to lead. The military special agent battalion and the independent battalion went to Lianhua County to welcome him. December 11, in Ningangnu. A meeting was held in the city to celebrate the rendezvous of the 4th Red Army and the 5th Red Army. The convergence of the two armies further strengthened. With the establishment of the armed struggle force in Gangshan, it became the largest and most powerful fighting force in all base areas across the country. The most powerful Red Army. After the failure of the Great Revolution, the national revolutionary situation was at a low ebb. Leaders Mao Zedong and Zhu De. The merger of the workers' and peasants' armed separatist regime in Gangshan achieved remarkable results and created a relatively complete experience. This ignited new hope in the hearts of the revolutionaries who were in a difficult situation. Just like Mao Zedong said, the border flags are always inconsistent, which not only expresses the strength of the Communist Party, but also expresses. It has led to the bankruptcy of the ruling class and has great significance in national politics. However, judging from the requirements for further development, it does not exist in the Okayama revolutionary base area. Weaknesses. First, although the terrain of Jinggang Mountain is steep and easy to defend but difficult to attack, the population is not satisfied. 2000, the grain produced is less than 10,000 dan. With the surge in the number of the Red Army, coupled with the increase of the Kuomintang Army, repeated tributes and economic blockades have made life extremely difficult for the military and civilians, and sometimes even the minimum. Food is also in short supply. Second, Jinggang Mountain is located in a narrow strip of land between the Xianzhi River and the Dongjiang River. In this area, these two large rivers cannot be crossed alone, and it is difficult to develop from the north to the south. In the military, on lack of enough room for maneuver. These two weaknesses were not obvious in the early stages. As the strength of the Red Army increased, the continuous expansion will expose Zhejiang one by one. Su Yu, who was the company commander of the 28th Regiment at the time, commented, "This area can be used as a rear area. From a strategic development point of view, as a major, the base for development is not ideal enough." The recovery and development of the Jinggangshan struggle not only shocked the people of Jiangxi and Hunan provinces. The party authorities also made the Kuomintang central government gradually feel that it had become a close friend. Chen Xie. In his report to the Central Committee in September of the following year, he wrote, "As far as the reactionary government is concerned, it is believed that August failure Zhu Mao's army has been eliminated, at least it cannot be a major danger, and it will come back again unexpectedly." As before, they were greatly surprised, and because of the Chiang Kai-shek War, they had to clear out Zhu Mao and fight before it was launched. The destruction of Jinggang has become the common need of Hunan and Fujian, which is the result of the deletion of the provincial capital on January 3 this year. Attack. On November 7, 1928, Chiang Kai-shek appointed He Jian as the conference period representative of the two provinces. The Prime Minister is the Commander-in-Chief, and Jin Hanyi is the Deputy Commander-in-Chief. 6 brigades have been concentrated from Hunan and Zhe provinces, with a total area of about 1 million. After 2 months of preparation, the troops marched toward Jinggang in 5 directions on January 1, 1920. Shan launched an attack. The Kuomintang concentrated such a huge force to attack Jinggang Mountain. It had never happened before. Faced with such a severe situation, from January 4 to 7, 1929, Mao Zedong presided over the meeting of the Front Committee, the Hunan-Fujian Boundary Special Committee, the 4th Red Army Military Commission, and the Red Army in Bela Village, Ninggang County. A joint meeting of the 5th Military Commission to convey and discuss the resolutions of the 6th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, and focus on studying how to smash the Kuomintang Army's deployment for this session. At that time, the economic situation of Jinggangshan was more difficulty. Chen Yi said in his report to the Central Committee the following year, from September to January, mid-April, the Red Army went through unprecedented hardships. In the middle of winter, the snow in the mountains on the border was not gone. Clothing, and food were very difficult. Moreover, due to the enemy's blockade, the Red Army was unable to carry out guerrilla attacks in distant areas, resulting in there is no way out for the economy. After discussion at the Bala Conference, it was decided to adopt an offensive defense approach. Target: the 30th Regiment of the 4th Red Army adapted from the 5th Red Army and the 32nd Regiment of Shen Wenkei and Guangzhou. Staying in Jinggang Mountain, the reunification returned to Udihui and Tengdaiwan to command. Mao Zedong and Zhu De led the Red 4th Army. The main force of the army, the 28th Regiment, the 31st Regiment and the troops directly under the army, attacked Minnan to break the enemy. People's economic blockade. Due to the dangerous terrain of Jinggang Mountain and the solid fortifications, during the August failure, only a few troops can still hold it, and it is estimated that after the main force of the 4th Red Army comes down the mountain, it will be attracted away. A considerable number of Kuomintang troops attacked Jinggangshan, so this approach was called as surround, Wei and save Zhao. On January 14, Mao Zedong and Zhu De led the main force of the 4th Red Army, 3,600 people, from Jinggang. Departing from Siping and other places on the mountain, passing through Sichuan, it marched towards southern Fujian. Posted along the way drafted by Mao Zedong. Proclamation of the 4th Army headquarters of the Red Army, announcing that the purpose of the Red Army is civil rights revolution, overthrow great powers, overthrow the warlords, and unify China. Promote the party's basic policies. Landlords own their fields. When farmers harvest seeds, they don't have to pay back their debts and don't give away their rent. The boss is responsible for increasing wages, and at 8 o'clock. The work is just in proportion to the work. City businessmen have accumulated a lot of iron and steel. As long as they obey, they don't care about anything else. The enemy officers and soldiers are required to surrender, and their previous behavior may not be ignored. The announcement was made to the 4th Red Army. Chairman Zhu De and party representative Mao Zedong jointly signed it. The reputation of Zhu Mao's Red Army has spread more widely. Spread within the range. The 4th Red Army, led by Mao Zedong and Zhu De, thus embarked on a new journey towards the vast southern area has been invaded. In the cold winter, after a heavy snowfall, Mao Zedong and Zhu De led the main force of the 4th Red Army. More than 1,600 people left Jinggangshan and went out during the Kuomintang meeting before the troops encircled them. Attack Minnan. That night, a battalion of Kuomintang defenders sent to Daifen, Sichuan, was annihilated and the blockade was broken. Line. Then, it continued southward through Shanzhou and Kongai counties, defeating the armed landlords along the way. They fought and occupied Dao County, which was not fortified by regular Kuomintang troops. At this time, the main force of the 4th Red Army had broken away from its original base area, and was surrounded by Wangranghe and Gangshan Mountains. The period of struggle was completely different. There was neither a Communist Party organization nor a basis for mass struggle. Basically, not even the people who reported the news came. The Red Army found it difficult to adapt to the situation for a while. The Kuomintang's pursuers arrived very quickly. Li Wenbin, who has relatively strong combat effectiveness, Chapter 21. 3 regiments of the brigade quietly approached Dao City and suddenly launched a fierce attack. Mao Zedong and Zhu De pointed out. Send a unit of the 4th Red Army to block the attack on the highlands northeast of the county seat. However, because I was not informed in advance, he rushed to the battle, failed to concentrate his troops, lost the battle, and suffered considerable losses. 28th. He Tinjing, the representative of the Youth League Party, was seriously injured and died soon after. Under the hot pursuit of powerful enemies, in order to avoid a hard fight and seize the initiative, the main force of the 4th Red Army adopted the practice of making circles in a circling style, after withdrawing from Dao, passing through Nangxiang in northern Guangdong, and then turning in Minnan's Xianfeng, Nyun, and Sunwu. However, mobile operations after leaving the base area are difficult after all. Just like Mao Zedong. In his report to the Central Committee, he said, "There are places along the route where there are no parties or masses, and the 5th Regiment is pursuing them." Following closely behind, the reactionary militia groups increased their prestige, which was the most difficult period for our army. Kuomintang. The army took turns chasing after him, the Red Army's eyes and ears were blocked, and the company was at a disadvantage in the battle. At the end of January, the main force of the 4th Red Army, camping in Sunwoo village, Zhengzia, we were attacked by the Kuomintang Army Lu Shifen Brigade at dawn. Attack. Mao Zedong and Zuda, who were accustomed to working at night, fell into the enemy's territory before they got up. Surrounded by. During the breakout, Mao Zedong was separated from Zuda and others for a short time. Ran out of danger. In the dangerous area, he met some personnel from the military headquarters and sat by the road to rest. Seeing others eating, he just felt that he was jealous, but the security guard who brought the meal also ran away, and he had to beg for food from Xianzhi. Eat. At this time, it was the middle of winter, the weather was cold and the ground was freezing, there were few people along the way, and the Red Army was short of clothing and food. In such a dangerous environment, the Front Committee of the 4th Red Army once prepared to disperse its activities, but they were unable to do so. The dispersion may be defeated by the enemy one by one, so this plan was abandoned. At Mao Zedong, Zuda. After rendezvous, he led the troops to forcefully march into Fujian, Guangdong, and Guangdong at a speed of 45 km per day. Luofu, at the junction of the 3 provinces of Fujian, was demoted to a mountainous area, where a meeting of the Front Committee of the 4th Red Army was held. In order to respond. Able to respond quickly when conducting emergency military operations, the meeting decided that the Central Military Commission will suspend its operations. The Front Committee directly leads the party committees at all levels within the military. The day's meeting had just ended, and I was looking for the secretary of the Wu County Party Committee. Ji Shive came to inform him that the troops in the pursued period were coming to surround Luofu and demoted him. The main force of the 4th Red Army is established. Immediately move north towards Ruijin. At this time, the Kuomintang mistakenly believed that the Red Army had difficulty holding on. The 15th Brigade of the GG Chasing Army, Brigadier Lu Shii proudly sent a telegram to the Commander-in-Chief of the Huilai Army to report the victory, and Zhu Mao's troops seeking for themselves. After being severely wounded by the Postal Brigade near Hepiao Way of the Uzbekistan, the Wolf Fox fled to Xiangshan Luofu. Trials still failed to gain a foothold. They claimed that the brigade was now splitting its routes to intercept and pursue the enemy in order to eradicate its routes. Strain, at. Unexpectedly, bad luck will befall him again. The Red Army adopted the method of circling or making circles not just to get rid of powerful enemies and to pursue. What is more important is to mobilize the enemy on the move so that its forces are dispersed and its weaknesses exposed. Let's take a look at this so that the Red Army can concentrate its forces at a favorable time to annihilate one of its units and regain the initiative. Bit. Sure enough, this opportunity came, and it was the Battle of Dabai on February 10. The Big Cypress Land is north of Ruijin. There is a canyon more than 10 miles long with high mountains and dense forests. A good place to fight an ambush. The main force of the 4th Red Army arrived at Dabai on February 9. This day, right. It was the Lunar New Year's Eve, and the local people didn't know about the Red Army, so they all ran to the mountains. Chase closely. The 2 regiments of Lu Shixiu's brigade of the Red Army had an arrogant attitude. They advanced alone and pursued them relentlessly, trying to rob them. Head work. The commanders of the Red Army requested combat support from the army headquarters one after another. Mao Zedong chaired the enlarged meeting of the Front Committee and recognized. In order to be able to fight an ambush in Dabai, it was decided to arrange a long pocket formation with the main troops. Force an ambush in the high mountains and lush forests on both sides of the road from Ruijin to Ningdu, with a part of the army. Lure Lu Shikai into the ambush circle. That night, various parts of the Red Army entered predetermined positions. The next day, on the afternoon of New Year's Day, the 1st Division of the Red Army lured 2 regiments of Lu Shi's 6th Division in. At the bottom of the pocket formation, the ambush troops on the east and west sides moved back to attack and block the mouth of the pocket formation. Red. All units of the army launched a fierce attack on the enemy troops. This is the key battle after the main force of the 4th Red Army comes down the mountain. Although the Red Army lacked ammunition and was physically exhausted, the commanders and fighters still picked up bayonets, stones, and guns. Entrust me to fight with the enemy army. Commander Zhu De led the team to rush ahead. Mao Zedong, who rarely touched a gun. At this time, he also raised his gun and led the guard platoon to charge towards the enemy's position. The hired battle didn't happen until the afternoon of the 2nd day. Annihilated all the besieged enemy troops, captured more than 800 people below the commander and deputy regiment commander, surrendered more than 800 guns, and fired water. There were 6 guns in the drought machine, and the remnants of Lu Shi's personal brigade retreated to Chongji. This is the main force of the 4th Red Army going down to Jinggang. The first big victory since Shanshan. With this victory, the entire situation suddenly changed. Red. The 4th Army got rid of the passive situation and gained the initiative in combat. Chen Yi is giving a letter to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. His report said, "This is a battle in which our army makes a last-ditch effort to defeat a powerful enemy after repeated defeats. Officers and soldiers. When the ammunition was exhausted and the reinforcements were exhausted, they used branches, rocks, and empty guns to fight the enemy in a pool of blood to finally gain the final victory. Victory. It is the most honorable war since the founding of the Red Army. At Big Cyprus is not a base area for the Red Army. Because almost all the local people ran to the mountains. Well, although the Red Army won a great victory, feeding its officers and soldiers has become a problem." Mao Zedong, Dong. In view of this special situation, a flexible approach was adopted to approve the use of mass exports by various ministries. In order to buy grain, oil, and vegetables, EIS were left and notices were issued stating that they would be repaid in the future. Mao Zedong attached great importance to winning the trust of the people. More than 50 days later, the 4th Red Army passed by for the 2nd time. When Dabai was destroyed, he ordered the Military Supplies Department to compensate the common people according to the IOU and return the foreign currency. He could only give more, but not Su Xiaopei's. The cadres of the Military Supplies Department took the task of showing up in the ocean and couldn't finish the matter, causing a lot of political chaos. Treatment influence. Local people said, the Red Army and the Kuomintang Army are fundamentally different. Now, keep your word. Nearly a month of mobile operations have made the 4th Red Army suffer enough to escape from the base areas. Without an environment to recuperate, it is impossible to obtain supplies of food, clothing, and manpower, and the injured and sick. It is difficult to relocate the members, and there is a lack of close support from the local people. It is obvious that the Red Army wants to accumulate and develop strength and continuously defeat the enemy. We must establish base areas and rely on the base areas. Carry out armed struggle in the ground. The report of the 4th Red Army Front Committee to the Central Committee stated, after Luo Fu secretly arrived, to plan for the resettlement of wounded soldiers, to provide a resting place for our party and the masses, to plan for the rescue of Jinggangshan, we decided to determine to head to Dongwu. Dongwu is located in Jian County, Jiangxi Province, located in Jishui, Yongfeng, Taihe, and Xing of Jian. The border between the 5 counties in the country is more than 100 miles away from the above-mentioned county towns. The mountains overlap and reach each other, and there are mountains in the middle. A piece of fields and villages, the terrain is dangerous, and there are only 5 small paths leading to the outside of the mountain. As early as in February 1927, there were already party organizations and farmers' associations here. After the failure of the Great Revolution, some Communist Party members who studied in Jian returned to Dongwu, restored party organizations and farmers' associations, and developed, initiate peasant uprisings and establish revolutionary armed forces. This armed force later developed into the Xianzhi Red Army. The independent 2nd Regiment and the 4th Regiment of the Army, with a total of 700 guns, carried out tours in various counties around Dongwu. The main leader of the war was Li Wen, the former Secretary General of the Western Special Committee who participated in the Nanchang Uprising. Lin. Since April 1928, they have sent messengers to Jinggang Mountain many times to introduce. Xiaodongguang's situation was discussed and the relationship between the two base areas was communicated. The Dongwu Revolutionary Base Area has its own characteristics, the combination of open armed struggle and secret. The separate regimes are united. The Red Army is open, the armed struggle is open, they are tourists. The attack team is not the future guard team guarding the territory. Farmers' associations actually manage everything in the countryside. Administrative affairs. The reactionary forces have been expelled, and the rights are entirely ours, but the open political. There are no political institutions or permanent Red Guards. Postal routes are operating as usual, and commercial trade is operating as usual. The pain suffered by the border is completely absent here. The enemy troops arrived but could not find their target, and the party, the organization of the people and the organization of the masses are completely kept secret. This special form has always been used in the Red Army. It is very effective when the power is not great and the reactionary ruling forces are unable to take care of them. After the victory in the Dabadi battle, the main force of the 4th Red Army took advantage of the victory and occupied Ningdu on February 13. County seat. Then, arrived in Donggu on the 17th, and joined the 2nd Independent Regiment and the 4th Independent Regiment of the Jiangxi Red Army. The group meets. Mao Zedong conveyed and explained the resolution of the 6th National Congress of the Communist Party of China in Donggu. Listen to the local. The leaders of the party organizations and the army introduced the situation of the Donggu struggle. He kept this secret. He wrote a letter to tell the Hunan-Fujian Border Special Committee about his experience, and pointed out, before the general uprising, the masses. It is necessary to change the form of political power from an open separatist regime to a secret separatist regime. Use a circling policy to deal with him. The 4th Red Army rested in Donggu for a week, relieved fatigue, obtained supplies, and wounded. The patients were also accommodated. Dongnan became the 4th Red Army and opened up the main areas of the south and west, based on the important output of the area. Send some. But here I learned that Jinggang Mountain was besieged by the Kuomintang army, which had a huge advantage. The lower mountain was lost, and the Kakundi Hui led his troops to break through the encirclement and descend the mountain. In this way, the plan to rescue Jinggang Mountains cannot realize. In mid to late February, 3 regiments of Li Wenbin's brigade, the main force of Min's army, advanced towards Donggu, and others. The army also attempted to encircle Donggu. Mao Zedong presided over the front committee meeting. Think. At this time, it is unfavorable to fight a strong enemy with Donggu as a position, which will make this area original. The advantages of the secret separatist regime were completely lost. Decided to abandon the policy of public control of fixed areas and adopt a guerrilla policy of destabilization and non-dwelling in order to deal with the enemy's pursuit and pursued policy. At the same time, a group of cadres such as Mao Zedong were retained to strengthen local leadership and send 200 guns to the 2nd and 4th Red Regiments. The 4th Red Army left Donggu on February 25. Yes. People once advocated that each regiment should go on separate routes, but Mao Zedong disagreed, thinking that it would be easy for the enemy to separate the troops, defeat them, insist on concentrated action, and move along the Jiangxi border. At this time, the domestic political situation was brewing a major change. Chiang Kai-shek controlled the war between the Kuomintang and Guangxi faction troops in the Two Lakes area is on the verge of breaking out. This will be a big battle. River. The Kuomintang troops in the west were ordered to be transferred north to prepare to participate in the battle against the Guangxi clique's army. Flashbacks, but they did not care about it. To pursue the Red Army again will freeze the enemy's military strength in the south, making the actions of the Fourth Red Army even more in control. Move the position and be able to calmly consider the next direction of action. Where should the next development direction of the Fourth Red Army be directed? The Fujian Provincial Committee of the Communist Party of China in the Red Army. The day before the Fourth Army left Dongwu, it wrote a report to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, recommending that the Red Army temporarily arrives. Xianzhi, Changsha, Liuping, and Shanghang were brought together to have a short rest, and he also instructed Changting and Shanghang. The county committees of the three counties of Shandong, Shanghang, and Liuping tried to contact the Fourth Red Army and reported to them the local situation. At the same time, provide them with the opinions of the Provincial Party Committee for their reference at. Mao Zedong and Zhu De agreed with this opinion because Lonjian, Shanghang, Yongding. In the Pinghe area, under the leadership of Zhang Yuchen, Deng Zihui, and others, workers' and peasants' armed forces have been established and launched. Each has established a small guerrilla base area and has a relatively good mass base. At the same time, there are no guerrilla bases in Fujian. There are divisional units of the Kuomintang and several local units such as the Guo Fengming Brigade and Long in the Changting area. Chen Kuahui's brigade and others in the Yan'an area were originally recommended by locals, and their combat effectiveness was not strong, which was convenient for the Fourth Red Army. Development. On March 11, the Fourth Red Army entered Kuaxi Changhe County. They are in Sija town. Hit. A regiment under the provincial governor Guo Fengming. Mr. Duan Fen, the head of the Changting County Party Committee, rushed to the headquarters of the Fourth Red Army. The enlarged meeting of the Military Commission reported on the situation in Changsha County and Guofeng Duo Department. The meeting decided to attack Changling Village, capture Changting City, and eliminate Guo Fengming's tribe. On the 14th, the Fourth Red Army divided into three directions. Changling Village launched a general offensive. With the cooperation of the local party organization, after half a day of fierce fighting, annihilated more than 2,000 enemy troops, surrendered more than 500 guns, killed brigade commander Guo Fengming, and took advantage of the victory to capture Changting. The city opened the prelude to the establishment of the Kuaxi Revolutionary Base Area. Changting is a material distribution center in western Fujian, with a population of tens of thousands, and a relatively high level of commerce and handicrafts. It is well developed and has small arsenals and quilt factories. The Fourth Red Army has been fighting in mountainous areas for a long time. Having entered such a relatively prosperous medium-sized city, many new problems face them. Mao Zedong has always attached great importance to social surveys and used them as a basis for formulating policies. He is local. With the help of the party organization, we invited Master Qian Liang, old servants, old tailor Ying, and teachers from Changting City. People from all walks of life, including Mr. Shu, farmers and homeless people, held symposiums to learn about the politics and economy of Changting. Economic situation and customs. Based on the actual situation learned during the investigation, mobilize the masses and formulate various urban policies. In the Fourth Red Army's book Advice to Businessmen and Intellectuals it was pointed out. The Communist Party's policy towards cities is to cancel taxes and miscellaneous taxes and protect merchants' trade. Easy. During the revolution, businessmen are allowed to raise funds to supply military supplies, but they are not allowed to be sent to small towns. On the businessman. Urban reactionaries. The property of the guiding committee members, scabs, peasant thieves, and academic thieves shall be confiscated. The villages collect rent and release it. If the rich and unkind people move to cities to live in the city, their belongings will also be confiscated. 2. No property shall be confiscated from ordinary businessmen and ordinary petty bourgeoisie. Knowledge. The only way out for the elements is to join the workers' and peasants' revolution. If intellectuals are willing to participate in the revolution, both the working class and the peasant class can accommodate them and assign them to different positions according to their talents. When work, there is e. The information in Changting is naturally much better than that in Qianan Mountain. Here, Mao Zedong. It was accurately learned that xianzhi and the Kuomintang faction of the Kuomintang faction had broken up, and there was a dispute within the Kuomintang camp. A big melee is inevitable. Faced with this new situation, after all considerations, the Red 4. The Military Front Committee decided to carry out guerrilla warfare in a relatively hands-off manner within the annexation of more than 20 counties in southern and western Fujian. Struggle and implement armed separatism. On March 20, the 4th Red Army Front Committee held an enlarged meeting and reported to the Central Committee. The former enemy committee decided on the actions of the 4th Army, the 5th Army and the 2nd and 4th Regiments of the Xianzhi Red Army. In the early days of the Kuomintang's melee, it took more than 20 counties in the south and west of Yi as its scope, and adopted guerrilla tactics. From mobilizing the masses to openly dividing the Soviet power. From this, the region was separated and linked to Hunan. And connect the separatist areas along the border. He also stressed that this plan must be established, no matter what. Hey, we can't give up, because this is the basis for progress. This is a major and correct strategic decision. Minangkuaxi has a vast territory, and the territory. The mountains are undulating, the forests are dense, and there is a lot of room for maneuver, which is suitable for the development of guerrilla warfare. The party and the masses have a good foundation and relatively rich products, which can provide enough people to persist in the armed separatist regime. There is no physical and material support, the Kuomintang garrison is weak, and it is far away from big cities and has poor transportation. As a result, it was difficult for troops to travel and gather. These are all elements of the Red Army's development of guerrilla warfare. Favorable conditions. The implementation of this strategic decision will pave the way for the establishment of the Central Revolutionary Base Area in the future. This laid the foundation and gave birth to the correct idea of rural areas encircling cities and seizing power with armed force. The germ of the root. In order to adapt to the new situation, Mao Zedong and Zhu reorganized the 4th Red Army in Changting. The original regiment's organizational structure was changed to a column, and 3 columns were established, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd columns. Route. According to the requirements of the resolution of the 6th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, the original Red 4th Military Industrial Peasant Movement Committee was changed to the Political Committee. Political Department, with Mao Zedong concurrently serving as director of the Political Department, each column set up a political department, represented by the party. The deputy is also the director. There is no political department at the detachment and brigade levels, only party representatives. The 4th Red Army is here. Changting also raised a large amount of money and supplies. Each Red Army soldier received 2 sets of military uniforms for 5 yuan. Ocean. The military appearance took on a new look. Based on the experience of secret separatist rule in Donggu Guerrilla Zone, the 4th Red Army helped Changting party organization secret. The number of party members was intensively developed, tripling the original number. 20 secret farmers' associations were formed. 5. A secret trade union formed the General Trade Union. and convene a meeting of representatives from all walks of life to elect. The Changting County Revolutionary Committee established the first Red political power in western China. The Red Army stayed in Changting for 17 days. Here they learned that the Red Army had broken through from the Gangshan Mountains. The Fifth Army has moved to Nainan. Due to the northward transfer of the Kuomintang troops in Xianzhi, they are ready to invest. The Xingui War left frozen southern troops empty. The Front Committee of the Fourth Red Army decided that the entire army should quickly return to the division and people re. On April 1, Mao Zedong and Zhu De led the Fourth Red Army to enter Rujin, Jiangxi Province, and together with Peng De, the Fifth Red Army led by Hui He met up. On the 5th, Mao Zedong chaired the Front Committee of the Fourth Red Army of the Communist Party of China, meeting to discuss the February letter just received from the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. After the meeting, Mao Zedong paid tribute to the Fourth Red Army. The Military Front Committee drafted a reply letter to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. It is believed that the Central Committee's letter in February controversially reflects the objective situation. The estimation of the situation and subjective strength is too far-fetched. He pointed out, the central government wants us to unite the troops. They were divided into very small groups and dispersed into the countryside. Zhu and Mao left the team and hid the big goal. It is about preserving the Red Army and mobilizing the masses. This is an unrealistic idea. And from the Red Army, if they are not locals and are separated, the leadership structure will not be sound and they will be easily defeated and healed by the enemy one by one. In harsh environments, leaders have to work harder and harder, which shows that the Red Army cannot be dispersed and leaders cannot leave easily. The reply criticized the idea of insisting on the leadership of the proletariat while giving full play to it. The role of the peasants as the main force in the revolution is opposed to the view that semi-colonial China. In revolution, only the struggle of peasants fails without the leadership of workers. There is no struggle of peasants. Developing more power than the workers is detrimental to the revolution itself. The reply letter stated, "We build." It was discussed by the Central Committee that during the long-term war between the Kuomintang Army and the Kuomintang Army, we must fight with the Chiang Kai-shek and Gui factions to seize control of the Yangtze River West. At the same time, it also covers the west of Yin and the west of Zhejiang. Expand the number of the Red Army in the three provinces, causing mass dissatisfaction. The plan will be completed within 1 year. In early April, the Jiangkan War broke out, and the Jiangxi Kuomintang Army had no time to take into account the Red Army's action. On the 11th, Mao Zedong chaired an enlarged meeting of the Fourth Red Army Front Committee in Yute County. It was agreed that Peng Dehui would lead his troops back to Jinggang Mountains, restore the Hunan closed border base area, and decide on the leadership of the Fourth Red Army. Forced to carry out close-distance division of troops in southern Fujian, mobilize the masses to fight local tyrants, divide the fields, and develop the local area. Armed, established a Red political power, consolidated and expanded the Minnan revolutionary base area. After the meeting, Mao Zedong led the third column to Xingguo County, divided his troops, mobilized the masses, and carry out social surveys and guide the establishment of a revolutionary committee for rejuvenating the country. One of his important tasks in rejuvenating the country. The activity is to formulate the land law of Xingguo County. According to the resolution of the 6th National Congress of the Communist Party of China and the actual situation, change all land to be confiscated in Jinggangshan's land law to confiscate all public land and the land of the landlord class. This is a correct and principled change. It also sponsors During the Agrarian Revolution cadre training class, Susu took charge of teaching the main courses to promote the development of the country. Effective implementation of the land law. At the end of the month, he led the third column to join the first and second columns. After rendezvous, Red 4. The army captured Ningde County and achieved victory, annihilating more than 500 enemy soldiers and surrendering more than 100 guns. From mid-April to mid-May, the revolutionary situation in Kennan developed rapidly. The three counties of Quzhou and Ningdu established county-level revolutionary political power, and the masses initially mobilized, and Yunnans. The situation of armed separatism between workers and peasants has initially taken shape. In mid-May, the Xingui War ended, and the Kuomintang garrison in the south of the cemetery returned to defense and attacked. The pressure on the Red Army increased. To the west, the main force of the local warlord Chen Qiuhui's brigade was defeated by Sigi. When the war broke out, he went to Guangdong to participate in the war, but his troops were empty. The Front Committee of the Fourth Red Army decided that based on this, his situation has changed, he avoids reality and becomes illusory, and he enters the country again. This is the second time that the Fourth Red Army has entered Fujian. The revolutionary situation in western Fujian has made great progress. The local people also have a much clearer understanding of the Fourth Red Army than when they first entered Fujian. In western Fujian, with the cooperation of the party organization, the Fourth Red Army attacked Longjian County on May 23 and captured the defender Chen. Qiuhui's entire battalion was wiped out. In order to induce the main force of Chen Qiuhui's brigade to return to aid, the Fourth Red Army again take the initiative to withdraw from Longjian, capture Yongding County in one fell swoop on the 25th, and establish the Second Army in western China. The county-level revolutionary power, Yongding Revolutionary Committee, is chaired by Zhang Shencheng. June 3. After occupying Longjian again, the Longjian County Revolutionary Committee was established, led by Deng Zhihui, Secretary of the Western Fujian Special Committee of the Communist Party of China. Serve as chairman. In the process of moving to the south and west of Fujian, the Red Army's environment was quite difficult. In the army, including, there are differences in the understanding of certain recruitment issues among the recruitment leadership. At this time, he had just returned from the Soviet Union. Lu Angong of China was sent by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China to work in the Fourth Red Army and served as Secretary of the Provisional Military Commission and concurrently. The director of the political department of Zhanjian arbitrarily criticized Mao Zedong for some of his correct propositions based on reality. This triggered a debate within the Fourth Red Army Party about the principles of army building. At the end of May, Mao Zedong chaired the Front Committee of the Fourth Red Army of the Communist Party of China in Hulei, Yongding County, Fujian Province. Meeting. At the meeting, a debate took place on the issue of the party's leadership over the army. The focus of the debate is whether it is still necessary to establish a military commission within the Fourth Army. One opinion holds that since it is called the Fourth Army, it must have an army committee, accusing the former committee of managing too much, concentrating too much power, and being a secretary's dictatorship. Paternalism. One opinion is that the current focus of the leadership work of the Front Committee is still on the military. Army command requires concentration and agility. Due to frequent battles and frequent troop transfers, the direct leadership and command of the Front Committee is more conducive to combat, and there is no need to set up redundant institutions and approve. Comment: the insistence on establishing a military commission under the Front Committee and above the Vertical Committee is actually decentralization. Fight. The opinions in the discussion failed to be unified, and it was difficult for the secretary of the former committee to continue his work. June 8, Mao Zedong. The enlarged meeting of the Front Committee of the Fourth Red Army held in Baisha, Shanghang County once proposed the target in writing. Job. The meeting passed the decision to cancel the Provisional Military Commission by an overwhelming majority, and Lu Angong's provisional. The Secretary of the Military Commission is naturally exempted. However, the fundamental issue of the debate has not yet been resolved, and a few people still regard the party as. Internal differences of opinion spread to ordinary commanders and fighters, and the situation became increasingly serious. After the meeting, first, Lin Biao, commander of the column, wrote a letter to Mao Zedong and asked Zhang Hua to deliver it. Zhang Hua later recalled. That night, Lin Biao sent an urgent letter to Comrade Mao Zedong, mainly saying that the failure to do so was not successful. Comrade Mao Zedong left the front committee, hoping that he would have the determination to correct the erroneous thinking within the party. Mao Zedong followed the front committee's policy of each writing an article expressing his or her own opinions. In response to the request, he wrote a reply to Lin Biao on June 14 and sent it to the front committee. Reply from history. Examining the problems and causes of disputes within the Fourth Red Army Party from both aspects of the party and the environment, we can summarize them as follows. Personal leadership and party leadership *, military viewpoints and political viewpoints, fluid constitutional thought and reaction. The Wandering House thought *, formalism and needism, decentralization and centralization, etc. 14. A question. Point out that the reason why the Fourth Red Army has not been able to establish the absolute leadership of the party is that, first, most of the Fourth Red Army was born out of the old army, bringing with it all the old thoughts, old habits, and old systems. Secondly, this team was dragged out of a failed environment. It turned out that the party organization was very weak, which resulted in the huge leadership power of an individual. The second. 3. A formalist theory arrives from afar. Reply to criticize, don't build, and consolidate. Based on the local flow of thoughts, he pointed out, the flow of bandits' thought has always been very powerful in the Red Army. The idea of rogue bandits originated from the vagrant elements in the Fourth Army, and the party has done many things with this idea. Struggle, but its tail still exists today, and this kind of thinking affects urban policy and Red military discipline. The reply letter also pointed out that some comrades in the Fourth Red Army have always been biased towards military views. People who stand on the political point of view, that is, the people's point of view, have different opinions. The reply letter pointed out, the Fourth Army Party. There is obviously an incorrect idea based on farmers, vagrants, and petty bourgeoisie. I think that this kind of thinking is not conducive to the unity of the party and the future of the revolution, and it is impossible to leave the proletariat. The dangers of the class revolutionary stance, we must overcome this kind of thinking in order to achieve a complete transformation of the Red Army. Make. This letter is an important document summarizing the experience in building the People's Army under the leadership of the Communist Party of China. Documents systematically put forward a series of fundamentals of the party's absolute leadership over the Red Army and the construction of the Red Army. This principle laid a preliminary foundation for drafting the resolution of the 10 Fields Conference half a year later. On June 22, the 7th Congress of the Fourth Red Army of the Communist Party of China was held in Longjian City. Before the meeting, Mao Zedong made suggestions to the Front Committee by summarizing the experience of past struggles. Reach a unified understanding and solve the main problems existing in the construction of the Red Army in order to improve the Red Army's political quality and combat effectiveness. This suggestion was not adopted. The 7th Congress of the Fourth Red Army was chaired by Chen Qin and called on everyone to work hard to argue. The representatives surrounded. Discuss various issues since the Jinggangshan struggle. The resolutions made at the meeting are correct. The conclusions on many specific issues are correct or relatively correct, but they wrongly deny Mao Zedong proposed that the party must implement centralization of power over the leadership of the Red Army and must oppose the correct opinions not based on the local bandits' thoughts. Pass the decision. The discussion said, the struggle between the thoughts of flowing bandits and the thoughts of counter-flowing is not a fact. The principle of authoritarian leadership was regarded as the tendency to form a patriarchal system. The meeting believed that Mao Zedong, as the secretary of the Front Committee, he should take more responsibility for the controversy and be given a serious warning within the party. The Congress re-elected the former Enemies Committee of the Fourth Red Army Party. When electing the secretary of the Front Committee, the CCP. Mao Zedong, the secretary of the Front Committee designated by the central government, was not elected, and Chen Gui was elected as secretary of the Front Committee. Mao Zedong made his final speech at the meeting and said, "Now we still have to make decisions based on our historical actual struggles. To strengthen this political leadership and strengthen the party's leadership over the Red Army, the army must do mass work requires fighting and raising funds. As for the meeting, there was a lot of criticism of me personally. I won't argue now. If it is good for me, I will consider it. If it is incorrect, it will naturally happen in the future." This proved to be incorrect. After the meeting, Mao Zedong was forced to leave the main leadership post of the Fourth Red Army position, and went to the Western Xianzhi Special Committee to guide local work. In early July, Mao Zedong went to Western Fujian to provide guidance as a special commissioner of the Fourth Red Army Front Committee work. At that time, the Special Committee for Western Fujian was preparing to hold the first meeting of the Communist Party of China in Western Fujian in Jiaoyang, Shanghai County. Congress of Representatives. After Mao Zedong arrived in Jiaoyang, he found that the preparations for the party congress were not sufficient. It is proposed that the meeting be postponed for 1 week and that representatives conduct investigations in the region first. He himself participate in investigations and prepare for the conference to formulate guidelines and policies that are consistent with the actual situation. 20. From September 1 to the 29th, the Congress of Representatives was held. Mao Zedong made a political report at the meeting and pointed out, "The task of the Western Party during this period is to consolidate and develop the revolutionary base areas and integrate them with the red areas in Nainan. Slice and establish a central work area." And discusses 3 basic methods to achieve this task. Target: deepen the agrarian revolution, completely eliminate the militia and bandits, develop workers and peasants' armed forces, and have a strong position. Develop outward in waves, develop party organizations, establish political power, and eliminate counter-revolutionaries. Under the guidance of Mao Zedong, the Congress summarized the experience of the land struggle in Western Fujian and passed the land policy issue resolution. This resolution has new developments compared to the land law of Jingguangshan and Xingguo. Treat big and small landowners differently, and allocate land according to their discretion. Treat rich peasants' land. The land will only confiscate the excess part other than self-feeding and not hit the middle peasants too hard. Inflict any loss. Adopt a general protection policy for large and small shops, in the land distribution. With the rural area as the unit, on the basis of the original farming, pump out more and make up for less, and divide according to the average population. After the meeting, Western China carried out land reform in more than 600 townships, benefiting more than 800,000 poor farmers. The people got the land. Later in the meeting, Mao Zedong died of Qiang disease and was transferred from Shanghai Jiaoyang to Sujiapo. Couple Chendeng's speech at the Central Committee's Senior Comrade Symposium, September 29, 1971. Day and October 4. Between villages. Enter Lu. 204 Mao Zedong Biography 18931949. Later, he went to Jinfengshan District, Yongding County to recuperate. During this period, the Fourth Red Army broke through Fujian Province. The first meeting period between the Kuomintang troops in the 3 provinces and the base areas in western Fujian. After the Fourth Red Army captured Shanghai County, the 8th meeting of the Fourth Red Army of the Communist Party of China was held in late September. Representative to the Congress and wrote a letter to Mao Zedong asking him to attend the Congress. According to Chen Kan's recollection, Mao Zedong returned. Quan said, "Throughout my life, I have carefully investigated things and sternly supervised and urged work. This is Chen Shui's vision of doctrine. The nail in the coffin, Chen Lu asked me to do 8 border beauties please in 4 aspects, but I couldn't do it, the Fourth Red Army. If the disputes within the party are not resolved, I cannot come back casually. Furthermore, if I am not in good health, I will not participate. After the meeting, the reply letter was sent to Shanghang. The front committee gave Mao Zedong a warning within the party and demanded punishment. They'll come right away. Mao Zedong had to take a stretcher to Shanghang. But when he arrived, the meeting had already ended. Everyone saw that Mao Zedong was indeed very ill and asked him to continue to recover. Fourth Red Army 8th National Congress. It was very unsuccessful. The next year, the acting secretary of the Military Commission of the 4th Red Army Neng Shaoqi reported to the Central Committee. The report said, due to the implementation of the so-called bottom-up democratic system, half of the meetings have to be debated. Issues, big or small, are brought to the meeting place to be debated without any preparation of opinions in advance. Often, a conclusion cannot be reached until the end of the debate. Even for a Red Army regulation. The issue of the power of party representatives has been discussed for 2 days and still cannot be resolved. In the end, it was decided to petition. Shows the medium category. During the 8th Congress of the 4th Red Army of the Communist Party of China, the unorganized meeting lasted for 3 days without any results. This is the extreme democratization trend of the guiding agencies at all levels before the 9th Congress. Phenomenon at. After that, Mao Zedong stayed at Linjiang Tower in Shanghai to continue treating diseases. After a famous Dr. Wu. After more than 10 days of treatment, Xianzhi's condition improved significantly. I was anticipating the Double Ninth Festival when I saw the yellow chrysanthemum in the courtyard. In full bloom, a poem picking mulberries was written. Double Ninth Festival. It's easy to grow old in life, but it's hard to grow old every year. Shui and Zhonglui are, these 6 sums. Fragrant. The autumn wind is strong once a year, which is not the beauty of spring. Xianzhi is full of spring light, and the windows, corridors, rivers, and sky are covered with frost for thousands of miles. Mao Zedong left the Guangxi Special Committee and was transferred to Shanghai County to the Su family. And rested for more than a month. Mao Zedong was very ill this time. On the way to Sujiapo, he said to Zhengji, "It seems that I am a lucky person and I have finally passed this death gate." The Kuomintang spread rumors and said he died of tuberculosis. The Communist International also heard the misinformation that Mao Zedong had died of illness in Moscow. At the beginning of the second year, a strategic report of more than 1,000 words was published in international newsletter, targeting Mao Zedong. Make a very high evaluation. According to Chinese news, he is a founding member of the Communist Party of China and the founder of the Chinese guerrillas. Comrade Mao Zedong, the founder of the Communist Party of China and one of the founders of the Chinese Red Army, suffered from chronic tuberculosis. Nuclear died on the front line in Fujian. This is the Chinese Communist Party, the Chinese Red Army and the Chinese Communist Party. Heavy losses to the revolutionary cause. Comrade Mao Zedong was known as Zhu Mao's Red Army. Political leader. He studied and fully implemented the 6th Congress of the Communist International within the scope of his leadership. Resolution of the 6th National Congress of the Communist Party of China. As a Bolshevik in the international community, and as a staunch supporter of the Chinese Communist Party. A strong warrior, Comrade Mao Zedong completed his historical mission. Although this report was based on untrue rumors, it revealed a situation that cannot be ignored. The fact, that is, Mao Zedong's important position in the Chinese Revolution and the Chinese Communist Party is not. It is not only recognized by the country but also by the Communist International. Since then, Mao Zedong has repeatedly suffering from the mistakes of the left leaders. They still did not dare to completely erase Mao Zedong's legacy. Status is more or less related to this fact. The command is managed by the army commander and party representative, and Lu Angong is transferred back to the Central Committee. On August 21, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China issued a document drafted by Zhou Enlai to the Front Committee of the Fourth Red Army. The instruction letter emphasized that the Red Army is not only a fighting organization, but also has propaganda and political capabilities. The role of governance, pointing out that the Red Army must adopt a relatively centralized system and that the party secretary should be more responsible. It is definitely not a paternalistic system, and everything should be brought to the branch center for discussion and resolution. It advocates extreme democratization and criticizes the 7th National Congress of the Fourth Red Army for focusing on resolving internal disputes. Is incorrect, Comrade the former committee member called on everyone to work hard to argue and Comrade Lu Angong. It is wrong for aspirants to attempt to cause factional struggles within the Red Army Party. Soon, Mr. Chen arrived in Shanghai and attended the political bureau meeting of the CPC Central Committee on August 29. It reported in detail the situation of the Fourth Red Army and the debates within the party. It mentioned that Mao Zedong in politics. The above is more correct. The political bureau decided to establish a 3-person committee of Li Lisan, Zhou Enlai, and Chen Nao. Convened by Zhou Enlai and responsible for drafting a letter of instructions. The 3-person committee determined that the Central Committee. This letter was drafted by Chen Fen on the basis of the letter of instructions to the Front Committee of the Fourth Red Army on August 21. Letter of instructions. After many discussions between the 3 of them, Chen Fen gained a lot of understanding of some major issues. Big improvement. Many years later, he told the people working around him several times that when he came to the Shanghai Party Central Committee, he would. Months are equivalent to 2 months of training. On September 28, the Political Bureau of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. The Bureau approved this letter, also known as the September Letter. Letter from Zhou Yu. On the basis of summarizing the experience of the Fourth Red Army, it emphasized that first there are farmers. The Red Army in the villages was followed by the urban political power. This is a characteristic of the Chinese Revolution. This is the basis of China's economy. Product of the foundation. It stipulates that the basic tasks of the Red Army are, 1. Launch mass struggle and implement. Agrarian revolution, establishment of Soviet power, 2. Implementation of guerrilla war, arming peasants, and expand its own organization, 3. Expand guerrilla areas and political influence throughout the country. Emphasizing that the party. All power in the party is concentrated in the guidance organs of the Front Committee. This is correct and must not be tampered with. No. The term paternalism can be used mechanically to weaken the power of the guidance agencies and to make mistakes. Cover for extreme democratization. At the same time, the Front Committee should not manage daily administrative affairs, but should leave it to the administrative agencies to handle. These instructions affirmed the workers' and peasants' armed forces proposed by Mao Zedong. Separate regime and the basic principles of Red Army construction. The instruction letter requires the Fourth Red Army to protect Zhu De and Mao Zedong's leader. Mao Zedong should remain secretary of the Front Committee. The Central Committee's September letter. The Fourth Red Army provides a basis for unified understanding and correction of various erroneous ideas within the party. The September letter was brought back by Chen Shui. Chen Yi was entrusted by the Central Committee to return to the Fourth Red Army to explain interpretation and correction work. In late November, Mao Zedong received the Central Committee's September notice in Jiaoyang, where he was recuperating. Letter and Chen Lu conveyed the Central Committee's instructions and asked him to reply to the letter from the Front Committee to preside over the work. At this time, his health was recovering, and he returned to Changsha with the troops who came to welcome him. He told Zhu De and Chen Shui and others expressed their acceptance of the September letter from the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, including criticism of his working methods. Chen Suishan made every effort to self-criticize and introduce the situation of his trip to Shanghai. Mao Zedong. It is also said that when he was at the 8th National Congress of the Fourth Red Army, he wrote some sad things because of his poor health and bad mood. Words of love. In this way, the conflicts and estrangements between each other will be eliminated. Mao Zedong is giving the Central Committee. The report said, "I have recovered from my illness. On November 26, I borrowed the information from Fujian Provincial Committee Inspector Zedong. Xi arrived in Suzhou from Jiaoyang and met with the Fourth Army. Follow the instructions of the Central Committee and work in the Front Committee. The unity within the party of the Fourth Army, under the correct guidance of the Central Committee, will not be a problem at all. Comrade Chen Hen. Jade has arrived, and the central meaning has been fully achieved. However, the theory and common sense of party members are too low and we must hurry up. Carry out education at." After receiving the letter, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China said in a letter to the Guangdong Provincial Party Committee, "Run it." Now that he has been reinstated, the political leadership of the Central Committee has also been established, which can reassure the Central Committee. Half a year later, when Tu Jinan, a special commissioner of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, came to the Fourth Red Army, Mao Zedong and Zhu Germany discussed the course of the dispute with them respectively and made self-criticism. Tu Jinan is giving. The report of the Central Military Commission wrote, "According to my observations when I was there, it was indeed from the perspective of actions. Correct it?" Comrade Zhu said very frankly that he would accept the instructions of the Central Committee unconditionally. Except. He admitted that he was wrong about past arguments. Comrade Mao Zedong also recognized that the work, the style and attitude are wrong, and the reasons for the errors are found out. In the past, the relationship between military and government was not as good as other. Well, it's because political people and military people are in opposition, and they lack the spirit of active political leadership. God. At the same time, it should be said that although there are debates within the Fourth Army Party, they all stand on the party's stand. There are open discussions at party meetings. Although there are different opinions, there are no factional organizations. It is just a personal dispute between comrades, rather than a dispute between this faction and this faction. It should be said that in the process of exploration, we are faced with many new situations and new problems. It is normal for such frank intra-party debates to occur, and they were eventually properly resolved. In order to further unify the thinking within the entire military party, it is urgent to convene a party congress. Yes. On November 28, Mao Zedong presided over the expansion of the Front Committee of the Fourth Red Army of the Communist Party of China in Changting. Big meeting. The meeting decided, 1. Convene the 9th Congress of the Fourth Red Army of the Communist Party of China. 2. Use various methods to establish the political leadership of the Fourth Red Army. 3. Correct various erroneous tendencies within the party and eliminate, in addition to some old feudal remnants of the system within the Red Army, etc. Subsequently, he, Zhu and Chen Yi led the team to Goshen Village, Shanghang County, and served as the Fourth Red Army. Serious preparations were made for the convening of the 9th National Congress. He conducted careful investigations inside and outside the military and found out the roots. Based on the spirit of the Central Committee's September letter and the actual situation of the Fourth Red Army, the correction of the party was drafted. Incorrect tendencies of non-proletarian consciousness, party organizations, inter-party education. 8 draft resolutions including Red Army propaganda work. The 9th Congress of the Fourth Red Army of the Communist Party of China was held on December 28 and 29. Held in 10 fields of Shanghang. This is a very important meeting in the history of the development of the Red Army. Mao Zedong. At the meeting, a political report was made, Zhu made a military report, and Chen Murong conveyed the message to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. Of instructions. After heated discussions, the meeting adopted 8 resolutions drafted by Mao Zedong. Known as the Resolution of the 9th Congress of the 4th Army of the Red Army of the Communist Party of China, also known as the Yashida meeting, discussed the resolution. The Congress elected Mao Zedong, Zhu De, Chen Shuang, Luo Ronghuan and Lin. 11 people including Biao, Wu Zonghao and Tan Zhenlin were members of the Front Committee of the 4th Red Army of the Communist Party of China. Mao Zedong valued. Xian was elected as secretary of the Front Committee. The resolution of the Gushan Conference has nearly 30,000 words and summarizes the construction of the 4th Red Army since its establishment. The basic experience and lessons learned in military equipment have established the basic principles for the construction of the Chinese People's Army. The main content is: first, it stipulates the nature, principles, and tasks of the Red Army. The resolution pointed out that the Red Army was an armed group that carries out revolutionary political tasks. We must resolutely implement the spirit of the Communist Party of China. The program, line, principles, and policies fully serve the people's revolutionary struggle and the base areas. Construction and agrarian revolution. The Red Army is by no means purely engaged in fighting, it must also bear the responsibilities of fighting and do the 3 major tasks of mass work and fundraising. This is what differentiates it from all other old armies. One of the signs of this book is that we must oppose the purely military viewpoint and the idea of rogue bandits who do not pay attention to the local base. Treat publicity work as the first major task. Second, establish the principle of the party's absolute leadership over the Red Army. The resolution stipulates that the Red Army, the Central Committee, must improve party organizations at all levels, implement the administrative committee system, and oppose any excuses to weaken the party's leadership over the Red Army, and sharply criticized extreme democratization and unfair organizational viewpoint and individualism and other erroneous tendencies. The resolution stipulates that meetings at all levels of the party must. Military work must be discussed, and once a resolution is formed, implemented through the mass line to experience. To implement democracy under centralized guidance, a minority of people must support their opinions after their opinions are rejected. Protect decisions passed by the majority. Except for bringing it up for discussion at the next meeting when necessary, no. There must be no expression of opposition in actions. Criticism and self-criticism must be carried out correctly within the party. Comment: no matter what military position they hold, party members and cadres should attend party meetings and report work and accept the supervision of the party organization. Third, it stipulated the status of political organs and political work in the Red Army. The resolution proposed: before the establishment of provincial-level local political power, the political and military organs of the Red Army were under the leadership of the Front Committee. Under the leadership of the party's Central Committee, they perform their respective tasks in parallel: political training and mass work matters, military affairs. The system should accept the command of the political system. For combat camping, supplies, etc., the political system should accept the command of the military system. Where no political organs have been established, they are represented by the political department. CAI the work of local government agencies, such as responsible for publicizing the masses, organizing the masses, and building political power. Wait. The resolution criticizes the erroneous view of subordinating political agencies to military agencies. Point out this. As ideological development continues, there will be separation from the masses, control of political power by the army, and separation from the proletariat. The danger of leadership is the same as the path of warlordism followed by the Kuomintang army. Fourth, emphasize strengthening ideological and political education within the Red Army. Resolution from the 4th Red Army. Based on the actual composition and location of a dispersed guerrilla environment in rural areas, it was pointed out that the Red Army continued to carry out Education on Marxism and the party's correct line is to overcome various non-proletarian ideas and raise high political quality of the army is the central link in completing the proletarian political tasks. Resolution: yes. The manifestations and social roots of various erroneous ideas were analyzed and methods to overcome them were proposed. Fifth, stipulate the principles for handling the internal and external relations of the Red Army. Resolution: uphold equality and equality between officers and soldiers. Implement a democratic system. Pointed out, the only difference between officers and soldiers is their positions, not their classes, respectively. Officers should love and care for soldiers, and effectively protect their democratic rights. Resolutely abolish corporal punishment. Soldiers must respect their superiors, consciously accept management, abide by discipline, and exercise restraint. Submit extreme democratization and erroneous tendencies such as egalitarianism and employment thinking. In terms of military-political relations, Red Army commanders and fighters are required to strictly respect the organs of people's political power and consolidate their prestige among the masses. In terms of military-civilian relations, the Red Army is required to strictly implement the 3 major disciplines and the 6 attentions. Become one with the people. In the work against the enemy forces, it is required to resolutely eliminate everything. While daring to defeat the stubborn enemy, it also implemented the policy of disintegrating enemy troops and treating prisoners leniently. The Gushan Conference resolution is a programmatic document for the construction of the Communist Party of China and the Red Army. It systematically solved how to build an army with farmers as its main components into a proletarian-led army. This fundamental issue is the new People's Army. Such an army is unprecedented in China's history. There has been. The resolution was not only implemented in the 4th Red Army, but also in other parts of the Red Army. Come here to do it, greatly speed up the progress of the construction of the People's Army. Mao Zedong was not satisfied with the great success of the Gushan Conference. Immediately afterwards, he again continue to think about the assessment of the current situation and the accompanying problems of our actions. At that time, they received a congratulatory letter from Lin Hu, commander of the first column, and the party learned about Lin Biao's response to the current situation. The estimate is relatively impressive and has a certain degree of representativeness. On January 5, he wrote to Lin Biao. Reply to the letter, that is, the article sparked that will be included in selected works of Mao Zedong later, can. Coal Plains. Mao Zedong wrote in this letter, your kind of nationwide expansion includes all places. I think the party's theory of winning over the masses first and then establishing political power is not suitable for the Chinese Revolution. Compatible. The source of your theory, according to my observation, is mainly that you don't understand what China is. One thing is clear about the semi-colonies competing with each other in the final stage of imperialism. Recognize. Once you understand this point, you will understand that China is the only country in the world where the ruling class is at war. One strange thing led to another strange thing, that is, the existence and development of the Red Army and the guerrillas. Developments, and those that came with the Red Army and guerrillas, grew in small pockets of the surrounding white regime. The existence and development of the Red regime. He is strong. The Toon pointed out, the peasant Soviets under the leadership of the Red Army and the proletariat undoubtedly promoted an important factor in the upsurge of the national revolution. 20 years later, he included this letter in Mao Zedong. When reading Anthology of the East, he added the word most before important factors to make this question. The extreme importance of the problem was expressed more clearly. In his letter, Mao Zedong proposed the establishment of rural revolutionary base areas and the implementation of an armed separatist regime of workers and peasants. The question mentioned an unusually prominent position. He criticized Lin Biao and others for not establishing a red regime. Profound concepts, therefore there is no way to promote the overall development of society through the deepening and expansion of this red regime. The profound concept of the climax of the Chinese Revolution. And clearly pointed out, simple mobile guerrilla. The policy cannot achieve the task of promoting the national revolutionary upsurge. However, Zhu Mao's style, He Long's style, and when Li Wen, Lin Shi, and Fang Taiman had their bases and plans to build political power, the Red Army. The guerrillas worked closely with the peasant masses, penetrated deeply into the agrarian revolution, and developed the political power. Development is a policy of forward expansion in waves, which is undoubtedly correct. This is another major strategic decision after the Goshen Conference. It is further corrected. After the main force of the Fourth Red Army went down to Jinggang Mountains, a simple mobile guerrilla error developed among some people. Misconceptions, requiring everyone to firmly establish the profound concept of establishing a red regime without any hesitation. Therefore, more energy will be devoted to the work of opening up and fixing the revolutionary base areas in southern and western Fujian. In the past, a new pattern of rural areas surrounding cities and armed seizure of political power was gradually formed. Without establishing such a profound concept, there would be no future central grassroots base areas. And the four victories against the encirclement and tribute campaign, it is impossible for the Chinese Revolution to conform to the actual conditions of the country. Successfully developed under the conditions of international and national conditions. At this time, the Kuomintang authorities mobilized 14 regiments of troops from Tuhao, Guangdong, and 163 provinces to attack Xianzhi. The Western Revolutionary Base launched the second meeting of currency, and the main force of the attack was still the Min Army, Jinhanyi Department. 12th Division. In the Jingxi Revolutionary Base area, after the Fourth Red Army entered Fujian for the second time, it passed through 7. After many months of operation, initial cellular consolidation has been achieved. So, together with Zhu De and Mao Zedong, in early January, decided to lead the Fourth Red Army back to southern Fujian to attract the Jin, Han, and Yi tribes to return to Gansu and break their first position. The second meeting with peers. After the CCP's Western Fujian Special Committee learned of this, they wrote a letter asking the Fourth Red Army to leave a column. Team. Mao Zedong told the messenger, "The enemy troops are following us and will not stay in Western Fujian to follow us. You go." He also wrote 8 words, "Leave the west of the west and consolidate the west of Fujian." In Minnan and Xiao. In the western region, the Jiangxi Red Army's independent 2nd Regiment and 4th Regiment, which remained there, fought through guerrilla warfare. Strive to develop mass-armed forces, and their strength and organization have been expanded. In January, the Western Special Committee, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, instructed them to combine them with other guerrillas into the 6th Red Army, with Huang Gonglu in charge. Army Commander. On its way back to Qianan, the 4th Red Army received relevant reports and sent member of the Front Committee Chen Xiao, Song Yu, and others rushed there first to assist Huang Gonglu in making preparations and to welcome the 4th Red Army back to strength. Chen Yi also served as the political committee member of the 6th Red Army. When the 4th Red Army returned to Division 6 South, it not only achieved the goal of leaving the front to the west and consolidating the west of the country. In order to achieve the first-term goal, they also divided troops in southern Fujian and went to various counties to mobilize the masses and carry out guerrilla warfare, which greatly promoted the consolidation and development of the Zionese Revolutionary Base area. Guo Weruo, who served as the director of the staff division of the 4th Red Army at that time, recalled, "Comrade Mao Zedong. Whenever I go to a place, I always find time to conduct social surveys in order to understand the situation and decide on policies or policies. Test and improve established policies. Anyone who has a local party organization talks to local cadres. Guide everyone to summarize their struggle experience, point out current tasks and work, and focus on the party's politics. Policy and strategy. D. On the basis of careful social investigation, from February 6 to 9, Comrade Mao Zedong. After consultations between the Mingxi Special Committee of the Communist Party of China and the Jilin Special Committee, he presided over the meeting of the 4th Red Army Front Committee and the Mingxi Special Committee. The Science and Technology Guide saves money for a long time, and the Red Army and the Military Commission of the 6th Army will be able to get the Red Army meeting, usually called the 27th meeting. Going deep into the agrarian revolution, Mao Zedong made a report on the political situation and future tasks at the meeting. It was argued that it was possible to first successfully seize power in the entire province in Xianzhi. The meeting criticized Jiangxi Provincial Party Committee Inspector Zhang Hanbo's delay in allocating land, abolishing debts, and arming workers. The mistake of farmers in allocating land according to labor force. The land law passed at the meeting clearly stipulates that the principle of dividing fields is to take out more and make up for less and distribute equally among men, women, old and young. In order to implement unification, Leader, the 4th Red Army, the 5th Red Army, and the 6th Red Army were formed in Zhuxi, Xianzhi, Western Fujian, and Dongjiang areas. The Joint Front Committee has Mao Zedong as secretary, Zhu De, Zheng Shan and others as standing committee members, Peng Dihui, Huang Gonglu was appointed as an alternate member of the standing committee, and the Yuxi Special Committee and the Xianzhi Special Committee were merged into the Southwest Fujian Special Committee. After the February 7 meeting, the entire territory of 6 counties including Xinguo and parts of counties such as Yongfeng. In the area, the government vigorously launched a land dividing movement. After the reform of the land system, an analysis of a great social change in rural areas really occurred in the revolutionary base areas of southern and western Fujian. Both structure and class relations have undergone fundamental changes. The vast number of poor farmers have received their share. After generations of people dreamed of the land they sought, they enthusiastically supported the Communist Party and the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army, which was a great development. The area mobilized their enthusiasm to support the Revolutionary War, defend and build revolutionary base areas. It is the Chinese Revolution led by the Communist Party that can survive the extremely difficult environment after the failure of the Great Revolution. This is the fundamental reason why China can persist and develop. Mao Zedong talked with Snow more than 10 years later. When the program was finalized at the February 7 conference, he said, the peasants responded enthusiastically to this new program. Support, which helped us defeat those recommended by the Kuomintang army in the following months. Struggle. By mid-March, the Southwest Fujian Soviet government was established, and the Western Fujian Soviet government also established. In this way, the disclosure proposed by the Front Committee to the Central Committee a year ago was basically realized. The plan to separate more than 20 counties on the Fujian border was laid down for the establishment of the Central Revolutionary Base Area. A solid foundation. Regarding the issue of how to consolidate and develop revolutionary base areas, Mao Zedong proposed on March 10. In announcement number 3 of the Joint Front Committee chaired by the chairman of the Communist Party of China on the 8th, it was proposed to implement compensatory development. The work line of development and the work policy of simultaneously expanding and deepening at the same time. The so-called compensatory development means development next to the original small red area, and construction. Establish new red areas and then promote their development. Representatives of the 4th Red Army reported to the Central Committee. This work line was specifically explained as follows, in view of past experience, pay for it. Development is effective, but mobile guerrillas are in vain. Wherever there is a party or a small amount of political power. As soon as the Red Army came to cooperate and compensate for the development of this area, it immediately achieved great results and the political power. The army was also established, land was distributed, and the armed forces of the masses expanded. Especially this part. The political influence of this area has penetrated deeply into the masses, and this piece of political power has been gained by the enemy several times. Not only is it not eliminated, but it continues to expand and develop so that the masses can better understand its own power and if we fight bravely, it will be easier to expand the red areas more effectively and reach our goal. Mission. On the contrary, where there is no party, the Red Army will spend a lot of effort to. We will work hard to mobilize the masses, create mass organizations, and build the party. We are not afraid that you can work for half a month. 10 days or 2 or 3 days doesn't matter, as long as the Red Army leaves and the Jing Guards come back, it will still be white. The efforts of the regime and the Red Army only left some political influence, and then everything was gone. Oh. This is what Mao Zedong always said, expanding forward in waves. Obviously, this is a symbol. An effective work route that is consistent with the actual situation. The so-called expand and deepen at the same time. It means to concentrate on expanding this area within a certain period of time and in a designated area, and at the same time go deeper. In this area, the masses were mobilized to carry out agrarian revolution and build a red political power. Establish rural base areas, accumulate revolutionary forces, and rely on them to move forward in waves. Development. This very distinctive approach enabled the Soviet areas such as Tainan and Panexi and the Red Army to continue to develop. The article must be drawn and released. After the main force of the 4th Red Army descended from Jinggang Mountains, it only took a little more than a year. Because Mao Zedong and the Front Committee of the 4th Red Army adopted a series of measures that were in line with the actual situation and were effective. In accordance with the principles and policies, and with the close cooperation of the local party organizations, Minnan and Fujian were quickly opened up. The rural revolutionary base areas in western China were established and the base areas were consolidated and expanded. The Battle of the Red Army. The military strength is also constantly improving, and the scale of combat is getting larger and larger. This provides the basis for the next stage of the Red Army's implementation of freedom of action. The strategic transformation from guerrilla warfare to mobile warfare has made important preparations and also provided the basis for revolutionary struggle, and we have created a new situation in land construction and accumulated rich experience. Insisting on proceeding from reality is an extremely outstanding characteristic of Mao Zedong. From the autumn harvest uprising to and the struggle in Gangshan, and then to the opening up of the revolutionary base areas in southern and western Fujian, no matter how dangerous the situation is. Evil, he never relaxes, conducts careful investigation and research on the current situation and sources of the surrounding environment, and strives to. Efforts should be made to decide the course of action in accordance with the changing actual situation, and pay great attention to the communication. Revise or enrich original ideas through practical testing. This is why he can keep mentioning. An important reason for coming up with original ideas and achieving success. But people's understanding is not so easy to achieve consensus. In this process, various people have different opinions. Such disputes often occur, and sometimes are quite acute, seriously hampering the Red Army and the revolution. Development of the base area. Some of these disputes occurred within the 4th Red Army, and some occurred within the 4th Red Army. It was between the higher-level leadership agencies. From his youth, Mao Zedong showed that he was never satisfied with the detailed explanation of things. Decide, but strive to explore from the top of the big plains. This kind of controversy has appeared repeatedly. Naturally, it caused him to think at a deeper level. This process of understanding is, as he later summarized in On Practice, first. The first step is the beginning of contact with external things, which belongs to the feeling stage. The second step is to comprehensively sense. Organizing and transforming the material of consciousness, which belongs to the stage of concept, judgment, and reasoning. In his It seems that understanding begins with practice, and understanding needs to be deepened. The continuation of social practice. Things that cause people to feel and impress in practice are repeated many times, so in people. An inflammatory change in the process of cognition occurred in his mind, and a concept was born. In this way, we will reach the stage of rational understanding. This flying tooth is very important. Our practice has proved that we cannot immediately understand what the party has learned. Only when we understand it can we change it. Feel it deeply. I feel that theory can only solve the problem of phenomena, while theory can solve the problem of essence. Mao Zedong saw precisely from the fact that it had been repeated many times that behind these disputes hidden are two different ideas. One is to insist unwaveringly on starting from reality. The other is to start only from subjective wishes or ready-made conclusions in some books. From these two, starting from different ideas, completely different judgments and decisions can be made on the same thing. Therefore, in order to resolve the differences that exist on various specific issues, we must start from this fundamental issue. With season. Of course, understanding such a problem also requires a process. Mao Zedong's what was originally proposed was to oppose formalism, that is, to oppose the need to ignore the actual situation. It is necessary to consider the problem in a formal way, especially blindly and superficially. The superiors carry out the instructions given by their superiors without any objection. After the August defeat in the Jinggangshan struggle, Mao Zedong reported to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. In the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, he harshly criticized Du Xiajing, the representative of the Hunan Provincial Party Committee, for not checking the circumstances at that time and only knowing the shape. The formal implementation of the Hunan Provincial Committee's order to go to Shonan resulted in conflicts between the border and Shonan parties. The mistakes faced in the face of failure are really very big. The same was true for the fierce debate that took place before and after the 7th National Congress of the Fourth Red Army. Initially argued, the hot topic was whether the Fourth Red Army should establish a military commission under the prevailing circumstances. Mao Zedong pointedly pointed out, one of the reasons that caused this controversy was the arrival of a formalist theory from afar. The reason why these people insist on establishing the military commission seems to be grand, since it is called the Fourth Army. It is. There must be a military commission. To complete the organizational system, there should be a military commission. But these statements are entirely formal. Righteous, now there is only a small army of more than 4,000 people, and there is not a large number of armies. The guerrilla era, when there were many marches, was completely different from the era of border separatism, when there were many garrisons. The army team guidance needs to be focused and agile. A few comrades pay no attention to these practical reasons and only. It is a formality to forcefully insert a military commission under the front committee and above the vertical committee. These are the people and the things. Everyone understands that they are not actually necessary. However, a few comrades have tried their best to establish it, but what is the point? Can you explain the reasons? Mao Zedong also pointed out that these people attacked the Fourth Red Army Party members because of their parents' system, also a formalistic observation. He draws a conclusion from the argument. This phenomenon is the difference between formalism and needism. Have not from need to actually go up. Estimating, judging from the form alone, what kind of communist attitude is this? 1. Excuse me, if it is not done well in practice, what is the use of it no matter how beautiful it is in form? 1 and pointed out, the origin of formalism is due to idealism Therefore, when he drafted the resolution of the 9th National Congress of the Fourth Red Army, he included the idealistic view in incorrect tendencies of non-proletarian consciousness within the party that need to be corrected. He wrote, idealism. The viewpoint is very strong among the members of the Red Army. As a result, it has great influence on political analysis and work. Guidance has a very big obstacle to the party organization. Because of the ideological idealism in politics. Idealistic guidance in analysis and work will inevitably result in either opportunism or it is blind activism. What is the method of correction? Mao Zedong proposed 3 points. Educate party members to use Marxist-Leninist methods to analyze political situations. The assessment of class power replaces subjectivist analysis and assessment. Make party members pay attention to social and economic surveys and research, and use this to determine struggle strategies and working methods, so as to comrades know that apart from the investigation of the actual situation, we will fall into the deep pit of fantasy and words and deeds. Criticism within the party must prevent subjectivity and vulgarization of criticism, and speak with evidence. Criticism should pay attention to politics. At the opposite of idealism and formalism is the emphasis that Mao Zedong has always advocated. Conduct investigation and research and insist on proceeding from reality. Objective reality is complex, and investigation and research should. The work is thorough and systematic. Mao Zedong wrote in On Practice, there are only the materials of feeling. Only when the information is very rich and realistic can we. Such materials can create correct concepts and theories. Before this, Mao Zedong had visited Xiongtan, Xianzhi, Hongshan, Liling, Changsha, and Yang. The 7 systematic social surveys in Xinjiang and Ninggang and the 5 counties in Hunan were conducted during the Great Revolution. 2 of them, Yangzin and Zedong, were made during the Jinggangshan period, but these materials were lost due to the Ma-Ri incident. The revolution and the fall of Jinggangshan resulted in losses. After the Yashida Conference, the 4th Red Army returned to Xinan, divided its forces, mobilized the masses, and went deep into the agrarian revolution. A relatively solid base area was gradually formed in southern Fujian. The 4th Red Army, May 1930. With the cooperation of local armed forces, we captured Sunwu County and stayed here for a month. The environment was relatively good. Stable. Such a long stay is rare after the main force of the 4th Red Army left Jinggang Mountains. Mao Zedong took advantage of the 4th Red Army being dispersed in Anyuan, Sunwu, and Pingyuan to mobilize the masses. After the meeting, with the assistance of Gu Bai, secretary of the Sunwu County Party Committee, symposiums were held for more than 10 days in succession. Social survey. This is the largest investigation he has ever conducted before. Investigative. The purpose is very clear. Mao Zedong once said that this is exactly the answer to China's problem of rich peasants. While I have a general understanding of the situation, I am a complete layman on business conditions, so let's make great efforts to conduct this investigation. Some mid-level cadres and some participated in the investigation meeting. Lower-level cadres, a poor scholar, a bankrupt Chamber of Commerce president, and another in the county magistrate. There are 11 people in total who are in charge of money and food, as well as petty officials who have lost their jobs. Sunwu, this county, is being introduced. At the junction of the 3 provinces of Fujian, Guangdong, and Fujian, I learned about the situation of this county and the conditions of the counties at the junction of the 3 provinces. The situation is probably not far different. Mao Zedong compiled the results of this investigation into Sunwu Investigation, with a total of 5 chapters and 39 sections, more than 80,000 words. This survey conducted an analysis of Sunwu County's geographical environment, transportation, economy, politics, the history and current situation of various classes, etc. were comprehensively and detailedly investigated and analyzed. No. Not only the rural areas were investigated, but also the towns were investigated, especially the commercial and handicraft industries in the towns. Situation and its historical development process and characteristics. After Sun Wu investigation, Mao Zedong understood the city. Understand the city's business conditions, master various situations of land allocation, and formulate a correct treatment plan for the city. The policies of the poor and the commercial bourgeoisie were determined to limit the extraction of rich peasants in land distribution. The principle of fat supplements then provides practical basis. He said, "We conducted an investigation to find black people. After clarifying the problem between the rich peasants and the landlords and proposing ways to solve the problem of the rich peasants, we must not only draw out the more food should be used to supplement less food, and fertilizer should be extracted to make up for the leaner food. Only in this way can the rich peasants, middle peasants, poor peasants, and farm laborers be made rich. They all have to survive. If the landlords are not given any land and are told to drink from the northwest wind, then it will be right. The rich peasants also only gave them some bad farmland, leaving them half hungry and half full, forcing the rich peasants to rebel, and the poor peasants and hired workers. Farmers must be isolated." At that time, some people accused me of being a kulakist. I think I was the only one who followed the rich peasant line at that time. This method is correct but he is still dissatisfied and feels, this investigation has a big shortcoming is that there is no analysis of the total number of middle peasants, farm laborers, and migrants. Also in old there is land distribution. In terms of distribution, the land of rich peasants, middle peasants, and poor peasants was not discussed separately. In the same month as the black hunting investigation, Mao Zedong wrote his famous work Objection to Japan. Capitalism. This is a theoretical summary of Mao Zedong's many years of investigation and research. The article puts forward an important proposition: without investigation, there is no right to speak. If you don't investigate a certain issue, your right to speak on a certain issue will be terminated. It is advocated to conduct social surveys among the masses. Point out, all conclusions arise from investigation. The situation is not at the end, not at the beginning of it. He is the only one who is fat, or invite a bunch of people together and don't do any investigation, but just think hard and find a way and make a decision. Please note that this means that you will definitely not be able to come up with any good solutions or come up with any good ideas. Change. In a word, he must come up with wrong methods and wrong ideas. Mao Zedong used a vivid. The metaphor is that investigation is like pregnancy in October, problem solving is like birth in one day, and adjustment is like pregnancy in October. Checking means solving the problem. The article sharply criticizes that when discussing issues within the party, some people say bring a copy. It is emphasized that the resolutions and instructions made by superiors must be combined with the actual situation of the local region and department. Taken together, without discussion and review based on the actual situation, and blind implementation, this kind of a formalist attitude based solely on the concept of superior is very wrong. Mao Zedong then elaborated on the correct attitude that communists should adopt towards Marxism. When we say that Marx is right, it is definitely not because Marx is a sage. It is because his theory, in our practice and in our struggles, has proved that it is right. Our struggle requires Marxism. We welcome this theory, but I don't want to. There is something sage, a kind of formal and even mysterious idea in it. He started from here. An extremely important conclusion was drawn: the books of Marxism must be studied. But it must be combined with the actual situation of our country. In other words, Marx must be regarded as the main. Combining theoretical theory with China's actual situation. The article emphasizes, only through hard work can we wash away the idealistic spirit. Investigation. The object is the history and current situation of all classes in society. We must understand the politics of the entire society and all classes. The economic situation, rather than various fragmented social phenomena, is not to see a little surface, the details are just self-righteous, pointing fingers, Zhen Zhen said. The article points out, our investigation work. The main method is to dissect the various social classes, and our ultimate goal is to understand the various classes. We must obtain correct class assessments of the interrelationships between classes, and then determine our correct struggle strategies. Strategy to determine which classes are the main force in the revolutionary struggle and which classes we should fight for. Allies, which classes are to be overthrown. Our purpose lies entirely here. Adapting to the changing objective environment, Mao Zedong promptly pointed out that the investigation work was not. We can only focus on the countryside and not pay attention to the cities, so that many cadres have a negative attitude towards the urban poor and business capital. The strategies of the proletariat and the two have always been vague. The development of the struggle makes us leave the mountain and run towards. The ground is flat, our bodies have already gone down the mountain, but our thoughts are still on the mountain. We must understand the countryside as well as the cities, otherwise we will not be able to meet the needs of the revolutionary struggle. Want. The investigation he conducted while writing this article was exactly what Wen did. Mao Zedong also made an extremely important conclusion in this article, China's revolutionary struggle. The victory of the war depends on Chinese comrades understanding China's situation. This is naturally aimed at many people in the past. Mechanically implementing the instructions of the Communist International or blindly copying the Russian revolutionary experience. The article said, the Communist Party's correct and unshakable struggle strategy is by no means the result of a few people sitting on it. What can be produced in a house can only be produced during the struggle of the masses. That is to say, it can only come about through actual experience. Therefore, we need to understand society from time to time. Situation, and conduct actual investigations from time to time. As the living spirit of Mao Zedong thought, the three basic points are to seek truth from facts and to be group-oriented. It can be said that the ideas of multiple lines and independence have been initially formed in this article. Mao Zedong attached great importance to this article. When editing the first volume of selected works of Mao Zedong, it had. The scriptures are lost. By the early 1960s, it was found again. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of China on March 1961. In March, it was issued as a central document to all central bureaus and party committees of all provinces, municipalities, and autonomous regions. 3. On January 11, Mao Zedong wrote a special explanation for it. This is an old article, written to oppose the dogmatism in the Red Army at that time. Thoughts and writings. At that time, the name dogmatism was not used, we called it Be Basic. The time of writing was around the spring of 1930, already 30 years old. Not seen for years. In January 1961, I suddenly found it from the Central Grassland Museum. The Central Revolutionary Museum was found from the Longjian Prefectural Committee of Fujian. It seems there is still some use. Department, print a few copies for comrades' reference. The writing of Opposing Capitalism reflects the emergence of Mao Zedong in the process of understanding. A leap. This leap asterisk is indeed what he has aroused in practice, the feeling of the party and the seal. Imaginary things only come about after repeating them many times, which in turn can make him more conscious. Use it to guide future practice. In early June 1930, Mao Zedong and Zhu De led the Fourth Red Army to set off from Sunwu, and then, the next day, he entered the western part of the country, passed through Wuping and arrived at Shanghanghang, where he divided his troops to mobilize the masses. At this time, the musical revolution took root. The strongholds had been formally formed, and the Soviet government and democracy at all levels in the West, with Deng Xiaoping restored as chairman. Regimes have been established successively. The population of the base area is approximately 850,000, accounting for the total population of all counties in western Fujian. More than half of peasants with little or no land were given land, and people with livelihoods emerged. Farming teams with a nature of mutual assistance. After Mao Zedong went to Caixi Township, Shanghang County to conduct a social survey, he summoned. A meeting was held between the opening district and township staff and the farm team leader to call on the masses to organize themselves for production and to request to change the plowing team into a mutual aid team, educate district and township staff on the basis of the masses' voluntary participation in shares. Then, establish a cooperative to sell oil, salt, cloth, and purchase local products to promote the production of goods. Exchange of resources to provide necessities for farmers' production and life. In mid-June, Mao Zedong presided over a meeting in Nanyang, Changting County. The joint meeting of the Front Committee of the 4th Red Army and the Special Committee of Western Fujian is usually called the Nanyang Meeting. At the meeting, Mao Zedong made a report on the situation and tasks, and Deng Zhihui reported on behalf of the Western Xianzhi Special Committee. The situation in the Western Revolutionary Base Area in the past 6 months and the experiences and lessons learned in various tasks. The meeting discussed the 2 resolutions, the problem of rich peasants and the problem of errors, were reviewed and revised by Mao Zedong. Resolution. It is clearly stipulated in the law that in addition to the original principle of extracting more to compensate less for land allocation, additional pull out fat and make up for thinness. Later, Mao Zedong conducted another Xinguo investigation in October of that year. Characteristics of this survey. Yes, first, he conducted a survey of 8 families, which he had never done before, and without this kind of investigation, there would be no basic concept of rural areas. Second, various classes were investigated. His performance in the land struggle was something he did but did not do completely during the Sunwu investigation. Of Mao Zedong said in his postscript, decisions on actual policies must be based on specific situation, what I imagined while sitting in the house, and the written report of the thick branches and leaves I saw. What is written is by no means a specific situation. If based on taken for granted or unrealistic, it is dangerous to rely on actual reports to determine policy. Many mistakes were made in red areas in the past. Mistakes are all caused by the inconsistency between the party's guidance and the actual situation. So detailed and scientific actual investigation is extremely necessary. Point 2 at. In February of the following year, Mao Zedong wrote based on the spirit of the relevant notice of the Central Bureau of the Soviet Area Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. Letter to the Jiangxi Provincial Soviet Government. In his letter, he first analyzed the problems faced by local rural work.